Songyue Kingdom Deep Winter. Heavy snowfalls, biting wind howls. This year's winter seems especially long. A golden light streaks down from the sky and vanishes into the wood shed of the Ji residence. Moonlight filtered through the window, reflecting off the pure white snow. Ji Juing frowned slightly, her thin clothes unable to withstand the biting cold, her body curling into a ball involuntarily. And so painful, so cold. She slowly opened her eyes, her whole body aching numbly. Even her arm was dislocated, as if she had been beaten by a crowd. Ji Juing endured the pain and reset her dislocated arm, then slowly sat up and straightened her clothes. She was surprised to find herself wearing ancient garments. What kind of oh my god, what's going on? No, wait. Something is wrong. She clearly remembered staying up all night studying medical books, so how did she end up in this strange place? As she panicked, a splitting headache struck and a flood of unfamiliar memories poured in. She had actually transmigrated, a soul transmigration, into a country not recorded in history, Songyue Kingdom. The Tsangming continent has 3 nations: Songyue, Jialan, and Western Jin. The entire continent practices spiritual energy cultivation. Those with spiritual roots can cultivate. Each family tests their descendants at a certain age. The roots are single, dual, triple, quadruple, or quintuple, composed of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Spiritual energy cultivation is also ranked Spirit, Disciple, Spirit Master, Great Spirit, Master Spirit, General Spirit, King Spirit, Saint Spirit, Sovereign. Each rank has 9 stars. Those with a single root can begin cultivation. Those with 2 are geniuses. Those with 3 are geniuses among geniuses. Those with 4 roots would shake the entire Tsangming continent. As for 5 roots, they are extremely rare in Songyue, or even the whole continent. The strong are revered, the weak are less than ants. Unfortunately, Ji Juing was nothing, a waste without spiritual roots. From the unfamiliar memories, she learned that the original shared her name, Ji Juing, the legitimate daughter of General Ji Qinyuan. The emperor, fearing the general's power, ordered her betrothal to the 3rd prince born of consort Liang. Ji Juing's mother died, giving birth to her. At 5 she tested for spiritual roots, and had none, so she was neglected, living worse than servants. Everyone knew the general's eldest daughter was a useless fool. Because of his mother, the general married a concubine, Lady Zhou. She became pregnant within half a year, gave birth to twins, and was later promoted to legal wife. Her status. The current Emperor Jun Bufan had 5 princes and 2 princesses. The eldest prince died young, and no crown prince had been appointed yet. The emperor, knowing Ji Juing was a waste, still didn't break the engagement. The original had suffered many beatings because of this. As for the betrothed 3rd prince, she had seen him a few times. Ji Juing knew she wasn't good enough for him. The prince always looked at her with disgust, and now he was often with her half-sister Ji Fengyan. However, Ji Juing wasn't too troubled by her transmigration. She would take things as they come. A warmth on her finger. Ji Juing looked down and saw a ring appearing out of thin air. Her eyes lit up with surprise. Isn't this my beloved clear heart glazed ring? It had come with her. She had bought the ring at an antique shop during a trip to the capital. Unexpectedly, it followed her through time. But the ring looked a bit different now. The ring on her finger emitted a red glow. She touched it, but heard a growl. The ring pricked her finger, drew blood, and suddenly a space appeared in her mind. Yundai Dream Realm recognition successful. So it was called Yundai Dream Realm. Ji Juing checked, and found it was her medicine library. Wow. In her previous life, Ji Juing loved reading medical books and researching medicine. She had built a 2-story villa for her research, 1st floor pharmacy, 2nd floor medical books, garden for herbs. Ji Juing thought, could this be the legendary golden finger for transmigrators? She silently thought of painkillers, wondering if she could take them out. The next second it appeared in her hand. What a surprise, it really was a golden finger. She re-examined her wounds, took the medicine with saliva, and immediately felt much better, at least less pain. Suddenly Ji Juing noticed that the 2 spirit stones on her were being absorbed by the Yundai Dream Realm. Curious, she followed the spiritual energy to her herb garden, and saw a lingzhi mushroom absorbing the energy one she had planted just days ago. Ji Juing's eyes widened as the lingzhi grew rapidly before her eyes into a 100-year-old mushroom, and even the nearby ones grew alongside it. Am I dreaming? Ji Juing pinched her thigh. The pain told her it wasn't a dream. She was rich. With this space, she had a guarantee for survival in this ancient world. Waste. Fool. Screw that. Once I recover, it'll make those who bullied me pay with blood. From the original's memory, she had been beaten and locked in the woodshed by her half-sister Ji Fengyan for stealing red bean soup. But Ji Juing knew it was just an excuse. The real reason was the engagement to the 3rd prince. Suddenly, subtle footsteps approached from afar. As a top pharmacist from a 21st century ancient martial arts family, Ji Juing narrowed her eyes, alertly watching the door cautiously. Young miss, are you inside? A maid tapped gently on the door, asking urgently, but dared not be too loud to attract others. Qingling. Ji Juing hesitated. It's me, miss. How are you? He'll open the door. Don't be scared. Qingling comforted Ji Juing while carefully moving the wooden bar blocking the door. According to the original's memories, Qingling was rescued by Ji Juing as a child on the street. Ji Juing bought her to save her from a beating. Qingling swore to repay her for life and never regretted even after learning she was a waste. Miss, how could the second young lady be so cruel? Qingling looked at Jiang's injuries, tears streaming down, and quickly put a cloak over her. I'm fine. Let's go back, Jiang said. Qingling gently supported her. The wind blew the lanterns flickering. After a while, Jiang arrived at the secluded small courtyard and was stunned. She stepped inside, eyes wide, staring at the courtyard inscribed with the name, Pear Blossom Courtyard. This was an old, dilapidated house, its entrance partially veiled by clusters of emerald bamboo rustling softly in the wind. In the yard stood a barren old pear tree. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, one could see only a few broken pieces of furniture inside the house. Chilly gusts of wind whistled through the damaged window lattice, and the tattered window paper fluttered in the breeze. Nevertheless, the place was kept fairly clean. Ever since she was tested at the age of 5 and found to be a waste with no spiritual roots, her father had ceased to care for Jiang. Subsequently, Jiang was driven out of Qinglan Courtyard by Ji Fengyan and moved to this shabby Pear and Harmony Courtyard. From then on, Jiang's life was worse than that of a dog or a pig. Mother and daughter Zhou often took out their anger on her, and even the servants of the household did not regard this eldest legitimate daughter with respect. Her worthless father turned a blind eye to it all. Early in the morning, Ji Fengyan stormed into Pear and Harmony Courtyard with her personal maid Xiao Tao and several other maids. You useless waste. Instead of reflecting on your mistakes in the woodshed, you actually sneaked back in the dead of night. Ji Fengyan shrieked. As she finished speaking, she kicked open the gate. The already rickety gate was sent flying by Ji Fengyan, and she swaggered in with her maids. The sight startled Qingling and Nanny Zhang in the courtyard, who immediately rushed out and knelt on the ground, terrified of provoking this vicious second young lady. But Ji Fengyan continued spewing venomous words. Qingling, you little slut. You must have let that waste out again. He'll break your legs for sure. Spare me, second young lady. Last night it was too cold, and the young lady was so badly injured that she couldn't bear it anymore, so I. Qingling explained, her voice choked. Hearing this, Ji Fengyan's anger flared up instantly. She delivered a slap. Ji Fengyan was a 3-star spirit general. How could Qingling withstand such a blow? The maid was sent. Jiang, you waste. Aren't you coming out? Your maid is about to die. Ji Fengyan snarled viciously. Through the paper window, Jiang watched everything outside. Ji Fengyan was dressed in a long goose-yellow gown, her dark hair cascading low with a jade hairpin shaped like a phoenix slanting into it. Her face was as beautiful as a bright moon. She was a beauty, but far too malicious. Huh. And who do I hear? If it isn't second sister. You seem to know your manners well. As far as I know, among official families there is a clear distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. Seeing your legitimate elder sister, you don't even know how to bow. I wonder how concubine Zhou raised such a disrespectful, ill-bred thing. Jiang leaned against the doorframe, a half-smile playing on her lips, her expression unreadable. Nanny Zhang supported Qingling, who stared with her mouth agape in astonishment. Qingling felt that her mistress had changed completely since returning last night. The timid, fearful person who used to avoid trouble was now confronting the second young lady directly. Yet she feared that if her mistress provoked the second young lady, she would surely suffer another beating. How strange. Had this waste taken the wrong medicine today? Normally, whenever she saw Ji Fengyan, she acted like a mouse meeting a cat. But today she actually dared to talk back. However, Ji Fengyan didn't care at all, because beating her was as easy as crushing an ant, effortless. You waste, I didn't manage to beat you to death yesterday, and now you have the strength to curse me. Do you even deserve to be my sister? So what if you're the legitimate daughter? Weren't you beaten until you lay on the ground like a dog? Ji Fengyan sneered. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Jiang's eyes. She would make them pay for everything they had done to her one by one. Oh, is that so? Then let's see who will be lying on the ground like a dog today. You seem to have recovered quite well. Xiao Tao, try my red water whip. Ji Fengyan stood aside with a contemptuous expression, as if Jiang were nothing but an ant. Even deigning to fight her was beneath her dignity as a spirit young lady. Although Xiao Tao is a maid, she is also a 6-star spirit adept. Seeing the situation growing more dangerous, Qingling looked at Jiang with worry. Coupled with her injuries, tears were about to fall. Yes, young lady. Let me teach this waste a proper lesson so she won't dare to anger you again, Xiao Tao said as she swung the whip in her hand. Jiang narrowed her eyes. In her past life, as an outstanding practitioner of both medicine and martial arts from an ancient martial arts family, she was confident in facing a 6-star spirit adept maid. She slightly shifted her body, reached out, and grabbed the whip, hurtling toward her, staring coldly at the maid before her. Xiao Tao met Jiang's icy gaze and shuddered. But remembering that her opponent was a waste without any spiritual power, she quickly recovered and pointed at Jiang, shouting, "You good for nothing, how dare you resist?" After speaking, she tried to pull the whip back with force, but it remained firmly in Jiang's grasp, unmoving. Xiao Tao looked up and saw the coldness in Jiang's eyes, and for a moment panic seized her. When had this useless fool ever possessed such a daunting gaze? Jiang snorted coldly and flung the whip away. Although it seemed effortless, Xiao Tao fell flat on her face, truly reckless and ignorant of death. Who is it that got beaten until she lay on the ground like a dog? Ji Juing said in a nonchalant tone. The maids nearby were stunned, their mouths agape. Was this still the cowardly, timid, and universally bullied waste of a young lady? If not for her injuries, Qingling would have jumped up and applauded Ji Juing. But remembering that the second young lady, a 3-star spirit general, was still present, she couldn't help but worry secretly. Xiao Tao's face was bruised and swollen. Young lady? Ji Fengyan watched as Xiao Tao was effortlessly taken down by Ji Juing. Instantly furious and unwilling to let the servants witness her humiliation, she snarled venomously. Waste'll cripple you. Ji Fengyan raised the whip, her body light as a swallow, leaping into the air and striking downward, though she did not aim to kill. If this waste died, she would lose her source of torment and much of her amusement would vanish. Qingling and Nanny Zhang's hearts were in their throats. Their eyes fixed on Ji Juing, ready to step forward and take the whip for her. Ji Juing moved like the wind, darting and dodging around Ji Fengyan, then returned to her original position, standing steady. What's happening? Why has my spiritual power dropped to Spirit Master? Ji Fengyan shrieked in terror. Bitch, what sorcery did you use? Even without using my spiritual power, I can still crush you like an ant. Ji Fengyan said viciously. Ji Juing sidestepped Ji Fengyan's attack. With a swift stride, she moved to Ji Fengyan's right, seized her right hand, and twisted it with force. A crack sounded and the wrist joint dislocated. The whip fell to the ground. Ji Fengyan's scream finally rang out. Bitch'll kill you. Ji Fengyan was frantic with rage. Ji Juing gave her no chance to react. After all, this was the first time she had used her newly developed spirit-dissolving pill, and she didn't know how long the effect would last. Like a swallow, she moved with graceful agility and launched a second attack. Ji Fengyan sensed a sharp, murderous aura, and instinctively used her spiritual power to defend herself. Bang! Ji Juing was still sent flying by her spiritual power, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. It seemed the spirit-dissolving pill still needed improvement. Qingling and Nurse Zhao's hearts turned cold. What should they do? Without spiritual power, the young miss was no match for the second miss. Daring to cross me. Ji Fengyan launched an attack with her spiritual power surging straight toward Ji Juing. Ji Juing watched her warily dodging the strikes with swift sidesteps. Moving to her flank, she kicked the back of Ji Fengyan's knee, sending her stumbling and crashing to the ground. A series of sharp slaps rang out. Ji Fengyan was spun around by the blows, her cheeks swelling grotesquely like a pig's head, blood seeping from her mouth. You wretch! How dare you strike my face? Ji Fengyan had never been so humiliated in her entire life. Her face burned with searing pain, and rage ignited a desperate desire to kill Ji Juing on the spot. Ji Juing looked at the enraged Ji Fengyan and sneered. Consider this just the interest. Now get lost. What's going on here? Hurry, help the young miss up. Xiao Tao and the other maids rushed forward to lift Ji Fengyan to her feet. Get away from me. They'll kill you. The maids were shoved aside by Ji Fengyan. Consumed by her murderous intent toward Ji Juing, she was beyond reason. The shabby courtyard immediately descended into chaos. I'd advise you to go find a physician quickly, Ji Juing said nonchalantly, picking at her ear. Otherwise I can't guarantee your face won't be permanently scarred. Young miss, your face is already swollen and bleeding. If you don't get medicine on it soon, it could be ruined. We can always seek revenge another day, young miss. Xiao Tao indeed understood Ji Fengyan best, knowing her greatest concern was her appearance. You useless thing. Just you wait. Ji Fengyan spat out the threat viciously before storming off. Having dealt with Ji Fengyan, Ji Juing breathed a sigh of relief. She turned and walked over to Qingling and Nurse Zhao, the only two in this household who genuinely cared for her, who had been beaten countless times by Ji Fengyan for trying to protect her. Her gaze softened as she looked at them. Nurse Zhao, Qingling, thank you for always shielding me. Don't worry, from now on I won't let anyone bully us anymore. With that, she focused her mind and retrieved a painkiller pill from her space. Nurse Zhao, take Qingling back to her room and give her this medicine. Young miss will be fine. You were so brave and satisfying today. But knowing the second miss temper shall definitely come back for revenge. Qingling felt that the young miss today was different from before, but she welcomed the change and didn't ask further questions. She spoke as if all the tension had drained out of her like a deflated balloon. Indeed, young miss. The second miss might report this to the general. Nurse Zhao said, her face etched with worry. Ji Juing looked gently at Qingling, her tone resolute. Don't worry. Everyone who has wronged us will get their due. Qingling, trust you, young miss. Go on now. Take the medicine and get some rest. Nurse Zhao led Qingling back to their room. Ji Juing sat beneath the pear tree, lost in thought. In her past life as an apothecary, she had an exceptionally keen sense for various herbal scents and aromas. From the moment Ji Fengyan arrived, she had caught a whiff of medicinal herbs mixed with a hint of amber. Initially, she assumed the scent came from Ji Fengyan herself. Ji Juing narrowed her phoenix eyes thoughtfully. Gong Mingyue, hidden in the shadows, had observed everything unfold in the courtyard, from initial surprise to eventual quiet amusement. He never expected that the so-called useless young miss would prove so clever and resourceful, even skilled in the arts of poison. Moreover, she seemed to carry a seal that did not belong to this continent. Interesting. Feeling he had seen enough of the show, he was about to leave when a voice reached. Sir, have you enjoyed the show you've been watching? Gong Mingyue stared at Ji Jiuying in disbelief. Had he been so engrossed in the spectacle that had allowed a girl with no spiritual power to detect his presence? Little did Gong Mingyue know Ji Jiuying had actually smelled him out with her keen nose. What's the matter? Too afraid to show yourself? You have the nerve to spy from the shadows, but not the courage to face me. Gong Mingyue ceased his concealment and descended gracefully, landing lightly before her. The man had raven hair tied high with a jade crown, handsome features, and a tall, elegant figure. His luxurious robes made him appear like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, stepping straight out of a painting. So striking that Ji Jiuying was momentarily stunned. But then she remembered how long he had been secretly watching and glared at him with irritation. I never imagined such a refined gentleman would have a hobby of peeping into young ladies. Gong Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, looking at the woman glaring at him. Her eyes held none of the admiration or reverence that noble ladies typically showed him, not even a hint of deference. It was as if everyone was equal in her eyes, with no regard for rank or status. The corners of his lips curved into a low chuckle. This woman was quite bold. No one had ever dared to glare at him like that. Interesting. Ji Jiuying grew impatient with this man, who kept staring at her without saying a word. What was his deal? She hadn't even had her breakfast yet. Was he mute or something? Gong Mingyue noticed the impatience in her eyes and chuckled softly. You're quite unique. Not at all like the rumors. Ji Jiuying rolled her eyes. Wasn't that obvious? She was Ji Jiuying from the 21st century, not the original. Well, you said it yourself. Those are just rumors. Gong Mingyue laughed again, watching her perform such an unladylike gesture, as rolling her eyes without a care in the world. I'm curious, since you have no spiritual power, how did you detect me? Young master, the scent of amber on you is so strong it's hard not to notice. Ji Jiuying rolled her eyes at him once more. Gong Mingyue's smile faded. His eyes narrowed, pupils constricting as he stared at Ji Jiuying. He recalled the words of "See you" from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, spoken 6 years ago, still echoing in his ears. Mingyue, in 6 years you will face a fatal tribulation. To survive it, you must find a woman who can detect the unusual fragrance within your body. She is no ordinary being. All I can divine is that she will appear on the Tsangming continent. The rest you must discern for yourself. Only See you, and he knew of this prophecy. Gong Mingyue had never believed it, dismissing it as mere hearsay. Yet now a woman who could smell the unique fragrance on him had truly appeared. No wonder he had felt drawn to her the moment he laid eyes on her. He also recalled the celestial anomaly he witnessed last night. A golden light streaking across the sky, pointing toward the general's mansion. He had come to investigate personally, and had witnessed everything that followed, observing this Ji Jiuying, who was so different from the rumors. Ji Jiuying watched this man whose expression had suddenly shifted with wary eyes. Young lady staring at me so intently. Are you perhaps captivated by my looks? Gong Mingyue approached her, leaning slightly forward. Sensing no malice from him, Ji Jiuying's boldness returned. I was just thinking, you're severely poisoned yet still have the energy to chat with me. Your willpower is truly remarkable, Ji Jiuying said with a mocking sneer. Gong Mingyue was puzzled. Only See you and a few shadow guards knew of his poisoning, and he was certain none of them would leak the information. Could she truly understand medicine? Since you can identify the poison on me, can you tell how many types of poison I have? Why should I tell you? Ji Jiuying blinked at him, the lively sparkle in her eyes catching Gong Mingyue's gaze. He found her earnest yet slightly clever expression quite amusing. I can help you break the seal on your body. Gong Mingyue's deep eyes held a hint of amused smile. Ji Jiuying was stunned. You're saying I have a seal inside me? Is that why I failed the spiritual root test? Yes, there is indeed a seal on your body, and it is likely the main reason you cannot cultivate. Gong Mingyue added. He did not tell her that the seal was not from this continent, as knowing too much would not be good for her now. However, this seal is extremely difficult for others to break, even impossible, but for me. Gong Mingyue's lazy gaze rested on her, as if saying, beg me. Ji Jiuying was full of confusion. Who would place such a seal on her? Was it to prevent her from cultivating, or for some other reason? Wait, her mother died, giving birth to her, and after so many years investigating would not be easy. Ji Jiuying fell into deep thought. She was the discarded daughter, a waste despised by all, and today, she had angered Ji Fengyan. Even if she defeated Ji Fengyan once with medicine, what about the second and third time? Not every time would she be so lucky, and there was also Zhou Yinyang and Ji Rufeng. It seemed that the only way to survive in this strange world was to cling to the powerful man before her and get him to break the seal. Hee handsome, how about a deal? They'll remove the poison from your body and you break my seal. Ji Jiuying's face was full of sly, playful spirit. Gong Mingyue's thin lips curled slightly. It's possible, but I seem to be at a disadvantage. How about you offer yourself to me and become my wife, little girl? I'm not interested. Let whoever wants to do it. Ji Jiuying glared at him indignantly, thinking to herself, pervert, I'm only 14, could he be a pedophile? The amusement in Gong Mingyue's eyes deepened. This girl was truly clever. He couldn't help walking over and ruffling her hair. Don't worry, you'll break the seal for you. With his affirmative answer, Ji Jiuying stopped dawdling. From my brief observation, the poison in your body has been there for at least 5 years. As for how many types, I'll need to take your pulse to know. Then it'll trouble you, little girl. Ji Juing looked at the hand extended toward her. It was a beautiful hand with long fingers, distinct knuckles, faint veins visible on the back, clean and elegant, without any excess flesh. Without hesitation, Ji Juing grabbed his wrist to take his pulse. The more she felt, the more her brows furrowed. This man could really endure pain. He was afflicted with 3 deadly poisons simultaneously, and these were no ordinary toxins. The 3 poisons were interlocked like a 9-linked ring. If I'm not mistaken, you have 3 types of poison. They are extremely potent, mutually restraining, and interlocked. To cure them, all 3 must be resolved at the same time, not even a moment's delay. If not for your profound cultivation, you would have died long ago. I can help you detoxify, but I need medicinal herbs. Well said. If you can cure this poison, the herbs are no problem. Gong Mingyue agreed without hesitation. Ji Juing reached into her sleeve, took out from her space the antidote pills she had developed, and handed them to him. This bottle of antidote pills is for you. When the poison attacks, take 1 to suppress it. Remember, do not use spiritual power to suppress it. They'll write the prescription for you later. Gong Mingyue took the bottle. They'll come tonight to break your seal, and pick up the prescription. Watching his retreating figure, Ji Juing blurted out, "Who are you? What's your name?" Gong Mingyue. The faint fragrance from him drifted away with the wind, and in the blink of an eye he vanished without a trace. Gong Mingyue. Wow. So he was the grand preceptor of the Tsangyue nation. Although the original body never stepped out of the house, Gong Mingyue's name was known to everyone in the Tsangyue. It was said that the Tsangyue nation was once the weakest of the 3 great nations until 5 years ago when a grand preceptor appeared out of nowhere. No one knew where he came from, nor did anyone know his power. It was said that a 7-star spirit sovereign ancestor, unconvinced, came to challenge him. He merely raised his hand elegantly, and the challenger instantly exploded and died. In the Tsangyue nation, spirit sovereign level experts were rare, and just like that, one was gone. In a word, he was the most powerful existence in the Tsangyue nation. Even the emperor was respectful in his. It was also said that the grand preceptor had a bad temper, decisive and ruthless, and had severe misophobia. He never let anyone get close to him, especially women. Ji Juing recalled her earlier rudeness to him, and suddenly felt she was incredibly lucky. But he hadn't seemed as fearsome as the rumors said. Well, rumors were indeed unreliable. "Zhang Mama, I'm hungry. Is there any breakfast?" After a series of events in the morning, Ji Juing was starving. Zhang Mama had just finished treating Qingling's injuries and rushed over looking a bit uneasy. "Missed this morning?" Qingling asked the kitchen. "They said there are no ingredients prepared for Pear Blossom Courtyard today. We'll have to figure it out ourselves. This is too much. I am the legitimate daughter of the general's mansion, and they dare treat me like this." Ji Juing walked into the kitchen and looked around. A maidservant came out from the side room carrying 4 dishes and a soup, apparently heading to eat. She didn't even glance at her, let alone bow, and walked straight toward the east wing. Ji Juing called out coldly, "Stop. What are you yelling about?" The maidservant turned around impatiently, rolling her eyes at Ji Juing. Xiaoyu had been so excited when she was selected to work in the general's mansion that she couldn't sleep. But she was assigned to this waste with poor food and sleep, let alone any perks. It infuriated her. Later, to live better in the mansion, she curried favor with Ji Fengyan, and taking advantage of the original owner's weakness, completely disregarded Ji Juing. She repeatedly followed Ji Fengyan's orders and used underhanded methods to torment the original owner. Ji Juing sneered at the disdainful look on the maidservant's face. "Here I am the mistress, and you are the servant. Who gave you the audacity to speak to your mistress like this? And who gave you the authority to embezzle my ingredients?" The maidservant was stunned. Did this waste take the wrong medicine, or get hit on the head? After coming to her senses, she slowly walked over and looked down at Ji Juing. "You useless trash. You think you're a young mistress now? And the one who skimped on the ingredients, what can you do about it?" Xiaoyu rolled her eyes in disdain. So it seemed this maid had a significant hand in the original owner's constant hunger. "Get out of my way. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you. Don't delay." As she spoke, she deliberately walked past Ji Juing with the food tray, certain that Ji Juing would, as always, not dare to utter a single word. Ji Juing's eyes turned slightly cold. "Since you're so eager to eat, I'll grant your wish." Ji Juing turned and kicked out. Before Xiaoyu could react, her body tilted, and she knelt on the ground, the dishes of food spilling before her. Just as Xiaoyu was about to rise and curse, her head was grabbed by Ji Juing and shoved into the pile of food. "Aren't you in a hurry to eat? Then eat." Xiaoyu's face was covered in the filthy food from the floor. She tried to resist, but her hand was pinned under Ji Juing's foot, rendering her immobile. She suddenly realized that this waste was different from before, and she was at a loss whether to beg for mercy or continue resisting. "I told you to eat, can't you understand?" Eat." Ji Juing roared, pressing down on Xiaoyu's hand with increased force, producing a series of cracking sounds as bones broke. I'll eat, please spare me, miss." Xiaoyu grabbed the food from the ground and stuffed it into her mouth. If her hand was broken, she would be finished. She understood that the second miss was just using her as a pawn and wouldn't spend significant resources to heal her hand. The general's mansion wouldn't keep a useless servant with a broken hand either. Cast out with no one to rely on, she would only suffer worse. She was always adept at currying favor with the powerful and trampling on the weak, but today she had misjudged the situation. Seeing Xiao Yu eat the food from the ground until she was on the verge of vomiting, Ji Juing finally released her. I don't care what benefits others promised you to privately embezzle the ingredients for Liha Court, but you remember this is the last time. I want the ingredients for Liha Court delivered within half an hour. If you're late, the consequences will be beyond your imagination. Ji Juing looked at her, a hint of an unfathomable smile coloring her deep dark eyes. Yes, I remember. This servant will go deliver the ingredients right away. Xiao Yu couldn't help but shudder, wondering how this waste could have undergone such a startling transformation. After speaking, she scrambled away as fast as she could. What? You say Yinner was beaten by that waste? What nonsense are you spouting? Madame Zhou said in disbelief, stepping forward to slap Xiao Tao. Poor Xiao Tao had already been injured at Ji Juing's place, and now she was slapped by Madame Zhou. She felt utterly wronged. Madam, every word this servant speaks is the truth. The injuries on my body were also inflicted by that waste. Madam, there's no time to explain. The second miss is currently in Fengyue Court, crying and asking you to bring the Snow Beauty Cream. If we delay any longer, the Miss Face might truly. Xiao Tao dared not finish the sentence, her voice choked with tears. Madame Zhou knew her own daughter's capabilities well. Usually it was Yinner who bullied that waste. In her heart, she simply couldn't believe that her talented daughter could have been beaten by that good for nothing. But hearing Xiao Tao's words, she couldn't help but worry about her precious daughter. Shichue, bring the Snow Beauty Cream from the drawer. Madame Zhou hurriedly rushed towards Fengyue Court. Not far away in Ji Fengjian's Qinglan Court. On my face, my face. Ji Juing, if my face is ruined, I'll have you chopped into 1,000 pieces and ground into mincemeat to feed the dogs. Ji Fengyan looked at herself in the mirror, enraged, and threw a vase to the ground. Her originally beautiful face was now red and swollen, and the vicious expression she wore completely destroyed her looks. Miss, please calm down. Xiao Tao should be back soon. Once Madame brings the Snow Beauty Cream, your face will be restored to its former beauty. Aya tried to console Ji Fengyan, but inwardly she was terrified. When the second miss flew into a rage, it was the servants like them who suffered the consequences. The moment Madame Zhou arrived at the courtyard gate, she heard Yinner's angry shouts from within and couldn't help but quicken her pace. Yinner, what on earth is going on here? Seeing the mess in the room and Ji Fengjian's swollen face, Madame Zhou's heart ached with pain. Mother, my face, boo-hoo, did you bring the Snow Beauty Cream? Hurry up and apply it for me. Ji Fengyan cried out, as if she had seen a savior. Shichue, apply the medicine for Yinner quickly. Madame Zhou said anxiously. Yes, madam. Shichue brought the Snow Beauty Cream over. Yinner, what really happened? Could it truly be that waste who injured you? Madame Zhou was puzzled, wanting to hear the answer from Yinner herself. Ji Fengyan, enduring the pain on her face, said, Mother, I don't know what kind of medicine that waste got a hold of. She sprinkled it on me, and my spiritual power actually dispersed. Even without using your spiritual power, you shouldn't have lost to that waste, right? Mother, that waste suddenly changed into a different person. She's agile, calm, and decisive. Except for her face, which is still the same, her entire aura is completely different. Ji Fengyan recalled the change in Ji Juing from that morning. Could it be that her dead mother left behind some kind of pill formula? Suddenly Ji Fengyan exclaimed as if she had discovered a new continent. Ji Juing's mother had mysteriously disappeared after giving birth to her. Everyone assumed she was dead, otherwise why wouldn't she have returned for Ji Juing and allowed her to be bullied by others? The Luoxiang court where Madame Zhou currently resided was originally Lanqi Court, belonging to Ji Juing's mother Fenglan. Lanqi Court was the best courtyard in the mansion. Madame Zhou had her eye on it as soon as she entered the household, and after much persuasion and cajoling, Ji Qinyuan agreed to let her move into Lanqi Court, which she renamed Luoxiang Court. Impossible. I know exactly what's in Luoxiang Court. Besides, since I moved in, that waste has never once set foot in Luoxiang Court. Madame Zhou answered with certainty. Wait a moment. Madame Zhou narrowed her eyes slightly. She had heard the general mention that wretch was an alchemist. Could it be that the wretch truly left behind a pill formula? One must know that on the Tsangming continent, a single pill formula was priceless and nearly impossible to obtain. It was said that next month the state preceptor would preside over the annual genius competition. The one who won first place would receive a tenth of Sandier blood Ganoderma. Even more exciting, the winner would also get to stay in the state preceptor's residence and receive 7 days of personal guidance from the state preceptor. Being able to receive the state preceptor's guidance was the dream of everyone. Her son and daughter were both top contenders on the capital's genius rankings. If she could get her hands on these pill formulas, winning first place in next month's competition would be... Your speculation makes sense. But for now, focus on healing your injuries. Your mother will handle the matter of the pill formulas. Madame Zhou consoled her. I know, mother. But I'm not letting this matter of my face go so easily. Ji Fengyan said viciously. Your elder brother sent a letter a few days ago saying he's coming back. I reckon he'll be home within 2 days. When he gets here, are you afraid he won't have... When it came to her son, Ji Roofing, Madame Zhou was extremely proud. At the age of 5, Ji Ruffling was tested and found to have 3 spiritual roots. He was spotted by an elder from the Tianmen sect who was passing through Tsangyue country and was taken in as his personal disciple. The Wuji sect Tianmen sect and Star Academy were not governed by the three major countries, yet they gathered the geniuses of all three. Every year, countless people flocked to their enrollment exams, but each country only had 5 slots. Many people would break their heads trying to get in, but might still fail. Ji Ruffeng was incredibly fortunate to have such an opportunity. Brother is coming back. Great, I haven't seen him for 2 years. When he returns, he'll make that trash pay. Ji Fengyan couldn't wait to teach Ji Juing a lesson. Ji Juing looked at her reflection in the bronze mirror, a small sallow face with pale lips. Then she examined her own body. Her constitution was too weak. This wouldn't do. Suddenly struck by an idea, she vanished on the spot. Ji Juing entered the cloud butterfly dreamscape and went to the first floor pharmacy to grab some tonics. Ji Juing then arrived at the medicinal field. It seemed her guess last night was correct. The space absorbed spiritual energy, making the chi inside denser, and the herbs there would grow rapidly. According to the original host's memories, spirit stones were the currency of this world. She had to find a way to earn some spirit stones and acquire more herbs to plant in the space. That way she would have a steady supply of high-quality medicinal herbs. Just thinking about it made Ji Juing secretly delighted. Boil 1 dose of these herbs for me every day. I'm going out now. Keep an eye on the courtyard. After instructing Qingling, Ji Juing slipped out of the general's mansion through the back door, following the memories in her mind. Since the original host rarely went out, almost no one recognized her. This was her first time leaving the house in this world, and for one purpose only, to make money. Surviving in this foreign world required strength above, although she currently had little. Ji Juing understood that strength could not be acquired overnight. Arriving at the most bustling southwest street in the capital, she saw a sea of heads at a glance. Ji Juing was dumbfounded. As she walked, she noticed an auction house called the Caillou Pavilion. Stop! Do you know what place this is, little girl? The guard at the door called out to Ji Juing, his eyes scanning her coarse linen clothes. She certainly didn't look like someone here to— Isn't this an auction house? What's the problem with me going in? Ji Juing retorted. After all, it was her first time here, and she didn't know the rules. Besides, she had business to attend to, and didn't want— You can enter, but it costs 3 spirit stones. The attendant, not wanting to argue with the little girl, assumed she was just here to see the sights. 3 spirit stones were all Ji Juing had, but she didn't think much of it. Ji Juing successfully entered the auction house. The hall was filled with a cacophony of shouts. She squeezed through a gap with her small frame just to catch a glimpse of the stage. Damn, there were so many people. I bid 300,000 spirit stones. 400,000. 550,000. A domineering male voice came from the first box on the second floor. What? A 4th-grade Earth-type beast core had actually sold for 550,000 spirit stones. The crowd looked incredulous, all wondering who the man in the 550,000 going once. The auctioneer's aged yet resonant voice rang out again. 550,000 going twice. 550,000 going 3 times. As the words fell, the spirit instrument, heavenly sound hammer, in his hand struck down. Third brother spending 550,000 on a 4th-grade beast core. That's way too extravagant. The speaker was a man with chiseled handsome features. On his handsome face now flickered a wild, unrestrained smile. He wore a crimson robe embroidered with auspicious clouds and soaring eagles, a purple gold crown inlaid with rubies, and a pale purple tiger-patterned jade belt around his waist. His entire attire was exceedingly luxurious. Beside him sat a man with a jade-like complexion, but with black eyes like cold night stars, exuding an irresistible air of aristocratic pride. He wore a magnificent purple gold thread robe, a golden crown, and a jade belt. The stitching was exquisite, and the robe was embroidered with flying dragon patterns that the two were the 3rd prince and 5th prince of the Zhongyue kingdom, both born to consort Liang. Earth type. Third brother, you're not doing this just to win a bowtie smile. The 5th prince looked at the 3rd prince, showing 2 tiger-like canines, his expression both mischievous and carefree. Yenner happens to have the earth element, so it's most suited. Jun Linyu toyed with the beast core in his hand, a barely perceptible gleam in his eyes. But speaking of which, why hasn't father lifted the engagement yet? He's not really going to make you marry that trash, is he? Jun Linfeng put away his smile. She's not worthy. I've begged father before, but he always brushes it off. Jun Linyu's eyes darkened at the thought of marrying that trash. Next up for auction was Ji Juing marveled inwardly. A 4th-grade beast core had fetched such a high price. A little scheme began to form in her mind. Ji Juing grabbed a passing attendant. Excuse me, where is the person in charge? I want to auction something. In the back, miss. Please follow me. With that, he hurried away, quickly, not caring whether Ji Juing could keep up. Heaven knows how busy he was today. Soon they arrived at the backstage of the auction house. Grandmaster's son, this young lady says she wants to auction something. Come in. An imposing old man came into Ji Juing's view. He was dressed in a splendid brocade robe with white hair and beard and piercing spirited eyes. His voice was full of vigor, and his words carried an air of command and authority. When he saw Ji Juing, Grandmaster's son was taken aback. Such a scrawny small child with no spiritual energy at all wanted to auction something. Grandmaster's son couldn't help but be skeptical, but since she was here, he might as well ask. May I ask what you wish to auction, young lady? A century-old Ganoderma, and a pill of spirit dissolution that I refined myself. Ji Juing took them from her space and handed them to the old man. The old man frowned slightly, took the ganoderma, and examined it, then picked up the pill of spirit dissolution. Although it was a mid-grade human-level pill, its quality was superb. He had never heard of or seen a pill of spirit dissolution before. Could this pill's effect be, as its name suggested, dissolving spiritual energy? That would be too heaven-defying. As far as he knew, there were only artifacts that could seal spiritual energy, but no pill that could dissolve it. He couldn't help but size up Ji Juing again. Ji Juing met the old man's gaze. Her thin, small face was unremarkable, but her eyes were like clear pools. Did you refine this pill of spirit dissolution yourself? Grandmaster's son asked again. Yes. Are you an alchemist? Sort of. Elder, why not have some? In truth, Ji Juing wasn't sure if she counted as an alchemist. Grandmaster's son waved his hand, and a man who looked like a shadow guard appeared in the room. Without hesitation, he crushed the pill of spirit dissolution and sprinkled it over the man. Soon the man's spiritual energy gradually dissipated, and his strength instantly dropped from Grand Spirit Master to Spirit Master. Grandmaster's son was astonished. It really was that miraculous. He could see the man was also panicked. Actually, he is still a Grand Spirit Master, but the spiritual energy he can output is only at the Spirit Master level. It will recover after 1 incense stick's time. Ji Juing explained. After hearing this, the man visibly relaxed. Although it only lasted 1 incense stick's time, using a bottle of this during a battle with an enemy would increase one's chances of killing or escaping. May I ask your honorable surname? Feng. Feng. In the Cangyue Kingdom, the surname Feng was not common. Could it be the Feng family, one of the 3 great clans? A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. How many bottles of howling pill does Miss Feng plan to auction? Sun Lao inquired again. 10 bottles for now. Ji Juing was unsure whether she could fetch a good price. Hearing her tone, Sun Lao confirmed that this howling powder was indeed refined by the young girl, who possessed no spiritual power, and in considerable quantity at that. Sun Lao suddenly felt a measure of admiration for the girl, yet he still needed to report this matter to the young master before making a decision. Miss Feng, our auction house's rule is a 30% commission on the selling price. If you agree, please wait a moment in Suite No. 1 on the 3rd floor. I will consult the young master and arrange the auction for you. Is that acceptable? Sun Lao explained. Ji Juing responded with a nonchalant tone, inwardly surprised at how smoothly things had gone, a hint of elation rising within her. However, relying solely on this was undoubtedly insufficient. She needed to study the alchemy of this world. Her current body was far inferior to her former one, so she had to restore her health first. Hence, she would also look for tonic pills suitable for her. The 3rd floor indeed offered the best view, overlooking the entire auction hall, with perfect clarity. Next up for auction is a century-old ganoderma. Everyone knows the efficacy of a century-old ganoderma. It is an indispensable ingredient for refining heart-nourishing pills and blood-nourishing pills, and it can also be presented as a birthday gift. The old man did not waste words. The auction begins now. Starting bid 10,000 spirit stones. I bid 30,000. It was eventually sold for 60,000 spirit stones. Ji Juing's heart remained largely unruffled. What she truly anticipated was whether the howling powder she had developed could fetch a good price. The next item is the cloud-piercing whip, a high-grade spirit artifact refined by Master Shangwan. Exquisite in appearance, it excels in both offense and defense. Its surface is covered with countless jagged spikes. A strike will cause more than just swelling. Even if the opponent seizes one in, the whip can break into segments like a snake and will later find an opportunity to reconnect the severed part. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones. The auction begins now. As soon as the words fell in Suite No. 2 on the 2nd floor, Ji Fengyan set her eyes on the cloud-piercing whip at once. Mother, I want that cloud-piercing whip. Ji Fengyan, her face veiled in purple silk, clung to Zhou Haiping's arm, coquettishly pleading. Although Ji Fengyan had applied the snow face cream, the swelling would not subside quickly. Moreover, Ji Juing had not merely struck her face. After a fit of temper, Zhou Haiping decided to take her daughter out for a stroll to distract her. Didn't your father just give you the red water whip a while ago? Mother, I just like it. Besides, the cloud-piercing whip is a high-grade spirit artifact. How can the red water whip compare? Ji Fengyan said in a sweet voice. Since Yenner likes it, let's bid for it. Zhou Haiping thought inwardly, wasn't her purpose simply to make her daughter happy? She could afford a spirit artifact. It's rare to encounter a work by Master Shangwan. I must at least try. I bid 20,000 spirit stones. 30,000 spirit stones. Yenner is here too. Jun Linyu was about to speak when he summoned an attendant and whispered a few instructions. In the same suite, Ji Juing heard that familiar voice, and her gaze instantly turned frigid. Her fists clenched unconsciously. Vivid memories surfaced in her mind. Scenes of being whipped by Ji Fengyan time and again. Ji Fengyan, I didn't expect you to still have the mood to go out even with your face ruined. The cloud-piercing whip. She wanted it, but that depended on whether she would allow it. 35,000 spirit stones. Ji Fengyan's face darkened, her eyes sharp and cold. How dare someone compete with her? 40,000 spirit stones. 45,000 spirit stones. Ji Juing's expression remained indifferent, calling out unhurriedly. Ji Fengyan's face was flushed with anger. she could now tell that the person in Suite No. 1 on the 3rd floor was deliberately opposing her. Just as she was about to lose her temper, a knock came at the door. Miss G, His Highness requests your presence in Suite No. 1 on the 2nd floor for a gathering. Finji spoke respectfully outside the door. Ji Fengyan recognized Finji, the shadow guard of the 3rd prince. Forgetting her anger, panic seized her heart. In the past, she would have jumped for joy. But now her face was not fit to be seen. Even with a veil, the 3rd prince's nature would surely lead him to inquire, and she dared not say it was that waste who had struck her. What should I do? What should I do? Mother, I don't want the 3rd prince to see me like this. Ji Fengyan in terror threw herself at concubine Zhou for help. Yenner, don't panic. Zhou Haiping had not expected to run into the 3rd prince so coincidentally either. While comforting Ji Fengyan, she racked her brains for a way to decline the 3rd prince's request without offending him. Just say that you accidentally ate a pastry with honey and your face had an allergic reaction, afraid of spoiling the 3rd prince's enjoyment. Zhou Haiping recalled her daughter's allergy to honey, which the 3rd prince also knew about, so he would likely understand. Ji Fengyan relayed her mother's words to Finji, but her heart remained uneasy. Why did it have to be at this moment? All this was the fault of that damned waste. If not for that bitch Ji Jiang, she would not have ended up like this. The mere thought of her made her grind her teeth in 45,000 spirit stones. Any higher bid? Hearing the old man's voice from the stage, Ji Fengyan pulled herself together, remembering that the 3rd prince was also present. 50,000 spirit stones. Sir, would you be willing to do me the favor and yield to the Ji family? Ji Fengyan questioned in a soft, pleading tone. Her voice alone evoked pity, as if she were deeply aggrieved. The crowd suddenly realized. This was the 2nd miss of the general's mansion, the foremost beauty of the capital. It was said that the 3rd prince had a special fondness for her, though he was still betrothed to that waste of the eldest miss of the Ji manor. 55,000 spirit stones. How, may I ask, Miss Ji, what place is this? And is your face really worth that much? Ji Jiang retorted sharply. The crowd gasped. How could the occupant of Suite No. 1 on the 3rd floor be so tactless? This was akin to offending both the general's mansion and the 3rd prince. Ji Fengyan ranked among the top 10 geniuses of the capital, and one of its most renowned beauties was usually granted such courtesy. Hearing this tone, fury blazed within her. You jest, sir? This is of course the Chiye Lu auction house. Ji Fengyan suppressed her inner rage. Oh, so the 2nd Miss Ji does know. I thought you were so young that you had grown senile, unaware that you were in an auction house. Sir, who exactly are you? How have I offended you that you should insult me like this? Ji Fengyan spoke with feigned indignation. I am merely a nobody. How could I possibly have offended you, 2nd Miss G, without reason? However, the rule of this auction house is that the highest bidder wins. If you want the cloud-piercing whip, then bid according to the rules, or else this whip will fall into my hands. Ji Fengyan, hearing the smug tone, grew even more enraged. 100,000 spirit stones. 100,001 spirit stone. The old man, stunned by the bid, quickly regained his composure. 100,001 spirit stone going once. A wave of suppressed laughter rippled through the hall. Who bids like that? Isn't this just blatant mockery? 110,000 spirit stones. 110,001 spirit stones. 150,000 spirit stones. Ji Fengyan roared. Yenner, don't get carried away. This is clearly a trick. Zhou Haiping winced at the thought of paying such a sum for an earth-tier artifact. Mother, rest assured I know what I'm doing. Ji Fengyan had planned to stop bidding at this point anyway, as paying 150,000 for an earth-tier artifact was hardly worth it. But things didn't unfold as she had expected. The anticipated voice never came, and Ji Fengyan's heart skipped a beat as panic began to set in. Ji Jiang knew this was Ji Fengyan's limit. The game had been played long enough, pushing further would spoil the fun. After a moment, Ji Jiang spoke up lazily. Since the 2nd Miss Ji is so fond of the cloud-piercing whip, I shall reluctantly part with it, and let you have it. After all, the Ji family is vast and powerful, not someone of my humble stature can afford to offend. Her feigned regret drew audible snickers from many in the hall. This person was utterly shameless, claiming to fear the Ji family, while driving up the price to bleed the 2nd Miss dry. Most in the hall were powerless and dared not openly offend the Ji family, especially with a 3rd prince backing them. But those in the private boxes were a different story. Huh, this is hilarious. Grandfather, who is that girl in the box? How amusing. I never thought I'd see Ji Fengyan get bested. How satisfying. A young woman laughed heartily, completely disregarding her image. You reckless girl. Mind your manners in public. Get your feet off that stool. An elderly man over 60 smacked her foot off the stool. The old man had broad features of vigorous spirit and a long flowing beard. Though his words were scolding, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his amusement. This was the Wen family, one of the 3 great clans of the Zhongyue kingdom. Years ago, in a secret realm, when Qiyu had discovered a top-grade mystic ice sword. He was gravely wounded retrieving it, only to be ambushed by Ji Rufeng, who had been hiding in the shadows, and had the sword stolen from him. When Qiyu managed to escape, but his spiritual meridians were shattered, crippling his cultivation. For a former top 3 prodigy on the genius list, it was a devastating blow. Thus the 2 families were mortal enemies. 150,000 spirit stones. Any further bids? After a moment of silence, no one spoke up. After all, who would spend 150,000 on a top-grade artifact? 150,000 going once. Going twice. Sold. Congratulations to second Miss G on acquiring the cloud-piercing. The old auctioneer called out. Ji Jiang didn't need to see it to know that Ji Fengyin must be fuming right now. Ji Fengyin, this is only the beginning. Zhou Haiping's face was grim. Ji Fengyin had shot herself in the foot and could only swallow her anger. A servant knocked on the door and delivered the cloud-piercing whip. Zhou Haiping reluctantly forked over the spirit stones. It pained her deeply, but he was her daughter after all. Jun Lingyu recalled the message from Fenji. Since Yenner was unavailable, he would visit another day. Fenji, deliver the beast core to Yenner and tell her I will investigate the occupant of box 1 on the 3rd floor. Jun Lingyu's face twisted with malice. Jun Linfeng looked at his third brother's expression. The owner of box 1 on the 3rd floor was in for trouble. This act was a direct slap to his brother's face, for everyone in the Songyue kingdom knew of his brother's affection for the second Miss G. The auctioneer raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Next we have a pill developed by a fellow cultivator. It's a mid-grade human-tier pill called the Spirit Dissolving Pill. The hall buzzed with murmurs. Spirit Dissolving Pill. What's that? Never heard of it. Third brother, could this pill, true to its name, dissolve one's spiritual power? Jun Linfeng wondered aloud. Who would be twisted enough to create such a thing, he added. Jun Lingyu narrowed his eyes, his gaze dark and thoughtful. If the pill truly lived up to its name, the alchemist who made it must be highly skilled. If he could recruit this alchemist. Indeed, the Spirit Dissolving Pill lives up to its name. When used on an opponent, it temporarily reduces their spiritual power by 1 rank for the duration of 1 instant. Whether used for killing or escaping, it grants a significant advantage. The old man's words left the crowd stunned. In a world where spiritual power reigned supreme, a pill that could inhibit it was truly extraordinary. Is there really such a miraculous pill? Are you sure you're not mistaken? A young man exclaimed in disbelief. Esteemed guest, the Chiyue auction house would never deceive you. This pill has been personally appraised by Elder Sun, and its authenticity is guaranteed. Please bid with confidence. Enough talk. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. Ji Fenjian's eyes widened in shock. Mother, this is the same poison that wretch used on me. How is it here? Zhou Haiping was also puzzled, but her mind raced to a bitter conclusion that wretch had given the formula to an outsider rather than her own family. What a traitorous wretch. She was determined to get her hands on the formula when they returned. And she was certain the wench had more than just this one. 55,000 spirit stones. The bidding grew fierce. Ji Jiang's eyes narrowed with delight. She hadn't expected such high demand for this pill. Thinking of the stockpile in her space, she was overjoyed. This was a gold mine. Before long, the old man announced the end of the auction. The crowd dispersed, some pleased, others disgruntled. But none were more frustrated than Ji Fengyin and Zhou Haiping, who had been inexplicably targeted without knowing their adversary. Grandfather, that girl who stood up to Ji Fengyin was so interesting. I'd love to meet her someday. When Longting grinned, examining the spirit dissolving pill in her hand. I was thinking the same thing. How is it that such a bold and clever girl wasn't born into our Wen family? Wen Chao mused with a sigh. Grandfather, are you really that disappointed in me? When Longting pouted, her big eyes filled with grievance. You little brat. If you were as obedient as your sister, I'd live decades longer. Wen Chao scolded. You old fossil. If you worried less about me, you'd live 100 years longer. When Longting stuck her tongue out at him. You little wretch. Wen Chao led her out of the room, scolding her as they went, but his eyes were filled with affection. Ji Jiang watched the crowd disperse below, when suddenly, she caught a familiar figure. Jun Lingyu frowned, seeming to sense her gaze, and turned a probing look towards where Ji Jiang had just been. Ji Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for her quick dodge. It was still not the right time to reveal herself. Miss Feng, the Ganoderma and Spirit Transformation Pill sold for a total of 1,350,000 spirit stones. According to our auction house's rules, we take a commission of 130,000 spirit stones. The remaining spirit stones have been deposited into the Caillou auction house crystal card. With this card you can withdraw spirit stones at any money house. At that moment, Elder Sun arrived at the private room, getting straight to the point with reverence. Ji Jiang took the crystal card. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Sun. However, I would like to withdraw all the spirit stones from the card. Could you assist me with that? Miss Feng, carrying such a large amount of spirit stones might be inconvenient, Elder Sun said, puzzled by the young girl's request. Just do as I ask, Elder Sun. I have my own plans for the spirit stones. Ji Jiang didn't bother to conceal her intentions. Storage pouches were common in this world, so there was no need to arouse suspicion. Very well. Elder Sun, being perceptive, didn't ask further questions. Before long he returned holding a storage pouch. Miss Feng, I've placed all your spirit stones in this storage pouch. Consider the pouch a gift from me. Elder Sun handed over the storage pouch. Thank you, Elder Sun. This bottle of spirit transformation pills and body restoration pills is my gift to you in return. Body restoration pills. Elder Sun was puzzled again. He had never even heard of the pills this young girl concocted. Seeing his confusion, Ji Jiang explained. If I'm not mistaken, Elder Sun, you've been nursing an internal injury for about 2 years now. These body restoration pills have a certain healing effect on internal injuries, and are also quite effective for external wounds. Elder son was shocked. She could even tell he had an internal injury. This young girl truly had skill. But why couldn't he sense any spiritual energy fluctuation from her? Could her spiritual power be higher than his? Then I son must thank Miss Feng. Your choice to use our Caillou auction house is our honor. This is the token of our Caillou auction house. From now on, whether buying or selling at any Caillou auction house on the Tsangming continent, you will enjoy the highest level of treatment. Elder son produced a token and handed it to Ji Juing. She accepted it without hesitation, then took her leave. A man dressed in dark cyan robes entered the room. Young master, this girl does have some skill, even seeing my internal injury. But although the spirit transformation pills and body restoration pills are novel, is it necessary to give her the high-level token? Elder son asked, puzzled. As far as he knew, those who held the high-level token of Caillou could be counted on one hand. The pills are not worth it, but this person absolutely, the man said, looking with keen interest in the direction Ji Juing had gone. By the time Ji Juing returned to Liha courtyard, the sun was nearly setting. Qingling and Steward Zhang were busy preparing dinner. Miss, you're back. Dinner is almost ready, Qingling said, setting down her work and rushing over. How are your injuries? Seeing her mistress so concerned made Qingling incredibly happy. Thanks to the medicine you gave me, miss, I'm almost fully recovered. Although Qingling didn't know where her mistress had gotten the medicine, she didn't pry. Ji Juing was about to say something when she suddenly heard footsteps. She waved Qingling away and leaned casually against the pear tree, feigning leisure. Soon Xian, the maidservant of Aunt Zhou, arrived in the courtyard. Eldest miss, the master requests your presence in the front hall. Although Xian addressed her as eldest miss, there was not a trace of respect on her face, as if even speaking to Ji Juing would tarnish her status as a spirit practitioner. Slap. Xian's eyes flew wide open. She hadn't even seen Ji Juing move before a solid slap landed on her face. How dare you waste hit me? Do you know who I? Before Xian could finish, slap. 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 More slaps rained down on her face. Xian's skin was already fair, and now it was flushed red. Combined with her aggrieved expression, the sight was almost comical. Even Qingling couldn't help but cover her mouth to stifle a laugh. Since I've already hit you, asking if I dare is rather redundant, don't you think? Ji Juing turned and sat down on the wicker chair, leisurely sipping her tea. After finishing a cup of tea, Ji Juing finally looked up at Xian and said coolly, next time you show disrespect to this miss, it won't be just a few slaps. Xian met Ji Juing's icy gaze and felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Despite Ji Juing having no spiritual power at all, her imposing aura was enough. Xian fell to her knees with a thud. This servant knows her mistake. Please, eldest miss, proceed to the front hall. Ji Juing understood that in such grand households, when a mistress was out of favor, it was common for servants to bully their masters. Xiaoyu and Xian were prime examples. By putting them in their place today, Ji Juing intended to teach them the distinction between superior and inferior, and also to show those who often bullied her that Ji Juing was no longer the timid and weak person she once was. Lead the way. Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Ji Juing's words. At this moment, the front hall was filled with a warm and harmonious atmosphere. 4 people were seated around the dining table, chatting and laughing as they ate. The 4 were her nominal grandmother, her so-called father, Ji Qinyuan's second aunt, Zhou Haiping, and second sister, Ji Fengyan. This was the scene that greeted Ji Juing as she entered. She cursed inwardly, damn it. I haven't even had my dinner yet, and they call me here. What's this about? Are they just trying to spite me? She recalled that the last time the original owner had been to the front hall was when she was 5 years old. The 4 of them looked up and saw Ji Juing. Ignoring them, she casually found a seat and sat down, looking utterly unperturbed. She picked up a pastry from the table with her delicate hand and began to eat without a care. Father, what is it that you called me here for? Ji Juing asked calmly before any of them could speak. Outrageous. Is that the attitude you use to speak to me? Ji Qinyuan slammed his hand on the peachwood table, the chopsticks in his hand turning to ash. He appeared to be nearly 40, still clad in his court attire. The dark purple robe accentuated his graceful figure with a red jade stone set in his belt and a jade crown holding his hair. It was clear he had been a handsome man in his youth. He looked at Ji Juing with a momentary lapse of focus, perhaps because he hadn't seen her in so long. At 14, Ji Juing was already a graceful young woman. Aside from being thin, her features bore a striking resemblance to her mother's, the woman he both loved and hated. Snapping back to reality, he seemed to recall something else, and his gaze at Ji Juing held not a hint of affection, as if she were a stain on his life. Ji Juing watched his expression shift, her clear eyes betraying no emotion, though she found it somewhat amusing. She didn't rise from her seat, but spoke with a slight pause in her tone, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Daughter's mother is not by her side, so no one has ever taught me any manners. In short, if I am so ill-mannered, it is because you as my father have failed in your duty, and yet you have the audacity. You, Ji Qinyuan, was momentarily rendered speechless. Was this the timid, cowardly daughter he knew? Concubine Zhou rose, gently tugging at Ji Qinyuan's sleeve as a soft reminder, her gaze warm upon him. The nudge brought Ji Qinyuan back to the purpose of summoning Ji. Though she held the title of concubine, all in the general's household knew that aside from the old madam, she was the true power. The servants had long regarded her as the de facto Watching Ji Qinyuan don the mask of a doting father inquiring about her daily life, a trace of derision curled at the corner of Ji Juing's lips. Only after he had exhausted his pretense of concern did Ji Qinyuan broach the true subject. "Jior, that spirit-dissolving pill you used this morning. Which eminent figure bestowed it upon you? What is your connection to this person? Why gift you such a pill? Or perhaps you struck some bargain with them?" Ji Fengjian's face turned green with fury at these words. She, a dignified spirit master, had been bested by a good-for-nothing. Ji Qinyuan was certain a waste like her couldn't possibly refine pills, while concubine Zhou eyed Ji Juing with naked avarice. Were they to extract the formula from her, the Ji family's fortunes would soar. Alchemists were a rare commodity in the Zhongyue kingdom, and a pill formula was an invaluable treasure. A single high-grade alchemist in the family would undeniably elevate their standing throughout the realm. Concubine Zhou harbored her own ambitions. Her children were exceptionally gifted, her son, an alchemist himself. Obtaining those formulas would greatly pave their path. With her husband as the awe-inspiring general, and her children so brilliant, they would be feted and fawned upon by countless. The thought nearly brought a smile of glee to concubine Zhou's face. "Father, I refined that spirit-dissolving pill myself." Ji Juing stated, her face a mask of earnestness directed at Ji Qinyuan. Yet beneath the seeming sincerity her eyes held undisguised contempt. "Ha ha ha." Ji Fengyan laughed, so hard tears nearly sprang forth. "You? A waste like you dares claim to know alchemy? How utterly ridiculous." Though a veil obscured her face, her sneer was unmistakable. "My dear sister, do you not realize an alchemist must possess dual spiritual roots of both wood and fire? Do you have any idea how scarce alchemists are in the Zhongyue kingdom? How rare it is to possess both wood and fire spiritual roots? Sister, has being a good-for-nothing for so long addled your brain? If you're an alchemist, then I'm a celestial goddess." Ji Fengyan taunted relentlessly. Some servants cast sympathetic glances at Ji Juing. The eldest miss was pitiable, it was bad enough, she was useless, but now she had taken to raving madness. Seeing the entire room stare at her, as if she were an idiot, Ji Juing could only sigh in resignation. She had told them the truth, if they refused to believe it, so Ji Qinyuan, upon hearing her answer, felt as if had just heard the world's greatest joke. He was both angry and amused. Did he not know his own daughter's capabilities? He let out a disdainful cold snort. "If you're an alchemist, I'll chop off my own head for you to kick around." Ji Juing gave her cheap father an appraising look. While he wasn't hard on the eyes, she wasn't depraved enough to use a human head as a football. She rolled her eyes in disgust. "You? Humph." Ji Qinyuan, seeing her unvarnished eye roll, felt foolish for even attempting to pry useful information from this impossible girl. Concubine Zhou, however, grew anxious. If she couldn't extract those formulas, her beautiful dream would shatter. No, that wouldn't do. She stood abruptly and approached Ji Juing with a beaming smile, taking her hand with feigned affection. "Jior, I've watched you grow up. This matter of the spirit-dissolving pill concerns the future glory of our Ji household. You mustn't trust outsiders lightly. In short, whether you are an alchemist or not, that formula must never fall into another's hands. Moreover, if the third prince learned that Ji Juing possessed the formula, or had an alchemist backing her, he would surely never break off their engagement." Indeed, she had always indulged her own children in bullying the original owner of this body, even allowing the servants to do so. A cold sneer flickered in Ji Juing's eyes as she nonchalantly withdrew her hand. "Annie, what are you saying? As a member of the Ji family, of course I would act in our family's best interest. How could I be so easily swayed by outsiders?" "It's good that you think that way, Jior. However, without the spiritual roots, the formula is useless to you. It would only bring you discrimination and danger. Wouldn't that be a disservice to your late mother? Better to let your father keep it safe for you. What do you think?" Concubine Zhou coaxed softly, as if she truly had Ji Juing's best interests at heart. So that was their game. They were convinced the formula was a legacy from her mother. Whatever. They wouldn't believe her anyway. Let them think what they wanted. "What formula? I told you I refined the pill myself. Since you won't believe me." Ji Juing drawled lazily. The entire room was now convinced she had lost her mind. Concubine Zhou's face flickered with impatience, but before she could speak, a voice cut through the air. "Enough. Why are you demanding a formula from a raving lunatic? Have you all lost your minds along with her? This is utter nonsense." An elegant old woman of over 50 seated in the place of honor spoke. Though called the old madam, her hair was not yet white. Yet to assert her authority in the Ji household, she always maintained the air of an elder. Her heavy ornate makeup, meant to convey wealth and gravitas, only aged her further. This was her so-called grandmother. The old madam had never favored Ji Juing's mysterious mother Feng Lan, and by extension, held little love for the daughter she bore. "Since I'm not needed here, I'll take my leave." Ji Juing rose and headed for the door. Ji Qinyuan and concubine Zhou watched her go, their hearts filled with resentment, yet they dared not defy the old madam. Could they have been wrong? Then where did she get the spirit-dissolving pill she used on Yenner this morning? "Stop. Regardless of where you got that pill, you injured Yenner's face this morning. You are hereby confined to your Liha courtyard for a month to reflect on your actions." The old madam doted on Ji Fengyan. She didn't even spare Ji Juing a glance as she spoke again. Ji Qinyuan offered no objection. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He even blamed Ji Jiang pointing at her by the door. Get back to your courtyard this instant. Stop loitering here and being an eyesore. Father, I hope you never live to Ji Jiang retorted with cool derision, ignoring them all as she strode out. Regret. Of course I regret. I regret having a useless daughter like you who has brought shame to the Ji family. As he thought of her mother, that beautiful addictive poison that drove him irresistibly to madness. Yet he also hated her pride, her stubbornness, and why her eyes could never see him. Useless. Madwoman. Humph. One day she would break free from her cocoon and become a butterfly, slapping those people's faces hard. Ji Jiang had never expected this world to be so starved for alchemists. The more elusive the truth, the more it seemed false. The more openly and generously she admitted to being an alchemist, the less anyone would believe her. At that moment the gray sky was swept by waves of chilling air, scattering snowflakes that drifted down in abundance. Snow settled on Ji Jiang's shoulders and hairpins, her cheeks and nose turning slightly red from the cold, and she couldn't help but quicken her pace. After dinner, Ji Jiang returned to her room, closed all doors and windows, and immediately entered the space. Ji Jiang walked to the herb garden and poured out all the spirit stones she had obtained today. As the spiritual energy gathered, the space vortex became visibly denser in color, and the entire space eagerly absorbed the qi. Even the once dry pool suddenly gushed forth spring water. Ji Jiang approached the pool, looking left and right, but failing to discern any mystery. She picked up a ladle and drank a few mouthfuls of the spring water. It was sweet and refreshing, and after drinking it her body felt warm and comfortable. Could it be spirit spring? Ji Jiang dared not drink too much, fearing her body could not withstand it. In her past life, she had intended to use this pool to store water for watering herbs, but despite all her efforts it had never yielded a single drop. Now in this strange world, it had suddenly gushed forth water. Was this fate? It didn't matter as long as there was water. She looked around again and entered her villa, where a book seemed to have materialized, suspended in the middle of the space. The Tianju spectrum. What was that? Just as Ji Jiang was puzzled, a voice tinged with roguishness came. Tisk tiske. What a foolish woman. Who? Ji Jiang immediately became alert, her eyes scanning the surroundings, yet she found nothing. The voice laughed again with a childish tone. Don't waste your effort. You can't see me now. I'm right in front of you, inside the Tianju spectrum. Ji Jiang couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. So what exactly are you? And what is the Tianju spectrum? I am, of course, the all-powerful, all-knowing Lord Xiahua, the guardian beast of the Yundai dreamland. As for the Tianju spectrum, it is an ancient divine artifact that has been passed down from the chaos of the primordial era. It's extremely powerful. Oh, are you sure you're not exaggerating to fool me? Ji Jiang approached the Tianju spectrum. Xiahua, hearing that this foolish woman dared to doubt him, puffed up his cheeks in anger. If he could manifest now, his claws would have been swinging wildly at Ji Jiang. Humph. Ancient divine artifacts have always grown stronger with their wielder. Do you know what the Yundai dreamland signifies? The stronger your power, the more functions of the Yundai dreamland are unlocked. Do you know how many peerless cultivation techniques are within the Yundai dreamland? Do you know how many miraculous pill formulas and methods for forging divine weapons it contains? You, a chicken with not a shred of spiritual power, an ignorant woman who has never seen the world. Xiahua roared in fury. Why did the master have to choose this foolish human to inherit the Yundai dreamland? The barrage of do-you-knows left Ji Jiang dizzy. Oh, so since I have no spiritual power at all right now, nothing is useful to me for the time being. Of course not. Xiahua explained earnestly in his childish voice. Although you have no spiritual power, now you use the spiritual energy from the spirit stones to activate the Yundai dreamland, which is why the spirit spring and the Tianju spectrum appeared. For now, without a spiritual root, drinking the spirit spring will only strengthen your body. Once you have a root and can cultivate it, can replenish your spiritual energy and has healing properties. Using it for alchemy will double the effect. As for the Tianju spectrum, if you want to refine any technique or pill, just think of it with your mind and it will appear in your thoughts. Of course, you can also ask. Zihuo's smug tone sounded again. Since you know everything, do you know how to remove the seal on me? That man this morning had said he would help her remove it, but there was no such thing as a free lunch. If she could handle it herself, it was better not to owe anyone a favor. But Ji Jiang was destined to be disappointed. This lord cannot help you with that now. In my prime, breaking a mere seal would have been child's play. However, there is another way. Find the one who placed the seal to remove it. Another method is for the one breaking the seal to be at a higher level than the one who placed it. Though a bit disappointed, Ji Jiang knew she had already gained a great advantage by possessing such divine artifacts. She didn't want to dwell on it. In this world where strength was everything, nothing was more important than cultivation. With a shrug, the scene shifted and Ji Jiang was back in her room. She opened the window and a cold wind greeted her. The snow outside had stopped. In the shadows, Gong Mingyue, who had arrived early, was somewhat surprised. He was certain that he had sensed no trace of her aura just now, yet she had suddenly appeared in the room out of thin air. He thought to himself, this girl has quite a few secrets. Gazing at the wall ahead, Ji Jiang recalled the powerful, seductive youth from this morning. Turning around, she found a face enlarged before her. thin lips, a high nose, and his beautiful eyes with a profound glint unabashedly piercing into her gaze full of inquiry, as if to see into the deepest recesses of her heart. What a piercing gaze. Ji Jiuying was startled, and immediately pushed the person away, stepping back 3 feet. Gong Mingyue let out a scoff, his fingers brushing over the windowsill that Ji Jiuying had just touched. A casual gesture, yet impossible to look away from. Ninth girl, are you waiting for this, lord? Ji Jiuying rolled her eyes at Gong Mingyue. If this guy didn't speak, he could pass for a handsome man, but once he opened his mouth, he ruined his image. Your Excellency, the Imperial Preceptor, surely you know that breaking into a private residence is against the law. Ji Jiuying's lips twitched as she spoke irritably. Against the law. Looking at her guarded expression, Gong Mingyue's deep eyes took on a hint of mockery. Ninth girl, do you know what crime it is in the Songyue Kingdom to shut the door on the Imperial Preceptor? She had only asked a legitimate question. What crime was there? Ji Jiuying thought so, but her face showed no concern. Meeting Gong Mingyue's deep gaze, she said unhurriedly. Then tell me, what crime does the Imperial Preceptor commit when he harasses a common woman? As her words fell, Gong Mingyue slowly approached Ji Jiuying. A warmth brushed her ear and a cold, low voice sounded. You are no common woman. You are this lord's— Ji Jiuying choked on her words again, her brows furrowing so deeply they formed a crease. She pushed Gong Mingyue away once more. Are you done talking? Although she was not unattractive, she possessed enough self-awareness to know that she could never be coveted by this man whom the Songyue Kingdom revered as a deity. Gong Mingyue's eyes were tender as water, carrying a hint of fondness and helplessness as he looked at her. Ungrateful girl. Final, stop teasing you. To avoid any unnecessary complications, Gong Mingyue waved his hand to cast a barrier. A compass appeared in his palm out of thin air, and he placed it before Ji Jiuying. Drop a few drops of blood in the center, then go meditate on the couch. Ji Jiuying complied. Gong Mingyue then sat opposite her, suddenly appearing somewhat restless, and simply closed his eyes to avoid looking at him. Seeing the slight tension in her eyes, the amusement in Gong Mingyue's deepened. He chanted an incantation, circulating his spiritual power. The compass spun rapidly and floated between them. He used his spiritual power to cut his finger. The compass, like a ravenous demon emerging from the depths of the earth after eons of starvation, eagerly drank in Gong. Sensing something, Ji Jiuying opened her eyes, her expression complex as she looked at Gong Mingyue. Upon closer inspection, she noticed his peerlessly beautiful face had turned pale from the expenditure of spiritual power and the loss of blood. It was clear that lifting the seal was not as simple as he had claimed. A sudden sourness welled up in Ji Jiuying's heart. To him, she was a complete stranger. Was it worth doing all this for her? To say she wasn't moved would be a lie. Her heart was a whirlwind of complex emotions. Ji Jiuying stared unwaveringly at Gong Mingyue. What if I'm still a waste after the seal is lifted? Wouldn't that be a waste of your efforts? Gong Mingyue's gaze was as deep as a pool, burning into Ji Jiuying as a smile that could charm all beings curled at the corner of his mouth. This prince would gladly do it. Ji Jiuying rolled her eyes again, the brief moment of gratitude vanishing instantly. If this were a cartoon, 3 black lines would surely be visible on her forehead. She stopped wasting words with him. As the compass absorbed more and more blood, a mist formed, swirling around Ji Jiuying. Focus your mind. Don't resist. Gong Mingyue activated the compass. Using the blood mist as a guide, it surged into the depths of Ji Jiuying's sea of consciousness. As he chanted incantations she could not understand. As time passed, Gong Mingyue's face grew paler, while sweat beaded and dripped increasingly from Ji Jiuying's forehead. Her head throbbed with excruciating pain. Though she had anticipated the agony, it still racked her body with spasms, leaving her utterly powerless. She felt as if she were sinking into a vast, boundless ocean. At a certain moment, it was as if she were jolted awake from an endless nightmare. She wanted to scream, but just then her entire skin felt as if it were plunged into boiling water. Ji Jiuying's consciousness began to blur, and she slipped into a semi-conscious state. A beam of red light burst forth from her sea of consciousness, and the seal that had been binding her spiritual root vanished along with it. Despite the barrier, Gong Mingyue had erected the red light, pierced through it, and shot up beyond the 9 heavens. In a distant place, a woman spat out a mouthful of blood and opened her eyes, muttering worriedly, "So the seal is finally broken." Similarly, in a great hall, a tracking formation trembled violently, startling a group of elders. One of them exclaimed excitedly, "It's the purest bloodline of our clan. 3rd and 5th brothers, all elders, activate the tracking formation immediately. We must find this wretch and bring her back to the family." Gong Mingyue was somewhat surprised, a hint of curiosity entering his eyes. 5 spiritual roots. And she even possesses an innate spiritual body. Such a physique was rare even across the entire Tsungming continent, let alone the upper plains. It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. He put away the compass, gently lifted her into his arms, and held her slender, delicate, and limp hand to protect her while she was vulnerable. A surge of rich, spiritual energy instantly filled her body, flowing through her meridians and tempering her physique. Ji Jiuying felt as comfortable as if she were resting in a mother's womb. Gong Mingyue watched her sleeping peacefully. Although it pained him, he did not want to miss the optimal window for marrow cleansing. He used his spiritual power to awaken Ji Jiuying. She opened her eyes with difficulty, her gaze as clear and pure as spring water. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Gong Mingyue staring intently at her with his phoenix eyes and realized she was lying in his arms. Ji Juing's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly scrambled up to hide her fluster. Gong Mingyue reached out and ruffled Ji Juing's hair, looking at her with amusement. Was it comfortable lying in this prince's arms just now, eh? Hey Gong Mingyue, talk properly. Keep your hands to yourself. Ji Juing shot him a glare. Couldn't this man be serious for once? The world said the Grand Preceptor was inscrutable, decisive, bloodthirsty, and indifferent to women. Looking at the Gong Mingyue before her, Ji Juing seriously doubted the authenticity of those rumors. Sensing a change in her body, Ji Juing tried to circulate her spiritual power. A sudden sharp pain shot through her dantian, and she found it impossible to gather any spiritual energy. What's going on? Am I really a waste? Ji Juing was somewhat frustrated. Silly girl, if you're a waste, then everyone on the Tsangming continent is a waste. Seeing her puzzled expression, Gong Mingyue's teasing voice sounded. After hearing his words, Ji Juing became even more confused. Gong Mingyue stopped teasing her. He produced a marrow-cleansing pill out of thin air and said in a lazy, casual tone, "Nine, eat this. He'll explain everything to you." Ji Juing took the pill and drew in a sharp breath. A marrow-cleansing pill. As the name implied, it would shatter and tear apart the entire body before healing it anew. The pain endured during this process was beyond what ordinary people could bear. But Ji Juing didn't hesitate. Without another word, she took the marrow-cleansing pill and swallowed it. As soon as the pill entered her mouth, it dissolved into a liquid that slid down her throat. Ji Juing formed hand seals and began to circulate her spiritual power, guiding the medicinal liquid through her meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels. Gong Mingyue stayed by her side, protecting her. Ji Juing's brows knitted tightly as a piercing pain slowly spread through her body. It felt like 10,000 ants biting and tearing at her flesh. As if that weren't enough, it then felt like countless bees stinging her all over. As time went on, her internal organs ached terribly. Blood seeped from her skin from the inside out, only to visibly heal and mend before her eyes. A profound, wrenching sensation of separation flooded her entire being. Her organs felt as if they were twisting. The pain of the marrow cleansing was no less than having every bone in her body broken. The long night became an agonizing ordeal, yet she tossed and turned in silent struggle, never once crying out in pain. When the intense pain finally subsided, thick toxins and impurities were expelled from her body. She was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Feeling the person in his arms gradually relax, Gong Mingyue also breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves easing. Ji Juing opened her eyes with difficulty. Her skin was as fresh as a newborn's, pure and flawless from the inside out. Her bright, clear eyes, which sparkled like stars, made her look exceptionally beautiful. With another start, she realized she was lying in his arms again. Sticky and covered in some black filth. What was this? And it stank. Ji Juing wrinkled her nose in disgust. Recalling that she had just been lying in his embrace, a blush crept across her cheeks, yet she still managed an awkward smile. With a grand wave of his hand, Gong Mingyue instantly cleansed the grime from both their bodies. Ji Juing marveled inwardly. His strength was enough to make anyone envious. Silly girl. Gong Mingyue glanced at her, shifting expressions, a hint of fondness gleaming in his eyes. Ji Juing was gradually growing accustomed to the emotions he showed her. She took a deep breath and raised her slender fingers, channeling spiritual energy once more. This time a stream of exceptionally pure spiritual energy surged from her abdomen. She activated the Hunyuan Sutra, guiding the energy through her meridians. After being refined and condensed, it flowed into her chi-si and settled in her dantian. Ji Juing let out a sigh of relief and withdrew her hands, looking at Gong Mingyue. Can you tell me the results now, eh? Gong Mingyue spun around and lounged lazily on the couch, saying with feigned nonchalance, "Little Nine, I held you all night long and my arms have gone sore." Ji Juing shot him a glare, knowing he was being deliberately difficult. Although tonight's affair was a mutual transaction, she couldn't deny that what he had done for her far exceeded the terms of their deal, and she felt a stir of gratitude. At that thought, a sense of worry crept in. How was she ever going to repay all these debts of gratitude she owed him? With a soft sigh, she reached out and began to massage his arm with gentle, measured pressure. Gazing at his breathtaking profile, she said with a helpless air, "Esteemed Grand Mentor, would you care to speak now?" Gong Mingyue wore an expression of pure bliss. But the Grand Mentor grew bolder. "Little Nine, am feeling thirsty now." Ji Juing rose and fetched him a cup of water, offering it to him. "Little Nine, my head aches now too." At this, she frowned slightly, signaling her displeasure, but she complied nonetheless. "Little Nine, a bit more pressure." Ji Juing pressed harder. A little lower. Her fingers moved down a few inches. "Ouch. Too hard, too hard. Ease up, Little Nine. Are you trying to do away with your dear husband?" Gong Mingyue commanded her with an air of entitlement. Dear husband indeed. This man was truly overstepping his bounds. Ji Juing stood up, her voice tinged with irritation. "Hey Gong Mingyue, let's talk properly. You are the most revered Grand Mentor of the Tsangming Kingdom, the most powerful being around. A mere wave of your hand sends tremors through the entire capital. Can't you see how childish you're being? Aren't you afraid of ruining your image as the ideal man? Hearing this, Gong Mingyue was thoroughly pleased, a look of sudden realization dawning on him. So am your ideal man, little nine. You're so thick-skinned. Has anyone ever told you how conceited you are? Ji Jiang scoffed, refusing to agree with him. He suddenly leaned, and his gaze meeting hers, a playful smile, curving his lips. If I weren't so thick-skinned, how would I ever win over my lady? Ji Jiang frowned, subtly stepping back. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. If he pushed any further, this little wildcat might actually get angry. Innate spiritual body, 5 spirit roots. After speaking, Gong Mingyue's deep gaze settled upon her. The world called her a waste. If she were, what would that make? An innate spiritual body with 5 spirit roots meant she possessed all elemental affinities. Cultivating any one element would elevate the others in tandem, making her cultivation speed several times faster than those with ordinary roots. Her potential far surpassed the norm, and even heavenly tribulations would pay special attention to such a cultivator. Ji Jiang recalled the knowledge within her mind, fully understanding its significance. In the Tsangyue Kingdom's genius rankings, the most exceptional talents only boasted 3 spirit roots, but she possessed all 5, and was an innate spiritual body to boot. Not once in the history of the Tsangyue Kingdom, or even the entire Tsangming continent, had such a spiritual master ever appeared. Even the usually unflappable Ji Jiang couldn't contain her excitement. A surge of elation that threatened to overwhelm her completely. She was no waste. Ji Jiang was an allurement spiritual master who would crush every genius in her path. Mindful of the other person in the room, she took a deep breath, but a barely perceptible smile still tugged at the corners of her lips, her dimples faintly showing. She looked absolutely radiant. Gong Mingyue watched her, his eyes brimming with even deeper affection. He had truly struck gold. He needed to win this girl over quickly. He was already growing impatient. Don't celebrate just yet. Cultivating with 5 spirit roots is far more arduous than with ordinary roots, and it demands a much higher level of spiritual techniques and mental cultivation. However, Gong Mingyue continued, if you wish to grow stronger, remaining confined within the walls of the Ji family won't get you very far. Then where else could I go? Ji Jiang wasn't worried about finding a suitable spiritual cultivation method. She recalled the words of the evil Fire Lord. The celestial punishment record within the Cloud Dream Butterfly realm was sure to contain an abundance of techniques, so she had no fears about finding one that suited her. But even if she acquired such a method, she needed a plausible explanation for her newfound abilities. Otherwise, mysteriously gaining a host of skills would inevitably raise suspicion. The Star Academy, Heavenly Gate Mountain, or the Limitless Sect are all viable options. However, I suggest you start with the Star Academy. They'll be recruiting next month, right after the Genius Tournament concludes. Gong Mingyue subtly observed her expression, hoping she wouldn't refuse in a fit of pique. Ji Jiang listened attentively, then asked with feigned seriousness, how many slots does the Star Academy have for enrollment? 5. 5. She had only just begun her cultivation journey, and at least tens of thousands would be vying for a spot in the tournament. Standing out among that crowd was no easy feat. But cultivation was best honed through practical combat, and the Star Academy was indeed her optimal choice. It would allow her to grow stronger without raising any eyebrows. She recalled a magical beast forest located about 100 li from the capital. It was a small forest within the Tsangyue Kingdom, but despite its size, it housed countless species of magical beasts. The outer reaches were mostly populated by low-level beasts, with their strength increasing deeper into the forest. It was a prime training ground for cultivators in the capital. Those of lower strength would often venture into the forest to train, capturing low-level beasts to sell their cores. The bolder ones would dare to enter the inner circle, capturing high-level beasts to keep as spirit pets. Suddenly a plan formed in Ji Jiang's mind. Then, struck by a thought, she picked up a brush from the desk, frowning at it. Though she came from an ancient martial arts family, she had never been fond of writing with a brush. This is exasperating. Ji Jiang attempted to write a few characters, but quickly tossed the brush aside and tore up the paper she had written on. Her handwriting was as squiggly as a loach, so unsightly that she couldn't bear to look at it. Ji Jiang stole a glance at Gong Mingyue, only to find him turned away, gazing out the window. With a flash of inspiration, a beautiful fountain pen materialized in her hand. Little did she know all of this was observed by Gong Mingyue, the slight upturn of his lips betraying his current amusement. Before long, Ji Jiang handed the prescription to Gong Mingyue, saying, "Here, Your Excellency, the Grand Mentor. The crimson spirit fungus and frostbite bloom on this prescription are exceedingly rare, and they grow in opposing environments. The fungus within molten earth, fire, the bloom upon sandy rolled ice. They are difficult to transplant or preserve. I trust the other ingredients won't pose a challenge for you. Also, it would be best to gather the ingredients as soon as possible. The antidote pills I gave you will only suppress the poison for 2 months. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best to conserve your spiritual energy." Gong Mingyue accepted the prescription, his gaze falling upon the elegant handwriting. He was momentarily stunned. Such beautiful script, yet clearly not written with a brush. He didn't inquire further, simply tucking the prescription into his sleeve. "Is Jiuer concerned for me?" Gong Mingyue's eyes arched with a teasing smile. "If you have nothing else, Grand Mentor, please take your leave and return once you've found the herbs. No wonder it hasn't rained lately. This guy has me speechless," Ji Jiang muttered inwardly. "Ungrateful girl." As he spoke, a hexagonal rosewood box materialized in Gong Mingyue's hand. He opened it, revealing a bracelet carved with fire patterns and a phoenix motif. The fiery red gemstone resembled the creature's eye, appearing lifelike under the moonlight. Seizing the moment Ji Jiang was distracted, Gong Mingyue swiftly grabbed her hand and slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. "Hey Gong Mingyue, have you lost your mind? Why want to come off?" Startled by his actions, Ji Jiang stared at the bracelet on her wrist in confusion. This is the Phoenix Frost bracelet. Wearing it can conceal your innate spiritual physique and cultivation level, and it can also serve as a storage space. Gong Mingyue explained. "It can even hide my cultivation level. This is a perfect tool for playing the fool to catch the wise." With this bracelet, things would indeed be more convenient. She could access items from her space in front of others without raising suspicion. She had always thought that only when revealing the colors and beams of light, representing her power level at specific moments, could others see her true strength. Given her current situation, it truly wasn't suitable to expose herself. The thought of her cultivation being laid bare before others made Ji Jiang feel as exposed as if she were, without clothes, utterly uncomfortable. "I see." Ji Jiang wore a look of understanding. "Wait a moment. This means I now owe him another favor. How am I ever going to repay this?" Gong Mingyue gazed at her with fondness, watching her expression shift between sorrow and joy, the amusement in his eyes deepening. "Then consider it a loan from you," Ji Jiang said earnestly, as if afraid he wouldn't believe her. Gong Mingyue reached out and ruffled her hair, speaking with a possessive, lingering tone. "This prince never takes back what he gives. I shall come to see you again in a few days." Before Ji Jiang could respond, his figure vanished in an instant, his unique scent dissipating along with his departure. Nevertheless, Ji Jiang noticed a hint of pallor on his strikingly handsome face. All of this was because of her. Ji Jiang gently stroked the fire-patterned Phoenix Frost bracelet. Gong Mingyue had given her a whirlwind of emotions surging within her. After he left, she once again entered the cloud butterfly dreamscape. For a cultivator, every second was precious. Upon the seal being lifted, she sensed the presence of spiritual energy. It surged into her body like a tidal wave, making her feel weightless and ethereal. Spiritual energy truly is a wonderful thing. Ji Jiang smiled, her lips curving upwards. Approaching the celestial punishment ledger, she wondered, "I wonder which cultivation method suits me." "Silly woman, you can't cultivate right now. Wait, your seal is lifted, and you possess an innate spiritual physique. Not only an innate spiritual physique, but you even have all 5 spiritual roots." A childish, squeaky voice chimed in again. Ji Jiang had always disliked having her privacy exposed at all times, so she habitually shielded the space when leaving it. This had left Xiahua oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world. This lord finally understands why the cloud butterfly dreamscape chose you as its master. Xiahua suddenly comprehended, and his attitude towards Ji Jiang shifted noticeably. "Didn't you say this thing could shield me? Or was I deceived by that man?" Ji Jiang stared at the Phoenix Frost bracelet in confusion. Where did you get that bracelet?" If not for his inability to manifest physically, Xiahua would have jumped out of his skin. "What's wrong with the bracelet?" Ji Jiang was puzzled again. "Nothing. The bracelet can indeed shield your physique and cultivation level, but the cloud butterfly dreamscape is one with you, so I can see through it." What had happened while the space was shielded? This low-level continent shouldn't possibly possess such a high-ear divine artifact. Who gave it to her, and for what purpose? Xiahua chose to answer selectively. "Since you can cultivate now, use your divine sense to open the celestial punishment ledger. It will provide you with a cultivation method suitable." "The Imperial Spirit Art. It's actually the Imperial Spirit Art." Xiahua was once again astounded. But then again, only someone with her physique would be qualified to cultivate this technique. This art tempers the spiritual power and consists of 9 layers. Upon reaching the 9th layer, even if the physical body perishes, the soul remains indestructible and eternal. Consequently, it was exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Even the previous owner of the cloud butterfly dreamscape had never reached the 9th layer. Ji Jiang found a spot to sit down and began cultivating, absorbing spiritual energy according to the method she remembered. The cultivation was indeed extremely challenging. She recited the incantation, "Imperial Heaven Spirit Art, from Chaos Prime, from the dawn of all things obey me, from Chi transform through the 9 heavens." In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire Tsengyue kingdom surged wildly towards her room, entering her meridians and flowing into her dantian. As she absorbed more and more spiritual energy at an accelerating pace, Ji Jiang clearly saw a faint red glow within her dantian. It was the symbol of her fire's spiritual root. Although the red glow was weak, Ji Jiang was overjoyed. As time passed, other colors gradually appeared within her dantian as well. But unlike the red light, these other colors didn't strengthen and grow. Noticing this, Ji Jiang snapped her eyes open. After ceasing her absorption, Ji Jiang noticed that spiritual energy was no longer automatically entering her body. "What's going on? I have all spiritual roots, so why did only my fire root absorb energy just now, while the others remained so weak?" Ji Jiang asked in confusion. "Haste makes waste. Your cultivation has only just begun. It's impossible to cultivate all your spiritual roots at once. You must first stabilize one root before moving on to the next. Understand. Xiahua let out a yawn, his lazy voice echoing. I understand. Ji Juing blinked her eyes. Since the fire spiritual root was the first to awaken, she decided to cultivate it. The evil flame, seeing that Ji Juing truly understood, glanced at her before returning to its slumber. In the days that followed, Ji Juing never rested, dedicating herself entirely to cultivation. Back at the imperial tutor's residence, Gong Mingyue observed this unusual phenomenon with a single all-encompassing glance, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Who is so heaven-defying? They're draining all the spiritual energy from the Zhangyue kingdom. Master, shall I investigate? In Han, one of Gong Mingyue's guards, exclaimed in astonishment. Are you that idle? Gong Mingyue asked, his voice cold. No. In Han quickly interjected, fearing that one displeased look from his master would send him back to the 10,000 pits for training, a place no human should endure. Ingyu stood by with a stern face, but couldn't quite hide the amusement in his eyes. In Han, seeing his smugness, gritted his teeth and shot him a glare. Ingyu, not one to back down, glared. Right, Master, not long ago you from the Heavenly Secrets Palace came to visit. In Han, investigate the late wife of Ji Qinyuan. Ingyu, go to General Jis residence and secretly protect the eldest Miss Ji. Do not reveal yourself unless there's a critical situation. With that, he left without waiting for a reply, leaving In Han and Ingyu standing there utterly bewildered. In Han, did you hear what Master just said? Ingyu, you heard right. Our master, who's never been close to women, just asked you to protect a girl. And isn't the eldest miss of the Ji family a waste? What could he possibly? Go to the monster beast forest and capture 100 high-level spirit beast cores each. Have them to me before dawn. A ethereal voice echoed. In Han and Ingyu exchanged a look of despair. 100 high-level spirit beasts. That would surely exhaust them. On the verge of tears, they silently vowed never to gossip about their master's affairs again. Yes, your orders will be carried out. The two vanished from the spot in an instant. The next day, the morning sun began to rise. Ji Juing ceased her cultivation, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and circulated the spiritual energy within her. A brilliant light flickered in her pitch-black eyes, and a faint smile curved her lips. A spirit master of the 8th star. In a single night, she had reached the rank of spirit master, a feat that took others over a decade to achieve. She had done it in just what Ji Juing didn't realize was that her cultivation had drawn in all the spiritual energy from the entire Zhangyue kingdom. Ji Fengyan had reached the 3rd star of the Spirit General rank at 12, the only woman to break into the top 5 of the Genius rankings, placing 5th in the Zhangyue kingdom. Yet, Ji Juing had reached the 8th star of the Spirit Master rank in a single night. That so-called genius didn't seem so remarkable after all. A scream of agony echoed from the Qinglan courtyard. Miss Xiao Tao entered, and upon seeing Ji Fengyan's face was so startled that the washbasin in her hands clattered to the ground. She immediately knelt down. Worthless slave, what are you screaming about this early? Ji Fengyan, startled, was in a foul mood. Miss, your face. Xiao Tao stammered. Hearing this, Ji Fengyan picked up a bronze mirror. What's happening? Why does my face look like this? Ji Fengyan's face was covered in dense red spots, each containing a blister. Some of the blisters had burst, oozing pus. The sight was so repulsive that even she felt nauseous. With a sharp crack, she hurled the bronze mirror to the ground. A sudden thought struck her, and she retrieved a detoxification pill her brother had refined from her spatial ring and swallowed it. After a moment, her face remained unchanged. It was clear the pill was ineffective. What are you standing there like a fool for? Go fetch Physician Wang immediately. Ji Fengyan shrieked in a frenzy. At once, miss. Xiao Tao fled the room, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. She knew her second mistemper all too well. Angering her would only bring suffering upon the servants. Ji Juing, it must be that bitch. It'll kill you. Soon Physician Wang arrived at the Qinglan courtyard. The weary look on his face suggested he had been roused from bed and brought here immediately. Physician Wang took her pulse, his brow furrowing in concentration. He tried again and again, examining her repeatedly. Seeing his expression, Ji Fengyan felt a sense of dread. What is it, Physician Wang? Is my face poisoned? Physician Wang finally released her wrist. Second miss, your pulse is normal, and it doesn't seem like poisoning. I'm afraid my skills are insufficient to determine the cause of your condition. Physician Wang was a fairly renowned healer in the capital. If even he couldn't find the cause, Ji Fengyan's heart sank. If only the young master were here, he would surely be able to identify the cause and refine an antidote for you. Physician Wang sighed. But she didn't know when her brother would return, and Ji Fengyan couldn't wait any longer. The only option now was at the Liha courtyard. Soon Qingling brought in the breakfast. She froze in place, staring at the plain white clothes Ji Juing was wearing. Although the clothes were a bit old today, her miss gave her the impression of a noble pure lotus, exuding an elusive sense of majesty. She felt as though her miss had changed, yet she couldn't quite pinpoint how. Noticing Qingling's unwavering stare, Ji Juing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Ancient clothing wasn't as convenient as modern attire. It had taken her a long time to figure out how to put it on. Could she have gotten it wrong? Qingling, is there something wrong? Ji Juing glanced down at her clothes. Snapped back to reality by the question, Qingling quickly replied, no miss. It's just that Qingling was struck by your beauty. I think you look especially lovely today. Ji Jiuying was taken aback, then a look of realization dawned on her face. She smiled and said, "You little rascal, did you have honey for breakfast? You certainly know how to flatter." "Well, it's only because you're naturally beautiful, miss," Qingling said with a laugh as she set out the dishes. Ji Jiuying looked at the food. It was much better than before. After the lesson with Xiao Yu, those people surely wouldn't dare to shortchange their provisions again. Ji Jiuying was about to set down her chopsticks when her ears twitched, catching the sound of subtle footsteps. Ever since she had begun cultivating her senses of sight and hearing had sharpened considerably. There were 11 people approaching. The footsteps were scattered, 6 were heavier. If she guessed correctly, it was 6 manservants, 4 maidservants, and Ji Fengyan herself. Recalling the little surprise she had added to Ji Fengyan's face the day before, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Ji Jiuying's lips, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. She rose to her feet. They had arrived earlier than she had anticipated. Ji Jiuying seated herself beneath the pear tree, the picture of unruffled composure. She raised a delicate hand, picked up a cup of tea from the stone table, gently skimmed off the floating leaves, blew on it, and then took a small sip. With a thunderous crash, the courtyard gate was kicked open. Ji Jiuying turned her head to look and saw 2 manservants standing on either side of the entrance. It was none other than these 2 who had. Her pitch-black eyes turned deep and unfathomable in an instant, like a bottomless cold pool. Her gaze icy and indifferent swept over them, sending a shiver down their spines. The 2 manservants, meeting such a look, were both struck with fear. What is going on? How could this useless young lady have such a terrifying look in her eyes? In the past, this good-for-nothing would stand aside and lower her head when she saw them, but now she sat there elegantly sipping her tea, her former cowardly and timid demeanor nowhere to be found. Her current appearance was rather like that of a proper young lady, yet still a useless one. Ji Jiuying, you little wench, hand over the antidote. Ji Fengyan arrived at the door with a face full of fury. Although she wore a veil, Ji Jiuying could already imagine the expression on her face at this moment. Ji Fengyan had yet to notice any change in Ji Jiuying. Hearing this, a glint of sharp light flashed through Ji Jiuying's dark, profound eyes. She looked at Ji Fengyan, curled her lips into a smile, and said, "Dear sister, what are you talking about? How could someone like me who cannot cultivate nor practice alchemy possibly possess an antidote?" After all, Ji Fengyan never believed she was an alchemist. It was understandable. After being a waste for nearly a decade, suddenly claiming to be an alchemist was hardly convincing. However, whether she believed it or not mattered little to her. "Wench, I advise you to hand over the antidote. Don't think that just because you have an alchemist backing you up you can act so ungratefully. Do you think he can protect you for the rest of your life? He's only deceiving you for your pill formulas." Ji Fengyan lashed out with her cloud-piercing whip. Before Ji Jiuying could even respond, Ji Fengyan added, "Do you know what this whip is? It's a top-grade, earth-rank spirit artifact refined by Master Shangguan. The whip is covered in countless sharp barbs, and if they strike you they'll hook out your very flesh. So be smart and hand over the antidote quickly. I might go easy on you. If you don't, I won't be so lenient." Ji Fengyan was growing angry. Ji Jiuying looked at the whip in her hand, recalling the events of yesterday's auction, and found it somewhat amusing. She wondered if Ji Fengyan would be furious enough to turn green if she knew the culprit who had driven up the price was standing right in front of her. Qingling was genuinely worried for her mistress upon hearing the second miss, words only regretting that her own meager spiritual power was insufficient to protect her. "I have no antidote, but I do have a method to counteract the poison. It's actually quite simple. All you need to do is catch 10 earthworms and 10 live crickets, mash them up, and drink the juice." Ji Jiuying replied unhurriedly. Ji Fengyan was utterly enraged. "Wench, you're asking for death." She swung her cloud-piercing whip, leaping into the air and lunging towards Ji Jiuying. Having learned from her previous lesson, Ji Fengyan did not dare to get too close. Ji Jiuying pressed her toes firmly against the ground, propelling her body into a graceful leap, soaring through the air towards the door. Swiftly she snatched the sword from a nearby guard, and, "You?" Ji Fengyan stared at Ji Jiuying in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. It was only then that she truly confirmed the change in Ji Jiuying, who no longer cowered in fear as she once did, nor did she tremble and beg for mercy. Wasn't she a waste? Wasn't she the one who wouldn't even dare to speak loudly? Looking at her sharp, piercing gaze, where was any trace of the useless girl from before? How could this be? Qingling and the guards stood frozen in place, their shock no less than Ji Fengyan's. "What's the matter with me? Aren't I the waste you always spoke of? Aren't I the idiot you used to bully all day long? Ji Fengyan, are you puzzled by all this?" Ji Jiuying pursed her lips into a smile, the thin line curving into a mocking arc. "No. You clearly. How could this happen? She was supposed to be a waste, so how could she possess spiritual power? No, she wouldn't allow it." Ji Fengyan, as if struck by a fit of madness, roared hysterically. "Ji Jiuying, you are a waste. You are the waste known throughout the entire Ji Jiuying let out a cold snort. Seizing the opportune moment, she swung her arm and fiercely slashed her sword towards Ji Fengyan. Ji Fengyan also swung her cloud-piercing whip, which traced a brilliant purple arc in the air like a violet dragon swishing its tail, aimed directly at Ji Jiuying's vital points. The two weapons clashed midair. A violent collision ensued. After several exchanges, the dull, yet resounding clangs of impact exploded in the air. Ji Jueying's body shuddered, slightly retreating half a step. Watching Ji Fengyan stumble back several paces before regaining her balance, a faint smile curled at the corner of her mouth, her eyes holding a hint of contempt. So this is the so-called genius girl. Nothing more than this. Without giving Ji Fengyan a moment to catch her breath, a sharp whooshing sound pierced the air. The sword wrapped in a biting gale sliced through Ji Fengyan's arm and passed through. Up. A searing pain surging like a tidal wave engulfed Ji Fengyan. The current Ji Jueying stung her eyes. She screamed hoarsely, "It's impossible. This is impossible. Ji Jueying, why can't I see your cultivation level? What kind of evil art have you learned? You are a waste without a spiritual root. You know nothing, you dare not resist anything, you are just an idiot meant to be bullied by others." Bullied by others. Ji Jueying's gaze turned icy cold. Ji Fengyan, let me tell you this, the Ji Jueying you use to bully every single day is dead. And the Ji Jueying standing before you today is not someone you can push around. As for you, didn't you enjoy bullying me before? Today your grandmother here will show you what it means to get a taste of your own medicine. As her words fell, Ji Jueying let out a cold huff, quickly grabbed Ji Fengyan's right hand, and with a slight twist of her wrist a crisp crack sounded as she directly snapped her arm. But that wasn't enough. She tightened her grip, and with another crack the already broken arm was crushed again. Ji Fengyan was completely overwhelmed by agony, screaming and howling with abandon. The guards and maids stood frozen in place, staring at the second miss writhing on the ground in pain, yet not daring to provoke the suddenly terrifying eldest miss. They were caught in a dilemma, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Only Qing Ling's eyes sparkled with admiration. The young lady is so cool. Ji Fengyan had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Though she was a concubine's daughter, she had everything others had, and even things others didn't. Her parents doted on her and shielded her. From childhood to adulthood, she had never known hardship. Her talent was exceptional, and at a young age she had already secured a spot in the top 10 of the genius rankings. The third prince was also on good terms with her and intended to make her his princess. No one dared to bully her, no one dared to speak loudly to her, or utter a single word of criticism against her. And now she had been defeated twice in a row at the hands of this waste she had always bullied. Know who was she? She was the second miss of the general's mansion, known as the genius girl. She would not admit defeat. A shadow of malice flashed in her eyes. With her right arm broken, a murderous aura suddenly surged from Ji Fengyan. She raised her left hand, a flash of purple light flickered, and a palm strike laden with spiritual power shot straight towards Ji Jueying. It was clear she was using all her strength in an attempt to kill her. A fine layer of sweat beads formed on her forehead, and she bit her lower lip tightly with her row of... The overwhelming momentum closed in on Ji Jueying in an instant. She circulated her spiritual energy and swiftly sidestepped. Although she managed to evade most of the blast, she was still struck by a portion of the residual force, causing a trickle of blood to escape the corner of her mouth. Indeed, there remained a vast gap between a spirit master and a spirit general. Ji Fengyan was only a 2-star spirit general, but that was already commendable given that she had been Shadow Moon, lurking in the dark, had witnessed everything that transpired today. He had made full preparations for the palm strike Ji Fengyan had just delivered, but recalling his master's words he managed to restrain himself. Unexpectedly, she had given him a great surprise. The rumored waste of the Ji family's eldest daughter was no waste at all. The sight made him dare not even breathe too loudly. His master had also instructed him to protect her in secret, but with her sharp wits she hardly needed his protection. Ji Fengyan cast a cold, fierce glare at Ji Jueying, a dark glint flashing in her eyes, as she no longer concealed the hatred in her heart. Damn it! Gritting her teeth, she lifted her left hand with effort, brought it to her lips, and murmured a few incantations. A tiger covered in ice spikes as tall as an adult materialized beside Ji Fengyan. The tiger boasted dazzling crystal wings and sharp claws, its amber blue eyes fixed menacingly on Ji Jueying, bearing ferocious fangs, as if it intended to tear her apart. Ji Fengyan's contracted beast, a 5th-grade mystic ice tiger. Ji Jueying gazed at the mystic ice tiger. This was the first time she had seen a real spirit beast since arriving in this. It was truly remarkable. Not only could it fight, but it could also serve as a mount. It seemed that when she had time she too would have to venture into the demon beast forest to contract one. Mystic ice tiger, kill that wretch. Ji Fengyan's face twisted into a hideous grin, as if she could already see the mystic ice tiger shredding Ji Jueying. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the mystic ice tiger leaped charging toward Ji Jueying with incredible speed, its momentum, as if it wanted to crush her into a pulp with a single swipe. Humph, even if you've changed, Ji Jueying, what does it matter? You're destined to die by my hand. Ji Fengyan clutched her right arm and smiled. Ji Jueying pushed off the step with her foot, using the momentum to leap. After a few bounds, she vaulted over the mystic ice tiger's head, retrieved a dagger from her spatial ring, and slashed viciously down at the beast's skull. The mystic ice tiger, caught off guard, let out a roar that nearly pierced the eardrums of everyone present. Pain shot through its head. It spun around with lightning speed, its claws leaving a blur in the air. A dull thud echoed as Ji Jueying's body was sent flying backward, crashing into the pear tree behind her and spitting blood onto the ground. Ji Juing glanced around. The mystic ice tiger's earlier strike, if it had landed fully on her, would have caused far more than just a mouthful of blood. Who had helped her just now? Without time to ponder, Ji Juing grabbed a handful of revival pills and stuffed them into her mouth. With a sharp cry, her eyes turned icy cold, exuding a murderous aura of ruthless finality. Divine sky art, primordial chaos opens the beginning of the universe, all things from me. An invisible force spread like ripples of water and a violent current of air slashed straight toward the mystic ice tiger. Roar! It was a cry of unwillingness bellowed by the mystic ice tiger. No, my mystic ice tiger. Ji Fengyan, ignoring the pain in her right arm, rushed to the side of the fallen mystic ice tiger. Seeing it on the verge of death, she felt a deep pang of grief. Ji Juing also collapsed to the ground, sensing a dragon-like force within her. Spiritual energy surged through her body in tumultuous waves, washing over every meridian, each wave like a fierce tide. Now she only felt her body swelling painfully. Ji Juing's brows furrowed, slightly a hint of confusion in her eyes. Had she overexerted herself just now? Ji Fengyan's eyes were bloodshot, her body trembling with rage and grief. She raised a hand and pointed at Ji Juing. Ji Juing, you witch. Ji Fengyan, it's just a mere 5th grade spirit beast that died. Can't you take it? I thought you had no heart. Ji Juing clicked her tongue, her thin lips curling into a, I never expected you to actually feel pain sometimes. Ji Fengyan's face turned purple with fury. She was so enraged that her teeth ground together. What kind of nonsense was this woman talking? What did she mean by just a mere 5th grade spirit beast? Mere? Did she have any idea how difficult it was to contract a 5th grade spirit beast? Ji Juing actually dared to say that. She was so furious her lungs might burst. Ji Juing, I'll kill you. The only thought in Ji Fengyan's mind now was to slaughter the woman standing there so calmly. Who will kill whom remains to be seen. A cold smile curved at the corner of Ji Juing's lips like a blooming poppy. Ji Fengyan's heart sank. Her right hand was broken. Her beloved mystic ice tiger had been slain by this woman. Just how much had she changed? If the third prince learned that this waste was no longer a waste, would he? No, she absolutely could not let him find out. Just as she feared, the worst came. At that moment, a commotion suddenly arose from outside, and a gorgeously dressed man walked in slowly. The leading man appeared to be about 17, clad in an ink-black silk robe. His tall, straight figure exuded an innate nobility, making him seem unapproachable with a handsome and distinguished bearing. This man was none other than Ji Juing's fiancé, Jun Linyu. Ji Fengyan hastily tidied her veil, flustered. She absolutely could not let the third prince see her like this. Turning around, her face had transformed into one of innocent purity, her voice soft and sweet. All traces of her earlier ferocity had vanished. Yenner greets the third prince. Your humble servant Ji Juing greets the third prince. The moment Jun Linyu stepped into the courtyard, he froze. The yard was in chaos with clear signs of a struggle. Both Ji Fengyan and Ji Juing were injured, and in the middle lay a dead spirit beast, Yenner's mystic ice tiger. Could it be? Your Highness, Ji Fengyan's lilting voice called out. Jun Linyu snapped back to reality and rushed to her side. Yenner, what happened? How did you hurt your hand? With that, he produced a recovery pill and fed it to Ji Fengyan. Thank you, Your Highness, she said, casting a triumphant glance toward Ji Juing. Yenner, say no more. Jun Linyu patted her back to comfort her. Fenji summoned the ghost doctor to the Ji residence. Being able to have the ghost doctor treat her arm, and presumably the poison on her face, delighted Ji Fengyan immensely. Your Highness, yesterday my sister was confined to her room for a month by grandmother. I feared she would be lonely, so I came to keep her company. I never expected her to vent her anger on me for not defending her, and she even went mad and attacked me. I didn't want to stoop to her level after all. It started with me. But who knew my sister had learned some sorcery from somewhere and tried to kill me? The mystic ice tiger in protecting me. Ji Fengyan began to sob pitifully. Jun Linyu held her hand tenderly. Yenner, you are always so kind. Jun Linyu turned his gaze toward Ji Juing, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The Ji Juing before him today was different from the one he usually saw. Dressed in a plain white gown with features as cold as snow and an aloof demeanor, she stood there with her hands in her sleeves, no longer cowering, with her head down. Such a beauty, if only she were not a waste. A flicker of regret passed through Jun Linyu's eyes. Your Highness, it's fine even if my arm is broken. We can just catch another frost tiger. Please don't blame sister. After all, it's already pitiful enough that she can't cultivate. We can't let any more rumors spread about her. Jun Linyu remained silent, but upon hearing this, a hint of displeasure and disgust flickered in his eyes. Ji Fengyan, seeing his expression, felt her initial panic vanish without a trace. Ji Juing, so what if you're pretty now? So what if you've changed? In the eyes of the third prince, you're still that same waste. Though Ji Fengyan's words seemed to defend Ji Juing, they subtly reminded Jun Linyu that Ji Juing was not only a waste, but also a madwoman who had learned demonic arts. Qingling unconsciously tightened her grip on Ji Juing's hand, worried that her mistress would retreat to her room and wallow in sorrow, as she usually did. This second miss has gone too far. How dare she slander the young lady like this? Ji Juing patted her hand reassuringly, signaling her not to worry. Who do you think you are? How dare you call me sister? And if you two want to be lovey-dovey, can't you do it outside? You're making me sick just looking at you here. Ji Juing rolled her eyes dramatically, as if she had just witnessed something utterly filthy. A shadow of malice flickered briefly in Ji Fengjian's eyes, vanishing as quickly as it came. Tears began to stream down her face one after another, eliciting a pang of sympathy from. Seeing this, Jun Lingyu immediately pulled Ji Fengyan into his arms. The fleeting trace of admiration and regret he had felt moments ago vanished, replaced by a face full of disgust and rage. He roared, "Ji Juing, you venomous woman." Seeing this, Xiao Tao fanned the flames. "My mistress is so pitiful. Her kindness is repaid with ingratitude, and she's the one who—" Ji Fengyan, with tears welling up in her eyes, pushed Jun Lingyu away. "Your Highness' sister will be angry. After all, she is your legitimate consort." With just a few words, Ji Fengyan turned public opinion against Ji Juing, showcasing her skill as a master manipulator and highlighting just how disliked Ji Juing truly was. Her feigned innocence had deceived everyone. Jun Lingyu looked at Ji Juing with disdain, his voice laced with undisguised sarcasm. "Worthy of being my consort? Only a woman like Yenner is worthy to stand by my side. Don't even dream about it." Ji Fengyan heard exactly what she wanted to hear. Her heart soared with joy. Even the pain in her arm seemed to subside. She gazed at Jun Lingyu with affectionate eyes. "Your Highness." Ji Juing's face showed not a trace of sadness or hurt. Instead, she let out a cold laugh. "Third Prince, you sure have a high opinion of yourself. Do you think every woman wants to marry you? I truly am unworthy of you, Third Prince. After all, I wouldn't want a man with such poor eyesight. But you're right about one thing, a fool and a blind man are a perfect match. You?" Jun Lingyu felt he must be mad to have argued with her for so long. Ji Fengyan hadn't expected this reaction from Ji Juing, but she quickly recovered, pretending to be utterly indifferent to her words. "Sister, please stop angering His Highness. Just apologize to him." Ji Juing didn't even spare her a glance. She looked at Jun Lingyu, about to speak, but was cut off. "Don't look at me with those eyes. I have no interest in you." The audacity of this woman to look at him like that after angering him was utterly disgusting. Ji Juing almost laughed at his words. It truly took all kinds to make a world. "Third Prince, could you please wipe the gunk from your eyes and look again before you speak? Judging by your logic, it seems your brain is directly connected to your rectum. How pitiful. And with your ugly looks, lack of character, and that dwarf-like stature, only Ji Fengyan could stomach you." Ji Juing spoke with such seriousness that everyone present was stunned. Could the eldest miss have truly lost her mind? Mingyue, watching from the shadows, was struggling to contain her laughter. The eldest miss of the Ji family certainly had a sharp tongue. Jun Lingyu gritted his teeth. No one dared speak to him like that. "You're seeking death." He was furious. Spiritual energy surged violently around him, shocking everyone present. 5-star Spirit General. The Third Prince had been a 3-star Spirit General just a year ago, and had advanced 2 stars within a single year. It was well known that the higher the level, the harder it was to advance. He truly was a rare genius. Having enraged the Third Prince, this waste was as good as dead. The excitement in Ji Fengjian's eyes was almost impossible to contain. Was the prince finally going to kill this waste? Would she finally be able to rightfully become the Third Prince's consort? Yet Ji Juing showed no sign of tension befitting someone facing death. The spiritual energy within her swelled, an invisible force straining to burst forth. She grabbed a nearby chair and smashed it hard against the floor, picking up the longest piece of wood and holding it horizontally in front of her. At that moment, Fengji and the ghost doctor appeared beside Jun Lingyu. "Master, please don't act rashly. It will be difficult to explain to the Emperor and the Princess Dowager." Fengji's words brought Jun Lingyu back to his senses. The crowd gasped in shock, but only Ji Fengyan was seething with hatred. Damn that Fengji. Couldn't he have shown up later? Once she became the Third Prince's consort, she'd make him pay. The fury on Jun Lingyu's face subsided somewhat. "Ji Juing, don't forget that I am the Third Prince. Offending me is equivalent to offending the imperial family. You should be grateful you have such a good father." His father had never allowed him to annul the engagement, and he understood the interests and benefits involved. But as the dignified Third Prince, marrying a waste as his consort was a bitter pill he refused to swallow. Since there's nothing else, please leave my courtyard. Otherwise, if I go mad, you might just see blood." Ji Juing issued a cold dismissal. "Let's go." Jun Lingyu stared at her, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. He scooped up Ji Fengyan and addressed the figure shrouded entirely in black cloth, with only its eyes visible. "Ghost Master, please trouble you to accompany us to Qinglan Court to treat you." The ghost doctor stared intently at Ji Juing, its gaze exceedingly sinister and chilling. It was a woman's voice, low and hoarse like a demon from the depths of hell. "Sister, I will come another day to formally apologize and atone for my wrongdoings." Ji Fengyan put on a show of false sincerity. "Yenna, you are too kind. There's no need to waste your thoughts on someone so ungrateful." Jun Lingyu advised, turning and striding towards the gate. Ji Juing rolled her eyes dramatically, thinking to herself, what a pair of a pretentious fool and a scheming snake. Ignoring her, she turned to Qingling. "The wind is really strong today. Qingling, do you think a big gust of wind might come and blow away the second Miss headdress?" Qingling giggled, covering her mouth. "Miss, I believe it's quite possible." Ji Fengyan frantically clutched her headdress. It absolutely must not fall off. Ji Juing casually remarked towards the door, "Today is the final deadline." Ji Finjian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Only she understood the meaning behind Ji Juing's words. But thinking of the ghost doctor, her anxious heart gradually calmed. The lingering chill of deep winter was gradually dissipating, yet the sunlight had grown considerably warmer, casting a cozy glow upon her face. "Young miss, I shall go and fetch the physician." Qingling observed her young mistress, standing silently gazing towards the door, and assumed she was grieving over the affair with the third prince. A wave of sympathy washed over her. Ever since she discovered her mistress was no longer timid and fearful, Qingling had become Ji Juing's devoted admirer. Especially after the events of the past few days, her face was full of reverence, which left Ji Juing feeling rather helpless. "No need to fetch one, I can heal myself." Ji Juing didn't intend to hide it from her. "Young miss, when did you learn the art of medicine? Was that salve you gave me last time also refined by you?" Qingling, having held back for days, finally couldn't resist asking. "My medical skills and alchemy were taught to me by a mysterious figure, and those salves were gifts from him as well. For your young mistress' safety, you must help me keep this secret." "I understand, young miss. You were truly formidable today. Let's see if the second young miss dares to bully you again." Qingling looked at her mistress with adoration. "Aren't you afraid that your mistress really has learned demonic arts, as she claimed?" Ji Juing teased. "This servant is not afraid, or in fact I am overjoyed. This way you will never be bullied by others again." "Silly girl," Ji Juing said, handing a pouch of spirit stones to Qingling. "Go to the market and buy some new furniture along with some food and clothing. Don't worry about the cost, I have plenty more." Qingling's eyes widened in shock at the sight of so many spirit stones. She had never held such a large amount in her hands before, and it truly frightened her. "What are you standing there in a daze for? You're stunned by just this little bit of spirit stones. What will you do when there's even more later? Be overjoyed to death." Ji Juing tapped Qingling on the head. Only then did Qingling snap back to reality. "Young miss, you always love to tease this servant." After Qingling left, Ji Juing went inside, closed the doors and windows, and with a flash entered the cloud butterfly dreamscape. Arriving at the herb garden, she picked up a cup and drank a large draught of spiritual spring water. The injuries within her body were slowly beginning to heal on their own. The spiritual energy inside her was finally on the verge of erupting, an invisible force constantly surging towards Ji Juing's dantian. "Foolish woman, what did you do out there? How did you get injured?" A childish yet sinister voice, Xiahua asked. Xiahua knew that until it gained the trust of this foolish woman, she wouldn't let it see what was happening outside. "Got into a fight, and killed a 5th-level spirit beast too." Ji Juing sat down cross-legged to meditate. Tisk, although combat can solidify one's strength at your current level, one slight misstep could easily make you a ghost beneath a spirit beast's claws. Xiahua certainly didn't want to be trapped in here for several more years before it even got a chance to see the outside world. "Wait, are you about to break through again?" Xiahua was shocked. Didn't she just advance last night? How could she be? The light emanating from Ji Juing was dreamlike and ethereal. She formed hand seals with both hands, circulating her energy, guiding the spiritual power within her body. After an unknown amount of time, that invisible force slowly dissipated, and sweat beaded on Ji Juing's forehead. She opened her eyes, a faint smile curving her lips. "One-star Grandmaster." She hadn't guessed wrong. Real combat could solidify strength, and was also the foundation for advancement. She wondered if this breakthrough would bring any changes to the cloud butterfly dreamscape. Ji Juing went to the living room, and in front of the celestial punishment records, a dark purple cauldron appeared. "This is... Country bumpkin, you don't even recognize this. This is the Netherworld Abyss Cauldron. It can change size according to your will, boasts a 100% success rate for pill refinement, and the quality of the pills it produces is absolutely perfect. Moreover, once it develops a spirit, it can even refine pills for you automatically." Xiao's voice came through proudly. "With this you can throw away those broken cauldrons in your room." Ji Juing suddenly understood. How miraculous. At that moment, the Netherworld Abyss Cauldron flew over to Ji Juing on its own, rubbing against her hand, as if acting coquettishly. Ji Juing reached out to touch it, but heard a clang. It seemed to grow needles that pricked her finger, drawing her blood. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Ji Juing was speechless. Ji Juing looked at the Netherworld Abyss Cauldron. "From now on, I'll call you Xiaoyu." The Netherworld Abyss Cauldron happily rubbed against Ji Juing's face, as if telling her it loved the name. Ji Juing immediately took action, intending to use the Netherworld Abyss Cauldron to refine some pills for future use. At the Grand Preceptor's residence, Gong Mingyue reclined lazily on a sandalwood couch, clad in black robes accented with golden dragon embroidery. His chiseled features were as cold and handsome as a sculpture, and his deep dark eyes held a mysterious, unfathomable light. He was breathtakingly beautiful, yet exuded an air of enigmatic allure. His long, slender fingers tapped lightly and rhythmically on the sandalwood tea table as he listened to Yingyu's report. As Yingyue recounted the scene, Gong Mingyue's smile deepened. His little wildcat was truly one of a kind. A faint, subtle smile appeared on his perpetually stern face. Yingyue was astonished. Having served his master for so long, this was the first time he had seen such a captivating expression on his face. But only for a moment. Mingyue quickly reined in his emotions. Though he was considered a formidable expert in the outside world, he dared not even breathe too loudly in front of his master. When he heard that Jun Linyu wanted to kill her, Gong Mingyue's entire demeanor turned icy. It seems Jun Linyu no longer wants the throne. Gong Mingyue had never cared who sat on the throne, but now, anyone could except for Jun Linyu. He continued listening to Yingyu's report. Regarding the mysterious figure she mentioned, I have investigated thoroughly, but I am skeptical of his existence. Find a way to confirm the existence of this mysterious person. If all else fails, tell them she is this venerable one's disciple. Let those who covet her think carefully about their own capabilities. For someone without spiritual roots, unable to cultivate to suddenly become a spirit master, it would be difficult to avoid discrimination and might even put her life in danger. Mingyue finally understood. Regardless of the reason, this Miss Ji was someone his master intended to protect, and he must not be negligent. Thinking of his master's temperament, she might very well become the future mistress. Yes, this subordinate understands. Mingyue accepted the order and hurriedly left. Ji Jiang looked at the pills in the alchemy furnace overjoyed. Xiaoyu, you're really excellent. She thought to herself that although they were only Earth-grade mid-quality pills, their quality was exceptionally high, and their effects were no less potent than top-grade ones. What? The phrase "although they were only Earth-grade mid-quality pills" would be utterly shocking if anyone outside heard it. In Songyue, human-grade alchemists were a dime a dozen, Earth-grade alchemists were few, and heaven-grade alchemists could be counted on one's fingers. If outsiders knew Ji Jiang was an Earth-grade alchemist, they would be scrambling to curry favor with her. The netherworld abyss cauldron, pleased with Ji Jiang's praise, hopped around joyfully like a child. Ji Jiang had originally wanted to refine some marrow-cleansing pills and foundation establishment pills, but unfortunately her stock of herbs consisted mainly of modern medicines, and there were very few suitable for alchemy. It seemed she would need to find a way to buy some spiritual herbs and plant them in the herb garden. When Ji Jiang exited the space, it was already noon. After the snow, the sky had cleared, and the gradually melting ice emitted faint, crisp sounds of collapse. Just as Ji Jiang was about to head out, Qingling returned and immediately stepped forward. "Young miss, are you going out?" "I'm just going for a walk. Keep an eye on the courtyard. If anyone asks, tell them I'm ill and resting in bed." Hearing this, Qingling immediately patted her chest in assurance. Besides, with the second young miss in her current state, she wouldn't be causing any more trouble. The snow-covered street was a vast expanse of white, trampled by hurried pedestrians into a messy, dirty sight. Recalling a clothing store she had passed on her last outing, Ji Jiang followed the memory to the shop, purchasing a black robe and then a black gauze hat. Her slender figure was wrapped in the black robe, and with the black gauze hat on, neither her physique nor her face could be discerned, making it impossible to guess her age. Such attire was not unusual in the imperial capital. With its bustling landscape, eccentric outfits were inevitable, so she need not worry about drawing attention. The ancient streets were bustling and lively, exuding a charm entirely different from the modern era. Ji Jiang's goal today was to find the ingredients for marrow-cleansing pill and foundation establishment pill. "Old sir, do you know where I can find a place with a wide variety of spiritual herbs?" Ji Jiang asked an elderly vendor nearby. "Of course, the black market. They have everything there. All kinds of miraculous pills, beast cores, weapons, assassins. If you're lucky, you might even stumble upon a heavenly The old man shared all he knew with Ji Jiang. "Where is the black market?" "Follow this road to the end, take a few steps to the right, and you'll find a tea house called Black Heart." The old man, realizing she was a young woman, added a warning. "The black market is a den of thieves and scoundrels. A girl like you must be very careful." Black Heart Tea House. Ji Jiang was speechless. The owner certainly had a knack for naming. "Thank you, old sir." After expressing her gratitude, she handed the old man a bag of spirit stones. His hand trembled. "What was this?" "Miss, you don't need to." He looked up, but she had vanished. Soon Ji Jiang arrived at the Black Heart Tea House. As soon as she entered, a young attendant approached. "Sir, please pay the market entry fee." "How much is it?" Ji Jiang understood it was the same as the Chiyuan Night Tower. 10 spirit stones. Ji Jiang tossed him 10 spirit stones. Afterwards, the attendant led her to a rack full of masks. "Sir, please choose a mask." "Everyone entering the black market must wear a mask," the attendant explained, seeing it was her first time. "This one." Ji Jiang selected a red fox mask. After choosing the mask, the attendant led her to the end of the corridor. Opening a door inside was something like a vortex. "Wishing you a pleasant stay, sir." The attendant withdrew. Ji Jiang stepped into the vortex, and the next moment, she vanished from the tea house, appearing before a bustling, brightly lit street. Ji Jiang strolled leisurely along the street. Everyone, men, women, old, young, tall, short, fat, thin, all wore masks. Some were alone, others in 2s or 3s. In short, there were many people, crowded and chaotic. The roadside stalls lined up like teeth were filled with all kinds of goods. There were stalls selling spirit tools, cultivation techniques, beast cores, pills, heavenly treasures, spiritual herbs, and even slaves. The clamor rose, creating a lively atmosphere. Suddenly her spiritual sea trembled slightly, as if being summoned. "Moi." Ji Jiuying's eyes narrowed beneath the fox mask as she scanned the surroundings, finally fixing her gaze on a roadside stall selling miscellaneous items. Her spiritual sea was unusually active. When she saw the round, egg-shaped object, a voice in her mind seemed to urge her incessantly, take it away. What is this? Don't miss it, don't pass it by. Fine spirit tools, excellent pills, top-grade heavenly treasures. All at a bargain, all at a bargain. The stall owner also wore a mask, but his voice sounded like an old man in his 50s. Despite his enthusiastic shouting, the passers-by showed no interest in his wear. Ji Jiuying quickly walked to the stall. She was the only one who approached. "A young lady, trust is precious. I have quality goods at fair prices. Since you've chosen my stall, I will not let you down. Take this warm sun jade for instance. Wearing it can ward off the cold, and those suffering from cold poison can use it to expel the toxin." Ji Jiuying ignored him, her beautiful eyes fixed on the goods, a flicker of shock passing through her gaze. The items on the stall appeared to be ordinary, unremarkable goods messily arranged, giving the impression of a pile of scrap metal. Yet each one was truly a rare treasure. Ji Jiuying's gaze settled on a small pitch-black mirror that shimmered with an eerie black light. The old man's lips curled beneath the mask as he whispered, "Young lady, you have excellent taste. This is the most valuable treasure on my stall. You may not believe it, but this is the legendary evil moon illusion mirror, capable of disturbing one's mind and casting illusions." A passerby overheard and couldn't help but warn, "Miss, don't be fooled by him. Others have tried his so-called treasures before. They're all fakes. You'd better check other stalls. His things are just a pile of junk, worthless cheap goods, yet he prices them sky high. Clearly a scam." Many people came forward to dissuade Ji Jiuying. Ji Jiuying paid no heed to the well-meaning warnings. She picked up the evil moon illusion mirror. "How much for this mirror?" 500,000 spirit stones. Hiss. The bystanders gasped. Had this old fraud lost his mind? This old man. How could he even ask for 500,000 spirit stones? And that egg? Ji Jiuying pointed to an inconspicuous corner. This was Ji Jiuying's true goal. The old man's smile deepened, and he gave Ji Jiuying a meaningful glance. "Young lady, you have discerning eyes. However, my stall has a rule: I only sell one item per month. You can only choose one." The crowd fell silent for a moment. In other words, this old man hadn't sold a single thing in a month, yet he dared to make such exorbitant demands. Some people shook their heads. With prices like his, head never sell anything. In that case, I want this one. Ji Jiuying put down the evil moon illusion mirror. The crowd gasped again. Was this girl foolishly rich? "Have you decided?" the old man asked. "Yes." "Good. 3 spirit stones. Hand over the stones, and the goods are..." Huh. Ji Jiuying was stunned. Didn't he say the cheapest item on his stall was 100,000 spirit stones? The crowd was baffled by the old man's behavior. Has he changed his ways all of a sudden? It was such high prices that it scared away many buyers. But now offering 3 spirit stones, wasn't that practically giving it away? 3 spirit stones. Are you sure? Ji Jiuying looked at the strange old man in astonishment. The old man laughed heartily, his brows relaxing under the mask. "Indeed, the lowest price for my wares is 100,000 spirit stones, but my happiness is priceless. Young lady, our meeting is fate. You have good taste, and I admire that. So this egg is yours for 3 spirit stones." Ji Jiuying pondered for a moment before accepting his kindness. She handed the old man 3 spirit stones and said, "Thank you." "No need for thanks, we each get what we need. I've made a sale, so my task is complete." With that, the old man yawned and said, "Young lady, until we meet again." He waved his sleeve, and all the items on his stall vanished into thin air. His figure gradually faded and disappeared from sight. Instantly, exclamations arose from the crowd. Ji Jiuying, seeing this, quickly strode away and vanished around the street corner. I never expected that old man to be a master. What kind of movement technique was that? So bizarre. Now that I think about it, that old man was quite extraordinary. The things he sold must be. In that case. At this thought, many in the crowd revealed greedy glints in their eyes. Swish, swish, swish. The crowd turned to look at where Ji Jiuying had stood, but she was already gone. However, a few still noticed her departure. Ji Jiuying narrowed her eyes, a cold smirk curling beneath her fox mask. Meanwhile, the evil fire in her spatial realm was startled by the egg she had tossed in. Such a powerful aura and pressure. A beast egg? Could it be that the foolish woman thought I, Lord Evil Fire, was too bored and sent this to amuse me? Exactly. Ji Jiuying lied to the evil fire without a hint of guilt. Ignoring the tale behind her, she continued her leisurely stroll, quickly harvesting a large array of spirit herbs from various stalls. Is this purple crystal Ganoderma? This spiritual herb, which grows deep in mountain caves, is the main ingredient for refining purple crystal pills. These pills enhance a cultivator's spiritual and soul power. How much for this herb? Ji Jiuying approached the stall and asked. 100 spirit stones. Ji Jiuying handed the coins directly to the vendor, picked up the purple crystal Ganoderma, and turned to leave. A domineering female voice rang out. I want this herb. 2 women and a man strolled over, with the leading woman in white at the center being the one who spoke. Didn't you hear my master? My mistress speaking. The green-robed woman behind her snapped at Ji Jiuying. Ji Jiuying sneered coldly and retorted without hesitation. Are Are you talking to me, big sister? You. The green-robed woman tried to say more, but the leading woman in white shot a sharp glance from her almond-shaped eyes behind the mask. Yes, mistress. Vendor, ill pay double for the purple crystal ganoderma. What do you say? The woman in white stepped forward with a smile. With the herb already in her hand, the woman in white clearly looked down on Ji Juing. Ji Juing thought to herself, let's see what tricks you're up to. Her deliberately softened voice was as crisp and clear as jade, striking ice, exceedingly pleasant to the ear. Well, though the vendor wanted to sell for more given the situation, both parties seemed formidable, so he deflected the issue to Ji Juing. This young lady has already paid. The purple crystal ganoderma is hers. This old fool. Even after I've said all this, he still doesn't know what's good for him. Jun Luoli suppressed her irritation and spoke to Ji Juing in a conciliatory tone. Miss, ill paid double for the herb in your hand. Would you be willing to part with it? As she spoke, the green-robed woman and man closed in. Ji Juing sneered, inwardly thinking they were trying to pressure her. No, and please step aside. Ji Juing said coldly. Jun Luoli, sensing no spiritual energy from Ji Juing, mistook her for an ordinary pharmacist without cultivation. 300 spirit stones. Miss, greed leads to ruin. The woman in white said. Jun Luoli thought that someone like Ji Juing was just playing this game to extort more spirit stones. Are your brains rusted, or are your ears deaf to human speech? They'll say it once more, not for sale. Jun Luoli's cold gaze shifted, shooting an icy glare directly at Ji Juing. Bitch, I advise you not to offend those you shouldn't over a mere herb. Otherwise you might not even know how you die. The green-robed woman spat harshly. Ji Juing, not one to be intimidated, toyed with the purple crystal ganoderma in her hand, and said, oh. Since you want it so. Jun Luoli curled her lips, a trace of contempt in her eyes, as she looked at Ji Juing. 1,000 spirit stones. You? Jun Luoli glared at Ji Juing with fury, as if flames would engulf her and reduce her to ashes. This bitch dared to toy with her. Can't afford it. Then get lost. Ji Juing didn't back down. Their gazes met midair, clashing like swords. You're asking for death. The green-robed woman and man waved their hands, sending 2 streams of eerie blue flames toward Ji Juing. The surrounding crowd quickly scattered to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Ji Juing narrowed her eyes, using her hand as a staff and chanting an incantation. A golden light emanated from her palm, instantly reducing the blue flames to ashes. The green-robed woman widened her eyes in shock. They hadn't anticipated this. Jun Luoli's eyes flickered with surprise. She hadn't sensed any spiritual energy from her just moments ago. Only now did she truly scrutinize Ji Juing, finding it impossible to discern her cultivation level. Could her strength be superior? She gestured for the 2 in green to retreat. Since you're unwilling to part with it, I won't force you. But remember, there's always someone stronger. Be careful, miss. Indeed, she had misjudged earlier. Before knowing the other's true strength, it was wise not to act rashly. Jun Luoli suppressed her unwillingness and forced a smile. In truth, it wasn't Jun Luoli's fault. Ji Juing wore the feng shuang bracelet, which concealed her cultivation from even spirit venerables unless she willed otherwise. Heh, he'll return those words to you. With that, she turned and left, ignoring Jun Luoli. Jun Luoli's expression under the mask turned extremely ugly, a murderous glint flashing in her eyes as she glanced at the green-robed man. Princess, I understand. Having received his orders, the green-robed man vanished in the direction Ji Juing had gone. With her powerful spiritual sense, Ji Juing was well aware of the tale, but she couldn't be bothered to deal with him now. Princess Xiaoqing doesn't understand why you let her go so easily. Xiaoqing felt that she and Lan Yu together could have defeated her. Xiaoqing, you're too naive. She must die, but not now. Earlier I was careless, not sensing any spiritual energy from her. Later, when she unleashed her power, I couldn't discern her level. If her strength truly surpasses mine, the 3 of us might not be able to defeat her. Jun Luoli's originally cold demeanor suddenly turned sinister and ruthless. Once Lan Yu uncovers her background, we'll kill her. The old man's smile deepened, and he gave Ji Juing a meaningful glance. Young lady, you have discerning eyes. However, my stall has a rule: I only sell 1 item. The interior was spacious, lined with all manner of spiritual artifacts and cultivation manuals. Ji Juing circled the first floor, yet none of the artifacts First time here, miss. A nearby attendant noticed her and approached. Ji Juing replied with cool indifference. The first floor holds lower-grade artifacts. Perhaps you'd care to accompany me to the 2nd floor. The attendant continued, following behind her. Ji Juing then noticed the pavilion had 4 floors. All right. The attendant led Ji Juing to the 2nd floor, where the artifacts were indeed far superior to those below. Whichever artifact her gaze landed on, the attendant would introduce. This is the soul guiding bell, a vessel for summoning and commanding wandering spirits. This is a fragment of a celestial treasure. It prevents spiritual energy from leaking out, yet doesn't hinder it from entering. This is the 7-star sword, embedded with 7 gems of different colors, each possessing a unique ability. This is the Zhishuang blades, with lion griffin-shaped guards on the hilts, capable of flying attacks. After a full circuit, there was still no artifact that appealed to Ji Juing, and she felt a tinge of discouragement. She was about to ascend to the 3rd floor when the attendant blocked her path. Miss, the treasure-gathering pavilion has a rule: to reach the third floor one must possess at least 1,000,000 spirit stones. Ji Juing checked, as she only had a little over 700,000. Yet having come this far, she was reluctant to miss the chance to see the third floor. May I ask if you purchase pills here? It was the only way she could think of to earn money quickly. Everything required money, and at that moment Ji Juing vowed to work hard and become a little rich woman. We do. Please follow me. The attendant led Ji Juing through a corridor into another hall. Steward, this young lady wishes to sell some pills. With that, he stepped out to wait by the door. A stunning beauty reclined languidly on a brocade couch. Her bright eyes were captivating, her red lips curved in a faint, alluring smile that was beyond enchanting. She rose and approached Ji Juing, her robes clinging to her voluptuous figure, exuding an aura of seductive grace. Even Ji Juing, a woman herself, was mesmerized and couldn't look away. I am the steward here, Lianqing. And what might your name be, little sister? Feng Wan. Well then, Sister Feng Wan, what grade of pills are you looking to sell? A smile played on her lips. Spirit-calming pills, gale-born pills, and bone-generating pills. Ji Juing, despite the bowtie's friendly demeanor, was cautious and revealed only 3 types. The spirit-calming pill aids cultivators in focusing their minds and enhancing cultivation speed. The gale-born pill boosts a cultivator's agility and swiftness. The bone-generating pill cures damage to a cultivator's bones and meridians. Lianqing took the bottle, uncorked it, and a rich aroma of pills wafted out. Her smile vanished, her pupils contracting slightly. Earth-grade, mid-quality, and of excellent purity. She looked up, scrutinizing Ji Juing. In the Tsangyue kingdom, human-grade alchemists were a dime a dozen, but earth-grade ones were rare. And this girl had no trace of spiritual power. Lianqing's probing gaze seemed to try and see right through her. Are you an earth-grade alchemist? Lianqing asked, puzzled. Yes. Lianqing guessed that she might possess a talisman or artifact that concealed her cultivation level, and so she didn't press further. Sister Feng Wan, how many pills are you selling? There was a newfound respect in Lianqing's eyes. Ji Juing pondered for a moment. 10 bottles of each. Very well. Give me your crystal card. Crystal card. Ji Juing took out the card elder son had given her and handed it to Lianqing. Lianqing took the card and paused for a brief second, quickly masking her surprise. She transferred 300,000 high-grade spirit stones onto the card before returning it. Sister Feng Wan, the total for the 3 types of earth-grade pills is 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. They've all been transferred, please check. 300,000 high-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 3 million ordinary ones. Thank you. Farewell. Ji Juing replied nonchalantly, took her card, and left the chamber. Lianqing watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. She gave a subtle signal to the attendant, then vanished from the room. Ji Juing arrived at the 3rd floor, where there were few people. The attendant enthusiastically introduced various artifacts and a few rare holy relics to Ji Juing. Casually, her gaze fell upon a fan. It looked like a fan sealed by time. Its ribs were inlaid with golden phoenix feathers, but the fire phoenix totem on the fan was obscured by dust, hiding its former noble elegance. The phoenix nirvana rebirth from the flames, facing death to live, soaring through the 9 heavens. Ji Juing knew. This was the one. Perhaps it was her imagination, but after she recited the words on the fan, it emitted a faint, barely perceptible glimmer, like a long-dormant beast on the verge of awakening. In the depths of destiny, it felt as if it had been waiting for her too. This is the Crimson Fire Divine Phoenix Fan. When the phoenix feathers on the ribs are fanned, they can conjure golden flames and a phoenix apparition capable of searing enemies and enhancing attack power. However, no one knows its grade, and no one has been able to unleash its true potential. So most cultivators are unwilling to spend money on an artifact of unknown rank. Over time, however, no one knows its grade, and no one has been able to unleash its true potential. So most cultivators are unwilling to spend money on an artifact of unknown rank. Over time, it's been left unnoticed. The attendant explained. This one, Ji Juing said with certainty. Miss, wouldn't you like to consider other items? The attendant asked. No, I want this one. Ji Juing handed her crystal card to the attendant. All right, this fan will be 100 spirit stones. The attendant deducted 100 spirit stones from the card. 100 spirit stones. Ji Juing was puzzled, as most of the artifacts and holy relics shed seen on the 3rd floor started at 500,000 spirit stones. Yes, this fan has been on display for a long time with hardly anyone showing interest. Naturally, its price dropped. Ji Juing stroked the Crimson Fire Divine Phoenix fan, her gaze calm and contemplative, as if lost in thought. Miss, is there anything else you need? It was time to lose those tales behind her. May I ask if there's a back door here? Or perhaps a direct exit from the ghost market? The attendant understood instantly. Having worked in the ghost market for so long, he'd be useless without such keen awareness. Miss, please follow me. The attendant led Ji Juing to another hall and into a bamboo grove. As they crossed it, he cautioned her to step exactly where he stepped. Clearly the bamboo grove held hidden mysteries. Exiting the grove, the attendant pointed to a gap between 2 5-story tall trees. Miss, that is the exit from the ghost market. We welcome your patronage at the treasure gap. With that, he vanished into the depths of the bamboo grove, not bothering to see if she left. For the treasure-gathering pavilion to have a back door in a place like the ghost market it's standing there must be considered. Ji Juing then vanished between the two towering trees as well. Your Highness, this subordinate has failed. Please forgive me. Lan Yu knelt before Jun Luoli. Useless. Go and receive your punishment. Jun Luoli's face instantly turned cold. To think that wretch got away. Shed better pray I never find out who she is. Holy maiden, she purchased the Crimson Phoenix fan. I escorted her out of the ghost market through the bamboo grove just now. A servant appeared in Lian Cheng's room. Lian Cheng was briefly stunned. I see. You may go now. At the 4th floor of the treasure's pavilion. A man clad in dark blue robes stood silently by the window. His handsome face was cold and expressionless, his deep brown eyes alluring, yet distant, making others afraid to approach. Lian Cheng gazed at the man she had adored for 5 years. She had given up everything for him just to stay by his side. She gradually lost herself in thought, her eyes revealing the love she held for him. Lian Cheng, is something the matter? The man did not turn to look at her. She averted her gaze, her eyes dimming with a hint of melancholy that she quickly concealed. Can I come up to see you if there's nothing wrong? Lian Cheng sat down unceremoniously across from Yi Qingxin. Seeing him remain silent, she forced a smile with her pale lips. A young girl named Feng Wan just bought the Crimson Phoenix fan. Lian Cheng remembered him, saying that the Crimson Phoenix fan was of great importance to him. He had placed it in the artifact hall because he was searching for the one who could wield it. Lian Cheng had also tried to activate the Crimson Phoenix fan before, but in her hands it was no different from an ordinary fan. Feng Wan. Yi Qingxin's voice was deep, betraying no emotion. Moreover, she holds a crystal card from the Qiyuan Night Tower. Oddly, she claims to be an Earth-grade alchemist, yet I sensed no spiritual energy fluctuation from her. Lian Cheng watched Yi Qingxin's face, wanting to see his reaction to the mention of the young girl. She should be the woman surnamed Feng Yu had Yi Ju investigate at the Qiyuan Night Tower last time. He had indeed investigated, but there was no such woman in the Feng family. Feng Wan was merely an alias. Lian Cheng, it's time for you to return to Tianshan Gate. With that, Yi Qingxin vanished from the room, leaving Lian Cheng standing there stunned and motionless. She let out a bitter laugh, filled with unspeakable loneliness. Snow began to fall again on the streets and passers-by hurried on their way. Boss, a bowl of wontons, please. Ji Juing walked into a noodle shop by the roadside. Having eaten only a little that morning, Ji Juing was starving. Before long, the boss brought over the wontons, and she devoured them with great relish. Suddenly, a carriage sped past, kicking up a cloud of dust and snow before coming to a stop at the entrance of a mansion on the corner. Ji Juing looked at the dust floating in her bowl and instantly lost her appetite. Fuming, she paid and stormed off to confront the carriage's occupant. But before she could reach the carriage, she heard the pained groans of a woman coming from within. Just then, a frantic man rushed out of the carriage. Quick, fetch the midwife and show her at once. My wife is about to give birth. The man was none other than Wen Yin, the patriarch of one of the 3 great families. My dear, hold on. I've sent for the midwife and Xiao. Wen Yan's voice choked with emotion. Within him, there was nothing but regret and self-blame. That morning, his wife had wanted to see the winter plums at Yaoguang Temple. He had initially objected, but given in to her persistent coaxing, thinking she was still a month away. Unexpectedly, on the way down the mountain, the carriage had skidded out of control on the snow-covered road, causing her to be jolted and frightened. Yes, my lady, please don't faint. The young maid was sobbing as well. By now, the woman in the carriage was fading in and out of consciousness from the pain. When Longxiu and the midwife arrived at the carriage in a matter of breaths. As they lifted the curtain, a thick coppery stench of blood hit them. When Longxiu quickly took out a blood-replenishing pill and a hemostatic pill and pressed them into Zhao Fian's mouth. Mother, it's me, Xiu'er. You must hold on. You have to persevere for the sake of the little one. Although she was an alchemist, she knew nothing about childbirth. At that moment, the midwife said to Wen Yin, Patriarch, given the lad's current condition, she cannot be moved. We must deliver the baby right here. Quickly prepare hot water and towels. By this time, a crowd of onlookers had gathered at the mansion's entrance. When Longting, Wen Chaoya, and a host of servants had also arrived. Father, Yenner, how is mother? When Longting asked anxiously. Wen Yan's face was pale, his features etched with worry as he stared at the carriage. Xiu'er and the midwife are... The carriage was separated by a simple door, yet every sound from within was clearly audible. The woman in labor was now eerily quiet, a silence that was terrifying. When Longxiu watched as her mother's eyes weakly began to close. Her hands trembled involuntarily. Mother, don't sleep. Hold on. The midwife cried out in alarm. This is bad. The baby is in a transverse position, and the lady has fainted. I'm afraid. Wen Yan's face turned ashen. He tried to charge into the carriage, but was held back by the guards Wen Chao and Wen Longting. His eyes were bloodshot and unfocused, clearly having lost all reason. No one stopped me. At that moment, the midwife rushed out and fell to her knees. It's terrible. The lady is hemorrhaging heavily. I am powerless to help. Upon hearing this, Wen Yin collapsed to the ground in despair. When Longting, hysterical, rushed into the carriage. Seeing her mother unconscious, her eyes red with tears, she grabbed Wen Longxi's hand. Sister, please save mother. Give her more blood-replenishing pills. That Lady Wen is so pitiful. Patriarch Wen is known for his deep devotion. If anything happens to Lady Wen. The crowd whispered among themselves with sympathy. I can save Lady One. A pleasant melodious female voice rang out. At these words, everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, a young girl of 13 or 14 emerged. She wore a black silk dress and a black veil revealing only a pair of bright, clear eyes. Wen Longting and Wen Longxiu quickly came out as well. A spark of hope ignited in Wen Yan's shattered heart. Young miss, can you really save my wife? It's true. I have a method that could save your wife and child, but there is only a 60% chance. Are you willing to try? The onlookers, however, looked at Ji Juing with skepticism, whispering amongst themselves, clearly not believing her words. In this ancient era with its rudimentary medical conditions, countless women died in childbirth. Most physicians were helpless when faced with a difficult labor, leaving everything to the woman's own luck and endurance. But she was a fully qualified physician from the 21st century with a portable medicine trove at her disposal. She couldn't stand by and watch this woman and her unborn child. Wan Yin clenched his fists, a conflicted expression flickering across his face as he struggled to speak. The lattice condition is critical. If we delay any longer, both she and the child will, Ji Juing stated coolly. Everyone awaited his decision. For some reason, Wen Xiao, seeing Ji Juing's resolute gaze, unwavering determination, and proud bearing, found himself believing she had the skill to save both mother and child. Yinner, we have no other choice now. Besides, your father trusts her. Wen Yin took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, then finally made up his mind. Young lady, I entrust my wife to your care. I wish not to be disturbed while I am treating the Ji Juing said coldly. Wan Yin immediately understood, and a group of guards formed a tight circle around the carriage. Ji Juing quickly entered the carriage. A thick metallic smell of blood filled the space. The lattice face was as pale as a sheet of white paper, lying motionless. Ji Juing retrieved surgical attire from her spatial storage, put on her gloves, administered anesthesia to Lady One, and prepared the necessary tools for a cesarean section. Alcohol, disinfectant, scalpel, curved forceps, hemostatic forceps, coagulant, scissors. Confirming everything was in order, she picked up the scalpel and made an incision across the lattice abdomen. Inside there was a flurry of activity. Outside, everyone waited with growing anxiety. Time seemed to crawl, each second in agony. The silence from within the carriage. Sister, will mother be all right? Wen Longting asked, her gaze fixed on the carriage with worry. She will be. I believe in her, Wen Longxiu reassured her. For some unknown reason, she had great faith in that woman. Ji Juing carefully delivered the baby and clamped the umbilical cord. With no assistant, she placed the infant on a prepared swaddle beside her, then skillfully began suturing the mother's wound. She let out a sigh of relief as she tied off the final stitch. Suddenly Ji Juing noticed the baby's breathing was very weak. She laid the infant flat on the bed, placed her hands around its chest, positioned her thumbs about 2 fingers width below the midpoint of the sternum, and pressed down to a depth of 2/3 the thickness of the abdomen. After 3 compressions, she breathed into the infant's mouth. Finally, the baby spat out some fluid, its little face flushed red, and let out a loud cry. Hearing the baby's wail, everyone outside sighed in relief. That's wonderful. The baby is out, so mother must be fine too, Wen Longting said excitedly, wiping away her tears. Wen Longxiu also breathed a sigh of relief. She's given birth. Finally, tears welled up in Wen Yan's eyes, tracing a path down his usually stern face. Ji Juing stored her tools back into her spatial ring and wiped the sweat from her brow. She hadn't realized her clothes were soaked through. Holding the baby, she opened the carriage door and placed the infant into Wen Yan's arms. Congratulations, patriarch, went on the birth of a fine son. Wen Yin took the baby carefully, but his gaze lingered on the carriage, his mind clearly elsewhere. Wen Longxiu and the others gathered around to look at the newborn. Benefactor, is my wife truly all right? Wen Yin asked, his eyes red, seeking confirmation from Ji Juing. Once again the surrounding crowd fell silent, their eyes. Rest assured, Lady One is alive, Ji Juing said, giving him a reassuring look. By the gods, she's truly miraculous. I thought Lady One was doomed for sure, but it seems this young lady has real skill. To possess such medical skill at such a young age. The gossiping onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves again, some starting to wonder about Ji Juing's name and true appearance. In ancient times, a situation like Lady Wen's was left to fate. Unbeknownst to Ji Juing, the story of how she saved Lady Wen today would soon spread throughout the patriarch. When the lattice condition is special, please carry her back to her room carefully. I will explain the details of her aftercare to you shortly. Ji Juing instructed calmly. Yes, of course. Wan Yin handed the baby to Wen Chao, then gently lifted his wife into his arms. Across the street in the bustling Wangyue restaurant on its top floor, which was never open to the public, Yi Qingchen had witnessed everything that had transpired below. A dark shadow appeared in the room. Master, how goes the matter I tasked you with? Yi Qingchen, his back to Yi Ju, toyed with a jade flute, his gaze never leaving the small dark figure below. Reporting to you, master. This subordinate has investigated the woman's identity. She is Ji Juing, the legitimate daughter of General Ji Qinyuan, the waste young lady betrothed to the third Prince Jun Linyu. Yi Qingchen said lightly. Yes. Yi Ju answered with certainty. Ji Juing, do you know how long I have waited for you? Yi Qingchen said with profound meaning. The crowd dispersed and the group entered the mansion in a grand procession. Passing through the main gate, the mansion was vast. It was laid out in a strict symmetrical pattern of multi-courtyard compounds along 3 main axes, orderly, regular, and dignified. Pavilions, towers, and lofts with soaring eaves and dark green tiles intertwined and wound gracefully. It was exquisite and elegant, yet grand and imposing. The word that came to Ji Juing's mind was luxurious. Pavilions, towers, and lofts with soaring eaves and dark green tiles intertwined and wound gracefully. It was When Longting chattered incessantly beside her, and Ji Juing answered each question. She found it rather exasperating having lived 2 lives when Longting seemed to her just a talkative singer. Do not be rude to Miss Feng. Only then did Wen Longting stop sticking her tongue out at Wen Longxiu. It's no matter, Ji Juing replied nonchalantly. Miss Feng, I see your clothes are soaked. Why don't you come with me to a side chamber to change into a fresh set of robes? Wen Longxiu noticed her back was drenched and spoke up. Wen Longting noticed too. Yes, fairy sister, come with us to change your clothes first. Ji Juing also found the wet clothes quite uncomfortable, so she agreed, and her favorable impression of them grew. Following Wen Longxiu and Wen Longting through a moongate passage, they arrived at their residence. Wen Longting, being of a similar age and build to Ji Juing, brought out a dress she had been reluctant to wear herself, and offered it to her. Ji Juing changed out of her black robes, storing them in her spatial ring, and put on the dress Wen Longting had given her. She had to admit the ancient garments were truly intricate. It took her a while to get it properly on. Let's go. The door creaked open. Ji Juing was not wearing her veil this time. Beneath curved willow-like brows were clear bright eyes that sparkled like stars. Her fair flawless skin held a faint pink flush. Her small lips were naturally rosy without any rouge. A faint smile graced her delicate oval face and dimples appeared subtly on her cheeks. She was stunningly beautiful. She wore a long white cloud silk gown draped with a sheer misty purple outer garment. Her hair was elegantly styled at the nape of her neck, adorned with a pearl and magnolia hairpin and a tasseled step shake. Her waist was slender and soft, making her look like a celestial maiden descended from the moon. The sisters Wen Longting and Wen Longxiu stared wide-eyed for a few seconds before reacting. Fairy sister, this dress seems tailor-made for you. I never imagined Miss Feng would be not only a brilliant healer, but also so exquisitely beautiful, Wen Longting said with a laugh. You 2 ladies flatter me. Let us go and see the lady. The journey from Wen Longting's courtyard to Madame Wen's residence was not far, and before long they arrived at her doorstep. Stepping inside, a bronze brazier stood on the floor. A maid fetched a pair of tongs from the corner, and added fine silver charcoal to the burner. The warmth radiating from it instantly made the Wen Yin was keeping vigil by Madame Wen's bedside while Wen Chao sat behind a screen amusing the newborn. Upon catching sight of Ji Juing's striking appearance, he was momentarily taken aback before quickly rising to greet her. Benefactor, my wife. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Suddenly the sound of wheels turning drifted in from outside. Ji Juing turned to see a young man in a wheelchair at the entrance. Clad in snow-white robes, he possessed an ethereal, otherworldly grace. His ice-blue eyes held a deep, profound melancholy. A gentleman as flawless as jade, unmatched in the mortal world. That was Wen Shiyu. Brother, you where? Wen Longxiu helped push the wheelchair inside. Miss Feng, this is my eldest brother Wen Shiyu. Wen Shiyu met Ji Juing's clear, limpid eyes and was stunned for a moment. Then a hint of a smile welled up in his ice-blue gaze, and he gave her a slight nod. Ji Juing offered a small smile in return, acknowledging the greeting. She then took a seat by Madame Wen's bedside. Producing a silver needle, she inserted it into the Renjong acupoint, angling it upward with a twisting motion and strong stimulation to rouse her. Madame Wen opened her eyes and saw Ji Juing. She tried to struggle upright, but her body was numb and unresponsive. Madam, please don't move. The effects of the anesthetic haven't worn off yet, so you can't feel any pain. Once it does, the wound will start to ache. Seeing his wife awake, Wen Yin rushed to her bedside with Wen Longting and Wen Longxiu following close behind. Fian, are you alright? Wen Yin asked anxiously. I'm fine. What about the child? How is the child? Madame Wen's voice was weak. Wen Xiao handed the baby to Wen Yin, who brought him before Madame Wen. Look, the child is perfectly fine. It's a healthy son. Madame Wen looked at her youngest son and wept tears of joy. Noticing there were strangers present, she quickly wiped her tears away. And this is... Madame Wen had been unconscious when Ji Juing delivered her child, so she didn't recognize her. She looked at Ji Juing and asked, Mother, this is Miss Feng Wan. She saved you and my little brother. Wen Longting chimed in eagerly. Yes, Fian, we owe a great deal to Miss Feng this time. Wen Yin looked at Ji Juing with deep gratitude. Miss Feng, thank you for saving my wife and child's lives. There's no need for thanks, madam. Your premature labor was complicated by a breech presentation, making natural delivery impossible. I had no choice but to perform a cesarean section to save both you and the child. However, a scar will remain on your abdomen, but it's of no consequence. Once you take a beauty retention pill, the scar will naturally fade away. The unprepared listeners were utterly astounded by Ji Juing's words. What? A cesarean birth? Miss Feng, a cesarean birth is unheard of since ancient times. My wife's abdomen. Wen Yan's heart ached at the thought of what his wife had endured. Patriarch Wen, please don't worry. I have stitched up the wound with needle and thread and taken precautions against postoperative infection. She will be fine. Ji Juing explained patiently. The others were stunned once more, the gruesome scene flashing in their minds. A shiver ran down their spines, but more than anything they felt deep sympathy. "Thank you, child," Madame Wen said, unconcerned about the scar. Having just brushed past death, such things mattered little to her now. What mattered was that she was alive. "I'm glad you feel that way. Summon your most trusted maid, and I will instruct her on how to care for your wound. Also remember to take some blood tonic pills and pain relief pill." After giving a series of detailed care instructions and precautions, Ji Juing finally left the room. "Yanga, that young lady saved both me and our son. We haven't properly thanked her yet." Madame Wen's words reminded Wen Yin. He hurried out and called after Ji Juing. "Benefactor, I have no way to repay such a great kindness. Please accept these spirit stones for now. I will visit you another day to offer my formal thanks. May I ask where you reside?" "Saving lives is a healer's duty. There's no need for such courtesy, patriarch. My current residence is not convenient to disclose. I hope you can understand. Rest assured I will return in 7 days to check on Madame Wen's condition," Ji Juing explained. "Ah, that's fine, but please accept these spirit stones first." Ji Juing's words of refusal were cut short. At that moment the old patriarch Wen pushed the young man in the wheelchair over. "Since the young lady is unwilling to accept, don't force her. Is that all you have to offer? Mere spirit stones?" Wen Yin, having been glared at by his father, suddenly realized his folly. "Ah, yes. Look at how muddled I've become." Shortly after, Ji Juing was led by Wen Yin and the others to a stone door engraved with the 8 trigrams. Wen Yin chanted an incantation, and the stone door began to rotate, revealing an opening just large enough for a single person to pass through. They proceeded into a secret chamber where the patriarch Wen pricked his finger and pressed it against another stone door. With a deep rumble, the door opened, revealing a trove of various spiritual tools, magical instruments, secret manuals, techniques, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. It was evidently the Wen family's treasure vault. Benefactor, this is the greatest treasure vault of the Wen family. Feel free to choose anything that catches your eye," the old patriarch Wen declared. Just because she saved the lady of the house, the Wen family trusted her this much. Weren't they afraid she'd clean them out? That was what she thought, but Ji Juing was not one to be greedy. "Yes, Sister Feng, don't refuse anymore, or my parents won't be able to sleep at night." Wen Longting pulled Ji Juing over to select treasures. Since she was already here, Ji Juing found it difficult to decline further and allowed herself to be led by Wen Longting. There were even top-grade spirit stones of various colors, each one teeming with rich spiritual energy, perfect for cultivation. "Oh, is this a blood spirit?" Inside a transparent icebox, a palm-sized crimson lotus was in full bloom, exuding an aura both enchanting and noble, yet tinged with a hint of bloodthirst. It was the main ingredient for the bone-melting blood rebirth pill. A thought crossed her mind, and she glanced towards the blue-eyed youth by the door. Wen Shiyu had been watching her every move with a probing gaze. He hadn't expected her to turn and look at him. Their eyes met, and both were briefly taken aback. Ji Juing gave an awkward smile and looked away. Seeing her dazed expression just moments ago, a faint smile gradually spread across his handsome lips. Wen Xiao was stunned for a moment, then spoke with some excitement. "Miss, you recognize the blood spirit lotus?" At his words, everyone looked at her with hopeful eyes. "Yes, I do." Wen Shiyu's ice-blue eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of hope surfacing in their depths. Once ranked 3rd on the genius list, he had been reduced to a cripple with shattered spiritual meridians. He had consulted countless alchemists, all to no avail, and had wallowed in despair for over a year until Madame Wen became pregnant again. But then they remembered that Ji Juing had no spiritual power. The hope that had just kindled was extinguished. Without spiritual power, one couldn't condense a spiritual flame, so how could she possibly be an alchemist? Ji Juing looked at the changing expressions of the crowd with some confusion. "Nothing much," Wen Xiao said in a flat tone. Since they didn't want to talk about it, she naturally wouldn't press further. Ji Juing looked around, but couldn't decide what to choose. Finally, she opened the spatial barrier and let the evil flame pick a plate of unknown seeds as compensation. Under Ji Juing's persistent questioning, the evil flame finally revealed the origin of the seeds. The soul-nurturing wood seeds, one of the 10 divine trees. It could be worn on the body to nourish the soul and primordial spirit, gradually strengthening spiritual sense, and could also harbor a soul, keeping it from dispersing. According to the evil flame, the soul-nurturing wood needed to be watered with spirit spring water, which was why the Wen family couldn't grow it. As for the beast egg, its species was unknown for now, and there was no sign of hatching, but intuition told Ji Juing that its grade wouldn't be too low. The next day at the break of dawn, as the sun rose, Qingling came out of the kitchen carrying breakfast, and saw Ji Juing standing in the courtyard. "Miss, you're awake. I've just prepared breakfast." When she got up in the morning and saw no movement from Ji Juing's room, she assumed Ji Juing was still asleep, and didn't disturb her. Ji Juing hummed an acknowledgement, then sat down at the stone table, picked up chopsticks, and began to eat. Noticing Qingling's unusual demeanor, Ji Juing put down her bowl and chopsticks. "Qingling, what's made you so happy?" "Miss, I heard this morning that the second miss sent for 10 earthworms and 10 crickets last night. And also heard she kept retching all night. Miss, can that really cure the poison on her face?" Qingling asked excitedly. "Of course not," Ji Juing said, looking at her excited expression. "Ah, If that couldn't cure it, then the second miss would surely come to trouble miss again today. Qingling couldn't help but worry. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Actually, even if she didn't eat those bugs, the poison would neutralize itself when the time comes. Ji Juing, seeing her worried expression, couldn't bear to frighten her further. Miss, what if the second miss complains to the third prince? The third prince's strength. Qingling's heart tightened again. She won't. If she were bullied by other spirit cultivators, she would definitely seek the third prince's help to save face. But as a top 10 on the genius rankings, the prodigy of the Zhongyue kingdom, is it a glorious thing to be poisoned by a waste and unable to cure it? Ji Juing said. Qingling suddenly understood. So she has to swallow this bitter pill in silence. Who says I'm a waste? Ji Juing shrugged, looking as if being a waste had its merits. Shadow Moon, hiding in the shadows, gasped silently. She thought, so scheming, too scheming. Everyone in the world is being played for fools by her. The Grand Preceptor's mansion. Master, Inhan appeared behind Gong Mingyue. How is the matter? I asked you to investigate. Gong Mingyue asked in a calm tone. And there was a seal on her that didn't belong to this continent. Recalling her treatment in the Ji family and Ji Xinyuan's attitude toward her, Gong Mingyue formed a conjecture in his mind. Declared dead. Appearing out of nowhere and disappearing without a trace, as if all evidence was wiped clean, impossible to investigate further. Appearing out of nowhere. Giving birth to Jiuer before a full moon. And there was a seal on her that didn't belong to this continent. Recalling her treatment in the Ji family and Ji Xinyuan's attitude toward her, Gong Mingyue formed a conjecture in his mind. MMIC. Go investigate the third prince's businesses and power and create some trouble for him, so he won't be too idle lately. A cold glint flashed in Gong Mingyue's eyes. Yes, I obey. Inhan thought to himself, this third prince is about to be in trouble. Oh my, who has angered our magnificent Grand Preceptor? A man in a magnificent purple robe appeared from the void, exquisitely handsome, with a face as fair as jade and a smile like spring breeze and gentle rain. He unceremoniously placed his hand on Gong Mingyue's shoulder. Do you want to keep that hand? A surge of formidable force repelled Si's hand. So stingy, can't even touch you, Siyu said without a care. Well, here are the pills I refined with great effort to suppress the poison in your body after gathering all the herbs with tremendous difficulty. Siyu spoke. No need, said Gong Mingyue, tossing the detox pill and prescription given by Ji Juing to Siyu. Siyu took the pill, sniffed it, then put it in his mouth and swallowed. After a moment, he picked up the prescription and examined it. The handwriting was delicate, resembling a woman's. Brilliant. Brilliant. The three toxins counteract each other, and red crystal ganoderma and mystic ice flower also counter each other. How did I never think of this method? This pill can alleviate the poison in your body without side effects. It's perfect. The person who made this pill must have extraordinary medical skills. A gleam lit up in C's eyes. He truly wished to meet the owner of this prescription immediately. Maybe it's because you're stupid, Gong Mingyue said. Hey, I can't accept that. Wait, I calculated that the only calamity that could threaten your life is this poison. Then the one who can cure the poison in your body is the person who smelled your strange fragrance. Cu was as excited as if he had discovered a new continent. However, red crystal ganoderma and mystic ice flower are not easy to find. Later he'll calculate roughly where they might appear. By the way, which family's young lady is that woman? Cu squinted at Gong Mingyue. Is that difficult for the leader of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Cu. In the following days, Ji Fengyan didn't come to cause trouble. Oh, presumably this incident was enough to make her feel sick for days. As for Ji Juing, she did nothing but cultivate. The rich spiritual energy from 300 high-grade spirit stones was indeed incomparable to ordinary spirit stones. After several days of effort, Ji Juing had cultivated the divine control art to the second stage. Feeling that her realm was showing signs of loosening again, but considering her recent rapid advancement, she suppressed the pressure, deciding to stabilize her foundation before advancing further. Channeling spiritual energy, her palm condensed a red glow deeper in color than before, looking formidable. Meanwhile, her wood-type spiritual root was also subtly strengthening. Spiritual power has increased considerably, and cultivation has reached the 2-star Grand Spirit Master level. The evil flame was now increasingly impressed by Ji Juing, though its pride would never allow it to admit. Ji Juing nodded. The speed is acceptable. This is far more than acceptable. The evil flame was agitated. People on this low-level continent sometimes take over a decade to reach this realm, yet you've become a 2-star Grand Spirit Master in less than 10 days. Ji Juing neither confirmed nor denied. Since her wood-type spiritual root could be cultivated, she would continue practicing wood-type spiritual techniques. The essence of wood. The evil flame looked at her in disbelief. The wood-type talent she had awakened turned out to be the essence of wood. Her luck was simply too good. As the name suggested, with the essence of wood she could cultivate all wood-type spiritual techniques. Countless wood-type techniques appeared in Ji Juing's mind, but due to her current limited strength, she could only practice 2 arts. In the end, she chose the language of nature and the power of manipulation. The language of nature, the ability to communicate with plants, gathering intelligence, or seeking their aid. The power of manipulation, the ability to control surrounding flora, directing their movement, growth, or even commanding them to attack enemies at the caster's will. Spiritual energy was slowly refined into Ji Juing's physical body, causing her wood-type spiritual root to gradually strengthen and expand. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Ji Juing's forehead. She opened her eyes and began to chant a spell. A pale green light gathered in her hands, growing denser and brighter. Soft, clear, yet shrouded in a misty, ethereal glow. A faint smile curved her lips. She hadn't expected to grasp it so quickly. Refining a top-grade, earth-level pill should be well within her reach now. Without hesitation, Ji Juing carefully controlled the heat, while tossing the processed herbs into the 9-nether cauldron. Sweat rolled down her face unnoticed. This was her first time refining a top-grade, earth-level pill. She was utterly immersed in the alchemy furnace, using her powerful spiritual sense to monitor both the fire and the conditions within the cauldron. Melting, condensing, forming the pill. A soft puff sound signaled success. Joy lit up Ji Juing's face. It was done. She lifted the lid and a wave of rich pill fragrance wafted out. 10 top-grade, earth-level marrow-cleansing pills lay within flawless and of the finest quality, truly the pinnacle of their grade. Next, Ji Juing refined foundation establishment pills, and unsurprisingly, they were all supreme-grade, earth-level pills as well. Not bad at all, little Yu is true. As she stored the pills away, Ji Juing didn't forget to praise the 9-nether cauldron. Overjoyed by the compliment, Xiao Yu happily hopped and danced in the air. Country bumpkin, getting this excited over earth-level pills. Can't you have some ambition and aim for saint-level or divine-level pills? Evil Flame remarked with disdain. Divine level. They'll get there eventually. Dream on. Saint-level and divine-level pills require strange fires. A little rookie like you shouldn't even think about it. Evil Flame mused inwardly that this rookie would likely be reduced to ashes before even getting near a strange fire. Besides, it wasn't as if strange fires were so easily discovered. Strange fire, huh? After consulting with Evil Flame, Ji Juing formed her own plan. She went to the herb garden to water the soul-nurturing wood. Under her careful irrigation, the seed slowly broke through the soil and sprouted. Only the beast egg beside it remained unchanged. What kind of egg is this? Ji Juing poked it here and there with her finger, curious. Just then a sharp crack sounded as a fissure appeared on the egg's surface. Ji Juing stared at her own finger in disbelief. No way, she had barely applied any force. Had she really poked it open? Crack! A crisp sound of the shell breaking echoed, and then a small vermilionered head emerged. Its shape resembled a bird's head, but it was far more beautiful than any ordinary bird. The little head struggled to push its way out of the shell. Its eyes were like polished obsidian, round, glossy, and full of life. Its feathers were a shiny, lustrous crimson, and its tiny pink claws emerged, followed by 9 magnificent vermilion tails. Though it hadn't fully grown into its appearance, Ji Juing could roughly guess what it was. Wasn't this the divine beast vermilion bird that only appeared in legends and dramas? It was a stroke of sheer luck, a blind cat catching a dead mouse. She had stumbled upon a divine beast egg. The little vermilion bird quickly devoured its eggshell in a few bites. After the meal, its body grew a size larger, and it let out a satisfied burp. It fluffed its feathers and looked at Ji Juing with eager, longing eyes, letting out soft, adorable chirps of Jiomi Jiomi. Ji Juing's heart melted at the sound. It's actually the divine beast vermilion bird. Evil Flame sensed a powerful wave, feeling the oppressive aura of a divine beast. He hadn't expected it to be real. This foolish woman truly was full of surprises, for him and for any beast. Ji Juing's heart stirred. She extended her slender fair finger and gently smoothed the little creature's feathers to soothe it. The little one pecked at Ji Juing's finger, leaving a tiny thin wound. It then pressed its head against the cut, and a dazzling flash of light burst forth. Ji Juing knew exactly what this meant, and her heart surged with immense excitement. A divine beast. Its bloodline was of the utmost nobility. Forming a contract with the vermilion bird was like adding wings to a tiger for her. Moreover, the contract they forged was a soul contract, binding them to share life and death through all lifetimes forever. Realizing the little one had no name, yet she asked, "How about I call you Juju?" Evil Flame was utterly speechless. What kind of name was Piggy? The little vermilion bird refused, fluffing up its feathers and shaking its head vigorously. You don't like it? Then how about Xiaohuang? Only then did the little bird nuzzle affectionately against Ji Juing's hand. Ji Juing was astounded. As expected of a divine beast, born with innate intelligence. It had gained wisdom right after hatching, and it probably wouldn't be long before it could speak. In the study, who could be so despicable? The third prince slammed his palm onto the sandalwood desk, shattering it into pieces. Flames of rage blazed in his eyes, and a fierce beast-like glint shone from his dark, violent pupils. He wished he could tear the culprit to shreds. Over the past few days, his various business chains had been monopolized, and some had even collapsed due to issues with their goods. Today, the spiritual vein he had been privately mining was robbed. Not only was it robbed, but his father, the emperor, had also gotten wind of it. Everyone knew that privately mining spiritual veins was forbidden in the Zhangyue kingdom. Now that news of the vein had spread like wildfire, the last thing he needed at this critical moment was to sow doubt in the emperor's mind. The best way to quell this matter was to hand over all the mined spirit stones and crystals to the crown, and also make up for the stolen portion. Considering he had mined less than a third of the vein, having to compensate for the missing part was more agonizing than eating excrement for Junlin Yu. After all that had happened these past few days, if he still didn't realize he was being targeted, he would be truly stupid. But no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out who was behind it all. Find them. When I find out who it is, I'll have them torn apart limb from limb. Jun Linya's veins bulged on his forehead. Understood, master. With that, Finji and Juma vanished from the spot. Unknowingly, the night had grown deep. Qingling was roused from her sleep, still groggy, and was summoned by Ji Juing. Thinking something had happened to her young miss, she rubbed her eyes and asked, "What's the matter, miss?" Ji Juing pulled Qingling to sit down. After a quick examination, she found that Qingling's constitution and spiritual roots were quite good. She just lacked cultivation resources, which was why she was still only a one-star spirit master. Drink this. Ji Juing produced a cup of spirit spring water from her space and handed it to her. Miss, I can't. Qingling was startled, instantly wide awake. How could she let her young miss pour water for her? Are you not going to listen to your miss now? I said drink it, so drink it. Seeing Ji Juing's serious expression, Qingling obediently drank it. The spring water was sweet on the tongue, and a warm sensation spread through her body as she drank. Qingling felt as light as a feather, and even the old injuries she had sustained in the past seemed to be slowly mending on their own. Miss, what is this? It's amazing. Qingling, do you want to become stronger? Ji Juing asked. Yes, of course I do. Qingling didn't understand why her miss was asking, but she answered from the bottom of her heart. Through countless days and nights, she yearned to grow stronger so she could protect her mistress. Yet reality was cruel. She was merely an ordinary maidservant. Ji Juing observed Qingling's resolute expression and nodded with satisfaction. If Qingling lacked a burning desire for strength, even her help would be in vain. Little did Qingling know this very moment would set her life on an earth-shattering new path. Good. Inside are a marrow cleansing pill and a foundation establishment pill. However, the pain of marrow cleansing is beyond what ordinary people can endure. If you can withstand it with your current aptitude, reaching Spirit Master is well within reach, and even Grand Spirit Master is merely a matter of time. Ji Juing stated solemnly. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds before Qingling finally reacted. What? Marrow cleansing pill. Spirit Master. Grand Spirit Master. Mistress, am I dreaming? Ji Juing looked at her dazed expression and smiled. Have I ever deceived you? Qingling accepted the pill, struggling to suppress the overwhelming joy surging within her. She had dreamed of growing stronger countless times, but they were just dreams. Now her mistress claimed even Grand Spirit Master was not out of reach. It felt like a fantasy come true. Mistress Qingling is not afraid. Qingling wants to become stronger. Very well. Follow my instructions, and I will protect you throughout the process. Ji Juing guided her patiently. Having inherited the memories of her predecessor, Ji Juing knew exactly how this person had shielded her time and again. How could she not care deeply? Her enemies would only multiply in the future, and she could not guarantee her constant presence by Qingling's side. Only by empowering her could she be free of worry. Under Ji Juing's guidance, Qingling advanced from a one-star spirit master to a four-star spirit master, proving her mentor's expectations were not misplaced. The talent Qingling awakened was the Phantom Sea Resonance. As the name suggested, it allowed her to attack through musical instruments, bewilder her enemies, and even heal her allies. A formidable talent indeed. She would soon become a trusted right hand. Ji Juing retrieved a yellow-grade spirit manual from her spatial realm, urging Qingling to practice diligently. At the break of dawn, Ji Juing gave Qingling her instructions and departed. Today she was to visit the One residence to check on Lady One. Unbeknownst to Ji Juing, the news of her cesarean section had spread like wildfire through the streets during her days of seclusion. Even the Empress concubines and noble ladies within the palace had heard of the miraculous childbirth. Shocked and amazed, many hailed her as a divine physician, and numerous palace consorts dispatched envoys to seek out this legendary healer. Regrettably, no one had glimpsed the physician's true face. All they knew was that she was a young woman, and her name remained a mystery, for she always wore a veil. Thus the people bestowed upon Ji Juing the title of the Veiled Miracle Doctor. The Veiled Miracle Doctor. A man in purple robes murmured with a hint of intrigue before vanishing. The guard at the gate recognized Ji Juing instantly and hurried over. Dr. Feng, you've arrived. The family head is awaiting you in the main hall. Very well, thank you for your trouble. Ji Juing replied evenly. As she stepped through the main gate, a graceful figure came rushing towards her, none other than Wen Longting. Fairy sister. Second miss. The guard bowed to Wen Longting. You may attend to your duties. I will accompany Fairy sister. As you wish. The guard withdrew. Fairy sister, have you had breakfast? Wen Longting asked, linking her arm through Ji Juing's as they walked. I have. They soon arrived at the main hall. The moment Ji Juing entered, she was startled. There were so many people. Wan Yin, the family head, noticed her discomfort and stepped forward to greet her. Benefactor, please don't mind them. These are the clan elders. They all wish to see the legendary Dr. Feng. The crowd gasped upon seeing Ji Juing. They never imagined the famed Dr. Feng would be so young. After exchanging pleasantries, she was led to Lady Wen's chamber. Ji Juing examined Lady Wen's wound and found it healing nicely. Confirming she was out of danger, she stepped out. Benefactor, how is my wife? Wen Yin and the others gathered around. Your lady is recovering remarkably well. You may now help her walk around a bit more. Thank you. This kindness I shall never forget. If there is ever anything I can do for you, benefactor, please, just name it. I would go through fire and water to repay this debt. Wen Yin said with profound gratitude. You're too kind, Patriarch One. Please just call me Feng Wan. It was a simple act of assistance, so there's no need for further thanks. Besides, I've already accepted my compensation. Speaking of compensation, the Wen family likely had no idea that the seed she received was one of the 10 great divine trees. In truth, she had come out ahead. Having changed clothes earlier without her veil, the entire Wen household had seen her true face. Recalling the rumors about her cesarean procedure that she had overheard on her way here, Ji Juing understood the wisdom of staying out of the limelight. Suddenly the sound of a wheelchair rolling approached, and a plan formed in Ji Juing's mind. Patriarch, when I can repair your son's meridians, but I have one condition. The words struck the room like a thunderclap, leaving everyone stunned. What? Repair his meridians? Wen Yin stared intently at Ji Juing, his voice trembling. What did you say? My son's meridians can still be saved? Wen Yin could hardly believe his ears. Over the past 2 years, he had consulted countless pharmacists, even Vice Dean Shen of the Star Academy, and all had declared it hopeless. Just as he had resigned himself to fate, this young woman before him claimed she could repair Shu Yes meridians. They can be saved. Ji Juing affirmed with certainty. The man outside the door held his breath, his fingers gripping the wheelchair until they turned white. Though he had been disappointed time and again, and had long abandoned. Hearing her confident tone, a faint spark of excitement kindled within him. Big brother. When Longxiu noticed Wen Chuyu at the doorway. Big brother, did you hear that? Fairy sister says she can fix your meridians. Wen Longting was nearly jumping with excitement. Grandfather, father. Wen Chuyu maintained his gentle smile. Miss Feng, are you a heaven-grade alchemist? Wen Xiao asked, puzzled. Not yet, but soon. Having chosen to help, there was no need for secrecy. Ji Juing answered with certainty. A condition like his would require at least a mid-grade heaven-tier pill to be effective. This young woman was truly deep. He, a spirit general, couldn't even see through her cultivation level. Could she possibly be above him? Wen Xiao quickly dismissed such an absurd thought. She was barely a teenager, there was no way she could surpass him. Still, he refrained from probing further. The chances of success are 7 in 10. Are you willing to try? This time Ji Juing addressed Wen Chuyu directly. Yes. His voice trembled slightly, betraying the turmoil within. Since the accident, he had wallowed in despair, known disappointment, and even given up. But how could he let down the anxious hopes of his grandfather, father, mother, and sisters? Gradually, he calmed himself down, but now a glimmer of expectation once again appeared in his eyes. He believed she could bring him miracles just as she had for his mother and younger brother. Fairy sister, when shall we start? What do we need to prepare? Asked Wen Longting excitedly. Tinger, don't be rude. Wen Xiao tapped Wen Longting on the head. Ji Juing chuckled and said, no matter, let's start now. Wen Chuyu's gaze lingered on her, slightly stunned. A hint of smile rippled in his phoenix eyes, exuding a tenderness and affection that even he himself had not noticed. Benefactor, what are the conditions you mentioned? Asked Wen Yin. Wen Xiao tapped Wen Yin and said, well, agree to any conditions. Seeing her own father also being tapped by her grandfather, Wen Longting couldn't stop laughing. Wen Yin glared at her, but she made a face at him defiantly. You naughty girl, go away. Wen Longting hid behind Ji Juing and cried, fairy sister, save me. Ji Juing watched their harmonious family and then thought of herself. Whether in her past life or this one, she had never experienced such a family atmosphere. The condition is simple. I don't want to reveal myself, said Ji Juing calmly. Recalling the rumors in the capital, the tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be destroyed by the wind. Everyone instantly understood. Since she hadn't worn a veil in the mansion, it showed that she trusted them enough. They all pledged not to reveal a single word. Arriving at Wen Chuyu's room, the air was filled with the scent of herbs. Ji Juing instructed them to open all the windows for ventilation. Find a pharmacist you trust to assist me, and prepare a large cauldron and a bucket of hot water. Dark One, make the arrangements, said Wen Chuyu. Yes, master. Dark One was also very nervous at this moment, but excited at the thought that his master could recover. Everything was ready, and pharmacist Lu also hurried over. In the room, Ji Juing wrote a prescription for pharmacist Lu to fetch the herbs and put them into the cauldron. Then she signaled Wen Chuyu to extend his hand. When her slender fingers touched his wrist, sensing her warmth, Wen Chuyu's body stiffened for a moment, and he even dared not breathe. It was the first time he had been so close to a member of the opposite sex. Ji Juing placed her fingers on Wen Chuyu's pulse, closed her eyes to carefully feel his pulse condition, and after a while released it, her brows slightly furrowed. You are called Dark One, right? Move your master to the bed and take off his clothes, said Ji Juing as she took out silver needles to disinfect them. Huh. Not only Dark One, but even Wen Chuyu and pharmacist Lu were stunned. What, huh? Take off your master's clothes and have him lie on the bed. I'm about to start. Ji Juing suddenly realized that her words were somewhat inappropriate. After all, the thinking of these ancient people differed from that of modern ones. So she added, not completely naked. Just take off the upper garment. The pants can stay, just roll them up. Dark One, do as she says. Despite everything, Wen Chuyu's cheeks flushed red. However, Ji Juing consciously turned her back to him. In her eyes there were only patience, not gender distinctions. After taking off his clothes, Wen Chuyu's handsome face turned even redder. He simply steeled himself, closed his eyes, and lay motionless on the bed. Dark One had never seen his master like this before and couldn't help shaking with laughter. Ji Jiang directed pharmacist Lu to begin massaging Wen Chuyu. Wen Chuyu's muscles were tense all over, adding resistance to the pharmacist. Young master, when I know you are very nervous, but please don't be nervous for now. Relax, Ji Jiang said indifferently. Fortunately, he listened and gradually relaxed his body. After half an hour, pharmacist Lu was exhausted and plopped down onto the ground. Dark One helped him to sit aside. Ji Jiang picked up a silver needle and inserted it, explaining to pharmacist Lu as she applied the needles. Soon Wen Chuyu's body was covered with silver needles, looking exactly like a hedgehog. Having heard about her performing a cesarean section to deliver a child, an incredible feat, pharmacist Lu watched her fluid and seamless techniques, and the more he saw, the more astonished he became. Even Dark One felt alarmed. Ji Jiang, however, was drenched in sweat. After finishing the acupuncture, she was completely exhausted. She grabbed the tea on the table, drank it down in a few gulps, and then went to the bedside to continue the treatment. Young master, when now, I will start reconnecting your spiritual meridians. However, it may take some time. Are you ready? Wen Chuyu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and reopened them with more determination in his gaze. Come on, Miss Foam, I am ready. Ji Jiang said no more. Her spiritual power like threads probed into Wen Chuyu's body. Ji Jiang used the most straightforward method to treat him, using her spiritual power to reactivate his remaining spiritual meridians, guiding the energy to flow smoothly along his channels. At the same time, she combined the silver needles with that energy to heal his broken meridians from both inside and out. It was easy to say, but difficult to do, especially since her cultivation level was lower than Wen Chuyu's at the moment. After completing a series of actions, she had consumed a lot of spiritual power. Ji Jiang was now struggling with beads of sweat covering her forehead. But at the critical final moment, how could she give up? She gritted her teeth and persisted. After a whole morning, Ji Jiang had only restored 1/3 of his meridians, but that was still decent. Wen Chuyu was amazed to find that his meridians had indeed been repaired significantly. It was nothing short of a miracle. You can cultivate some spiritual techniques like the heart purification art, which will greatly help your wounds and meridian recovery, said Ji Jiang as she popped several body restoration pills into her mouth. Dark One and pharmacist Lu thought, wow, truly worthy of being a divine physician. Okay. Wen Chuyu saw the sweat on Ji Jiang's fair forehead and couldn't help feeling a pang of concern. He said gratefully, Miss Feng, take a rest first. I am not in a hurry, after all I have endured this for so long. Pharmacist Lu pour all the medicine from the cauldron into the bathtub and let young master Wen take a medicinal bath for 2 hours. Having said that, she went directly to the adjacent side room, took out a cup of spiritual spring water, drank it, and sat in meditation to recover. After a while, the spiritual energy and spiritual power she had consumed were largely restored. Just as Ji Jiang stepped out of the room, she was stopped by pharmacist Lu. This old man has some medical questions. May I discuss them with the divine physician? Sure, please go ahead. Pharmacist Lu asked several difficult questions he had encountered, and Ji Jiang patiently answered, each one offering her own insights. The bystanders were completely lost, but the more pharmacist Lu listened, the more he admired her. Then with a thud, he knelt on the ground. Please accept me as your disciple, divine physician. Ji Jiang and everyone else were startled. Wen Yin and others knew well that pharmacist Liu's medical skills were no less than those of the imperial pharmacists, and even better. Yet now he was kneeling before a young girl begging to become her apprentice. This was something they had never expected. Master Lu, what are you doing? You're old enough to be my grandfather. You're overwhelming me. Divine healer in the realm of medicine, age knows no bounds. Mastery commands respect. If you don't agree, I won't get up. Master Lu was acting like a playful old man at that moment. Ji Jiang was speechless. After a moment's thought, she said, please get up first. I won't accept you as my disciple, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I will teach you. Master Lu finally beamed with joy. Thank you, divine healer. After settling matters, Ji Jiang returned to Liha courtyard, buying Kingling's favorite osmanthus. Oh, isn't this the trash, Ji Jiang? Suddenly a haughty female voice rang out, and several arrogant young men and women swarmed around her. The passers-by looked at Ji Jiang with disdain, mockery, contempt, and disgust. Ji Jiang paid no heed to the surrounding gazes. She looked at them calmly, her red lips parting slightly. They'll give you 2 choices, leave now, or get beaten. Ha ha ha. Did this trash just say shed beat us? We're so scared. Come on, try and hit us. Ha ha ha. The young men and women burst into unrestrained laughter. Then a girl in a green dress approached Ji Jiang, her whip slashing fiercely towards her. With lightning-fast reflexes, Ji Jiang grabbed the other end of the whip, kicked the oncoming girl squarely in the chest, sending her flying backward. Accompanied by a muffled thud, the girl could almost hear the crisp sound of her own bones shattering. Ji Jiang whipped the whip back towards the other youths. In a flurry of ferocious moves, they were left groaning on the ground, completely incapable of fighting back. Ji Jiang tossed the whip down before them, looking down at them from a height, with a light laugh. Since you wanted to play, I had no choice but to play along. Heh. Ji Jiang, you're dead. Mo Yunran roared in shame and fury. All these years they had been the ones bullying her. How dare she fight back today? She would make Ji Juing walked over to Mo Yunran, stepping on her dantian with a harmless smile. For all the times you've bullied and humiliated me, I will repay every bit of it. With that she pressed down with her foot. The sound of a shattered dantian echoed as Mo Yunran screamed hysterically, her face, pale, chest heaving, staring at Ji Juing with utter angry, furious. Good. That's exactly how you treated me. From now on it's best not to provoke me, or I might just lose my mind, and it could cost you your life. Ji Juing said coldly. The onlookers were chilled to the bone. The other youths instinctively stepped back, staring at Ji Juing in terror. Had the eldest miss of the Ji family changed her temperament? Today she dared to fight back against these nobles, whereas in the past she would just endure their abuse. Ji Juing swept a contemptuous glance over the others, a mocking smile curling on her lips as she calmly walked away. In a tea house on the second floor, Yu watched the events with keen interest. When he noticed the fengshuang bracelet on Ji Juing's wrist, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The eldest miss of the Ji family. He couldn't see through the girl's fate line at all. Interesting, very interesting. He didn't expect to find something so intriguing just by stepping out. With that he vanished from the tea house. Seeing the courtyard in disarray, Ji Juing's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Young Miss Zhang Mama lay slumped in a corner. Hearing the sound, Ji Juing rushed to her side. She helped her up, fed her spiritual spring water and a recovery pill, and quickly bandaged the wound on her forehead. Zhang Mama, what happened? Where's Qingling? Ji Juing asked, her brows furrowed deeply. Young Miss, shortly after you left this morning, the second miss and the young master came to Liha courtyard in a rage looking for you. Qingling lied that you were sleeping in your room, but the second miss insisted on coming in. Qingling couldn't stop her. When they found you weren't there, they took Qingling away, saying they'd discipline her on your behalf. As for where this old servant doesn't know. Ji Juing's face remained calm, but a sharp, icy glint flashed in her eyes. Ji Rufeng is back. Ji Fengyan, it seems she hasn't learned her lesson. And Ji Rufeng, after settling Zhang Mama, she went out to settle accounts with them. Trash. Who allowed you to sit in the second miss room? He Mama entered and saw Ji Juing in the room, scolding her with displeasure. Say that again. Ji Juing raised an eyebrow. You trash doesn't deserve to be in the second miss room. Get out of here right now. Although he Mama found her gaze somewhat unsettling, she still didn't take her seriously. After all, she was the second miss wet nurse. Ji Juing swiftly approached her, grabbing her by the neck and saying coldly, I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Ji family, your mistress. Do I not have the right? He Mama's pupils dilated in terror, her heart filled with fear and anger. Everyone in the Ji family knew she was the second miss wet nurse. No one had ever dared to treat her like this. Wretch, what are you doing? Ji Fengyan entered and saw Ji Juing choking her servant. Ji Rufeng, who followed behind, saw Ji Juing in white robes, her delicate oval face, lightly made up, with eyes clear as a deep pool. He suddenly had an illusion that the person before him wasn't human, but a deity. At that moment, Ji Rufeng's mind was filled only with Ji Juing's beauty, completely oblivious to Ji Fengyan's furious glare. Brother, what are you doing? Ji Fengyan's angry roar snapped him back to reality. How did she become? Ji Rufeng's words were cut short. Ji Juing swept them a disgusted glance. Where is Qingling? Let he Mama go, or you'll never find out. Ji Fengyan roared in exasperation. Last chance. Ji Juing tightened her grip on he Mama's neck, slowly lifting her off the ground. Wretch, you're insane. Insane? Then he'll show you insane. She's in the woodshed. Ji Fengyan roared. Crack. The sound of a neck snapping echoed. Thud. He Mama collapsed to the ground motionless. The maidservants around screamed in terror, trembling. In their eyes, Ji Juing was now a demon reaping lives. Ji Juing, you're going too far. Ji Rufeng roared from the doorway, his face turning livid with rage. She didn't know her place and offended her mistress. This is what they call killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Consider it a favor to you, second sister. After all, it wouldn't look good if word got out that the Ji family's genius Ji Fengyan couldn't even manage a servant. How incompetent. Ji Juing sneered. Ji Juing, I'll kill you. A furious voice rang out. Ji Juing stood her ground, looking at her as if she were a clown. As she approached, Ji Juing swung the dagger in her hand. With a piercing cry, Ji Fengyan clutched her face and collapsed to the side, writhing in agony. My face. Big brother, my face. Ji Fengyan sobbed. Ji Rufeng saw that the flesh on her cheek was torn open, blood gushing forth in a gruesome sight. Yinner, don't be afraid. Ji Rufeng suppressed his disgust to comfort her, producing a blood-clotting pill and feeding it to her. Yinner, stop the bleeding first. Once I'm done with her, I'll refine a face-restoring pill for you. After swallowing one, Ji Fengyan immediately felt the pain in her face ease considerably. Ji Rufeng then turned his gaze to Ji Juing's stunningly beautiful face, growing more and more displeased with it. Oh my, could it be that second sister wants me to remind you again of the taste of raw crickets and earthworms? Ji Juing looked at her with a sly, half-smiling expression. Ugh, ugh. For days Ji Fengyan had been unable to eat anything, having barely managed to suppress those memories. Now with them dragged up again, her face darkened. Fighting back the nausea churning in her stomach, she lunged at Ji Juing, her face ruined once more. She had to kill her. Bitch, go to hell. Ji Fengyan shoved Ji Rufeng aside. Roaring gale, thunderous might. She pressed her palms together, forming a seal. A gale crackling with lightning-like spiritual energy blasted towards Ji Juing. Just as the technique was about to strike her, Ji Juing curved her lips into a smirk, gracefully sidestepping to evade it. Second sister, your spiritual technique's power seems rather Ji Juing feigned disappointment. What's going on? Spirit dissolving pill, when did you waste administer that? Ji Fengyan snarled. You call me a waste, yet you didn't even notice when I drugged you. Doesn't that make you the genius, even more inferior than a waste? Ji Juing retorted with disdain. Damn you, shut up. Ji Fengyan's fury deepened. Compared to her impulsive sister, Ji Rufeng sensed something was amiss. But it was already too late to react. Ji Fengyan gathered all her spiritual energy, and a massive formation appeared above her head. A colossal black dragon surged forth from it, charging violently at Ji Juing. Ji Juing, I want you dead. Ji Juing produced the crimson fire divine phoenix fan, soaring into the air. Blazing phoenix burn, all creation. She swung the divine phoenix fan fiercely. A streak of golden light shot out, transforming into a vermilion divine sparrow that pierced forward, incinerating the black dragon into ashes. Watch out. Ji Rufeng cried out in alarm. Ji Fengyan, utterly focused on killing Ji Juing, hadn't anticipated her counterattack. She spat out a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed by the backlash of her own power before she could even react. Ji Juing smiled with a bloodthirsty air. Her cool pale hand clenched tightly around Ji Fengyan's neck, causing her face to blanch with terror. Dear sister, are you disappointed that I'm not dead? Ji Juing smiled with a bloodthirsty air. Her cool pale hand clenched tightly around Ji Fengyan's neck, causing her face to blanch with terror. Ji Juing, you're a grand spiritualist. From the initial disfigurement by poison to the killing of her contracted spirit beast to Himami's death, and now to being on the brink of death herself. Only now did Ji Fengyan truly grasp the reality. Ji Juing truly had changed. She was no longer a waste, but a grand spiritualist. Unwilling as she was to believe it, it was the undeniable truth. Ji Juing, release Yenner. Ji Rufeng threatened, channeling his spiritual energy. That morning had heard his sister and mother speak of their elder sister's transformation, but had always dismissed it as exaggeration. After all, how much could someone have been a waste for nearly a decade truly change? Release her. And what if you try to kill me again? Besides, do you think your attack is faster than my grip closing around her neck? As she spoke, her hand tightened around Ji Fengyan's neck. Ji Fengyan let out a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Ji Juing, let me go? I'm your sister. If you kill me, father, and the third prince will never forgive you. Sister? How amusing. When you bullied and whipped me, did you ever think of me as your elder sister? Ji Juing sneered coldly. Ji Juing, no. Eldest sister, please let Yenner go. I swear I won't try to kill you. Ji Rufeng said hastily, fearing that provoking her further would cause her to kill Ji Fengyan in a fit of rage. Oomph. Ji Juing snorted coldly. She pinched Ji Fengyan's mouth open, forced a pill down her throat, and then abruptly released her. Indeed, killing her now would be too easy. Ji Juing intended to make each of those who had wronged her experience a slow living hell. Ji Juing, what did you give me? Ji Fengyan glared at Ji Juing, her eyes like sharp arrows trying to pierce her. Ji Fengyan, Ji Rufeng, I don't trust either of you. She had administered the poison beforehand, anticipating their arrival. At her current level, dealing with Ji Fengyan was trivial, but facing Ji Rufeng would be a strain. There was a gap of 2 major realms between them, even with the spirit-dissolving pill. He wouldn't dare gamble with Ji Fengyan's life. Also, if anything happens to Qingling, just wait to die from the poison. I'm sure you're quite familiar with its effects. In short, no one but her could cure it. Ji Fengyan's face turned pale upon hearing this, while a sharp cold glint flashed deep within Ji Juing's eyes. As she walked away, a fleeting vicious glint passed through Ji Rufeng's eyes. Brother, you have to save me. Ji Fengyan wailed. Yenna, don't worry. I won't let her get away with this. After dealing with Ji Fengyan, Ji Juing headed straight for the woodshed. The woodshed was padlocked. Peering through the crack in the door, she saw only pitch darkness and silence within. Qingling, Qingling. Ji Juing pounded on the door, but there was no answer, and a knot of worry tightened in her chest. Using her spiritual energy to break the lock, it fell with a loud clang. Ji Juing shoved the door open and rushed inside. There, lying on the ground, was Qingling, curled up in the corner, completely still. Her disheveled hair obscured her face, and her body was covered in welts from whipping, though some of the bloodstains on her clothes had already dried. Ji Juing lifted Qingling up and found her burning with a terrifying fever. Looking at the girl in her arms, her nose suddenly stung with emotion. She quickly scooped Qingling up and rushed back to Pear Blossom Courtyard. At Pear Blossom Courtyard, Ji Juing laid Qingling down and immediately administered a fever-reducing injection. Afterwards, she called for Xiaoyu from outside the courtyard to boil 2 cauldrons of hot water and bring them to the room. After the last incident, Xiaoyu wouldn't dare to defy Ji Juing again. Ji Juing personally bathed Qingling. As she carefully peeled off the bloodied clothes, a web of wounds was revealed, and her heart ached with pity. Recalling the original owner's past, she realized how much this little girl had suffered on her behalf, because of her weakness. Ji Jiuying's eyes welled up, and she silently vowed never to let anyone who was kind to her be bullied, and never to let a single one of those who had wronged them go unpunished. After wiping Qing Ling down, Ji Jiuying took out spiritual spring water from her space, and fed it to her, then administered a body restoration pill to replenish her energy. Then Ji Jiuying used her will to retrieve disinfectant anti-inflammatory medicine gauze and other supplies from her space. With practiced skill, she cleaned Qing Ling's wounds and bandaged them with gauze. At Luoxiang Court, Ji Fengyan crying arrived at Luoxiang Court from Qinglan Court. Mother, I nearly died at the hands of that waste earlier. She even killed Nurse He. Ji Fengyan sobbed. Whoa. If not for brother being there, Yenner would never have seen you again, mother. What? Yenner, what exactly happened? What happened to your face? Zhou Haiping was alarmed by the bloody wound on her daughter's face. Ji Fengyan told Zhou Haiping the story with embellishments. How outrageous. How dare she? Zhou Haiping fumed. Mother, that wretch suddenly has spiritual power now. If the third prince finds out, will I lose my chance to marry him? Yenner has loved the third prince for so many years, and he intends to wed me as well. I don't want everything to fall apart now. Ji Fengyan said pitifully. Seeing her daughter's aggrieved look, Zhou Haiping comforted her with heartache. Yenner, rest assured. Your mother will never let her stand in the way of you becoming the third prince. But how could that little wretch who's been a useless waste for nearly 10 years suddenly gain spiritual power? I suspect someone behind her is helping her. This morning brother and I went to Liha Court and found she wasn't there at all. Ji Fengyan said viciously. Hearing this, Zhou Haiping also felt that Yenner's reasoning made sense. If that's the case, then before she grows stronger. Zhou Haiping lowered her voice and whispered into Ji Fengyan's ear while drawing a finger across her own throat. Both of them wore sinister expressions. I don't object to how you treat Jior, but her life must be spared. Otherwise our family will face a calamity of death. Ji Xinyuan's words echoed in her ears. As for the reason, he refused to tell her no matter what. She even suspected he was just scaring her with such talk to protect that way. Among all the princes, the third prince was the most likely to become the crown prince. If Yenner married him, she could very well become the future empress. For the future of the Ji family, and for Yenner's happiness, she could no longer afford to hesitate. Alright, since your eldest brother is refining a heaven-grade face restoration pill for you, stop your crying. As for the poison, it shouldn't be difficult for him either. As for that little wretch, we just need to wait for the right moment. Zhou Haiping had great confidence in her son. Thank you, mother. Yenner understands. After hearing Zhou Haiping's words, Ji Fengyan felt much more at ease. She decided to endure for now. Once she married the third prince, she would make Ji Jiuying kneel before her and beg for mercy. No sooner had Ji Jiuying finished her work and sat down than her so-called father sent someone to summon her to the front hall. Young miss. Nurse Zhang looked at Ji Jiuying. Ji Jiuying smiled and said, don't worry too much. He'll be fine. Take good care of Qing Ling and wait for my return. On the way, the servants she encountered all bowed their heads and greeted her cautiously for word of her strangling Nurse He with her bare hands had already spread throughout the estate. In the front hall, Ji Qinyuan and the old madam sat in the seats of honor. Zhou, what exactly is the matter that you've called us all here for? The old madam asked. Usually the old madam resided in the rear courtyard and rarely came to the front hall except during festivals or when something important happened in the family. Old madam, a few days ago someone poisoned Yenner and ruined her face. Today that same person slashed Yenner's face with a knife. I beg you to seek justice for us. Zhou Haiping said with grief and indignation. Such a thing happened, the old madam exclaimed in shock. Grandmother, look at my face. Ji Fengyan lifted her veil revealing the shocking wound and said with grievance. I'll. Which cursed wretch dares to bully my precious granddaughter? The old madam's eyes blazed with fury as she slammed her palm onto the table. Where's Finger? Call him to refine the face restoration pill at once. Don't let Yenner's face be ruined, the old madam added. Old madam, one ingredient is still missing. Ruffling has gone to the demon beast forest to find it. He should be back soon. Zhou Haiping said. Grandmother, the culprit is Ji Jiuying. Ji Fengyan pointed at Ji Jiuying, who was strolling over leisurely. What? Isn't Jiuying unable to cultivate? How could she? The old madam said in astonishment. Old madam, Ji Jiuying has learned some kind of demonic art from who knows where. Yenner is no match for her. My poor Yenner had her face ruined by her. If a scar remains, how will she ever marry? Whoa. Zhou Haiping cried. The moment Zhou Haiping saw Ji Jiuying, she charged at her. Reaching Ji Jiuying, she raised her hand to strike, but Ji Jiuying, expressionless, lifted her foot and kicked Zhou Haiping flying. Madam! Several servants cried out in shock and rushed over. Ji Jiuying looked at Zhou Haiping, arms crossed, and said in an icy voice, What? Do you want the same treatment as your daughter? You wretch? What do you think you're doing? Ji Fengyan supported Zhou Haiping. There's no justice. I can't live like this. A junior dares to strike me, the matriarch of this household. General, you must avenge me. Zhou Haiping wailed. Unfilial girl. How dare you? Kneel down. Ji Qinyuan, having snapped back to his senses, thundered at Ji Jiuying with fierce authority. This unfilial daughter dared to strike his wife in front of all these servants. Did she still have any respect for him as her father? And why should I? Ji Jiuying sneered. Why do you keep attacking your younger sister, and now you kick your mother? Ji Qinyuan demanded angrily. Mother, does she deserve that title? And are you blind? Didn't you see concubine Zhou come at me, without a word trying to hit me? Ji Juing retorted. Hearing Ji Juing call her concubine, Zhou Haiping's face turned purple with fury. For 9 years he had turned a blind eye to Ji Fengjian's bullying and insults against her. Yet the one time she fought back he condemned her without even asking what had happened. How utterly ironic. Your mother must have had a reason to hit you. And even if she didn't, she's your elder. You should just endure it. How could you kick her? I should endure it. Why should I? Haven't I endured enough these past 9 years? Ji Juing said with a smile. By your logic, if you elders decided to kill me, I shouldn't resist either. I should just accept my fate. You? Ji Qinyuan was about to speak when the old madam cut in directly. Ji Juing, do you not know very well what you did today? Grandmother, are you referring to me beating Ji Fengyan and ruining her face? Ji Juing pretended to ponder. Hearing Ji Juing state it so bluntly, Ji Fengjian's face turned noticeably pale. Her almond-shaped eyes stared fixedly at Ji Juing, brimming with hatred. As sisters, how can you be so vicious? The old lady looked at Ji Juing with a pained expression. Do you have any idea how outrageous your behavior is? Indeed, mother, she has never once regarded me, the matriarch, with any respect. I don't mind for myself, but my poor Yenner. Yes, the eldest sister has truly crossed the line this time. She has truly wronged the second sister. I heard that last time she also. These people now brought out their sense of justice. If they had shown even a shred of compassion back, then the original owner wouldn't have died at Ji Fengjian's hands. As they all chimed in one after another, Ji Juing frowned. Seeing that they showed no sign of stopping, she snapped, all of you shut the hell up. Startled, the gossiping crowd fell silent. I'm vicious. I'm outrageous. If you call this vicious and outrageous, what do you call what Ji Fengyan and Ji Ruffing did to me in the past? Ji Juing looked at them with a sneer. Her words drained the color from not only the culprit Ji Fengjian's face, but also Zhou Haiping and Ji Xinyuan's faces were quite grim. Everyone knew what kind of life she had lived since she turned 5. Ji Juing's humiliation was seen as commonplace, but none of them expected that Ji Juing, crippled for 9 years, would suddenly erupt. Just then a servant stepped forward from outside the door. Old Madam General, Madam the wife of the Minister of War, the wife of the Vice Minister of Rights, and Commander Wu requested. Ji Qinyuan glanced at Zhou Haiping. Whom did they say what it's about? No, General. Show them in. A slight flicker of surprise passed through Ji Xinyuan's eyes. It was normal for Commander Wu to visit as he was a subordinate, but for him to come with the 2 ladies was telling. Before long, led by the servant, several figures walked in slowly. At the front was the wife of the Minister of War, on her left the wife of the Vice Minister of Rights, and on her right, Old Madam General, Madam Zhou. They all bowed in greeting. What business brings you here, ladies? The old madam asked. Old madam, we have come for one reason only. We beg you, General Ji and Madam Zhou, to seek justice for us, said Lady He. And what about you, Commander Wu? Ji Qinyuan asked. I am here for the same reason as the 2 ladies. At the market this afternoon, your daughter Ji Juing beat Yun Ran and several of my colleagues in the street. She even stepped on and destroyed Ronner's Dantian. My poor Ronner is still lying in bed unconscious. Lady He pointed at Ji Juing, her voice filled with grief and anger. My Zaire and Linger are covered in whiplashes. General Ji, we demand. Lady Lin said tearfully. General, I beg you to grant us justice, Commander Wu said, cupping his fists solemnly. Ji Qinyuan looked at Ji Juing with confusion. How could she, someone unable to cultivate, have injured them? Thinking about recent events, he wondered, could she have truly changed? Ji Fengyan glanced at Zhou Haiping, a knowing look passing between them. This was going to be a good show, and they both wore gleeful, malicious smiles. Ji Juing picked up a pastry and ate it leisurely, as if the accusations had nothing to do with her. You wicked girl, kneel down. Ji Qinyuan, seeing her nonchalant attitude, was furious. She was utterly lawless. He had to teach this wicked girl a lesson today. An invisible pressure bore down on her. Ji Juing felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder was forcing her to her knees. Sweat beaded on her forehead, her teeth clenched so hard they ground together, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. If not for her powerful mental fortitude, she would have already collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. Her so-called father judged her guilty based solely on the one-sided words of others. How utterly pathetic the original owner must have been. She truly felt sorrow for the original owner having such a father. You really are a wonderful father. Your daughter was almost beaten to death today, and you didn't even ask. What was wrong with my self-defense? If you can't fight, who's to blame? Ji Juing said with biting sarcasm. You? Ji Qinyuan was momentarily speechless. He retracted his pressure and narrowed his eyes, now taking a serious look at Ji Juing. He was now certain she could cultivate, and her cultivation was not low. She had become a spirit master right under his nose. Who was helping her behind his back? Could it be related to that person? Ji Juing watched his shifting expressions with a suspicious narrowed. From a father's perspective, when a daughter who had been crippled for nearly 10 years suddenly shows she can cultivate, why is there not a single hint of joy in his eyes, but only shock and suspicion? You're lying. Ronner never laid a hand on you. You don't have a scratch on you. But Ronner is covered in injuries, and her Dantian is destroyed. That's no different from killing her. Lady, he said angrily. What a show. What a magnificent show. A voice sounded from outside the main hall. Everyone inside turned to look and saw a man in a red brocade robe flanked by 4 guards striding in. Recognizing the newcomer, Ji Qinyuan immediately bowed. Your servant greets the second prince. Everyone in the hall except Ji Juing followed suit. The second prince. Ji Juing sifted through her memories for information about him. Jun Lingtian, born of the empress of the Zhangyue kingdom, had become dissolute and idle after the first prince's untimely death. He spent his days in pleasure at odds with the other princes, and even the emperor could do nothing with him. This earned him the moniker the Foolish Prince. No need for such formalities. Jun Lingtian came over and sat down beside Ji Juing. Ji Qinyuan and the others exchanged glances, puzzled. Why would the second prince, who had only returned a few days ago, suddenly visit the general's mansion? At noon today I witnessed with my own eyes your children surrounding Ji Juing, trying to whip her only to be beaten back themselves. If you can't fight, don't make excuses. Furthermore, from what I know, this isn't the first time your children have assaulted the eldest Miss Ji in the streets. So are you the ones lying, or have I seen wrongly? Jun Lingtian looked at the crowd. They stood frozen. Was the second prince here to help Ji Juing? How did Ji Juing know the second prince? Only Ji Juing remained calm. 5 years ago at a palace banquet, Ji Juing was being bullied by some young nobles, and the second prince came to her aid. They became good friends. But after the banquet, Jun Lingtian was sent out of the palace by the emperor to study under a master. Why the silence now? Jun Lingtian asked, looking at them. Lady Lin and Commander Wu exchanged glances, their throats constricted, as if they had swallowed bones, unable to utter a word. Left with no choice, Commander Wu responded. Your Highness, it is my failure to discipline my son. Your Highness, it is my failure to discipline my son, as well. Lady Lin followed suit. Only Lady He was at a loss for words. The second prince had certainly not been mistaken, but she had just proclaimed to everyone that Ronner hadn't touched Ji Juing. If she admitted it now, how could she ever face anyone again after the word got out? Knowing she dared not offend him, she was momentarily at a loss for words. To answer the second prince, you saw correctly. This subject was lying. At these words, Ji Qinyuan's expression darkened, turning somewhat grim. Well, that settles it. Since you've all been bullying Ji Juing, what fault is there in her acting in self-defense? Though I've been away from the capital these past years, I've made inquiries. Compared to what you've done to her, her deeds are utterly insignificant. He glanced at Ji Fengyan as he finished. Ji Fengyan, seeing the second prince's gaze upon her, felt a surge of panic. Although he was known as the incompetent prince, his birth mother was the current empress. Even if the third prince was the current favorite until he was named crown prince, and until she became crown princess, she dared not offend the second prince lightly. Jun Lingtian looked at Ji Juing, a sly smile spreading across his face. Ji Juing looked back at Jun Lingtian, her expression cool and impassive. Since it's all a misunderstanding, this official will take his leave. This subject too will take her leave. They all bowed and retreated hastily, for with the second prince speaking thus, who dared to hold Ji Juing accountable? Hold on. You slander this young lady and think you can just walk away. Ji Juing spoke up at this moment. The group froze, caught between staying and leaving. Not only them, but even Ji Qinyuan and the others were taken aback. What was this defiant daughter saying? May I ask first, Miss Ji, what more do you want? Madam, he suppressed the anger in her heart as she spoke. Nothing much. Just emotional distress compensation. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones per person will do. Ji Juing said languidly. Emotional distress compensation. What in the world was that? 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. She dared say that. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Just as they were about to retort, they were cut off. Just do as Xiao Jiujiu says. Deliver it to her within 3 days. If you're late, you'll bear the consequences. The second prince said excitedly. Xiao Jiujiu was too clever. Why hadn't he thought of that? Yes, this official will take his leave. This subject will take her leave. Since the second prince had spoken, who dared to object? They all wished to leave swiftly, fearing the young miss might make further demands. After a moment's thought, Ji Qinyuan shot Ji Juing a warning glare. Let's forget what happened before. Confine yourself to the courtyard for 3 days of reflection. Do not leave. Ji Juing raised an eyebrow, surprised that this neglectful father would fear Jun Lingtian. She glanced at the crowd, gave a cold laugh, and without another word turned and strode away. General, you're just letting her go. Zhou Haiping said resentfully, seeing Ji Qinyuan allow Ji Juing to leave so easily. The second prince clearly came to back Ji Juing. What more do you want Qinyuan to do? The old madam shot Zhou Haiping a glare. Haven't they lost enough face? Remembering the look Jun Lingtian had given her, Ji Fengyan remained silent. Just because his mother is the empress, he thinks he's so great. Birds of a feather flock together. So what if he has the empress behind him? He's still just a fool. Once the third prince marries me, once I become crown princess, he'll make him pay. Zhou Haiping was seething with anger she dared not voice. The more she thought, the angrier she got. Just then Ji Qinyuan spoke. Keep a low profile these days. Though the second prince is a fool, he has the empress and the entire duke's mansion behind him. This was an advantage none of the other princes in the palace could match. Ji Juing, not yet far away, heard every word Ji Qinyuan said, without missing a single one. The second prince chattered incessantly in her ear the whole way, leaving Ji Juing speechless. He was a match for Wen Longting. Xiao Jiujiu, you're so smart. Seeing them look at you with disdain, but unable to do anything to you, is hilarious. Ha ha ha. Jun Lintian laughed heartily, clutching his stomach, forgetting all decorum. That's all thanks to your support, second prince. A faint warmth flickered in Ji Jiuying's cold, sharp gaze. Jun Lintian scratched his head sheepishly. Actually, his eyes darted about, avoiding her gaze. A flicker of inscrutable curiosity passed through Ji Jiuying's eyes. Alright, Xiao Jiujiu, the genius competition is in 20 days. After the new year, I'm going to the Star Academy. Are you planning to go too? My mother got me a spot. When the time comes, you can disguise yourself as my servant. Jun Lintian's voice trailed off. A slight flicker of surprise passed through Ji Jiuying's eyes. According to the state preceptor Gong Mingyue, each country only had 5 spots. Yet the empress could secure one on her own. This empress was certainly not to be underestimated. Thank you for your kindness. The Star Academy. I will go. But you. Jun Lintian's words died in his throat. He looked at her, a trace of pity coloring his. You don't believe me. Jun Lintian looked at her serious expression and replied, this prince of course believes you. After sending the second prince off, Ji Jiuying returned to Liha courtyard, checked on Qingling's injuries, and went to her room to cultivate. In the cloud dream realm. Dearest mommy Huang, I missed you so much. A blurry figure pounced into Ji Jiuying's arms. Ji Jiuying looked at little Huang. It seemed to have grown even bigger in just a day. As expected of a divine beast. You can talk so quickly. Still, having a little one call her mother was a bit hard to get used to. Of course, Huang is very powerful. I can even help dearest mommy beat up bad guys. Little Huang flew onto Ji Jiuying's shoulder, saying proudly, with that tiny body of yours, you'd barely be a snack for those spirit beasts out there. Evil Fire's annoying voice chimed in. Hearing this, little Huang puffed up in indignation. You who don't even have a body, stop spouting nonsense in front of mommy. Careful, or I'll burn you to ashes with my fire humph. Evil Fire immediately backed down. Little Huang had absolute bloodline suppression over it. Even though it hadn't condensed a physical body, yet if its soul got burned by little Huang, it would be done for. Little Huang, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Of course you're the strongest. Call me little ancestor. Little Huang snorted coldly. Yes, little ancestor. Please be magnanimous and spare this humble one. But I was serious. Your spiritual wisdom has just awakened and your talent has only just been activated. You're still not quite enough to help your dearest mommy. Evil Fire's voice grew quieter and quieter. Ji Jiuying found the bickering of these two little ones amusing. But it was unexpected that Evil Fire, that proud little thing, would be afraid of little Huang. Truly one thing conquers another. Ji Jiuying gently stroked little Huang's feathers and smiled. Evil Fire's words make sense. When mommy is away, you should cultivate diligently in the space. Then I'll take you out later. Huang understands. He'll start cultivating right away. With that, it immediately found a spot to cultivate. Ji Jiuying watched its adorable form, a light smile spreading across her face, blooming as bright and clear as a sunlit sky after rain. Now that she had fought back, she knew Ji Fengyan and Zhou Haiping would try their utmost to destroy her. Since that was the case, she might as well stake everything on one bold move and clash with them. Shortly after, Ji Jiuying also entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, at the Grand Chancellor's estate, Jun Lintian was startled when the enigmatic national preceptor appeared in his chambers without warning. Jun Lintian stared at the unfathomable national preceptor before him. He had been utterly terrified when the man had suddenly materialized in his room. He breathed a sigh of relief when the national preceptor merely instructed him to make a visit to the Ji residence. At least he wasn't in trouble. The national preceptor didn't specify the purpose of the visit, but Jun Lintian welcomed the chance to see little Juju anyway. It was only after witnessing the scene at the Ji residence that he realized upon reflection that the national preceptor had sent him there specifically to help little Juju out of a tight spot. With a soft hum, the national preceptor vanished from Jun Lintian's sight. Jun Lintian was left speechless. That night a bright moon hung high in the sky. As the shadows of trees rustled slightly, two dark figures emerged silently from the darkness. Ji Jiuying's eyes snapped open, and she swiftly slipped out of her spatial realm. Moments later, the two figures entered her room, only to be met with a strange odor. Before they could react, it was already too late. Their bodies went limp and they collapsed to the ground. Who sent you to kill me? Ji Jiuying asked, leisurely seated on the couch with her arms crossed. We would never betray our client, the lead assassin sneered. Ji Jiuying smiled wickedly, striding toward him with a dagger in hand, and struck his heart with swift. The lead assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. You didn't really think I wouldn't dare kill you, did you? Ji Jiuying chuckled softly. The other assassin broke out in a cold sweat, his face twisted in terror. Ji Jiuying turned her gaze to him. Let me guess, was it Ji Fengyan? Or Zhou Haiping? At the mention of Zhou Haiping, the assassin's eyes flickered noticeably, but the tell didn't escape Ji Jiuying's sharp observation. It was Zhou Haiping, the assassin blurted out hastily. That concubine Zhou certainly thinks highly of me, hiring two spiritual generals to kill me. But I'm afraid she'll be disappointed. As she spoke, she drove the dagger into the assassin's heart. You? He never imagined he would die at the hands of someone deemed a waste. I never said I'd let you go. Ji Jiuying stood over the assassin, looking down at him with a chilling, eerie smile. Damn that Zhou Haiping. Her information was all wrong. This was no waste, this was a demon. Why had he ever accepted this mission? But regret was useless now. Won't you come out the one hiding in the shadows? Ji Juing said calmly into the air. Yingwe froze stunned. Huh, had he been discovered? A man dressed in black emerged from the darkness at the doorway. Ji Juing raised an eyebrow at the newcomer. One of the national preceptors. When she had sensed the hidden presence, she had felt no malice emanating from it. Likely someone sent to protect her. She had a good guess who it was. Yingwe studied Ji Juing with curiosity. Yes, Yingwe. When did you first notice me, Miss Ji? He had been shadowing her for at least 10 days, and was genuinely curious when she had picked up on his presence. You let those assassins in without a care. Aren't you afraid you'll fail to answer to your master? Ji Juing deflected his question with a flat remark. Hearing this, Yingwe scratched his head sheepishly. After observing you these past few days, I was confident you could handle those two small fry on your own. Even if she couldn't, he would have stepped in. His master had reminded him not to act rashly unless it was a critical moment. If his master trusted Miss Ji this much, why wouldn't he? She could indeed handle it herself, but having protection wasn't a bad thing either. Since you're here, do me a favor and dump these two corpses in Zhou Haiping's room. Surely that's not too difficult for you. Ji Juing said it as casually, as if she were discarding trash rather than bodies. After all, this was the man Gong Mingyue had left to protect her. Might as well put him to use. She imagined Zhou Haiping would be quite fond of this little gift. The next morning, Xiaoyu reported that Zhou Haiping had been scared out of her wits upon finding two corpses hanging in her room at dawn. How the corpses ended up there no one knew. Meanwhile, Madame Lin and Commander Wu arrived as promised, delivering 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. After this incident, they would likely steer clear of her for some time. Miss Run. Qingling woke from her nightmare, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Ji Juing looked at her, still thinking of her mistress even in her dreams, and her heart ached with tenderness. Silly girl, awake now? How do you feel? Miss, I'm fine. I thought I'd never see you again. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Silly girl, once you're healed, remember to cultivate the spirit technique I gave you. Only by growing stronger can you protect your mistress, Ji Juing said with a smile. Qingling nodded with unwavering determination, a serious glint shining in her eyes. She would grow stronger. She wouldn't hold her mistress back. Rest up well. I need to go out and take care of some matters. Ji Juing handed Qingling a few vials of poison for self-defense before leaving. Although this counterattack would likely keep her enemies at bay for a while, she still had to be prepared for any contingency. After giving her instructions, Ji Juing slipped out through the back door. Meanwhile, a sharp crack echoed through Zhaoyang Hall as Jun Linyu slammed his palm on a sandalwood table, shattering it. What did you say? His face was flushed, red veins bulging on his hands. Inside Zhaoyang Hall, Fenji and Zhuma knelt on the ground. We have failed you, Your Highness. Useless. You couldn't identify the alchemist from the auction, you couldn't find out which faction is monopolizing my businesses, and you couldn't trace who seized the spirit vein mine. What use are you to me? These past few days he had racked his brains trying to figure out who was targeting him. Whoever could uncover his enterprises so thoroughly must command considerable power. Mining a spirit vein was no trivial matter. How could it be stripped away so silently? Could it be the Empress? She was the only one standing between him and the Crown Prince position, Jun Lintian. The day he returned was the same day the monopolization began, and the spirit vein mine was discovered looted around that time too. No, impossible. That fool. How could he pull something like this off? Unless he was pretending all along. If so, he might have arrived in the capital long before only returning to the palace a few days ago. Investigate Jun Lintian's movements before and after his return. If you fail again, come back with your heads. Jun Linyu suppressed his simmering rage. Yes, Your Highness. He had heard that Ji Rufeng had returned. Perhaps he should pay him a visit. If he could marry a woman like Ji Fengyan, with her father as the mighty General Wei Zhen and her brother as an inner disciple of Tianmen Mountain and an alchemist, his chances of seizing the throne would increase significantly. Ji Juing strolled leisurely along the street, while in the nearby square a theatrical performance was unfolding. Pedestrians walking along the road paused to watch, and Ji Juing was no exception. The actors on stage vividly portrayed a tale of ancient heroes and beauties. Clad in resplendent costumes, their exaggerated yet lively expressions brought the story. However, the ending was tragic. The protagonist Jingxin was rescued by a general and later married him. But their happiness was short-lived. Enemy forces captured Jingxin to blackmail the general. For the greater good, Jingxin forced the general to shoot her. After the enemy retreated and peace was restored, the general, overwhelmed by grief over losing his beloved wife, resigned from his post and withdrew from the court. I have been loyal to my country and people, but failed only you. These words echoed in Ji Juing's mind. What a poignant line. Loyal to country and people, yet failed only. A warm, gentle male voice sounded beside her. Ji Juing turned to see a man in dark robes, his skin as fair as snow, with a clean, handsome, and masculine face. His eyes were tender, his smile warm, as if an aura of tranquility surrounded him. He was as gentle as jade, pure and refined, truly a celestial being. Yet compared to that man, he fell slightly short. Speaking of which, I wonder if that man has found the herbs. Bah, why am I thinking about him? I am Yi Qingchen. May I ask your name, miss? Yi Qingqian inquired politely. Phone 1. Ji Juing replied with holding her real name her tone flat. Yi Qingqian found her composed demeanor intriguing. He wondered if she would remain so calm if she knew he was already aware of everything about her. A smile flickered in Yi Qingqian's eyes as he spoke softly. Miss Feng, do you also enjoy such tragic plays? No, she replied. The hero and heroine prioritize the greater good the nation and its people, forcing them into a helpless choice. How many in reality could do the same? Yi Qingqian fixed his gaze on her. Life is like a play, a drama stems from life. Yi Qingqian was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. Miss Feng, you see things so clearly. Would you grant me the honor of sharing? Ji Juing raised an eyebrow. Apologies, Master Yi, but I have matters to attend to. Goodbye. Very well. Yi Qingqian felt a hint of helplessness at her wary, guarded expression. Ji Juing had no desire to linger in conversation and strode away quickly. Today's main task was to help Wen Shuyu restore his meridians as soon as possible. With only half a month left until the Grand Genius competition, she also needed to visit the Demon Beast Forest and return before the event. Before long, she arrived at the Wen residence. Ji Juing got straight to the point. Master Wen, young Master Wen, I plan to complete the meridian restoration in one session. Please find a quiet, undisturbed place. Miss Feng, you mean? Today. Wen Shuyu stammered, his voice trembling. Yes, Ji Juing replied with certainty. Her earnest and unequivocal answer was like a beam of light illuminating his life. Wen Shuyu's heart raced with joy and exhilaration beyond words. But the heaven-grade bone-marrowing and blood-merging pill. When Chaos' expression turned uneasy, he did know a heaven-grade alchemist, and had sent a letter, but the man likely wouldn't arrive in the capital today. And the final step of the meridian restoration required that very pill. Master Wen, do not trouble yourselves over the pill. Ji Juing understood his concern. At her words, everyone was stunned. Could it be? No, impossible. A 13 or 14-year-old claiming to be a heaven-grade alchemist. No one would believe it. Could you truly be? Wen Yin exclaimed excitedly. It all depends on whether you trust me, she said. The choice was theirs. Wen Yin looked at Wen Xiao. They had witnessed Miss Feng's medical skills with their own eyes. Besides, there are always greater heavens beyond the sky. Miss Feng, follow me. Wen Xiao said no more and let his actions speak. Ji Juing raised an eyebrow and followed them, eventually arriving at a place she had visited before. The one family. This time, however, Wen Yin twisted a lamp-like fixture on the stone wall, revealing a stone door. A dense wave of spiritual energy rushed out, and Ji Juing was slightly surprised to find a spirit-gathering array inside. Despite the array, the room was fully furnished. It seemed this was where the one family advanced in cultivation. Miss Feng, is this suitable? Wen Yin asked. Perfectly. Keep Alchemist Lu and an E here, the rest of you wait outside, Ji Juing said with indifference. Miss Feng, may I stay? Wen Longxiu looked at Ji Juing and added, don't worry, I won't disturb you. I just want to watch you refine pills. Wen Longxiu was an alchemist deeply passionate about the art, but in the Zhanyue kingdom, heaven-grade alchemists were exceedingly rare. Although her grandfather knew one, that person was elusive, and she had never witnessed a heaven-grade alchemist at work. Ji Juing had a favorable impression of Wen Longting and Wen Longxiu, so she agreed without hesitation. Wen Xiao handed the medicinal herbs to Ji Juing, and then withdrew, closing the stone door behind him. Ji Juing promptly handed the herbs to Wen Longxiu for processing. And same as before. At this, Wen Shuyu's face flushed crimson. Though it wasn't the first time, he still felt uneasy. Ji Juing sighed inwardly and turned away. These ancients were so troublesome. And he immediately understood. Only Wen Longxiu was bewildered until an removed her elder brother's robe. Flustered and blushing, she quickly retreated behind a screen to sort the herbs. Alchemist Lu, your turn, Ji Juing said. The procedure was the same as before. Half an hour later, Ji Juing tossed a bottle of body restoration pills to Alchemist Lu and prepared for acupuncture. To his astonishment, the bottle contained 10 earth-grade superior pills. Alchemist Lu took one and hastily stowed the rest away. Ji Juing had an help Wen Shuyu sit up in a meditative pose and gave him a mind-calming pill. Now begin cultivating the Pure Heart Sutra. Ji Juing inserted silver needles, each infused with soul power. Before long, she was drenched in sweat. Alchemist Lu watched in awe. Using spiritual techniques combined with acupuncture for healing was truly novel. Meanwhile, pain silently tore through Wen Shuyu's body. He could almost hear his soul whimpering. His jaw clenched tightly, his lips trembling as he fought to suppress the agony. Becoming normal again was his greatest wish. He would pay any price for it, and this pain was nothing. The process was breathtaking, the onlookers scarcely dared to breathe. With the final needle in place, Ji Juing was utterly drained, even within the spirit-gathering array that was rich in qi. She popped rejuvenation pills and spirit restoration pills into her mouth, like they were candy, then sat cross-legged to cultivate. After a while, the spiritual energy and mental strength she had consumed were largely replenished. Wen Shuyu had entered a state of self-enclosed cultivation. If he were disturbed now, all his efforts would be in vain. This was precisely why Ji Juing had insisted on treating him in a place free from any external interference. An stand guard for your master. Pharmacist Lu, heat up a bucket of hot water. Ji Juing brought Xiao Huanger out from her spatial realm, and then retrieved the Jiyo cauldron. When Longxiu was surprised to see a small bird suddenly appear on Ji Juing's shoulder, but she refrained from commenting, understanding that everyone has their own secrets. Mother, you finally let Xiao Huang out. I was so bored I was about to die, boohoo. Mother needs Xiao Huanger's help with something right now, so be a good girl. Ji Juing communicated with it using her divine sense. When Longxiu silently observed Ji Juing from the side, afraid of missing even the slightest detail. Ji Juing inspected the spiritual herbs that when Longxiu had processed, then instructed Xiao Huanger to breathe a stream of vermilion bird divine fire. Xiao Yu, I'm counting on you. The Jiu cauldron trembled slightly, as if in response to Ji Juing. When Longxiu saw Xiao Huanger spout fire, her eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of bird was this? And the flame was distinctly different from ordinary condensed fire. Curiosity piqued, she couldn't help but stare at Xiao Huanger a few more times. Once the alchemy furnace was sufficiently heated, Ji Juing drew spiritual spring water from her spatial realm, poured it in, and then threw in the spiritual herbs one by one. Watching her haphazard way of adding ingredients, when Longxiu almost thought she was being reckless. Typically alchemists added herbs slowly and in a specific order, but Ji Juing was no ordinary alchemist, and her furnace was no ordinary furnace. There was no risk of the cauldron exploding. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Ji Juing's forehead, but she didn't notice. She was completely absorbed in the alchemy, using her powerful mental strength to monitor both the heat and the conditions inside the cauldron simultaneously. Sensing that all the spiritual herbs within the furnace had dissolved, she knew the next step was to wait for their essences to coalesce. Almost done. When Longxiu also sensed it. Knowing that not a single mistake could be made, she suppressed the excitement in her heart and watched with unwavering focus. Ji Juing carefully controlled the heat with her spiritual energy. Finally, with a soft puff, a look of joy spread across both Ji Juing's and Wen Longxi's faces. It was done. Xiao Huang or Xiao Yu, you were fantastic. Ji Juing didn't forget to praise them through her divine sense. Xiao Huanger affectionately rubbed its head against Ji Juing's cheek. Ji Juing carefully opened the lid, and a faint fragrant aroma of the pill wafted out. A perfectly round golden pill rolled into her hand. This heaven-grade bone, mending marrow-fusing pill was of the highest quality, flawless, and undoubtedly a supreme example of a low-tier heaven-grade pill. Ji Juing placed the pill into a bottle for later use. Miss Feng, what kind of bird is that? It can actually breathe fire. When Longxiu couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, You're the bird. Your whole family are birds. Xiao Huanger's feathers bristled instantly. When Longxiu looked at the suddenly chirping and squawking Xiao Huanger, puzzled. Ji Juing reached out to soothe it. Its name is Xiao Huanger. As for its breed, I'm not sure either. Ji Juing could only brush her off. Xiao Huanger is so cute. Of course. Xiao Huanger shot Wen Longxiu a glance, then turned its head away with a proud expression. Wen Longxiu was taken aback. Can it understand what I'm saying? Yes. With that, Ji Juing returned Xiao Huanger to her spatial realm. Wen Longxiu couldn't help but wonder who this girl really was. She was young, a heaven-grade alchemist, and possessed such a unique spirit pet. Why hadn't she ever heard of her in the capital? Ji Juing walked over to Wen Qiyu and placed the bone, mending marrow-fusing pill into his mouth. Using her mental strength to observe the condition of his meridians, she saw the fine cracks quickly mending under the pill's effect. Seeing that the time was right, she sat cross-legged in front of Wen Qiyu, took his hand, and sent her mental strength into his body like fine threads. She guided the spiritual energy to flow smoothly along his meridians, while simultaneously using the power of the pill to carefully repair the broken pathways. This process continuously drained her mental strength. Before long, beads of sweat formed on Ji Juing's forehead and streamed down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Wen Qiyu, awakened by the pain, opened his eyes. Seeing Ji Juing's slightly furrowed brow and pale face, a pang of heartache struck him, and a ripple stirred in the depths of his heart. Sensing something, Ji Juing's brows furrowed slightly. Young master, when focus on circulating your spiritual energy. As he circulated his spiritual energy, a surge of power continuously nourished his meridians. Yet it felt as if his body was being torn apart, waves of excruciating pain assaulting both his body and soul. After an unknown amount of time, the pain completely vanished, replaced by a feeling of relief and comfort. The spiritual energy within him resumed its normal circulation. Just as Ji Juing was on the verge of collapsing, a mysterious aura emanated from Wen Qiyu, followed by the sensation of a sharp sword intent. A flicker of surprise passed through Ji Juing's eyes. She knew it was a success. She then ceased the treatment and sat down to cultivate for a moment to recover some of her. She looked at Wen Qiyu, who was still digesting the spiritual energy within him. Miss Feng, are you alright? Wen Longxiu asked, seeing Ji Juing's pale face. I'm fine, just exhausted. You'll be okay after a short rest. Just as she was about to say more, Wen Longxiu sensed a change in Wen Qiyu's entire aura. Seeing him open his eyes, she said, Brother, congratulations. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, young master. Wen Qiyu was stunned for a moment, then a rare smile appeared on his face. He looked at Ji Juing and said, Miss Feng is truly remarkable. I owe this all to you. You are quite remarkable yourself, young master, when comprehending sword intent under such circumstances. Ji Juing said calmly. Wen Qiyu shook his head. This meridian's rupture has turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to calm my mind enough to comprehend this. Now is the perfect time. Looking at her pale face, he felt a mix of heartache and gratitude. They're out. The young master and the others are out. A servant shouted from outside. Just then a group of people hurried over. Seeing Wen Qiyu standing and walking freely, their faces broke into beaming smiles of surprise. Grandfather, father, mother, why have you all come? Wen Qiyu quickly went to greet them. You're really healed. Wen Xiao looked him over in disbelief. Hiss. A spirit general at the 7 stars level 2 stars higher than before. But his aura felt different somehow. Yet he couldn't quite pinpoint the change no matter how hard he stared. Grandfather, father, mother, it's true. I'm sorry for making you worry. Wen Qiyu knelt on the ground. It's fine as long as you're better, that's all that matters. Wen Xiao helped him up. How did you? Grandfather, I've comprehended sword intent. Wen Xiao and Wen Yan's eyes widened. Hiss. No wonder they felt his aura had changed. Zhao Fian stepped forward, took Ji Jiang's hand, her eyes filled with gratitude, and said in a choked voice, Girl, you've worked so hard. Madam, there's no need to be so polite. It was merely a trifle for me. She said this, but Zhao Fian, Wen Yan, and Wen Xiao did not share her view. Admittedly, Ji Jiang's words made the family perceive her as a rare gem, and they cherished this extraordinarily capable woman even more. Zhao Fian grew fonder of Ji Jiang with each passing moment. She glanced at Wen Qiyu, thinking how wonderful it would be if Ji Jiang would marry her son. Fairy sister, you are truly amazing. I declare that we are now friends. Wen Longting's eyes sparkled as she looked at Ji Jiang. Miss Feng, count me in too, Wen Longxiu said softly, covering her mouth. Miss Feng, you wouldn't mind adding me to the list? Wen Qiyu presented a token to Ji Jiang. It was the insignia of the Heavenly Fiend sect. Ji Jiang was taken aback, never expecting that Wen Qiyu was actually the sect master of the most formidable assassin organization in Sanyue Kingdom. This, Miss Feng, by infusing this spirit tablet with your soul power, you can command 100 spirit masters, 10 spirit generals, and 2 spirit kings from the Heavenly Fiend sect. Since Qiyu has given it to you, please accept it. Wen Yin said. After hearing this, Ji Jiang found it difficult to decline, especially since she was indeed in need of allies. Since you all consider me a friend. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes fluttered shut, and she collapsed. Just before losing consciousness, she seemed to catch a familiar scent of amber. Miss Feng, the others cried out in alarm. Wen Qiyu dashed forward, attempting to catch her. A dark shadow flashed out, repelling Wen Qiyu, and scooped Ji Jiang into his arms just before she hit the ground. The group trembled with fear as a formidable aura washed over them. Zhao Fian, already weak, fainted into Wen Yan's arms the moment the man appeared. Who was this enigmatic and profound man who had appeared so suddenly? Gong Mingyue gazed tenderly at the small woman in his arms, about to leave, when a voice called out, causing him to frown in dismay. Who are you? Where are you taking Miss Feng Wan? Wen Qiyu fixed his gaze on Gong Mingyue. The moment he spoke, the temperature around them seemed to plummet. Who I am you need not know. Where I take her you need not know either. Gong Mingyue stated coldly, then vanished from sight, with Ji Jiang in his arms. Wen Qiyu stared at the spot where they had disappeared, a trace of barely perceptible desolation flickering in his ice blue eyes. His heart felt as if it were being squeezed. At that moment, he resented his own lack of power. After a long pause, a resolute glint emerged in his eyes. Damn it, that fiend actually took Sister Feng away. I'm so furious. Wen Longting fumed. She had finally found a friend she truly admired, and before they could even exchange a few words, she had been snatched away. How could she not be angry? Who knew when she'd ever see her again? It seems he bears no ill will towards Miss Feng. Perhaps he is a friend of hers, Wen Longxiu said, noticing her elder brother's unusual state. He is incredibly strong, though I can't see through him at all. Who in Sanyue Kingdom could be so powerful, and yet so young? Wen Xiao narrowed his eyes. Could it be? Wen Yin and Wen Xiao exchanged a glance. The Imperial Preceptor. If it truly was the Imperial Preceptor, then this Miss Feng was certainly not an ordinary person. Finally, Wen Xiao and Wen Yin warned the others to steer clear of that man. At the Imperial Preceptor's residence. By the time Ji Jiang awoke, it was completely dark. She opened her eyes to find Gong Mingyue seated by her bed, his deep obsidian-like eyes fixed on her with a captivating, mesmerizing gleam. Ji Jiang instinctively scrambled up. Where am I? Why are you here? This is the Imperial Preceptor's residence. Where else would I be? Seeing the wariness in the girl's eyes, Gong Mingyue felt a pang of helplessness. Only then did Ji Jiang recall the amber fragrance she had smelled before fainting. Who else could it be but— Oh, well, thank you, Imperial Preceptor, she said, moving to get off the bed and head home. She worried that Qingling would be fretting over her late return. You ungrateful girl. Gong Mingyue's heart grew cold as he remembered her exhausting her spiritual energy for another man and collapsing. With a sweep of his arm, he pulled Ji Jiang against his chest before she could react. Their bodies pressed together, and his unique amber scent enveloped her intoxicatingly. His strikingly handsome face loomed before her. She could hear his heartbeat and feel his warm breath on her neck, sending a ticklish shiver down her spine. Gong Mingyue's gaze was intense and sincere, clear as a placid lake reflecting her own image. Her mind was in a whirl, her heart pounding wildly. Ji Jiang instinctively tried to push him away, but at her current cultivation level breaking free was nothing but a pipe dream. She stared wide-eyed flustered at the dark half-lidded eyes so close to her own. Gong Mingyue held her slender waist with one arm and placed the other on the back of her head, leaving her completely immobilized. Suddenly something brushed against her forehead, a fleeting feather-light kiss. Ji Jiuying's mind went completely blank. She had never even considered accepting him. Gong Mingyue. A silver needle materialized in her hand, and she thrust it mercilessly toward. Seeing the fury blazing in her eyes, Gong Mingyue finally released her. Little Jiuer repaying kindness with enmity. Ji Jiuying watched him warily. The Genius Grand Competition is still half a month away. Don't you want to go to the magical beast forest to enhance your strength? Gong Mingyue said with a smile. What do you mean? A mystical realm will appear near the magical beast forest in a few days. It could be an opportunity for you. Ji Jiuying's eyes lit up. I'll go, but I need to return to inform my maidservant. If you go on foot, someone else would have reached the mystical realm long before you. Gong Mingyue said, his dark eyes fixed intently on her. You have a way. Let's go. Didn't you say it's a few days away? Unable to break free, Ji Jiuying had no choice but to let him pull her along. It is a few days away, but practical combat is the foundation for improving your strength, Gong Mingyue said, as if reading her thoughts. They'll leave the matter of your maidservant. Hearing this, Ji Jiuying obediently followed him. He had a point. The magical beast forest was over 200 kilometers from the capital, and traveling alone would indeed be too slow. Besides, she was unfamiliar with the area, so having Gong Mingyue as a guide was far more convenient. As they emerged from the main hall, Gong Mingyue summoned a spirit beast. It had the head and tail of a dragon, resembling a golden qilin, a mythical auspicious beast from her world's legends. She never imagined such a creature actually existed here. Ji Jiuying marveled at the sight. This world was truly extraordinary. Gong Mingyue pulled Ji Jiuying onto its back. Sensing something, he glanced behind and let out a cold snort before the fire qilin soared into the clouds. The spirit beast flew so fast that Ji Jiuying was startled and instinctively fell into Gong Mingyue's embrace. Ji Jiuying. Gong Mingyue wrapped his arms around her. Little Jiuer, you came to me willingly this time. Ji Jiuying tried to move away, but he was too strong and wouldn't let her go. She could only glare at him in annoyance. Gong Mingyue, don't take advantage of me. Oh, what kind of tofu? Gong Mingyue's seductive voice whispered in her ear, his hands wandering restlessly. Ji Jiuying's body instantly tensed up, not daring to move. Indeed, she couldn't have a proper conversation with this man. Since she was in the wrong today, she'd let it slide. Gong Mingyue smiled in satisfaction, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. That's a good girl, he said indulgently. The fire qilin, ever watchful of everything on its back, wondered why its master had become so childish since meeting this woman. Was this still the same aloof, decisive, and distant master? Gong Mingyue glanced at the fire qilin, sending a wave of oppressive aura its way. The beast trembled and dared. Gong Mingyue, how goes the search for the spiritual herbs? Ji Jiuying asked, staring at the dark clouds ahead. Didn't think you'd care so much about me, little Jiuer. Gong Mingyue played with her hair. Ji Jiuying rolled her eyes. When it came to matters of her own life, couldn't this infuriating man be serious for once? Just tell me. The profound ice flower remains elusive, but the crimson ganoderma is to the northwest. This was of course according to CU. The northwest. That was a vast area. But since the crimson ganoderma blooms deep within lava, focusing on volcanic regions should make it easier to find. Perfect. The beast forest is also in the northwest. He'll just keep an eye out there. Ji Jiuying glanced at the man behind her. He probably knew this all along, didn't he? Gong Mingyue did know. He also knew that the crimson ganoderma was likely within the secret realm, as CU had said. His subordinates Wuxin, Inhan, and Ingyue had already arrived at the beast forest days ago. Meanwhile, the CU he spoke of was currently raging at the sky within the national preceptor's residence. Gong Mingyue, you left without me. Sensing the fire qilin's presence, he had flown over immediately, but he was a step too late. The qilin's figure vanished from his sight, though his sharp eyes caught a glimpse of white robes on its back. CU narrowed his phoenix eyes. Gong Mingyue never wore white. You sly dog, Gong Mingyue, hiding a beauty in your chambers, are you? With that, he summoned a white crane, mounted it, and disappeared in the direction the qilin had gone. As dawn broke, Ji Jiuying arrived at the outskirts of the beast forest. Looking out, the entire forest was shrouded in a faint mist. The beast forest was home to all manner of spirit beasts. It was said that the heart of the forest was a forbidden zone, and few cultivators dared to enter alone, for it was rumored to harbor a beast king and a sacred beast. Even a spirit saint would think twice before venturing there, though the beast king and sacred beast were not so easily found. Little Jiuer, I'm almost reluctant to go down there now. Gong Mingyue tightened his embrace. Gong Mingyue, don't push your luck. Ji Jiuying was furious. Heavens! What was this shameless, coquettish creature clinging to her? What happened to staying away from women? What happened to being decisive and ruthless? Oh, where am I pushing my luck? Here. His hand moved up a few inches. Or here. His hand moved to another spot. Gong Mingyue. Ji Jiuying panicked, grabbing his wandering hand and glaring at him furiously. Alright, I won't do anything to you. Gong Mingyue's eyes sparkled with amusement, his dark gaze filled with deep affection. Ji Jiuying let out a cold snort and ignored the man behind her. As if reading her thoughts, he realized his path to winning her heart was still long. He then had the fire Qilin land at the forest's edge. Ji Juing leaped down, and Gong Mingyue followed. She then noticed that the mist surrounding the forest was actually toxic miasma. She quickly took out a detoxification pill and swallowed it. Little Jiu, aren't you going to give me one? It won't kill you. Gong Mingyue touched his nose. Indeed, it wouldn't kill him. This miasma was nothing to him. Here for you. He had noticed her fondness for daggers, and had specially retrieved one from his treasury that suited her. Ji Juing glanced at it. It was a finely crafted dagger with a dark steady hilt etched with faintly glowing runes. The blade emanated a chilling aura, its tip shimmering with a silver-white gleam. Just by its appearance, Ji Juing knew its grade was high. Although she liked it, she didn't believe in rewards without merit. And since she wasn't close to Gong Mingyue, she refused to believe the esteemed national preceptor truly had feelings for her. Gong Mingyue were only partners in cooperation. There's no need for you to give me something so valuable. She didn't want to owe him any more favors. Besides, she couldn't read him, and she didn't want to be entangled with him. A man as unpredictable as Gong Mingyue was dangerous. If angered, he might be smiling at you one moment, and sending you to meet the king of hell the next. Gong Mingyue raised an eyebrow. So you really don't want it? Then you'll just have to put this sacred artifact made of obsidian back in storage. Gong Mingyue sighed, feigning regret. A sacred artifact. She knew its grade wouldn't be low, but she hadn't expected it to be a sacred artifact. While it made sense coming from the hands of the national preceptor, its quality was bound to be exceptional. But how could he talk about putting such a fine sacred artifact back in storage? Comparing oneself to him was truly infuriating. A subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy in the air made Gong Mingyue's handsome brow furrow. Little Jiu, I have some matters to attend to. Stay around the outskirts for a few days. He'll return for you soon. For Ji Juing's safety, he sent a telepathic message to Yue to protect her. Don't miss me too much, little Jiu. With that, he placed the dagger in her hand and vanished into the beast forest before she could respond. Ji Juing looked at the dagger in her hand. What just happened? Well, it was for the best. She was wondering how to get rid of him anyway. It was much easier to move alone. Clutching the dagger, she turned and entered the beast forest. 50 li outside the forest, Gong Mingyue spoke coldly. What is it? Your Excellency, Fairy Xian Yao says she's feeling unwell and wishes to see you. A wave of oppressive pressure filled the air, chilling the surroundings. Taoji, kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but tremble. Seeing Gong Mingyue remain silent, Taoji's heart grew even more anxious. He glanced towards the beast forest before disappearing from the Tsungyue nation. Taoji felt the air return to normal and slowly looked up, letting out a sigh of relief. Terrifying. Every time she saw the Lord, it felt like she had narrowly escaped death. She couldn't understand why the fairy would fall for a man like him. Along the way, Ji Juing encountered many mercenary groups. Some invited her to join, but she declined them all. However, Ji Juing soon regretted her decision. She realized she didn't have a map. Now she was lost. She released Little Phoenix, and all the birds, insects, and low-level spirit beasts in the vicinity scattered instantly. Ji Juing. Little Phoenix. Truly worthy of a divine beast, just standing there scared off all the spirit beasts. Mother, I'm sorry. Little Phoenix retracted its divine beast bloodline suppression, lowering its head in shame. It's alright, Phoenix. We can find more spirit beasts. We'll look for beasts and herbs along the way. Ji Juing gently stroked its feathers, not blaming it, just a bit surprised. Mother is the best. Along the way, Ji Juing hunted many spirit beasts like a reaper, but most were 3rd tier. 4th tier ones were rare, and 5th tier ones were nowhere to be seen. Since she needed a whetstone, she had to find higher-level spirit beasts to battle in order to solidify her foundation. Speaking of which, this dagger felt better with each use, as if it were tailor-made. Without a map, Ji Juing simply took it one step at a time. Suddenly hearing the sounds of spirit beasts fighting in the distance, she quietly crept forward and climbed a large tree. It was a thunder eagle and an ice armor serpent locked in combat. Both were peak 4th tier spirit beasts, and despite the eagle being the serpent's natural predator, they were evenly matched. Ji Juing noticed another group of people hiding in the grass on the other side, also watching. The thunder eagle spread its wings and let out a mighty cry, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Its wingspan was at least 10 meters. The ice armor serpent raised its head, its forked tongue hissing, its 2 fangs glinting coldly. With a bang, the 2 beasts clashed again. The battle grew fiercer, their roars echoing through the forest, a heart-stopping sound that sent nearby spirit beasts scattering. Soul spirit grass. No wonder the 2 beasts were fighting. It was over the soul spirit grass. The soul spirit grass can be used for spirit beasts to advance or enhance their strength. However, both beasts wanted to advance to become 5th level spirit beasts. Could that group of people across from them also be after the soul spirit grass? Ji Juing rolled her eyes, and while the 2 beasts were locked in fierce combat, she pointed at the soul spirit grass and whispered to Xiaohuang, "Xiaohuang, do you see that pale green soul spirit grass? Go and quietly pick it, you must be careful." Xiaohuang was small in stature, and being a divine beast would likely go unnoticed if she stole it. "Mother, don't worry, leave it to Xiaohuang." With that, she quietly flew to the vicinity of the soul spirit grass and crouched on the grass. Ji Juing kept her eyes on both Xiaohuang and the Thunderhawk and Ice Armor Snake, ready for any unexpected situation. Xiao Huanger arrived beside the soul spirit grass and stealthily plucked it, causing Ji Juing's heart to tighten with tension. Just as Xiao Huanger was about to flee, she was discovered by the eye. With a sudden move, it threw off the Thunderhawk and charged out. The Thunderhawk also spotted Xiao Huang. Mother help! Xiao Huanger was startled, her feathers bristling as she flew with a whoosh into Ji Juing's arms. Ji Juing placed Xiao Huanger into her space and tightened her grip on the dagger. Scared me to death, scared me to death. Xiao Huanger patted her chest with her wings. Evil Fire said, little lady, have you forgotten that you are a divine beast? After entering the monster beast forest, Ji Juing had already activated the space barrier, so Evil Fire could see everything happening outside. Oh, that's right. I'm a divine beast, oh why should I be afraid? Xiao Huanger finally realized. Evil Fire. The Ice Armor Snake and Thunderhawk chased after and discovered Ji Juing behind the tree while the scent of the soul spirit grass had vanished. Instantly enraged, they were certain that the disappearance of the soul spirit grass was related to this human. The two beasts launched attacks on Ji Juing while her eyes blazed with fierce battle intent. The two beasts and the lone human collided with fierce moves. Big brother, this little girl is truly courageous to face two 4th-level spirit beasts alone. These wild spirit beasts are not like those in the beast-driving grounds. They are full of wildness. This fight is no small matter. This girl is likely to die at the claws of these, the leading man said. The two spirit beasts had been fighting for so long that they must be exhausted. When the battle ended, he would step in and reap the benefits without any effort. After a dozen rounds, the Thunderhawk let out a screech and lunged at Ji Juing, trying to tear her apart with its claws. Ji Juing swiftly dodged, her figure flashing like lightning past the Thunderhawk's talons, and steadied herself. Seeing that Ji Juing had evaded its claws, the Thunderhawk became enraged, and a sudden gale arose. Ji Juing stared intently at the Thunderhawk while occasionally using her divine sense to monitor the Ice Armor Snake's every move. She gathered the spiritual energy within her body and channeled it into her dagger. The Thunderhawk swooped down at Ji Juing again. This time Ji Juing did not dodge as she waited for its arrival. The Thunderhawk thought this damned human must be frozen in fear. It was determined to tear her apart with all its might. Some of the hidden team members closed their eyes, unable to bear watching. In their eyes, Ji Juing was as good as dead. Just then a screech echoed through the forest. Ji Juing, as the Thunderhawk approached her, slightly sidestepped and swiftly slashed its belly with her dagger. The Thunderhawk writhed and screamed in pain, never expecting that this damned human would exploit its carelessness. Blood gushed from its abdomen. Damn, I thought the woman was done for. Unexpectedly, it was the Thunderhawk that died. I have to admit, this little woman has extraordinary guts. The Thunderhawk tried to escape using all its strength to fly, but at that moment the Ice Armor Snake coiled around its body and sank its sharp fangs into the Thunderhawk's neck. With a shriek, the Thunderhawk thrashed madly, but soon its head slowly drooped, blood pooling on the ground. It was dead beyond any doubt. After finishing its opponent, the Ice Armor Snake bared its sharp fangs, flicked its long crimson tongue, and fixed its pitch-black icy pupils on Ji Juing. The Ice Armor Snake launched an attack. Ji Juing's figure was like lightning, evading each strike with ease, but she couldn't keep this up. Her stamina would soon be depleted. You can try the second stage of the divine control art combined with the wood element, Evil Fire reminded. The reason Ji Juing hadn't killed it immediately was that she wanted to stabilize her strength through real combat. With her current strength, facing a 4th-level spirit beast no longer posed much challenge. If the Ice Armor Snake knew what Ji Juing was thinking, it would likely spit blood and die on the spot. The Ice Armor Snake was covered in hard scales. Its only weak points were its eyes and the 7-inch spot. Directly attacking its eyes was impossible, and the scales at the 7-inch spot were relatively softer. But the Ice Armor Snake was no pushover either. It would not let an enemy approach its 7-inch spot. Moreover, it was extremely fast. Using vines to slow it down, she would only have one chance to get close. If she didn't strike quickly, ruthlessly, and accurately, in that one chance the snake might exploit an opening. The Ice Armor Snake attacked wildly, sending a sharp force toward Ji Juing. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Juing pressed her palms together and chanted a spiritual incantation, with the heart as the forest life upon life control all things. Countless vines shot out from deep within the earth, as if alive like tentacles. Ji Juing manipulated the tree vines to entangle the Ice Armor Snake. Big brother, isn't this little girl a bit naive to think she can trap the Ice Armor Snake with vines? Skinny Monkey spoke. You don't know shit. The Ice Armor Snake is too fast. This little woman surely wants to use vines to slow it down. Zhang Li squinted his sinister eyes ahead, surprised that the little woman had some skill. In fact, Zhang Li wasn't wrong. Ji Juing indeed thought that way. A snake is a soft-bodied creature, and using tree vines to trap it would normally be futile. More and more vines surged toward the Ice Armor Snake. As expected, the snake's stamina faltered, and its speed slowed. Seeing the time was right, Ji Juing tightened her grip on the dagger, flashed in a few moves to the snake's 7-inch spot, and struck fast, fierce, and accurate. The Ice Armor Snake was startled, but by the time it reacted, it was too late. With a puffed sound, the snake soon collapsed limply to the ground, motionless. Ji Juing extracted the Thunderhawk's beast core, then placed the entire snake into her space. The ice armor snake scales could be used for forging its flesh for medicine, and its fangs sold. Such good things she would naturally not let go. Zhang Li and his men were stunned. Just like that. It's over. Watching Ji Jiuying's series of actions, Zhang Li's mind began to scheme. This little woman must have many treasures on her. Although she was not weak in strength, they had numbers and strength. Why would they fear a mere girl? The patter of footsteps drew near, and before Ji Jiuying could walk far, she was blocked by a group of men clad in identical attire. Little lady, be smart, and hand over that spatial ring. Ji Jiuying wiped her dagger with a handkerchief, paying them no mind. You wench, didn't you hear my boss talking to you? Skinny Monkey stepped forward with a fierce glare. Ji Jiuying smiled at them. You want it? Then come and get it. Her words enraged the men blocking her path. Skinny Monkey charged first, unleashing spiritual energy toward Ji Jiuying. Up. A scream pierced the sky as Skinny Monkey's right hand was severed by Ji Jiuying's blade. Zhang Li lunged forward to intervene, but before he could even get close, a cold, hard object pressed against his neck. Boss. Boss. Take one more step and your boss here will be meeting the king of hell, Ji Jiuying said coldly. Zhang Li shuddered violently, daring not to move. Spare me, immortal maiden, please spare me. Fine. Then be smart, and hand over all your spatial rings. You? Muh. Ji Jiuying's icy voice echoed, and a thin line of red trickled down Zhang Li's neck. What are you waiting for? Hand them over to the immortal maiden now. Zhang Li roared. Ji Jiuying withdrew her dagger. Had she not sensed his lack of murderous intent, he would already be a dead man. She glanced inside the rings. They were mostly filled with beast cores, pills, herbs, and weapons. Ji Jiuying took some herbs and tossed the rings back. Ji Jiuying wove through the jungle, walking for an entire day. Using the language of nature, she communicated with the plants to find the locations of spiritual herbs. She searched for herbs and spirit beasts alike, knowing that some plants were guarded. Take the primordial spirit fruit she sought now. The plants had told her its guardian was a 5th-level crimson bronze ox. Aside from Ji Fengjian's frost ice tiger, she had never truly hunted a 5th-level beast. Woman, someone from the southwest is heading this way. Evil Fire's voice echoed in Ji Jiuying's mind. She quickly hid in a secluded spot. Sure enough, the footsteps grew closer. A group of lavishly dressed men and women strolled closer. Leading them was a young man of about 17, clad in dark robes with an extraordinary bearing. The radiant girl beside him was undoubtedly Ji Fengyan. With brother and the third prince here, will easily capture the frost ice tiger. Ji Fengyan giggled, clinging to one of the men's arms. The man swelled with pride, his eyes gleaming with undisguised arrogance. Yinner, rest assured. Whether it's a 5th-level frost ice tiger, or even a 6th-level one Ru Feng, and I will take it down for you. Thank you, third prince. Ji Fengjian's eyes sparkled as she coquettishly pressed closer. Yinner, is your brother completely forgotten now that the third prince is here? A daughter's heart is soon lost to another. Ji Jurifeng teased. Oh brother, what are you talking about? Ji Fengyan blushed and lowered her head. Ji Fengyan was indeed pretty with a delicate, innocent air. No wonder Jun Linyu favored her. Third brother Luo Li wants a 6th-level beast too. Don't forget your little sister now. Another woman in white also grabbed the man's arm and pouted. Ru Feng, it seems we'll have to work harder, Jun Linyu said, glancing at Ji Rufeng with a smile. Ji Rufeng glanced at Jun Luoli and chuckled. The third prince is right. Ji Jiuying was surprised. Ji Fengjian's face was healed. It seemed Ji Rufeng was quite capable, even able to cure her poison. That woman in white's voice sounded familiar. After a moment, Ji Jiuying realized it was the woman who had fought her over the purple crystal Ganoderma at the ghost market. So she was the 4th princess. No wonder she was so arrogant. As they drew nearer, Ji Jiuying held her breath. Who's there? Well, she had been discovered. Ji Rufeng barked, and Jun Linyu and the others turned toward Ji Jiuying's hiding spot. Where? Ji Rufeng flew over to where Ji Jiuying had just been. Brother, are your eyes playing tricks on you? There's no one here. No, my instincts are never wrong, Ji Rufeng asserted. Jun Linyu spoke up as well. Ru Feng's instincts are correct. There was indeed a presence here, just now. Jun Linyu and Ji Rufeng exchanged a look. At such close range, how did they escape right under our noses? Their eyes scanned the surroundings, but found nothing. Let's go. Stay close to the group from now on. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, she didn't want them to know she was in the demon beast forest. Only after confirming they were far away did Ji Jiuying emerge from her spatial realm and continue on her way. In a palace far from the Zhanyue kingdom, a woman with a delicate oval face lightly adorned with makeup and brows like willow leaves gazed at the man across from her with bright, "My lord, how long has it been since you last came to see Xinyao?" The woman bit her lip softly, her voice dripping with honeyed affection. "Xinyao didn't mean to deceive you. It's just that I haven't seen you in so long, my lord." Gong Mingyue's expression darkened, his brow furrowing slightly. "Enough. Don't let it happen again." His tone was stern and icy. A cold glint flashed in Gong Mingyue's eyes, though his voice remained as aloof as ever. "Then, could you stay and have a meal with Xinyao before you leave?" Zinyo's gaze flickered as she whispered tearfully. Gong Mingyue refused without a second thought. As he turned to leave, Xinyao called out again. "My lord, today is my father's death anniversary. Would you accompany Xinyao to the Valley of 10,000 Flowers to pay respects?" Gong Mingyue paused, then gave a cold, curt assent. Taoji, go prepare at once. Xingyao wiped away her tears, a joyful smile breaking through. Later. Help. The ground trembled as a group of people came rushing toward Wen Chuyu's party, chased by a 6th-level crimson bronze ox. It was more than twice the size of an ordinary ox, with crimson-red fur and an extra horn on its head. Its eyes were bloodshot and the breath from its nostrils kicked up leaves. Wen Chuyu and the others dodged to the side, but the ox suddenly veered and charged straight at them. Damn it. Why is it coming for us? Brother, what do we— Wen Longting asked while running. Senior brother, we can't outrun it. We have to fight, said the woman in dark cyan robes. Miao Qing is right. Spread out and hold your positions, Wen Chuyu commanded. He condensed spiritual energy onto his sword and charged at the crimson bronze ox. Though there was only one ox, its level was high. With their numbers, splitting up was the best strategy. Wen Longting, Wen Longxiu, Shen Miaoqing, and the others cried out and joined the fray. The ox seemed to have endless stamina, but their spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, leaving them looking worse for wear. The ox's bloodshot eyes locked onto them, murderous intent spilling forth. Its hind legs tensed, and with a thunderous moo, it charged madly toward Wen Longxiu. Wen Qiyu swiftly moved to Wen Longxi's side as the others launched their attacks. However, most of the people from the Star Academy were injured. With a soft grunt, Shen Miaoqing was caught off guard by the bronze ox and sent flying. She crashed heavily into a tree behind her. A muffled groan escaped her lips, followed by the sound of breaking bones, and a trace of crimson blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Miaoqing! Sister Miaoqing! Senior Sister Miaoqing! The crowd exclaimed in shock, their hearts leaping to their throats. Sumu Sun Lin, take Miaoqing and the other wounded to safety first. Wen Chuyu commanded sharply. Gradually they found themselves at a disadvantage, their spiritual energy depleting continuously. At this rate, they would either be killed by the bronze ox or die from— At that moment the bronze ox spewed a torrent of flames, forcing the group to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity while they were disoriented, it charged wildly towards Wen Longting, swift as lightning, kicking up fierce gusts of wind. Tinger dodged. Wen Longting's eyes widened, but she was too slow to react. In that critical moment, a fierce figure in red descended from the sky, striking directly at the bronze ox's head. Clad in fiery red robes, her stunningly beautiful face bore a hint of a bloodthirsty smile. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, a squelching sound rang out. The dagger plunged straight into the bronze ox's eye, blood splattering across the ground. A furious bellow erupted from the beast. It instinctively reared back, and Ji Juing used the momentum to leap into the air, landing gracefully to the side. It's Miss Feng. Meanwhile, Wen Qiyu seized the chance to scoop up the terrified Wen Longting and fly away from the ground, landing safely nearby. Had it not been for Feng Wan's timely strike, he couldn't bear to imagine what would have happened to Tinger. Blinded in one eye, the bronze ox lost its sense of direction and began crashing about wildly. Finally, its twisted horn got lodged in a tree root. As it struggled to pull free, Ji Juing seized the perfect opportunity. Amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers, she soared into the air and drove her dagger deep into the bronze ox's skull, delivering a fatal blow. With its horn still stuck in the root, the bronze ox's body gradually went limp, its life force extinguished. Miss Feng, thank you for saving Tinger. Wen Qiyu stepped forward, cupping his fist in gratitude. Miss Feng, you are truly our family savior, Wen Longxiu added. Yes, Sister Feng, thank goodness you were here. I thought I was done for today, Wen Longting chimed in. Wen Longting stepped forward and linked her arm with Ji Juing's. We're all friends, helping each other is only natural. At these words the three exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. After our last parting, I thought we'd never meet again. Who would have guessed we'd run into each other here hundreds of miles from the capital? Senior brother, who is this? A woman dressed in dark cyan robes strolled over, followed by two men in similar attire. Ji Juing looked towards the source of the voice. The woman had fair skin and a delicate figure, her eyes holding a hint of cool detachment. The breeze gently tousled her hair, lending her an indescribable charm. After taking the elixir, and with Su Mu and Sun Lin protecting her, Shun Mayaking's injuries had mostly healed. Miaoqing, this is the Miss Feng one I mentioned before. Wen Chuyu's gentle voice sounded a flicker of delight passing through his ice blue eyes. Wen Chuyu had informed his master Shin Xiuyang, who was also Shun Mayaking's father, about his healed meridians. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shun Xiuyang rushed to the Wen family in the capital to see for himself. He knew Wen Chuyu's condition better than anyone, having been helpless to treat it himself. Shin Miaoqing, upon learning of this, accompanied him. After hearing Wen Chuyu's and the Wen Patriarch's account, both Shin Xiuyang and Shin Miaoqing found it hard to believe such a skilled person existed. But Wen Chuyu himself was living proof, leaving them no choice but to believe. Upon understanding the situation, Shin Xiuyang returned to the Star Academy, as many matters required his attention. Meanwhile, Shun Miaoqing along with Su Mu and Sun Lin remained in the capital to join Wen Chuyu on their journey to the Demon Beast Forest. Shin Xiuyang had specifically instructed them to befriend Feng Wan if they encountered her, and to invite her to the Star Academy. Hello, my name is Shun Miaoqing. Looking at the extended hand, Ji Juing shook it. Hello, my name is Ji Juing. What? Everyone's jaws dropped. What was going on? Feng Wan had become Ji Juing. Since she considered them friends, now Ji Juing had no intention of hiding it any longer. She had actually planned to confess during their time at the Wen residence, but she had fainted at a critical moment and been taken away by Gong Mingyue. My real name is Ji Jiuying. I used the name Phone Wan for convenience back then. Ji Jiuying explained, finding their stunned expressions somewhat amusing. You're from the Ji family. When Shiyu stared at her, a complex look in his eyes. It was Ji Rufeng who harmed my big brother. When Longxiu also looked at Ji Jiuying with a complicated expression. I am from the Ji family, yet am not. I represent only myself, Ji Jiuying said, understanding their feelings. The one who had healed their brother's severed meridians was the eldest daughter of their sworn enemy. I know now. Ji Jiuying, the good-for-nothing eldest miss of the Ji family, known throughout the capital. They say her father ignores her stepmother, and siblings bully her constantly, and she lives worse than a servant. And also, when Longting was about to continue, but was silenced by a sharp glare from Wen Qiyu. However, her words did ring a bell. Miss Ji Tinger speaks without thinking. Please don't take it to heart, Wen Qiyu said. It's fine, I don't mind. Because everything she said is true. At this, the group looked at her with a mix of emotions, complexity, sympathy, and pity. Sister Xiaojiu, come here. I think they mistook a fisheye for a pearl. Don't worry if the Ji residence won't have you. My house has plenty of courtyards and rooms, Wen Longting said, patting her chest in reassurance. Her words drew a soft laugh from Ji Jiuying. Whether you are Phone Wan or Ji Jiuying, you are a benefactor to our Wen family, Wen Shiyu said, looking at her warmly. That's right, I only care about the person, Wen Longxiu added with a slight smile. A friend of my senior brother is a friend of mine, Shen Miaoqing said with a bright smile. She felt Ji Jiuying was different from other reserved and coy girls, and being around her felt very comfortable. Even without her father's instructions, she would have befriended her. Then we'll call you Xiaojiu. Alright. They all exchanged smiles. Ji Jiuying suddenly felt that having a few friends wasn't so bad. In her past life, she had been so engrossed in studying medicine that she rarely socialized, and over time she had ended up with no friends at all. Xiaojiu, you should take the demon core from this bronze ox. Despite their persistent urging, Ji Jiuying declined. By the way, which direction did this bronze ox come from? Ji Jiuying, alright, I almost forgot. The bronze ox is the guardian beast of the primordial spirit fruit. The fruit guarded by this 6th-level bronze ox should be of considerable quality, Shen Miaoqing said excitedly. Then let's hurry lest someone beats us to it, Wen Longting said excitedly. When Shiyu sent the injured students back to the academy, taking only Su Mu and Sun Lin with him. The group rushed to the place where the origin spirit fruit grew at top speed, only to be greeted by a shocking sight. There were actually 5 origin spirit fruits. A faint rustling sound came from the waist-high grass, followed by a soft moo. The group was startled, holding their breath. Could there be a bronze bull guarding this place? For safety, Sake Ji Jiuying had Little Phoenix fly up to survey the area. Except for Wen Longxiu, no one else had seen Little Phoenix before. They were curious, but didn't ask. Mother, it's a bronze bull calf, Little Phoenix reported. Ji Jiuying immediately became vigilant upon hearing this, and was about to warn the others. Calf. Ji Jiuying gritted her teeth. Little Phoenix. The others looked on in confusion at Ji Jiuying's rapidly changed. Xiaojiu, what's the situation? It's fine, let's go up. There's a bronze bull calf in the grass, she said, rising to her feet and walking over to pick the origin spirit fruits. Meanwhile, Wen Longting excitedly scooped up the bronze bull calf from the ground. Ji Jiuying uprooted the entire origin spirit fruit tree and secretly stored it in her space to plant. She then distributed the fruits to Shen Miaoqing, Wen Longting, Su Mu, and Sun Lin. Su Mu and Sun Lin hadn't expected Ji Jiuying to suddenly give them the fruits. However, since neither of them was an alchemist, they proposed entrusting Shen Miaoqing with refining the longevity pills on their behalf. As they continued deeper into the forest, Ji Jiuying gradually witnessed the true nature of the demon beast forest. Countless spiritual herbs, poisonous plants, and spirit beasts. Along the way, Ji Jiuying harvested numerous spiritual herbs and poisonous plants, planting them within the cloud butterfly dream. It's getting dark. We need to find a cave. Senior brother, I came across this place during my last training expedition. There's a decent cave nearby, Shen Miaoqing said, gazing at the surrounding flora, her memory particularly vivid of the clear stream up ahead. Then let's go. The group crossed the clear stream, and soon spotted a cave. To ensure safety, Wen Qiyu volunteered to scout the area first. After confirming it was safe, everyone took shelter inside the cave. Wen Longxiu brought out a luminous pearl, brightening the space considerably. The cave was surprisingly dry and comfortable, with some dry straw inside, likely a frequent resting spot for cultivators. Is that a luminous pearl? Ji Jiuying asked, both surprised and puzzled. Yes. Haven't you seen one before, Xiaojiu? Now it was when Longxius turned to be confused. Everyone turned to look at Ji Jiuying. Ji Jiuying let out a light chuckle, unconcerned. Well, of course not. You all know about my situation, don't you? The group fell silent. When Shuyu's icy blue eyes lowered slightly. After learning she was Ji Jiuying, he had his men investigate her past. The woman before him was nothing like the rumors. They painted her as a useless waste, weak and cowardly. But the person he knew was a grand spiritualist, a heaven-grade alchemist, intelligent, composed, and decisive in action. What had changed her? Or had she always been this way? It was truly baffling. Though she hadn't been in this world long, she knew that only the wealthy and powerful could possess luminous pearls. Xiaojie, why not come with me to the Star Academy? Shin Miaoqing said with a hint of sympathy. Yeah, Xiaojie's sister Miaoqing is the vice dean's daughter. Getting you in with— No thank you. The path I forged myself is the one I can trust, Ji Juing declared, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Taking shortcuts might be easy, but it invites gossip and scrutiny. Besides, she preferred to rely on herself. Shin Miaoqing stared at her for a long moment. Anyone else would have been overjoyed at such an offer, yet she had refused without hesitation. Just then a loud gurgle echoed through the cave. When Longting patted her stomach sheepishly. Ji Juing glanced at her. It was indeed nearing dinner time. And what better way to warm up a winter's night than hot pot? How about we have hot pot? Hot pot? What's that? Can you eat a pot? When Longting asked, puzzled. The others looked equally confused. Ji Juing chuckled. You'll see soon enough. Her space villa was stocked with all sorts of cookware and seasonings. She retrieved a large pot, assorted vegetables, and various ingredients. Chiyu Su Mu Yu too handle the beef. Sun Lin, go fetch some stones, she instructed, pulling the bronze bull out from her space. Xiaojiu, can we actually eat this spirit beast? Shin Miaoqing asked, swallowing nervously. Trust me, once you taste what I make, you'll be craving more. Ji Juing busied herself with preparations. Once the beef was properly processed, she gathered spiritual energy and ignited the fire. A flame born of spiritual energy was far superior to charcoal. She could control its intensity at will. It was simply perfect. For the dipping sauce, take this side if you want it spicy, and that side if you prefer mild, Ji Juing said with a beaming smile. She had been missing this. It was her first hot pot since arriving in this world. Before long, a tantalizing aroma filled the entire cave. Xiaojiu, so this is the hot pot you mentioned. When Longting swallowed hard. It smelled absolutely divine. Yep. Today we're having beef hot pot. Just put the meat in the boiling pot, let it cook, then dip it in the sauce, and enjoy. Ji Juing demonstrated the process for them, teaching them how to eat it properly. When Longting mimicked Ji Juing's actions, boiling a slice of meat, dipping it, and taking a bite. The beef was tender and succulent with a hint of sesame fragrance that sent her taste buds into overdrive. She exclaimed, this is absolutely delicious. Xiaojiu, you're incredible. The others gathered around as well. So good. Yeah. Spicy but satisfying. I never thought spirit beast meat could taste this. This is so novel. Ji Juing also released little Phoenix from her space. Mother, what is this? It smells wonderful. Phoenix wants some too. Alright. Let Mother cut some for you. Mother, this is so good. Phoenix wants more. The group watched little Phoenix eat, with fascination, curious about what kind of bird it was. Xiaojiu, what's its name? It looks so intelligent. When Longting said, reaching out to stroke little Phoenix, only for it to dodge away swiftly. Just call her little Phoenix, Ji Juing said, while slicing meat. Ooh, so spicy. If only we had some spirit fruit wine right now. Shin Miaoqing's speech was getting slurred from the spice. Hearing this, Ji Juing pulled out bottles of cocktail from her refrigerator and handed one to each person. Wow, this is so good. Xiaojiu, is your ring just full of delicious things? Shin Miaoqing gave Ji Juing a thumbs up. A sweet grape aroma mixed with the taste of alcohol. This is my first time trying such a spirit fruit brew, Wen Shiyu remarked, gazing at the purple cocktail. Then with a hint of curiosity he added, though, I can't sense even a trace of spiritual energy in this brew. Wen Shiyu looked at Ji Juing, as if seeking confirmation. His words sparked a flash of inspiration in Ji Juing. If she could craft cocktails using spirit fruits, and open a winery in the capital, how could she not turn a profit? Wen Shiyu watched her alternate between dazed thought and foolish grinning, and let out a soft chuckle. The sound snapped Ji Juing back to her senses. It's just ordinary wine, she hastily explained. By the time everyone had eaten their fill, night had fully descended outside. The forest was more than twice as cold as it had been during the day. The wind howled, rustling the leaves, and the roars of magical beasts echoed through the trees, casting an eerie gloom over the entire woodland. Wen Shiyu offered to keep watch at the cave entrance for the night, and set up a barrier to conceal their presence. The battle with the Crimson Bronze Bull earlier had drained much of everyone's spiritual energy, so they quickly sat in meditation to cultivate and restore their strength. Ji Juing was no exception. After days of real combat, her foundation had long since stabilized, and her cultivation had reached a bottleneck. She could barely contain the spiritual energy surging within her, but with so many people present, retreating into her space was impossible. At that moment, when Chuyu's gaze sharp, Ji Juing sensed something too, and quietly moved to Wen Chuyu's side. A faint, alluring fragrance drifted past. Wen Chuyu turned and froze for a moment. The figure beside him, clad in crimson robes with a fair, delicate face bathed in moonlight, looked like a bewitching manjusaka flower. You sensed it too? Ji Juing replied softly, then raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Both Wen Chuyu and Ji Juing questioned their own abilities. How had they only now noticed someone nearby, even at this close range? Was the intruder too powerful, or had their vigilance grown too lax? In the darkness, a shadowy figure paced back and forth, as if searching for something. Tisk, strange. It was definitely supposed to be here, the man muttered to himself. Suddenly the figure's eyes locked onto the cave, not far away. Narrowing his gaze, he advanced step by step. Wen Chuyu and Ji Juing's hearts sank as they heightened their guard. Inside, the others also sensed the danger and grabbed their weapons. Only when Longting was still asleep. She turned over in her sleep, murmuring, I want more hot pot. Don't steal my meat. The others were speechless. Ji Juing looked up at the heavens in exasperation. Was this what they called a useless teammate? Hearing the noise, the shadow swiftly reached the cave entrance and peered inside with narrowed eyes. The people within stared back at the dark silhouette with equal wariness. The shadow knew there were people inside, but couldn't tell if the one he sought was among them. He also sensed more than one aura within and dared not rush in recklessly. The two sides remained locked in a standoff, neither making a move. Ji Juing stared at the shadow at the entrance, a flicker of recognition stirring. Miss Ji. Yingyu's face lit up with relief. He had finally found her. The magical beast forest at night was far more terrifying than by day. Had anything happened to her before he arrived, not even 10 lives would be enough to spare him from his master's wrath. The others lowered their weapons. Turns out she knew him. False alarm. When Shiyu dispelled the barrier and brought out a night pearl, finally revealing the newcomer's face. So there was a barrier concealing their presence. No wonder he hadn't sensed them earlier. Yingyu quickly scanned the group, his gaze finally settling on Shiyu. Him. When Shiyu felt the weight of his stare, their eyes meeting in the air. Could it be that he knows me? How did you find me? Ji Juing knew that man must have sent him. But the forest was vast. How had he tracked her down so precisely? Tracking technique. So that was it. Suddenly Ji Juing's brow furrowed. Something was wrong. The power within her was threatening to burst out on its own. Miss Ji. Xiaojiu. The others noticed the change in her. Ignoring their reactions, Ji Juing sat down cross-legged on the spot and began circulating her spiritual energy. It looks like she's hit a bottleneck and is about to break through when Shiyu said, a trace of concern creeping into his expression. Yingyu offered to stand guard for Ji Juing while Shiyu remained on watch outside. The others, unable to help, simply resumed their own cultivation. No way. Miss Ji was likely to be his future mistress. For the sake of his master's happiness, he wasn't about to let any other man get close to her. Though when Shiyu remained at the cave entrance, his ice blue eyes never once left that figure in red. Ji Juing felt the meridians in her body swelling as she slowly, painstakingly circulated her spiritual energy. Time ticked by second. Finally she broke through that first barrier, but she didn't stop there. Another barrier loomed ahead, and she pressed on. When Shiyu's eyes flickered with shock. Someone who could break through consecutively. Had never seen such a thing before. He knew she was advancing in rapid succession, yet he couldn't discern her true cultivation level. His usual calm expression shifted, taking on a hint of scrutiny. She seemed to hold many secrets. Ji Juing examined her own body with her divine sense, a glimmer of delight flashing in her eyes. She had broken through 3 levels in a row, reaching the rank of 4-star Grand Mage. The third layer of the divine control art remained sealed, so she continued practicing the second. After what felt like an eternity, Ji Juing's slightly curled lashes fluttered, and her clear, limpid eyes finally opened. She blinked a few times, adjusting to the light. Day had already broken. But why were these people staring at her? Did she have something on her face? She instinctively wiped at her cheeks. The sight of her actions drew a round of laughter. Ha ha ha, Xiaojiu, you're adorable. The sun's already high in the sky, and you're still cultivating. Ji Juing noticed that Yingyu had vanished, likely gone into hiding. She went to a nearby stream, splashed water on her face, and then set off deeper into the forest with the others. Along the way they encountered far more people in the forest than the day before. Could they all be here for that secret realm? To avoid unnecessary trouble, Ji Juing donned a veil. There are so many spirit cultivators in the forest today. I heard a rumor that a secret realm is about to appear in the magical beast forest within the next few days. Looks like it's true. Shinmaiking's expression grew somber. Indeed. It seems the secret realm is about to appear, when Shiyu said, gazing toward the horizon. He feared this would stir up another storm. No sooner had when Shiyu spoken than a deafening boom echoed through the sky. The sun was instantly swallowed by dark clouds. In that instant, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and churning black clouds churned as gale-force winds howled like wild beasts. The sky turned pitch-black, oppressive, and overbearing. A flash of light exploded at the heart of the forest. The spirit beasts within were startled into a frenzy, scattering in all directions and triggering a full-scale stampede. Many cultivators training in the forest were tragically trampled to death beneath the beast's hooves. Those with higher cultivation barely managed to escape. Such a powerful aura and pressure. Could it be a sacred beast? Shinmaiking's face changed color. The entire ground trembled violently, and the stampede drew closer and closer. Let's go. Get out of here and escape the beast tide. Ji Juing's petite figure soared into the air, using the branches for leverage as she darted forward. The others quickly followed suit, and before they knew it they had arrived at the heart of the forest. Many formidable cultivators also arrived at the heart of the forest, each hoping to claim a share of the spoils. Tremendous shockwaves echoed from the distance. When Shiyu's expression turned grave as he addressed them, this secret realm is far too unusual. If any unexpected situation arises, we must leave this place. Understood, brother. Understood, senior brother. Battling against the residual shockwaves emanating from deep within the forest, the group finally arrived at a clearing. On the opposite side stood sheer cliffs where numerous cultivators had already gathered murmuring about the secret realm. This was undoubtedly its entrance. Ji Jiuying's eyes narrowed. Fortunately, she had thought to wear a veil. She hadn't expected to run into acquaintances here, and more than one group of them. What surprised her even more was the presence of the second prince, Jun Lintian. The young men and women beside him were likely the heirs of the duke's mansion. Behind him stood a mysterious and unfathomable old man who, if she guessed correctly, was there specifically to protect Jun Lintian. The others soon noticed their arrival and turned their gaze towards Wen Chuyu's group. It's her. In the shadows, a man in dark robes looked at Ji Jiuying. The frost in his eyes melted, replaced by an emotion too complex to decipher. The alluring woman beside him noticed his change in demeanor and followed his gaze, her long lashes concealing the disappointment in her eyes. Lian Qingqing knew it was her the moment she laid eyes on Ji Jiuying. She was the only one who could make Yi Qingqian's gaze linger. On the other side, a man also clad in red robes spotted Ji Jiuying, his eyes lighting up. It's her. But wasn't she with Gong Mingyue? Why wasn't that fellow around? Seeing her in red, he wondered what expression Gong Mingyue would have upon seeing them in matching outfits. He found the thought amusing. In truth, this was akin to courting death, but that would be a story for later. Ji Ruffin was the most shocked of all. Upon seeing Wen Chuyu, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. How? It was impossible. He had personally crippled him, so how could he appear here perfectly unscathed? Wen Chuyu's icy gaze met his, two opposing stares clashing midair like two great beasts locked in mortal combat. Is that Wen Chuyu, the young master of the one family? It must be. In our Tsungyue kingdom, who else has blue eyes like his? Wasn't Wen Chuyu supposed to have all his meridians shattered? Ah, you haven't heard. Not long ago, Lady Wen was in difficult labor beyond saving. But then a young woman in a black veil appeared, cut her open, delivered the baby, and sewed her back up. How miraculous. You can really sew a body back together. No kidding. I bet that veiled miracle doctor also healed Wen Chuyu. The murmurs of the crowd instantly thrust them into the spotlight. Hey, could that veiled woman next to Wen Chuyu be? At this, the crowd's gaze upon Ji Jiuying turned ambiguous. Ji Jiuying, clad in fiery red robes, stood in stark contrast against the mountain scenery. Her long black hair flowed behind her in the wind, captivating all who beheld her at first glance. Ji Jiuying paid no heed to the whispers around her. Her deep, piercing eyes were fixed solely on the edge of the cliff. She had a premonition that the secret realm's entrance lay there. Jun Linyu narrowed his eyes, a flicker of admiration passing through them, before being replaced by a determined gleam. Was she the one he was looking for? Regardless, the fact that she could repair Wen Chuyu's shattered meridians was enough to prove she was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Ji Fingyan, seeing both her elder brother and the third prince captivated by the girl in red, gritted her teeth and shot Ji Jiuying a furious glare. Damn fox spirit. When Longting met Ji Fingyan's glare, defiantly staring back and sticking out her tongue in a mocking gesture. Just then another group arrived at the clearing, the Feng family, one of the three. Leading them was a stern-faced, middle-aged man, imposing and dignified with a fierce aura in his brows. Behind him followed 5 or 6 young men and women. That's Feng Zhuo, the Feng family's grand elder, and one of their strongest warriors. Some people recognized him and murmured softly. Feng Ling Feng, you must be careful once the secret realm opens. This one is unusual. There might be sacred beasts, perhaps even divine beasts within. No matter what your priority is to stay alive, understand. Feng Zhuo addressed the two behind him. Divine beasts. Their hearts trembled at the words. Just then a violent tremor shook the area and a massive vortex appeared at the edge of the cliff. Ji Jiuying's eyes sharpened. Just as I suspected. She glanced around. Still, that man hadn't shown up. At that moment, some of the bolder individuals plunged into the vortex, vanishing from sight. With the first to take the plunge, the others followed suit. Only Wen Chuyu's expression remained solemn. Tinger Xiao or Miaoqing Sumu Sun Lin, you are not going. Wild secret realms are fraught with countless unknown dangers. The wild realm Wen Chuyu had entered with Ji Ruffeng was one such place, a graveyard for countless geniuses. Even Wen Chuyu had barely escaped with his life. But When Longting started to protest, but when Longxiu cut her off. If brother says so, he must have his reasons. Don't be difficult. When Longxiu agreed with her elder brother's judgment. When Longting could only pout, reluctantly accepting the order. Su Mu and Sun Lin, aware that this was beyond their capabilities, also concurred with Wen Chuyu. Senior brother, I want to go. Shen Miaoqing said firmly. Absolutely not. If something happens to you, how could I face master? Wen Chuyu's voice. At that, Shen Miaoqing lowered her head, saying nothing. But in a flash, she leapt forward and dove into the vortex. Shen Miaoqing. As she entered the vortex, she heard his shout ring out behind her. Senior brother is definitely angry. Oh well, I'll deal with it later. She thought, disappearing into the swirl. Immediately after, Ji Jiuying and Wen Chuyu also flashed into the secret realm. The remaining 4 stood dumbfounded. What about us? When Longxiu shot Wen Longting a glare, then said to Su Mu and the others, let's head to the forest's edge and find an inn to wait. Besides Wen Longting's group, many others also chose not to risk entering the wild secret realm. Shortly after they left, the secret realm's entrance began to slowly close. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure descended upon the area outside. A man appeared from thin air, and some weaker cultivators were instantly forced to their knees, coughing up blood. So powerful. The man's face was impeccably handsome, his features sharp as if carved from stone, each one flawless. His eyes deep and cold like an abyss were as piercing as an eagle's, making it impossible for anyone to meet his gaze. He was too late. While entering the realm was still an option. Everyone who had entered the secret realm found themselves in a vast peach forest, a paradise on earth. As far as the eye could see, there were endless blossoming peach trees. When Shiyu and Ji Juing found Shen Miaoqing and scolded her soundly. In the end, they had no choice but to relent, allowing her to follow closely behind them. Something is wrong. This peach grove is eerily silent. Ji Juing frowned, her voice laced with unease. When Shiyu also sensed that something was amiss. The fourth princess, who had found her strangely familiar at first glance, dismissed her with a snort, attributing it to a natural incompatibility. Coward. She refused to believe a mere peach grove could harbor any real danger. Just as confusion began to spread among the group, a breeze swept through the trees, sending blossoms. Ah, help! A sharp cry shattered the stillness. Before the woman could even finish her plea, her body dissolved into peach petals that scattered into the wind. Horror seized the crowd as a chilling dread crept over everyone. One cry for help after another followed, and their numbers dwindled by a third. Don't touch those petals. Defend yourselves. Ji Juing's shout jolted the group into action. They hastily erected a grand defensive formation, but the seemingly harmless blossoms now hammered against the barrier like stones. Outside, the petals swarmed in an endless eerie tide. This can't go on. The formation will eventually shatter. Feng Ling, a member of the three great families, spoke up. Her words struck like a thunderbolt, and some of the more timid ones broke down in tears. Wah, I want out. If I die here, what will happen to my old mother? I haven't even found a wife yet. I don't want to die. Boo-hoo, I want to go home. I haven't gotten married either. Silence. All of you, in the name of this prince. Jun Linya's head throbbed from the noise. Ji Juing scanned their surroundings, deducing that this peach grove was likely a formation. If they could find its eye, they could break it. Just then a voice laced with amusement cut through her thoughts. Pretty lady, what do you suggest? Surely we're not meant to wait here to die. At the man's question, all eyes turned to Ji Juing. Following the voice, she saw a strikingly handsome man dressed in robes of the same crimson hue as hers, though his were embroidered with exotic flamboyant flowers. Ji Juing glanced at him only briefly before looking away, musing that handsome men were truly a dime a dozen in this world. If my guess is right, this grove is a formation. We just need to find its eye and break it. Hearing this, the crowd's anxiety began to ease. He raised an eyebrow. This beauty, though low in cultivation, had a remarkable constitution and was destined for greatness. No wonder he was interested in her. She clearly had skill. And what if... At that, the group's fleeting relief evaporated. Ji Juing shot the man a glare. He was clearly doing this on purpose. Taking a deep breath, she replied coldly. With that, she turned her focus back to finding the formation's eye, ignoring him. Siyu shrugged, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ah, the little wildcat is riled up. Several spiritual cultivators among the group were formation masters, and they too began searching, but found no clues. Ji Juing thought to herself, how strange. Every formation has an eye, yet she couldn't spot it no matter how hard she looked. With a crack, their hearts sank. A barely visible fissure had appeared in the defensive barrier. The crowd pinned their hopes on Ji Juing. She forced herself to stay calm, thinking, could all the mystical arts I learned in my past life be for nothing? Can you do this or not? Jun Luoli's face was pale. Why don't you shut up? If you're so capable, you try. Shen Miaoqing, who had long harbored disdain for her, shot back. You. Jun Linya's expression darkened, and he shot Jun Luoli a cold glare, causing her to swallow the words she was about to say. Siyu watched her, intently intrigued by her composure under such pressure. Just how much did she truly know of the mystical arts? Would she succeed in finding the eye of the formation? After a long moment, her eyes lit up, and a small smile curved her lips. Siyu noted this. It seemed Shed found it. Position one spiritual general at each of the 8 cardinal and intercardinal directions. East, southwest, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, northwest, and attack the petals before you. Then have 20 cultivators with fire-attributed spiritual arts strike the eye directly above us. Everyone else maintain the barrier. Relief washed over the crowd as they scrambled into position. This was their only chance at survival. Who would dare disobey? Begin the attack. Ji Juing summoned her Crimson Fire Divine Phoenix fan and unleashed an attack at the formation's eye. The moment Ji Fengyan saw the fan, her mind went blank, followed by a surge of panic. It was her, Ji Juing. Her eyes burned with jealousy and hatred. Ji Roofing, stationed in the southwest with his back to Ji Juing, failed to recognize her. Ji Juing felt a venomous glare boring into her, and she knew without a doubt it was Ji Fengyan. Given Ji Fengyan's infatuation with the third prince, Ji Juing knew she would never reveal her identity. That's why she dared to produce the fan in front of her. What Ji Juing didn't know was that 2 other pairs of eyes were watching her every move. So she truly can wield the Crimson Fire Divine Phoenix fan. Another series of cracks echoed as the fissures widened, plunging their hearts deeper into despair. Hold on, just a little longer. Ji Juing's face had grown noticeably pale. At that critical moment, the barrier shattered with a resounding crack, and the formation broke as well. Some of the group were caught in the backlash and coughed up blood. The peach grove vanished, revealing an ordinary mountain forest with a deep green pool at its base. The survivors let out a collective sigh of relief. Alive. It's good to be alive. Thank you, miss. Without you we wouldn't have made it. We're lucky you found the eye in time. The ambition in Jun Linya's eyes burned even brighter. He had to have her. Ji Fengyan, however, caught his gaze and felt a chill run down her spine. No, she couldn't let him find out that she was the very waste he despised. Ji Juing. On the way to the secret realm, head said that once they returned from the demon beast forest, he would ask the emperor to annul the engagement and take her Ji Fengyan as his bride. She just had to endure a little longer. Ji Fengyan tried desperately to comfort herself. I'd like to ask, miss, how did you discern the location of the formation's IA? Yi Qingchen inquired with genuine. Ji Juing turned toward the voice. It was him, Yi Qingchen, and behind him stood an alluringly seductive woman, Lian Qingqing. Could it be? Everyone looked at Ji Juing, especially the formation masters, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. It's nothing special. The formation itself is ordinary. It's simply inverted. A wave of realization swept through the crowd. Of course. No wonder they'd been staring at the ground the whole time, overlooking what was above. Who would have thought a formation could be flipped upside down? The ordeal had drained much of their spiritual energy. Some collapsed onto the grass, while others sat cross-legged to recover. Ji Juing furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the depths of the forest. That familiar feeling of impending danger was creeping back. Xiaojiu, what are you doing? Don't scare me. Shin Maiking's heart skipped a beat as she saw Ji Juing furrow her brows and gaze intently toward the forest. She didn't want to experience what had just happened again. Recalling how those people had vanished in an instant, Shin Miaoqing even began to regret not heeding her senior brothers. However, because of Shin Maiking's words, everyone immediately entered a state of alert. Miss, what have you noticed? Don't you all think the forest is eerily quiet? As these words were spoken, everyone gathered their spiritual energy. Indeed, by all rights the forest should be teeming with birds, insects, snakes, and beasts, and so on. After a long while still nothing stirred. Some began to doubt the truth of Ji Juing's words, completely forgetting that had it not been for her, they would have already met their end. Some people even decided to take matters into their own hands, for secret realms were always filled with countless miraculous pills, divine weapons, and cultivation methods. Whoever found the treasures first would claim them. Enough that was merely luck on someone's part. Don't let her deceive you all. Ji Fengyan's voice rang out as gentle as water. Her words were also directed at Jun Linyu. As the foremost beauty of the capital and a peerless genius, she naturally had no shortage of sycophants. Hearing this, yet another group began to stir restlessly. How hypocritical. Did you swallow a boot or something? Jun Lintian scoffed, covering his ears with disdain. Second prince, I wonder how this humble woman has offended you to be so insulted. Tears glistened in Ji Fengyan's eyes as she cast a fragile, helpless gaze toward Jun Linyu. His heart immediately softened. A cold glint flickered in Jun Linyu's eyes as he retorted, Second brother, you'd best mind your own affairs lest you lose your life once you enter the secret realm. At these words, the members of the Duke's household darkened their expressions. Just as one of them was about to speak, Jun Lintian, as if oblivious to the threat, broke into a wide grin and fired back directly. This prince will outlive you by far. No need for your concern, dear brother. The crowd watched as their gazes clashed in midair. Matters of the imperial household were hardly something wandering cultivators like them could meddle in. Ji Juing couldn't be bothered with her, only speaking to those behind her. I keep feeling like many eyes in the forest are watching us. Trust me, don't get too close to the forest edge. This feeling grew stronger for Ji Juing, like prey sensing a predator's stare. I believe you. Feng Ling looked at Ji Juing and said, I believe you too. Yi Qingchen said with a smile. I trust you as well, little beauty. What a seductive vixen. Jun Lully thought, a trace of jealousy and hatred flashing through her eyes. By now some had already walked to the edge of the forest. Third Prince Ji Fengyan and her group were also preparing to leave. Uncle Ji, should we go too? Jun Lintian looked toward the elderly man behind him. Just as his words fell, flap, flap, flap. The third prince's expression turned cold as he halted his steps. It seemed something was flying. A pitch-black mass blotted out the sky as it approached. Not good, it's bloodthirsty demon bats. The crowd, terrified, scrambled to run back, while those who had ventured near the forest had no time to escape. Though a single bloodthirsty demon bat wasn't formidable, a massive swarm was utterly terrifying. They let out piercing, ear-splitting shrieks that made scalps crawl and plunged everyone into sheer terror. The people nearest the forest let out agonizing screams as they were engulfed by the swarm. Their cries were quickly swallowed, and within moments they had been reduced to dried skeletons. Some were turned to bone before they could even cry out. He foamed. One man watched helplessly as his cousin was instantly reduced to a skeleton. Grief-stricken, yet unable to dwell on it, he sprinted forward with all his might. The color drained from everyone's faces as their hairs stood on end. They quickly regrouped with the main party, channeling their spiritual energy to defend, but even spiritual power would eventually run. Cold sweat rolled down her forehead. Ji Juing gritted her teeth. This couldn't go on. They would all become meals for the bloodthirsty demon bats before long. If she were alone, she could hide in her spatial realm. But with so many people here, she couldn't possibly reveal her trump card. Could bloodthirsty demon bats be like or fearful of fire and light? Time to test it out. Wrath of flames, blazing skies. Fire attribute spiritual energy erupted toward the swarm of bats behind her. Instantly, the acrid stench of burning flesh filled the air as crackling piles of charred bat corpses rained down from the sky. The bats above clearly scattered in panic. Ji Jiuying's face lit up with joy. It was working. Seeing this, everyone else launched fire attribute techniques of their own. Before long, the ground was piled high with bat carcasses like small hills. Yet the swarm showed no sign of thinning, endlessly replenishing itself. Others noticed this problem too. What do we do, Xiaojiu? These bats just can't be killed off. Shen Yaoqing panted. It was then that Ji Jiuying noticed the bloodthirsty demon bats never once approached the pond behind them. Were they afraid of the water? Or of what lurked within it? Gradually the group began to lose ground again. With no time to think further, Ji Jiuying shouted, "Head to the pond." As the group reached the pond's edge, sure enough, a large portion of the bat swarm retreated. A smaller fraction, unwilling to give up, continued circling restlessly at a distance. "Little beauty, how did you know the bloodthirsty demon bats wouldn't come near the pond?" Siyu asked with a grin. Ji Jiuying looked into his eyes, which seemed to know everything already. She realized that both times they had been in danger, he had simply watched from the sidelines, as if he were merely sightseeing. "Qingchen, do you know who that man in red is?" Even Lian Qingsheng had noticed his peculiar behavior. In truth, many had noticed his oddity. Despite his perpetual cheerful demeanor, a dangerous aura always lingered around him. No one dared to recklessly probe his depths with their divine. "This is my first time seeing him too." Yi Qingshan had a feeling. He too had come for her. "Don't celebrate just yet. Either the bats themselves fear water, or there's something in that water that terrifies them." As the words left her mouth, those who had been washing their hands and faces at the pond's edge quickly scrambled away. Ji Fengyan and Jun Loli stumbled backward in fright. Now they were caught between a rock and a hard place. Everyone had come to regard Ji Jiuying as their pillar of strength. One time could be luck, but twice. Those who had defied Ji Jiuying and left on their own were filled with regret. Had they not been so stubborn, their brothers wouldn't have perished in the bat's jaws. Even some of Ji Fengyan's lackeys now glared at her with resentment. Had she not stirred up trouble, they wouldn't have acted so rashly. Ji Fengyan watched their shifting expressions, and jealousy consumed her heart entirely. "Miss Xiaojiu, what do you suggest we do now?" Jun Linyu's gaze fell upon her, the same look one might give their prey, as his voice dripped with insincerity. Most of the crowd had heard Shen Yaoqing call the masked girl Xiaojiu, so seeing that Ji Jiuying did not object to his address, a hint of a smile crept onto his grim face. A smile that appeared utterly jarring in Ji Fengyan's eyes. She did not even notice her nails digging deep into her flesh. "Ji Jiuying, I will have you dead." At that moment a pair of hands grasped Ji Fengyan's, and only then did she release her already bleeding palms. Ji Ruffing noticed his sister's abnormality and transmitted his voice to her. "Yinner, what is the matter with you?" "Brother, I want Ji Jiuying dead. I want her dead." Ji Fengyan's face was now twisted with ferocity, her eyes filled with bone-deep resentment. Ji Ruffing was stunned. "Yinner, you must be frightened senseless. How could that trash be?" Ji Ruffing finally reacted, his face showing disbelief. "Xiaojiu. Ji Jiuying. That girl in red is Ji Jiuying." Seeing Ji Fengyan's silence, he was basically certain. Recalling the poison she had administered, he had expended tremendous effort just to barely refine a pill capable of suppressing Yinner's affliction, a pill she had to consume every single month. Ji Ruffing understood Ji Fengyan's concerns. For the sake of Yinner's happiness, he had to devise a plan to kill Ji Jiuying. "Brother, the secret realm is the perfect place to eliminate her. Only with her death can Yinner have no lingering worries. Yinner, rest assured. Leave it to your brother." Ji Jiuying remained unaware that within mere moments the siblings had forged an agreement to murder her. Without even glancing at Jun Linyu, Ji Jiuying said, "I am not sure either." Gurgle gurgle. Before she could finish her sentence, her expression shifted. A whirlpool formed in the water, and a colossal white tail lashed out from its center, sweeping the entire group into the vortex with a single powerful swing. Some who had not yet managed to swallow their water avoidance pills were choked to death by the raging currents instantly. Ji Jiuying unfortunately was struck on the head by that very white tail. Already dizzy, she became even more disoriented in the underwater vortex. Just as she was about to run out of breath, a figure in dark robes swiftly appeared before her. He grasped her hand firmly with one hand, while quickly feeding her a water avoidance pill with the other, finally allowing her to breathe freely underwater. Ji Jiuying was now utterly drained of strength, passively letting him pull her along. After an unknown span of time, the group was all swept to the surface by the current. Everyone scrambled ashore, terrified that the creature in the water might fling them back in. "It seems the whirlpool has carried us into a stone cavern within the water," Feng Yi observed, looking around. Stone walls surrounded them on all sides, leaving only a single path forward. Xiaojiu. When Shiyu searched twice, but could not find any trace of Ji Jiuying, blaming himself for not having held on to her earlier. "Where is Xiaojiu?" "What?" Miss Xiaojiu didn't make it up. With their pillar of strength missing, panic began to set in among the group. Lian Qingsheng suppressed her own worry, noting that Yi Qingshan had also not yet surfaced, likely connected to her. "That man in red seems to be missing too." Jun Linyu stared intently at the water's surface, refusing to believe that such a clever woman would meet her end so easily. The happiest among the group were undoubtedly those two. Ji Fengyan and Ji Ruffeng exchanged a glance, their faces breaking into gloating smiles. It seemed they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Gurgle gurgle. A faint sound rippled from the water. Two figures emerged from the surface and flew ashore. Yi Qingxin dried their robes with a flick of his hand. Ji Juing smiled. No need for thanks. Xiaojiu. Miss Xiaojiu. Qingchun. A crowd quickly gathered around them. You scared me to death. Shen Miaoqing said, worriedly checking her over from head to toe. Don't worry, the king of hell wouldn't take someone who's already died once. Yi Qingxin froze for a moment upon hearing those words. The smiles on Ji Fengyan and Ji Ruffeng's faces gradually faded, their expressions turning cold and grim. Ji Juing was actually alive. Taking the luminous pearl offered by Wen Shiyu, Ji Juing finally surveyed the cavern they were in. It was vast with stone walls on every side, and only one path leading out. A breeze drifted in from deeper within the cave, suggesting they had no choice but to press onward. After they departed, a figure in red emerged from the water, muttering, "So the little beauty made it up. Made me come all the way back for nothing." If this realm's rules didn't forbid him from meddling freely, he would have already swept her through the secret realm with ease instead of playing games with that old fogey. Siyu gazed at the water's surface, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. Beneath the water, a certain creature suddenly shuddered. Could it be that the man in red? Ji Juing realized they were now descending deeper and deeper. After walking for what seemed like an eternity, they arrived at a cavern of colossal proportions. When the group saw the massive flood dragon coiled around a stone pillar in the center of the chamber, they were so terrified they scrambled backward. A flicker of awe passed through Ji Juing's eyes. What a colossal flood dragon statue. However, the dragon's 4 limbs were firmly bound by 4 golden chains radiating immense. The dragon's head hung down from above, its blood-red eyes so lifelike, they seemed to stare intently at the group, the overwhelming aura it exuded making it impossible for anyone to meet its gaze. Only then did the crowd finally breathe a sigh of relief. So many treasures over there. A sudden cry of excitement rang out. Beneath the dragon's body lay countless cultivation techniques, spiritual herbs, pills, and divine weapons. Beside them also lay several skeletons. A glint of curiosity flickered in Ji Juing's phoenix-like eyes, sensing that these treasures would not be so easily claimed. Little Phoenix, have you noticed anything? Little Phoenix peered out through the spatial barrier, but when she saw the flood dragon's eyes, she was so startled, she stumbled backwards. Evil Flame saw her reaction, paused, and thought to himself. While she was still a young divine beast, so such a reaction was hardly surprising. And mother, that dragon is alive. And I sense it has lived for over 1,000 years. Meanwhile, the creature lurking in the shadows stiffened, its eyes locking tightly onto the woman in red. It had just detected the aura of a divine beast emanating from that girl. Don't go over there. Hearing this, Ji Juing's expression shifted in alarm, but it was already too late to stop those bold enough to snatch the treasures. Those people now had eyes only for the treasures before them, rushing forward in a frenzy, terrified that someone else would snatch the good stuff first. They paid no heed to Ji Juing's warning, with some even suspecting she wanted to keep the treasures all to herself. However, those who rushed for the treasures soon began fighting viciously over them. Ji Juing finally understood how those skeletons had come to be. Third Prince, are we truly not going? Ji Ruffeng asked. Honestly, seeing those saint-grade and god-grade techniques, he too could barely contain his restless excitement. In truth, he wasn't the only one struggling to restrain himself. Jun Linyu glanced at Ji Juing before speaking. Roofing, since Miss Xiaojiu said that there must be a reason. Having gone through the previous incidents, Jun Linyu had essentially come to trust her unconditionally. Ji Ruffeng and Ji Fengyan inwardly sensed trouble brewing. Though the 4th Princess Jun Luoli deeply disapproved of Ji Juing, she had also learned her lesson and thus remained silent. Uncle Ji, what about us? Feng, he asked, his heart stirring with greed at the sight of so many treasures. The man called Ji Shu furrowed his brow as if contemplating something. Seeing that the others ahead seemed to show no abnormality aside from their struggle, he finally nodded. Let's get closer and take a look. Feng Yi's face lit up with delight as he strode forward. Jun Lintian glanced at Ji Juing while the man named Ji Shu kept close to Jun Linchen's side. Jun Linyu sneered coldly at the sight. How reckless. At that moment, Ji Juing's brow tightened. Jun Lintian was the only one besides Qing Ling and Zhang Mama who had ever shown her warmth, and she did not wish to see him walk into danger. Was this the outcome the dragon desired? Second Prince, come back. Don't go. Ji Juing could not bear to let him proceed. Jun Lintian and the others halted and turned to look at her. Just as he was about to ask something, he was interrupted. That dragon is alive. The crowd was startled, and those who had been advancing retreated in haste. The sharp-eyed ones widened their eyes in disbelief, realizing that the cultivators who had been fighting ahead were either dead or wounded. The survivors had bloodshot eyes seemingly devoid of consciousness, trapped in a demonic state. A hoarse, eerie, and sinister laugh echoed from afar, then near sending chills down everyone's spine. Crackling and rumbling, the stone on the dragon's body fell away, revealing its true form. The oppressive aura of the dragon surged forth, forcing everyone present except Ji Juing to grit their teeth and endure. The dragon's body was covered in silver-white scales crackling with lightning energy. Its crimson eyes gleamed like two rubies radiating peril. The only constant were the 4 golden chains firmly binding its limbs. Humans are as greedy as ever, it spoke, releasing a bolt of lightning between its horns. A flash of lightning reduced those scrambling for treasures beneath it to ashes, leaving no trace. The treasures they had been fighting over were merely illusions conjured by the dragon. The crowd paled in terror, grateful they had not acted rashly. Ji Juing narrowed her eyes. Through the assessment of her evil flame, she discerned that this was an ancient flood dragon that had lived for 10,000 years. From the lightning skill it had just unleashed, she deduced it wielded the power of thunder. In the thousands of years since the secret realm opened, countless have entered, but you are the first to see that I am alive. The dragon lowered its massive head, its ruby-like eyes gleaming with scrutiny, as it fixed its gaze on Ji Juing. An innate spiritual body. Ji Juing met its eyes without fear. The dragon bared its teeth in a grin. You are not afraid of me. Why should I be afraid of you? Ji Juing countered. Then stay with me. Look, I have many treasures, the dragon's enchanting voice echoed. As its words fell, Ji Juing found that everyone around her expression darkened. What have you done to my friends? Rest assured they are still alive for now, the dragon replied nonchalantly. Still alive for now meant they might not be later. Villain, let my mother out. Little Phoenix cried out, landing on Ji Juing's shoulder. But no matter how loud it shouted, it sounded like a toddler's voice. The moment Little Phoenix appeared, a powerful bloodline suppression forced the dragon to bow in submission. A vermilion bird, divine beast. Indeed. But it was only a cub. Disappointment flickered in the dragon's ruby-like eyes. Ji Juing's eyes glinted with a trace of surprise. Had it known all along that she possessed a divine beast? The disappointment in the dragon's eyes did not escape Ji Juing's notice. Could the divine beast help it break the golden chains? She guessed that its dejection stemmed from Little Phoenix being still a fledgling. She had no intention of staying here. Only the dragon knew the exit of the stone chamber. For now she had to placate the dragon. Why are you imprisoned here? Ji Juing asked, deciding to take it one step at a time. Why am I imprisoned here? I do not know. The dragon seemed to be searching its memory. A roar shook the stone chamber. The dragon's head throbbed with pain. It could not remember why it was trapped here or who had imprisoned it for 10,000 years. What is happening? We are out of the stone chamber. The crowd looked around. They found themselves on the edge of a cliff below, which stood upright blades. The sight made their scalps tingle, and they stepped back. Senior brother, what should we do? Is Xiaojiu trapped in there by the dragon? Shen Miaoqing asked worriedly. No, she will find a way out, when Qiyu said, though he was not certain. The ground shook, and the echo of the dragon's roar rumbled from below. I think Miss Juliang is probably doomed, Ji Fengyan said with false regret. In her heart, she hoped Ji Juing would be trapped forever. Shut up, you ugly woman. Shen Miaoqing, after learning of Ji Juing's ordeal, had no patience for Ji Fengyan's hypocritical malice. I was just. Ji Fengyan pretended to be on the verge of tears. You what? Stop pretending. It's disgusting. Qiyu, who had not even reached the stone chamber, was transported here by the dragon along with the others. Hearing their words, he realized there was a dragon inside, and that the little beauty was still trapped. This is bad. If he forced his way in, the entire secret realm would collapse. Cursed by the restrictions, he could only pray that the dragon would find the little beauty soon. Shen Miaoqing, just because your father is the vice dean of Xingqian Academy, doesn't mean you can bully my sister, as you please, Ji Rufeng warned, glaring at Shen Miaoqing. Ji Rufeng, who do you think you are? Hearing this, Ji Rufeng's eyes blazed with fury. He summoned the mystic ice sword and launched an attack at Shen Miaoqing was not one to be intimidated. She drew her Feiyue sword, but a figure stepped in front of her. Senior brother. When Qiyu condensed a sword of spiritual energy and clashed with Ji Rufeng. Ji Rufeng's eyes widened in disbelief. When Qiyu had reached the 7-star spirit general realm and comprehended sword aura. Impossible. Remember, after the 1 heir was crippled, he was at the 5-star spirit general. After recovery, he jumped straight to 7 stars. Yes, and he even comprehended sword aura. A truly rare talent. I heard he was ambushed and crippled. Who could be so despicable? Listening to the murmurs, Ji Rufeng's eyes turned dark and menacing. He fought with all his might. When Qiyu, I will never allow you to surpass me. I crippled you once and I can do it again. After dozens of evenly matched exchanges, both landed on the ground. At the Grand Genius Tournament, I will defeat you again, Ji Rufeng taunted. I look forward to it. When Qiyu turned away without another word, Yi Qingxin furrowed his brow, examining the stone wall behind the cliff. He found nothing. Could it be that the dragon just transported them through space? Or was everything before his eyes merely an illusion? Before he could ponder further, the stone wall behind them began to slide slowly forward, pushing toward where they stood. If they didn't make it to the other side before the wall reached them, this entire group would surely perish. Some among them attempted to fly across, but barely 2 meters into the air, they were struck down by hidden arrows, plummeting straight into the sea of blades below as blood splashed in every direction. These self-proclaimed masters fell like lifeless slabs of meat, their bodies pierced through by the blade-filled abyss without the slightest resistance. a truly horrifying. What do we do? We can't fly, so how are we supposed to cross? With the stone wall drawing ever closer, the crowd panicked like ants on a scorching skillet. If only Miss Xiaojie were here. Exactly. There are 2 iron chains over there. Feng Ling exclaimed. It seems we'll have to cross by the chains. The group rushed to the chains while the stone wall behind them was now merely 2 meters away. There was no time to hesitate. They had to gamble everything. One by one they leaped onto the chains, gripping the overhead links with all their might. Whizzing through the air, a dense volley of hidden arrows shot from the shadows. Those who failed to dodge or block met their end in the blade-filled ravine below. Another wave was wiped out. Of the hundreds who had entered the secret realm, only a few dozen remained alive. The first to reach the other side were Feng Ling and Feng Yi, followed by Lian Qingqing Yi Qingqin. Meanwhile, Ji Jiuying and Little Phoenix stared at the young boy before them. You're that flood dragon. Indeed it is I. What? Is my human form not pleasing to the eye? The boy glanced down suspiciously at his own clothes. There was nothing wrong with them. Even in human form, several iron chains remained firmly bound around his wrists. I just never imagined that such a massive dragon would take the form of a little boy. In truth, Ji Jiuying had expected him to appear as an old man. Had the flood dragon known what she was thinking, it would surely have been furious. And when it got angry, it was the people in this secret realm who would suffer. What is a little boy? Air. It means little cutie. Ji Jiuying had no idea how to explain it properly. Is that so? I do believe I am quite adorable. Ji Jiuying. Little Phoenix. Ji Jiuying gazed at the golden chains. Perhaps she could loosen them. Noticing her stare, the flood dragon said, Don't even think about it. You can't break them. Just resign yourself to keeping me company here. 10,000 years had passed, and it had long abandoned all hope. Yet when it sensed the aura of a divine beast emanating from Ji Jiuying, a flicker of hope involuntarily reignited within it. Ji Jiuying leaned closer to the golden chains, reaching. Don't touch them. The flood dragon cried out in alarm. It didn't want such an amusing person to be blown to bits. However, when Ji Jiuying's hand made contact with the golden chain, nothing happened at all. How can you touch the golden chain? Why shouldn't I be able to touch it? Ji Jiuying asked, puzzled. Something flickered rapidly through the flood dragon's mind, but it slipped away before it could grasp it. A jolt of realization struck it. Could she actually be the one to undo these golden chains? Ji Jiuying looked at it with confusion. Was there something special about these chains that forbade human contact? Before she could dwell on it, the boy's excited voice rang out. Because these golden chains annihilate anyone who touches them in an instant. But you're different. I knew it. I knew it. You are the one destined to free me from these chains. Hearing this, Ji Jiuying felt she had nearly paid a visit to the King of Hell. Fortunately, the chains hadn't blasted her to pieces. Still, from what the boy said, could she truly break these golden chains? If I free you from the chains, will you let me go find my friends, eh? I can't. I can only perform a teleportation once a year. At this point, Ji Jiuying really wanted to curse. But if these chains are broken, it'll be different. Once the seal is lifted, I can open this stone door, the flood dragon added. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Ji Jiuying's frustrated heart. For now, this was the only way. At least there was still a... Ji Jiuying summoned her divine phoenix fan. Blazing feathers of the fire wind burn all things to ash. As the flames licked the golden chain, she held on until she could barely sustain it, then withdrew her spiritual technique. It seemed fire alone wouldn't work. Could it be that my flames aren't powerful enough? Little Phoenix, you give it a try. Little Phoenix spat a stream of vermilion bird divine fire. The golden chains crackled and popped, and both Ji Jiuying and the boys' faces lit up with hope. Yet moments later the chains appeared exactly as before. Is it truly impossible to break them? The hope that had kindled in the boy's heart was extinguished once more. Ji Jiuying furrowed her brow. Everything has its bane. There must be a way. The boy rested his chin on his hand, watching Ji Jiuying and the dagger in her hand. Don't be naive. You think a saint-grade spirit weapon can sever these chains? Ignoring him, Ji Jiuying gathered her spiritual energy and channeled it into the dagger. With a resonant clang, she was blasted backward by the force emanating from the golden chains. Mother, are you alright? Little Phoenix flew to her side and a panic worry etched on its face. I'm fine, Little Phoenix. Don't worry. With that, Ji Jiuying picked herself up again. What in the world were these chains made of? They were so unyielding. Even the energy radiating from them could send her flying. The boy seemed to read her thoughts and explained, these chains are a divine artifact called the immortal binding rope. It can ensnare anything in existence, even souls themselves. It won't be severed so easily. As for who the original owner of these chains was, that was so long ago he could barely remember anymore. Woman, there is one method you could try, though it's extremely risky. The voice of evil fire echoed in her mind. Ji Jiuying raised an eyebrow. What method? It was trapped here 10,000 years ago, and the immortal binding rope has likely long become masterless. If she still didn't understand after that, she'd be a fool. But with her current cultivation, attempting to contract a divine artifact would be incredibly difficult. She might even be devoured by the backlash, leaving not even ashes behind. Death was certain either way, so she might as well take the gamble. Mother, you want to contract the immortal binding rope? No, it's too dangerous. Little Phoenix cried out in alarm. The boy's expression shifted. Hey, don't The power of the immortal binding rope is far more complex than it appears. If you try to contract it, the backlash could at best damage your soul, and at worst utterly annihilate it, leaving you without even a chance at reincarnation. How will I know unless I take the risk? In truth, Jiang had her own selfish motives. A divine artifact capable of binding everything in the world was something no one could resist. With her mind made up, Jiang slashed her palm with the dagger, grasped the immortal binding rope, and released her spiritual power. By the name of the divine, let it serve my... A ring of light formed beneath her feet. The immortal binding rope frantically drank her blood, and waves of overwhelming energy battered her soul and her spiritual sea. Refusing to be thrown off, Jiang clung to the rope with all her strength. Jiang's pale face had lost all color, gradually slipping into a state of unconsciousness. Mother, little Phoenix tried to approach, but was flung back by an invisible barrier. It's useless. Now she has to rely on herself. If she endures, she lives; if not, her soul will scatter. The little boy said, though he too held little certainty. Sensing something amiss while tearing through the barrier into the secret realm, Gong Mingyue's expression darkened. He unleashed even greater power to break through, but it triggered the poison. Deep within his eyes, a faint crimson glow began to emerge. At that moment, the poison surged within him, and his murderous aura flooded the entire forest. The demon beast forest became a scene of slaughter. Countless cultivators and spirit beasts were caught in the shockwaves of Gong Mingyue's power, and the forest was littered with spirit beasts that had exploded from the overwhelming pressure. It was a bloody, brutal display. At the outskirts of the demon beast forest, what's happening in there? Such a powerful fluctuation. I hope Big Brother and the others are safe. When Longxiu gazed anxiously toward the depths of the forest, Jiang fell into an illusion, surrounded by a vast expanse of white. Huh, where's this? A streak of golden light flashed through the white mist. What is that? Jiang cautiously followed it. The golden light darted back and forth as if deliberately toying with her. Jiang ran herself ragged, yet she couldn't get a clear look at what the golden light was. A thought struck her. So this little thing wants to play with me, does it? Once I catch you, you're done for. Jiang sat down on the ground and closed her eyes to rest. After a short while, the golden light peeked out from the white mist, looking at Jiang. It then crept silently closer. A dark shadow shot out, and before the golden light could react, Jiang had caught it. Haha, fell for it, didn't you? Gotcha. The golden light writhed fiercely, trying to break free, but how could Jiang let it escape? Jiang looked at the thing in her hand. What in the world was this? It radiated golden light from head to toe, looking neither like a spirit nor a serpent. Let me go. A voice like a baby just learning to speak came from it. Jiang stared in shock at the little creature in her hand. It could actually talk. They'll let you go, but you have to tell me where this place is and how I can leave here. I want. Tell. You. Watching it struggle to speak, Jiang was reminded of Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix. She remembered. She had been in the middle of contracting the immortal binding rope. How did she end up here? She couldn't summon Little Phoenix, and her space was sealed off. Tell me, where's this place? Or I'll kill you. The little creature shivered in her hand, lowering its head, as if though Jiang felt a pang of pity for it, it was her only lead. Ouch! The little creature suddenly bit her finger hard, and she involuntarily flung it aside. I only asked you a question, and you bite me that hard. The little creature sat on the ground, head bowed, tracing circles on the floor, with its finger, looking utterly dejected. Jiang was speechless. In the one who should be feeling wronged. Before she could say anything more, the white mist vanished, and so did the little creature. Jiang suddenly opened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The little boy was overjoyed, but before he could react, the blood splattered right onto his face. Mother's okay, wah. I thought I'd never see you again. Little Phoenix threw herself into Jiang's arms. At that moment, a contract imprint appeared beneath both Jiang's and the little boy's feet. An ancient voice resounded. With my blood I bind your soul, and forge a pact with thee. Ah, damn it. The contract was forcibly established. Who could be so despicable? The little boy roared, flames flickering in the depths of his eyes. Jiang, having lost too much blood, and with the boy's roar, fainted directly. Bastard. Little Phoenix's eyes blazed with fury as she released her pressure, and spat a stream of vermilion bird divine fire directly at. Unable to withstand the suppression of bloodline, the divine fire seared the little boy's dragon soul. He reverted to his dragon form, writhing in agony, and causing the secret realm to tremble violently. Jiang struggled to open her eyes. Little Phoenix, stop the fire or the realm will collapse. Hearing this, Little Phoenix withdrew her divine flame and warned, that's for bullying mother. Jiang drank a few cups of spiritual spring water, sat down to meditate and recover for a while, then slowly rose to her feet. She noticed a golden imprint in her sea of consciousness. It had worked. She now had a faint connection with the immortal binding rope. Retract. The immortal binding rope shrank and coiled around Jiang's wrist like a bracelet. The little boy, looking at his own hands and feet, felt a mix of joy and sorrow. He was overjoyed that the immortal binding rope was finally released, but sorrowful that he had been bound by an inexplicable contract with this human. Don't worry, it's an equal contract. With that, Ji Juing ignored him. She felt that after contracting the immortal binding rope, she could barely control the spiritual energy within her. She was on the verge of a breakthrough again. The little boy watched Ji Juing. Perhaps contracting with her wasn't so bad. After all, she had managed to contract a divine beast like the vermilion bird, which showed she had some merit. More importantly, she had made the immortal binding rope acknowledge her as its master. The divine artifact that had bound him for over 10,000 years had been contracted by a mere mortal. It was beyond his comprehension. Half a day later, Ji Juing slowly opened her eyes, let out a breath, and a smile tugged at her lips. Not bad. A 6-star grand spiritualist. Moreover, the third layer of the divine control, art, showed signs of loosening. Come on, let's go find them, Ji Juing said to the little boy. All right, let me sense where they are. The little boy closed his eyes for a moment, then said, they're each in a secret chamber now. Should we go directly to them, or head to the next stage? Since Ji Juing was now his contract master, he naturally had to ask for her opinion. What's in the chambers? Are they dangerous? Not dangerous. If you pass, you get a corresponding reward. If you fail, you just get nothing. There's no threat to your life. Hearing this, Ji Juing felt reassured. What's the next stage then? A sea of fire with molten lava below. Ji Juing raised an eyebrow. Perhaps there would be red crystal ganoderma there. Let's go to the sea of fire. The little boy looked at her in surprise. Hadn't he made it clear? Passing the trials would yield treasures from the secret realm. Didn't she like that? He knew that even a single treasure from this realm would cause a frenzy outside. How could she not be tempted at all? Compared to those so-called treasures, Ji Juing preferred the latter. Besides, no matter how precious they were, could they possibly be more precious than the immortal binding rope? Without further questions, he and Ji Juing teleported to the Sea of Fire. Ji Juing surveyed the Sea of Fire. Beneath the so-called Sea of Fire were bubbling magma with stone pillars rising from the magma, leading to the opposite side, and each pillar could only hold one person. Ji Juing approached the edge of the Sea of Fire and looked down. She searched several times, but found no trace of the red crystal fungus. Could it not be here? She said, somewhat disappointed. Then she carefully stepped onto the stone pillar and walked to the center of the Sea of Fire, looking around several times, but still no sign of the red crystal fungus. At that moment, a slight sound came from the stone door. Ji Juing told the little boy to shrink, then put him into her space. In the space, a dragon and a bird stared at each other with 4 eyes. What is this place? The little boy asked, looking around the space. This is Mother's space. Space. This entire realm is a space, and it's filled with dense spiritual energy. The little boy showed a shocked expression. Spirit spring water. It was actually spirit spring water, and there was soul-nourishing wood. By now the little boy was too shocked to speak. There was no better place to cultivate. Now thinking about it, contracting with her wasn't so bad after all, even though she was a bit weak. Before long, people began to emerge one after another. Someone was the first to notice the red figure in the middle of the Sea of Fire. It's Lady Xiaojiu. Indeed it is. See, you saw this, narrowing his phoenix eyes. This little beauty was full of... A group of people's gazes were drawn over. Ji Fengyan widened her eyes in disbelief, glaring fiercely at Ji Juing. Damn it, how was she so lucky? Beside her, Jun Linya's eyes were full of curiosity. This Lady Xiaojiu was truly not simple. How could that dragon let her leave so easily? What exactly had happened in the middle? Lady Xiaojiu, how did you end up here? Yi Qingchun asked with a slight hint of surprise in his eyes. Maybe the dragon found me too cute and couldn't bear to keep me here, so here I am. Lady Xiaojiu is truly interesting. Yi Qingchun did not press further. When Shiyu and Shun Miaoqing had just exited the stone door and heard Yi Qingchun's words, they quickly passed through the crowd and saw that red figure standing there safe and sound. The worry in their hearts was replaced by surprise. Xiaojiu, you really scared me to death. Shun Miaoqing's eyes flashed with joy. I'm blessed with great fortune, don't worry, I won't die. Ji Juing laughed, her heart warm. She quickly walked to the opposite side, and unwilling to give up, observed the magma below. Still no red crystal fungus. Her expression turned somewhat disappointed. And she was not the only one, as Siyu also scanned the area with his divine sense, and found no trace of the red crystal fungus. He couldn't help but doubt himself. Could it be not here? Seeing Ji Juing safely reach the other side, the others followed one after another. Lady Xiaojiu, were you directly teleported here? Everyone's attention was drawn. Yes. Ji Fengyan, upon hearing this, wore a smug and gloating expression. So she hadn't gained anything at all. She had said so. For a waste like her, surviving in the secret realm was already good enough. How could she dream of obtaining any treasures? Rumble, the crowd panicked. Not again when they were already at the exit. Miaoqing, look out. Ji Juing, seeing the tremors, estimated that without the support of the flood dragon, the secret realm was about to collapse. The violent shaking caused her to lose her She watched as the stone pillars cracked one by one, some even breaking off. Shun Miaoqing was the last to cross, and she was still in the middle. Miaoqing, stay calm. Slowly stand up and jump to the next pillar. When Shuyu's ice blue eyes were filled with worry. However, as soon as Shun Miaoqing jumped to another pillar, the one she had just stood on collapsed. She couldn't help but panic. It was getting closer. At that moment, the gate of the secret realm opened behind everyone, still the same vortex. Miaoqing, quickly. Jump over. There was one more pillar. When Shiyu and Ji Juing both reached out to grab Shun Miaoqing. Sweat dripped from Shun Myaking's forehead. She gritted her teeth and leaped onto the last pillar. When Shiyu successfully pulled her over, and the stone pillars collapsed immediately. Shun Myaking's heart skipped a beat. She was glad she had jumped just in time. Quickly, the secret realm is about to close. When Shiyu pulled Shun Miaoqing along, and Ji Juing followed behind. Suddenly, bang, a burst of spiritual energy struck Ji Juing inside the vortex. Her pupils sharply contracted, and she was unexpectedly flung out of the vortex. Xiaojiu! Xiaojiu! The voices of Wen Chuyu and Shun Miaoqing immediately faded into the end of the vortex. Ce's heart sank at the sight. He wanted to turn back, but was teleported out by the secret realm. The exit of the secret realm closed at that moment. Damn it! At the cliff of the beast forest, two triumphant gazes met in the air. Ji Fengjian's lips curled up slightly, showing that she was in a good mood. However, the next second, Ci released a powerful pressure, his eyes red like a ghost from hell, and slowly lifted Ji Fengyan. Was it you? Yenner. Jun Linyu and Ji Rufing's faces changed. Some people at the cliff couldn't bear the pressure and fell to their knees, spitting blood. Some fainted, and a few struggled to hold on. Who was that red-clad man? How could he be so strong? Ji Fengjian's face turned red from being choked, unable to speak. In fact, Ci wasn't sure if she was the one who struck. When entering the vortex, his attention was on Ji Juing, and he didn't notice the people behind. By the time he reacted, he only knew that the spiritual technique came from the direction of Ji Fengjian's group. Let go of me. It's not me. Ji Fengyan struggled to say a few words. Bang! Cough, cough, cough. Ji Fengyan collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Jun Linyu's face darkened. He squinted his eyes. What cultivation level was this man? So strong. What was his relationship with Lady Xiaojiu? Thinking of that red figure, he had wanted to investigate thoroughly after leaving the secret realm. Damn it, who exactly had released that technique? Jun Linyu was somewhat angry, and also a bit regretful. What are you doing? Ji Rufing helped Ji Fengyan up. Ci looked down at them coldly, and said, if I find out it was one of you, I will make your life worse than death. With that, he disappeared from the spot. Ji Rufing and Ji Fengjian's hearts skipped a beat, but then they thought the secret realm had collapsed anyway, so what was there to fear? Qingshan, what cultivation level is that red-clad man? Can't even you see through him? At this moment, Yi Qingshan's eyes were fixed on the exit of the secret realm, his gaze holding an unfathomable emotion. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a spirit sovereign. The others looked at the secret realm, feeling regret. Such a good girl, who had she offended to end up buried in the secret realm? Ji Fengyan, it must be you vicious woman jealous of Xiaojiu. Shin Myaking's eyes reddened as she spoke, without thinking, her first suspicion falling on her. Third Prince Wu. It wasn't me. Ji Fengyan looked at Jun Linyu with tearful eyes. Jun Linyu found it improbable as well. How could Yenner, so kind-hearted, do such a thing as kicking someone when they're down? Yenner, I believe it wasn't you. Jun Linyu said, his heart aching as he scooped Ji Fengyan into his arms to comfort her. Shen Miaoqing stopped spouting nonsense there. Miss Xiaojiu was the first to brave the sea of fire. If it weren't for you, she would have been out of the secret realm long ago. Jun Luoli sneered coldly. Hearing this, the crowd's gazes turned towards Shen Miaoqing. Could it really be because of her that the culprit found a handle against her? A wave of self-reproach instantly flooded Shen Myaking's heart. Ji Juing was hanging on the edge of the cliff above the sea of fire, looking down at the rolling lava below. She thought to herself, damn it, why did all the rotten luck have to find? She immediately released the flood dragon to pull her up. It's over. It's over. All is lost. I'm going to be buried here. The little boy's eyes revealed a flicker. The secret realm was still collapsing, and the spot she stood on was now only about a meter wide. Ji Juing's eyes turned cold. She could hide in her space, but she couldn't stay there forever. Just then a faint red glow emanated from the edge of the lava. Ji Juing squinted. What was that? The red light slowly emerged. Red crystal Ganoderma. It was actually the red crystal Ganoderma. Ji Juing looked at the little boy, who flinched and stepped back. No way, no way. I can't do it. I'm afraid of heat. Ji Juing. Little Phoenix was too young as well. It seemed she'd have to figure something out herself. But the most important thing now was how to get out of this secret realm. Suddenly, with a tremor, the ground beneath Ji Juing's feet collapsed instantly. She desperately grabbed onto a protruding rock, barely managing to steady herself. The red crystal Ganoderma was just over 2 meters below her. Mother, come into the space quickly. Little Phoenix, Evil Flame, and the little boy watched Ji Juing's every move with worry from within the space. A plan formed in Ji Juing's mind, and she leaped down. However, her waist was suddenly bound by a large hand, and a scent of amber wafted over her. Ji Juing's eyes widened in disbelief at the handsome face so close to hers. Gong Mingyue, how did he appear here? Seeing him follow her down, without hesitation, her heart still fluttered for a moment. But Gong Mingyue's face was dark enough to drip water, his deep eyes blazing with burning fury, staring intently at Ji Juing. Ji Juing was completely baffled. Why was this man looking at her like that? Like this, she couldn't possibly reach the red crystal Ganoderma. Watching them about to fall into the magma, Ji Juing had no choice but to wrap her arms around Gong Mingyue and hide into the space first. The man's sudden appearance in the space scared little Phoenix and the little boy into hiding quickly. Most of all, the man's aura was just too ominous. A flicker of surprise passed through Gong Mingyue's eyes, but he quickly masked it. Ji Juing stood in front of Gong Mingyue looking at him with utter confusion. His sinister gaze made her feel uneasy. Grand Preceptor, why are you here? You? Why are you looking at me like that? Gong Mingyue kept staring at her with anger in his eyes, still silent. Ji Juing unconsciously softened her tone. Did I do something wrong? Gong Mingyue's gaze indeed softened a bit, the anger in his eyes vanishing, replaced by overwhelming worry. How can you be so reckless with your own life? Huh. Ji Juing looked at him with a puzzled expression. When had she ever been reckless with her life? How strange. Seeing Ji Juing's bewildered look, Gong Mingyue's face darkened again. He turned his back to her and ignored her. She really couldn't understand what was wrong with this man. His mood swings were too fast. A sudden flash of insight struck Ji Juing. She seemed to understand something. Could it be because... Gong Mingyue. Ji Juing reached out and tugged at his sleeve, feeling his body stiffen. This was the first time she had initiated such closeness since they met. All his remaining anger vanished without a trace in that instant. He turned and pulled her into his embrace, his hot breath washing over her. He lowered his head and captured her enticing lips, gently entwining her tongue, savoring that softness. Bullying my mother. Not for kids' eyes, not for kids' eyes. The little boy covered little Phoenix's eyes and led it into the villa. Ji Juing instinctively reached out to push him away, but Gong Mingyue seemed to have anticipated her move, pinning her hands behind. She tried to kick him, but he was quicker, trapping her legs between his. In short, no matter what she did, Ji Juing couldn't break free from his hold. Their breathing grew hot and heavy. He greedily drank in her scent, exploring every corner with fervor, sending tingling sensations coursing through her entire body in an instant. This sudden surge of emotion made Ji Juing go limp in Gong Mingyue's arms, her mind a complete blank, forgetting to think. Sensing her botus reaction, Gong Mingyue seemed quite pleased with his handiwork. After a long moment, Gong Mingyue finally released her. You? Ji Juing glared at him angrily, but her words were cut off before she could finish. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you just now? He had arrived just in time to see her leap down, and his heart had leapt to his throat. If he had been a step later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Gong Mingyue, are you stupid? Did you think I was trying to end my life? Even though she knew it was a misunderstanding, a warm current flowed through her heart. If he didn't truly care, he wouldn't have forced his way into the secret realm. If he didn't truly care, he wouldn't have been so angry because she put herself in danger. A smile tugged at the corner of her lips. She gave Gong Mingyue a gentle smile like the lingering spring rain of Jiangnan, intoxicating and stirring, the drizzle drifting through the green misty alley, landing on his heart, tickling and soft. For a moment, Gong Mingyue was stunned. He had never seen such a pure, heartfelt smile from her. Coming back to his senses, he flicked her nose gently. You dare to smile. She had no idea how worried he was when he saw her fall into the sea of fire. Even though he knew now that she had the space as a trump card, the thought of the moment he could have lost her still sent a shiver of fear through him. A flicker of surprise passed through his heart. Had he really fallen this deep? If I did it all for you, Ji Juing said, pushing Gong Mingyue away. Now it was Gong Mingyue's turn to be confused. For me, eh? Yes, look at that red crystal Ganoderma outside. Gong Mingyue was stunned for a moment. Then a warm current suddenly surged within him, spreading through every corner of his body before rushing towards his heart. Even for my sake, you must not put yourself in danger. Gong Mingyue tapped her head. Ji Juing looked up at him. Though his face was still cold, the chill was gone. She knew he was no longer angry. She rubbed the spot where head tapped and smiled. Alright, so most esteemed Grand Preceptor, how do we get out of this secret realm? And before we leave, I want to get that red crystal herb. A hint of tenderness softened Gong Mingyue's eyes. He found her utterly irresistible. There's no rush to leave, the realm won't collapse just yet. Besides the herb, there's something else you need to take. Ji Juing was baffled. What? Wanna know? Give me a kiss, and he'll tell you. Gong Mingyue teased. Ji Juing shot him a glare, too annoyed to entertain the audacious man. She pulled him out of the space, landing on a protruding rock standing close. She tilted her head up to see his perfect jawline as he suddenly looked down at her, causing her to stiffen. She turned her head slightly awkwardly and found herself against his chest, hearing his solid, powerful heartbeat thumping faster and faster, pounding like a drum against her eardrums. His breathing became noticeably quicker, and a silent, ambiguous tension filled the air. Gong Mingyue's heart softened, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips as he wrapped an arm around her waist. You? Ji Juing glared at him, about to tell him to let go, when he interrupted. Be ready to harvest the red crystal herb. His voice sounded by her ear low and husky, carrying an inexplicable allure. Frustrated, Ji Juing could only allow him to hold her. Gong Mingyue, holding her with one arm, erected a barrier with the other and lightly leaped to where the herb grew. Ji Juing quickly reached out, plucked the red crystal herb, and swiftly placed it into a prepared box. She didn't even mind her hand being scorched red. Got it. Ji Juing gave him a small smile, her brilliant starry eyes shimmering against the sky like the most beautiful piece of inked jade in the world. Gong Mingyue didn't even glance at the herb. Instead, he took her reddened hand with concern. From somewhere he produced a bomb and gently applied it, its cool touch soothing the burn almost instantly. Then the two descended with the magma flow, soon arriving at the deepest part of the underground. This place wasn't shrouded in endless darkness but glowed with a fiery red light. Ji Jiuying quickly looked towards the source and saw a ball of flame floating. Gong Mingyue carried Ji Jiuying and landed on the other side of the terrace. That is a... Ji Jiuying looked at him with a puzzled expression, seeking an explanation. The heart of lava, the nine heavens, mystic fire. Hearing this, Ji Jiuying was stunned for a moment before it sank in. So this was what he meant by the nine heavens mystic fire. It was one of the 10 divine fires, a flame capable of devouring all other flames and burning away all poisons. Once touched, it could never be extinguished. It was the coveted strange fire for both alchemists and artifact refiners. Fortunately, it was within the secret realm. If its aura had leaked outside, the powerhouses of the Zhongyue kingdom would have lost all reason in a frenzied scramble for it. However, subduing it was no easy task. One misstep could mean being consumed by it. Go and subdue it. Gong Mingyue's deep voice echoed in her ear. Hearing this, Ji Jiuying's mind stirred, and she flew towards the terrace. The nine heavens mystic fire seemed to possess a spirit. Seeing her approach, it drifted and darted around in the air. A fierce glint flashed in Ji Jiuying's eyes. She waved her hand, using her spiritual energy to draw the fire before her. As it struggled, she unhesitatingly merged it into her spiritual sea. The next moment, unbearable pain instantly erupted from her spiritual sea, engulfing her entire body. The nine heavens mystic fire rampaged wildly within her spiritual sea. Her head throbbed as if it would split, and her body burned with an intense heat. Her skin felt like it was torn apart, and then sewn back together, her whole being engulfed in flames. Gushing blood instantly stained her vision crimson, and her consciousness began to blur. Endless sweat and blood seeped from her body, turning her into a drenched. The fire relentlessly ravaged her body, over and over, the pain so excruciating she nearly lost consciousness. But she gritted her teeth and held on, knowing she couldn't faint as she had to stay awake. An unyielding conviction spread through her soul, unleashing a more powerful spiritual force to suppress the rampaging fire within her sea. Gong Mingyue watched her face contorted in pain, his heart trembling slightly. His jaw tightened, as if enduring an unspoken tension and worry. Although he knew that if he intervened, she would surely subdue the divine fire quickly. Time slowly passed. After what seemed like an eternity, the flame gradually calmed and settled within her spiritual sea, and the pain in Ji Jiuying's body vanished. Her robes had been completely burned away. Her eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly poised for flight. A pair of scorching eyes stared intently at Ji Jiuying. Did I succeed? Ji Jiuying's bright, spirited eyes flew open, clear and luminous, completely unaware of anything amiss. Gong Mingyue's Adam's apple bobbed as he let out a hoarse sound. Ji Jiuying met his blazing gaze and looked down at herself. Her face flushed a deep crimson, utterly mortifying. "Ah, you pervert." A piercing scream echoed through the secret realm. Ji Jiuying quickly turned her back to him, pulling a black dress from her space and putting it on. Gong Mingyue watched her flustered actions with amusement. "Not a bad figure, just a little thin. Gong Mingyue, you're asking for it." Ji Jiuying, face red and eyes blazing with fury, glared at the insufferable man. "I will take responsibility for you," he finished, then swept her up into his arms. "Let go of me. Who wants you to take responsibility?" Ji Jiuying fumed. "Are you sure you want me to let go?" Gong Mingyue's teasing voice sounded. Only then did Ji Jiuying realize they were now being carried along by the magma flow. Instinctively, she clung tighter to Gong Mingyue. They soon arrived at the exit of the secret realm, which had almost completely collapsed, leaving no place to stand. She had no choice but to hold onto him tightly. He glanced down at her, a tender look in his eyes. It seemed the path to winning his wife's heart was getting shorter. The magical beast. Gong Mingyue parted his lips, waving his hand to unleash a surge of power. He stared sharply at the exit, and under his will slowly tore open a rift. Gong Mingyue, holding Ji Jiuying, stepped into the spatial rift, and they emerged in a certain part of the magical beast forest. Ji Jiuying beamed with joy. Finally out of there, she thought of something. Her gaze towards Gong Mingyue was still somewhat uneasy. She reached out and touched her nose, feeling a mix of emotions in her heart. "Thank you, Your Excellency, the Grand Imperial Tutor." Gong Mingyue's beautiful black eyes glistened with light. He stroked Ji Jiuying's head and said, "Xiao Jiuer, no need to be so moved. Of course, if Xiao Jiuer wishes to offer herself to me, I would be most willing." The faint feeling of gratitude in Ji Jiuying's heart instantly vanished. Could this man never be serious? She pushed him irritably and glared at him with annoyance. "After using my body, you push me away. Xiao Jiuer, your heart is so cruel." Gong Mingyue pretended to clutch his chest. Ji Jiuying simply ignored him. This man always bullied her. If he kept this up, she would be infuriated by this rogue. She walked straight ahead. Gong Mingyue chased to her front, but she turned and walked in another direction. Xiao Jiuer. Angry. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Don't be angry." The dignified Grand Imperial Tutor, a man who existed like a god, was now humbly coaxing the well-known useless waste of the Zhongyue kingdom. If this were to spread, Ji Jiuying would surely be drowned by the gossips. How could she of all people deserve such treatment from the Grand Imperial Tutor? Only Ji Jiuying was so ungrateful. If any other woman had angered the Grand Imperial Tutor, she would have been killed many times over. Seeing that coaxing wouldn't work, Gong Mingyue pulled her into his arms, and said, his voice somewhat weary, "Alright, don't be angry." Ji Jiuying instinctively pushed him away, expecting that as usual, no matter how hard she pushed, he wouldn't let go. With a bang, Gong Mingyue fell to the ground. Ji Jiuying was startled, sensing something wrong with him. She quickly came to his side, took his hand, and felt his pulse. Such a chaotic pulse. "Didn't I tell you not to use your spiritual power easily?" Thinking that he did it for her. A wave of intense guilt washed over Ji Jiuying. Why hadn't she noticed his condition earlier? She was supposed to be an alchemist. His peerlessly handsome face was deathly pale, his thin lips tightly pressed together, and his pupils bloodshot. Seeing Gong Mingyue like this, Ji Jiuying's eyes instantly reddened, and a warm tear flowed. At this moment, the resentment she held against him had long vanished. "Gong Mingyue, why are you so foolish? Why? Why would you risk your life to save her?" Gong Mingyue reached out to wipe the tears from her cheeks, his eyes growing redder, as if something was about to burst out of his chest. A powerful aura radiated through the air, terrifying all the spirit beasts within a 10-mile radius, causing them to flee in panic. A furious expression floated on Gong Mingyue's face, his complexion was terrifyingly dark, and his sharp gaze locked onto her. Suddenly he pushed Ji Jiuying away. "Xiao Jiuer, go, leave quickly. I can't hold it back anymore. No, I won't abandon you." Ji Jiuying realized something. His poison had erupted. How could she leave him here alone? She quickly took out the pill she had refined for him earlier, but before she could get close, she was knocked back by the force emanating from him. Gong Mingyue calmed down. Ji Jiuying was extremely anxious. Now she couldn't even get close to him, let alone feed him the pill. "Go. Get out." By now Gong Mingyue's pupils were completely submerged in red. His cold face was filled with murderous intent, and a red mist of blood surrounded him, making him look like a demon from hell. The aura emanating from him was terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and streaks of lightning struck the forest. Countless spirit beasts roared in agony, and the ground was covered in blood, making one feel sick. "Master!" Yingyu and two other men arrived at the scene. Yingyu and the others tried to approach Gong Mingyue, but he sent all three flying with a single blow, causing them to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Ji Jiuying swallowed hard, watching in shock. Gong Mingyue slowly walked towards Yingyu and the others that seemed they were about to be killed. A figure in red stood in front of them. "See you, Divine Lord." See you, sensing something, rushed over. As he had expected, the illness had struck. Gong Mingyue was now delirious, recognizing no one. Seeing someone blocking his way, he angrily attacked the red figure. Siyu was no match for Gong Mingyue, let alone a frenzied one. After a dozen exchanges, Siyu was defeated. Siyu knelt on one knee, spat out blood, and told them to leave quickly, looking somewhat disheveled. But Gong Mingyue was already in a killing frenzy. How could he let them go? He condensed a massive blood orb in his hand, ready to strike them. Gong Mingyue. She swallowed hard, calling out to Gong Mingyue, who was surrounded by red mist. Only then did Siyu notice Ji Jiuying's presence. So it was her. He finally understood why Gong Mingyue had suddenly fallen ill. Yingyue Han and Wu Xian all broke out in cold sweat for her. Yingyu silently prayed, "Master, please don't do anything to harm Miss Ji, or the consequences would be unimaginable." Gong Mingyue indeed turned around and walked step by step towards Ji Jiuying. Ji Jiuying looked at the man before her. She had never seen him like this. He was especially unfamiliar now. She didn't dare move a muscle. It would be a lie to say she wasn't scared. He didn't speak, his blood-red eyes fixed on her. Suddenly the blood orb in his hand gradually dissipated. He raised his hand to slowly wipe the tears from her face. Bang! Gong Mingyue's hand fell, and his body collapsed onto Ji Jiuying, both falling to the ground. The dark clouds in the sky also dissipated. "Master!" Yingyu and the others along with Siyu breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly ran over to pull Gong Mingyue away, as Ji Jiuying couldn't push him off alone. Ji Jiuying quickly took his hand to feel his pulse. The pulse was the same as before, very chaotic. She took out the pill she had prepared earlier and fed it to him, but there was no improvement. It seems the suppression pill is no longer effective on him. Only by refining the 9 revolutions heavenly pill can the poison be completely cured. C's brows furrowed deeply. Then Siyu also took his hand, gently feeling his pulse, and a grave expression gradually appeared on his face. "Siyu, Divine Lord, how is the master now?" Inhan asked anxiously. "The poison has already entered his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Even when it attacks, he cannot control himself. The situation is very grim. If we cannot find the red crystal Ganoderma and the mystic ice flower, I'm afraid. Unable to control himself when it attacks, just like just now. All of this was because of her. Forcibly entering and exiting the secret realm would certainly bring backlash, and he was already in a condition where he could no longer use spiritual power. She couldn't imagine that powerful man now hanging by a thread. I shall go find the crimson crystal fungus and the mystic ice flower." Wu Xian was about to leave when Siyu called out to him. "Wu Xian, you and the others are to watch over him and protect his heart meridian. I will go find the medicinal herbs myself," Siyu said with a grave expression. It would take them an eternity to find the herbs, so he had to go himself. I have found the crimson crystal fungus. You only need to find the mystic ice flower. Ji Jiuying, who had remained silent, looked at Gong Mingyue with a worried gaze. Siyu was taken aback. Found it already. Ji Jiuying took a box from her spatial storage and opened it for Siyu to see before putting it away. After confirming it was indeed the crimson crystal fungus, Siyu noticed the faint redness on her hands. A glimmer of subtle emotion flickered in his eyes, an unfathomable sentiment hidden beneath. You all escort this man back to the capital and settle him in the heavenly pool. Siyu instructed Yu and the others, then turned his gaze to Ji Jiuying as if seeking her opinion. You all head back first. I have some matters to attend to. Gong Mingyue's poison could flare up prematurely because of her, so she had to take responsibility for him. Before finding the mystic ice flower, she had to refine some pills to suppress the poison in Gong Mingyue's body. But the most important thing now was to get rid of them, as she could no longer control the power surging within her. The group exchanged glances, knowing full well that if anything happened to Ji Jiuying in the demon beast forest, their master would flay them alive upon waking. No, Inhan objected. At that moment, H&GH. Gong Mingyue let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, his face as pale. Gong Mingyue. Master. Ji Jiuying's brows knitted tightly. At a loss for a moment, she took his hand and whispered into his ear. Gong Mingyue, you must hold on, do you hear me? I will definitely cure you of this poison. There's no time. Go back now. Siyu barked sternly. The group summoned a mount, and Wu Xian carefully lifted Gong Mingyue into his arms. Before leaving, the group cast a complex look at Ji Jiuying. Miss Ji, take care. Ji Jiuying softly acknowledged and watched them depart. C's gaze held a hint of scrutiny. Was she really the same Ji Jiuying from before? Yet he couldn't read her fate line at all. Was she truly just the eldest daughter of the... Pulling his thoughts back, he put on his usual carefree demeanor. Pretty lady, stop staring. They're long gone. Ji Jiuying finally turned to appraise Siyu. So he knows the imperial advisor. Given the deference Yu and the others showed him and his recent actions, she guessed correctly that the imperial advisor's ailment had always been treated by him. Pretty lady, let me formally introduce myself. Siyu, he said with a smile, though a hint of curiosity lingered in his eyes. Ji Jiuying. Ji Jiuying replied coolly. The inquisitiveness in C's eyes didn't escape her notice, but she paid it little mind. After all, the truth of her soul transmigration was indeed an unbelievable tale. Pretty lady, there's something I'd like to ask you. Siyu simply assumed it was her nature and didn't take offense. Go on. Regarding Mingyue's poison, how did you come up with that pill formula? And who is your master? Siyu stared at her, not missing a single flicker of emotion in her eyes. He knew Gong Mingyue's poison better than anyone. It was no ordinary toxin. By all logic, no one on this plane should have even come into contact with such a poison, let alone know how to cure. I apologize, but I cannot answer those two questions. Ji Jiuying's long lashes veiled the emotions in her eyes. If you have nothing else, I'll take my leave. Farewell. Ji Jiuying turned and left before he could respond. If she lingered any longer, the power within her would spiral out of control. Siyu watched her retreating figure and once again attempted to glimpse into the secrets of heaven, but all he saw was a vast expanse of white. He had once read Mingyue's fate line and saw that only this woman could resolve his deadly tribulation. As for her own fate, he could only glean vague hints through Gong Mingyue. A moment later, Siyu vanished from the continent. Ji Jiuying, not far away, sensed his departure. After confirming no one else was nearby, she breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly entered the cloud butterfly dreamscape. Mother, did that bad man bully you? Did he bite your lip? Little Phoenix approached to inspect her, voice filled with worry. It was all that stinky dragon's fault. It had dragged her away to hide, claiming that Mother was playing a game with that man. But she clearly saw that man nibbling on Mother. The little boy. Upon hearing this, Ji Jiuying's face flushed red, and she looked a bit flustered. It's fine. Mother is fine. Then why is Mother's face so red? Alright, little Phoenix, Mother needs to break through now. Can you go play somewhere else for a bit? Ji Jiuying quickly shooed her away. If the girl kept asking, she wouldn't know how to answer. Damn Gong Mingyue, she definitely couldn't do that in front of little Phoenix again. The thought startled Ji Jiuying herself. Who said anything about a next time with him? How could she even think such a thing? Steadying her mind, Ji Jiuying sat down cross-legged and began to slowly circulate the power as the spiritual energy and that strange power surged continuously within her. Each wave caused ripples of sensation. As time passed, Ji Jiuying broke through several barriers in succession, reaching the pinnacle of the 9-star Grand Master. Perhaps due to her contract with the immortal binding rope and the flood dragon, her metal-type spiritual root had grown stronger. The metal attribute was essential for an artifact refiner. However, Ji Jiuying didn't stop. She immediately continued cultivating the divine soul art. The little boy narrowed his eyes. This human was no simpleton, actually practicing a divine-grade cultivation method. The evil flame also revealed a look of shock. Was she about to break through to the third layer of the divine soul art? Just as it was astonished, Ji Jiuying smoothly unlocked the third layer. Wrath of heavenly thunder. Instantly, arcs of electricity crackled around Ji Jiuying, preventing anyone from daring to approach. Ji Juing pressed her palms together, focused her will at her center, then slowly parted them, revealing a sphere of crackling electricity between her hands. She hurled it into the sky. The sphere tore through space and struck the skies above the demon beast forest. Boom. Rumble. The cultivators training in the forest were startled. Such pure thunder attribute. I wonder which expert is comprehending the thunder attribute. A thin sheen of sweat formed on Ji Juing's forehead as she slowly opened her phoenix. She checked her condition. Not bad. At that moment, a translucent figure drifted out from the Crimson Villa. A ghost. Little Phoenix shrieked, pouncing onto Ji Juing and trembling. Ji Juing looked over and saw a creature resembling a polar bear, but much smaller, with 2 purple horns on its head floating towards them. You're such a coward. The apparition spoke, its voice familiar. Ji Juing raised an eyebrow. The little boy scrutinized the evil flame with a probing gaze, but couldn't discern its origin. Little Phoenix finally snapped back. You wicked flame, how dare you scare me? It's clearly because you're a coward. I am not. Alright, you two truly can't go a single day without bickering. Ji Juing gently tapped Little Phoenix on the head. Due to her recent successive breakthroughs, Little Phoenix had grown considerably in size. Evil flame, what are you? With the ascension of the Cloud Dream Realm along with the soul energy emanating from the soul-nourishing tree, I gradually condensed a spiritual form. A flicker of joy passed through Evil Flame. So that was it. The Cloud Dream Realm was inherently one with her, and since Evil Flame was its guardian beast, it naturally ascended alongside it. This meant that in the near future it would even condense a physical body. Ji Juing picked up the Heavenly Punishment record, flipping through spiritual techniques related to metal spirit roots and lightning attributes. Feeling she had read enough, she brought Little Phoenix out of the demon beast forest to search for spiritual herbs that could suppress the poison in Gong Mingyue's body. Ji Juing crouched down, gently touching the flora, lightly forming a spiritual seal with her fingers, and closed her eyes to listen to the whispers of the forest. Along the way, whenever she encountered spirit beasts, Ji Juing easily dealt with them using her agile skills. She also discovered many spiritual herbs which she plucked and stored in her space to cultivate. Ever since the idea of making cocktails struck her last time, she had gathered numerous spiritual fruits along the way, storing them in her space. During her free time at night, she would brew various spiritual fruit wines and cocktails within the space. This time her luck was rather good. She didn't encounter any troublesome people again, and the herbs she sought weren't particularly rare. It took her only 2 days to gather everything she needed. The sky had dimmed somewhat by then, and Ji Juing quickly arrived at the outskirts of the Demon Beast Forest. The periphery of the Demon Beast Forest was quite bustling. There were those emerging from the forest, mercenaries preparing to enter for quests, and some bold cultivators venturing in alone for training. Some vendors buying spirit beast cores and spiritual herbs rushed up upon seeing Ji Juing come out alone, asking, "Miss, we buy spirit beast cores at a high price. Selling any?" Another one also ran up to ask, "Miss, we buy spiritual herbs at a high price. Selling any?" Ji Juing declined them all. She needed the spiritual herbs herself, and she didn't want to reveal too much about the spirit beast cores. After all, this place was a den of mixed characters. Ji Juing casually found a noodle shop. "Waiter, a bowl of plain noodles, please." Soon the waiter brought over a bowl. Just as Ji Juing was about to leave, ouch, a drunken old man was shoved down right in front of her by a few people. The old man blocked her path, and Ji Juing frowned. "You old fool, if you have no money, why drink?" "I just want to drink. Your wine isn't even good." The old man pouted, acting spoiled like a mischievous old child. "Ouch, you old rascal. Not only do you drink my wine without paying, but you also dare to say my wine isn't good. Everyone around the Demon Beast Forest knows my Yongsan's wine is the most fragrant and pure. How dare you say it's not good? Looks like you want to take a toast and prefer a..." The man rolled up his sleeves, preparing to teach the old man a lesson. "It's just not good. Can't I even say that?" This old man really didn't fear death. The man decided not to waste words anymore. "You damn old man." Brothers beat him to a pulp. By now more and more onlookers had gathered. Some watched with glee, others felt a sense of pity, but no one stepped forward to defend the old man. "How much does he owe for his drinks?" "He'll pay." A voice clear and melodious as a silver bell rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to look. It was a young woman in a long black dress, her hair elegantly tied up at the back of her head, her face veiled with black silk, revealing only a pair of eyes as clear and deep as a tranquil pool. She wore no excessive ornaments, yet exuded a calm and commanding aura. The men exchanged glances. They only wanted their money back, and since someone was willing to pay, that was naturally the best outcome. 20 high-grade spirit stones. Ji Juing paid, without a word, handing over 20 high-grade spirit stones. "Old fool, you got lucky today." After saying this, the man glanced at Ji Juing and left. The crowd, seeing there was no more drama, dispersed. Ji Juing also left, but sensing someone following her, she quickened her pace, and the person behind quickened theirs as well. No matter how Ji Juing tried, she couldn't shake them off. Frowning, she thought, is there no end to this? "Who's there? Show yourself." She stopped walking altogether. The person behind hesitated for a moment before sauntering out. "Girl, thank you for paying my tab." Ji Juing didn't reply, but narrowed her phoenix eyes to scrutinize the old man. She could easily shake off even a spirit general, yet this old man had managed to follow her this far without being shaken. This old man was no simple figure. What did he want by following her? She wasn't naive enough to believe he just wanted to say thanks. What exactly do you want by following me? Don't tell me it's just to say thanks. Ji Juing asked coldly. A girl too smart isn't cute at all. The old man took a big gulp from his wine gourd. Little girl, my name is Yubugawei. I can see you have excellent aptitude and are a fine seedling for cultivation. How about becoming my disciple? The old man smiled warmly and eagerly looking at Ji Juing as if she were a precious treasure. What benefits would I get from being your disciple? Ji Juing asked with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Oh, the benefits are plenty. I've never had a disciple in my life. If you become my disciple, you'd be my one and only. You could walk around Star Academy with impunity, use the training pools for free, and come and go from the herb garden as you please, picking whatever you want. The old man boasted proudly, listing a ton of perks. Ji Juing raised an eyebrow. Star Academy. Judging by his tone, he must hold a high position there. So, girl tempted, aren't you? The old man grinned slyly. Sounds not bad. Ji Juing nodded with a calm smile. So girl, you're willing. Ji Juing was indeed quite tempted. She planned to go to Star Academy soon anyway, and her martial skills had appeared out of nowhere, which would inevitably invite speculation. So she might as well take him as her master. It wasn't a loss for her. Ji Juing smiled and said, Master, please accept this disciple's bow. She bent forward in a respectful salute. Ah, good. My dear disciple, please rise. Yubugawei excitedly helped Ji Juing up. Ji Juing noticed a heavy object had been placed in her hand. It's a specially crafted token for my personal disciple. It also has protective properties. Pretty cool, right? Yubugawei looked at her expectantly. Oh, I've already bowed to you as my master. You're not just going to give me a token, are you? Ji Juing extended her hand, her gaze burning with anticipation, fixed on Yubugawei. Yubugawei, overjoyed at the moment, directly took out a pale blue lotus from his storage ring and handed it to Ji Juing. The Azure Spirit Lotus. Ji Juing exclaimed in surprise. The blue nether lotus radiated a faint ethereal glow, shimmering like starlight scattered across the night sky. Yet it was its bloom that captivated the eye most. Petals of pale azure dancing like tongues of blue flame, exuding a breathtaking, soul-stirring beauty. The blue nether lotus potency was equally remarkable. It possessed formidable healing properties, swiftly restoring a wounded person's spiritual energy and physical stamina. Furthermore, it could augment a cultivator's spiritual power, shattering bottlenecks and allowing them to ascend to higher realms. However, the origin of this blue nether lotus remained a mystery, and yet this cheap master of hers had chosen to gift it to her. She had never imagined the legendary blue nether lotus truly existed. Ji Juing had only ever encountered it within the pages of the Tianju manual. Well, it took this old man considerable effort to obtain it. Thank you, master. Ji Juing's demeanor was no longer as cold as before. Yubugawei, gazing upon her obedient appearance, felt a warm satisfaction bloom in his heart. Finally, he had taken on a disciple he truly cherished. Recalling that her cheap master was a wine enthusiast, Ji Juing produced a jar of her own brewed fruit wine for him to sample. Here, this wine won't harm you no matter how much you... Yubugawei accepted the wine, uncorked the bottle, and a fragrant fruity aroma wafted towards his nose. His eyes lit up with delight, and he downed half the bottle in a series of hearty gulps. My good disciple, did you brew this yourself? Do you have any more? Yubugi's eyes gleamed with avarice. He had never tasted such exquisite wine. What a treasure of a disciple he had acquired. Yes, I brewed it. Master, please don't look at me like that, or you'll have nightmares tonight. Ji Juing remarked with a look of disdain. With that, she retrieved 2 more bottles from her spatial realm and tossed them to him. Yubugawei caught them, stowing them away with immense satisfaction. My good disciple, after the new year you should report to the Star Academy. Someone will be there to receive you. They'll go after I participate in the capital's genius competition. Ji Juing said after a moment's thought. The genius competition. Very well. Yubugawei was momentarily taken aback. If master has nothing else, I shall return to the capital. The genius competition was only a few days away, and she had many matters to attend to, not least of which was hunting down the one who had ambushed her from the shadows. At that thought, Ji Juing's eyes turned icy cold. Yubugawei, observing her sudden shift in demeanor, chose not to pry, merely offering a word of caution for her to be careful and all. It wasn't until after Yubugawei had awoken from a nap in the treetops that it dawned on him. In his joy over accepting a disciple, he had forgotten to ask his good disciple which family in the capital she belonged to and what her name was. Recalling her mention of the genius competition, Yubugawei decided to attend the event as well, partly to see which family his new disciple hailed from. At the Ji Manor in the capital, Ji Fengyan recounted to Zhou Haiping everything that had transpired in the secret realm, including the incident where her brother had cast Ji Juing into it. None were more delighted than they were. With Ji Juing dead, she could finally take her place and marry the third prince. The news of Ji Juing's disappearance spread like wildfire, fueled of course by Ji Fengyan's own machinations. Within the Ji family, aside from Qingling and steward Zhao, there was another who lived in constant dread. Yet his fear stemmed from the thought that Ji Juing's disappearance might provoke the return of that person seeking retribution. At Huaqing Palace. Mother, that waste Ji Juing has been missing for so long, now she's likely dead. Even if she isn't, who knows what has happened to an unmarried woman missing for so long. I refuse to take her as my wife. Mother, I beg you to speak with father and annul this betrothal for me. Jun Lingyu knelt on the ground. Seated in the place of honor was a dignified and elegant woman. Her makeup was elaborate, and she wore a luxurious dark green ceremonial robe. She exuded an aura of majestic solemnity and graceful bearing. Her skin was remarkably well maintained, though in her 30s, she appeared to be in her 20s. This woman was Consort Liang, the mother of the 3rd Prince Jun Lingyu and the 5th Prince Jun Linfeng. You wear your mother knows it galls you to marry a waste. However, this matter is of great consequence. Let me discuss it with your father tomorrow before we make a decision. Consort Liang was fully aware of her son's thoughts. Mother, I know your concerns, but isn't Yinner more useful than that waste? Besides, I hold Yinner in my heart. Marrying her would serve the same purpose. Jun Linyu's expression was resolute. Consort Liang regarded Jun Lingyu for a long moment before speaking. Do you think your father hasn't annulled this engagement for no reason? It's all for your sake. Master Kongwen of Lingyin Temple in Gishanling once told your father that Ji Juing possesses the destiny of the celestial phoenix. She is the most suitable to be empress. Where do you still not understand? Hearing this, Jun Linyu's eyes widened in shock. Did this mean his father's chosen candidate had been decided ever since Ji Juing's birth? But what happened with the spirit vein last time was like poking a sleeping tiger. Your father, the emperor above all, abhors deception and concealment. That incident had nearly implicated her as well. She had exerted great effort to suppress it lest anyone use it as leverage. Yet Jun Lingyu still felt a bitter resentment. The destiny of the celestial phoenix. If she truly possessed such a destiny, why was she a waste? In truth, Consort Liang had also begun to doubt Master Kongwen's words. It seemed she would need to probe the emperor's stance tomorrow. The next day, Emperor Jun Bufan made his way towards Huaqing Palace immediately after the morning court. Meanwhile, in Cunning Palace, a palace maid whispered cautiously, "Your Majesty, the emperor has gone to Huaqing Palace again." You may leave. A graceful and noble woman reclined on a recliner made of rosewood while another maid massaged her temples. After the maid retreated, the empress slowly opened her eyes, her gaze unfathomable. She seemed lost in thought before summoning the maid behind her and issuing a few quiet instructions. The maid then departed. In contrast to the tranquil Cunning Palace, Huaqing Palace was abuzz with activity. Maids bustled back and forth preparing for the emperor's arrival. "The emperor has arrived," a sharp eunuch-like voice announced. A middle-aged man clad in a bright yellow brocade robe strode in. "We pay our respects to the emperor." The maids knelt in unison. "Your subject Consort Liang pays respects to the emperor." "My beloved consort, please rise. You have just recovered from a chill. Did I not tell you there was no need to welcome me outside?" Emperor Jun Bufan helped Consort Liang to her feet and led her inside. "Your subject thanks the emperor. I know your majesty cares for me, but propriety cannot be discarded." Consort Liang said with a gentle light smile. "You? I truly don't know what to do with you." As the most favored consort in the harem, Consort Liang's hold on the emperor's heart surely relied on more than just her beauty. It required considerable cunning. "My beloved consort, you summoned me so urgently. Is there a matter?" "As expected, nothing escapes your majesty's notice." Consort Liang's beautiful eyes curved slightly upwards as she leaned gracefully against the emperor. Her gaze, shimmering like autumn waters, held a pleading, delicate allure that was inexplicably bewitching. And the emperor was utterly susceptible to her charms. He scooped her up and carried her towards the bedchamber. "Your Majesty, regarding Yuer's marriage. The legitimate daughter of the Ji family has reportedly been missing for days, her fate unknown. What does your Majesty think of this?" Consort Liang lowered her head, her eyes concealing an unreadable expression, and asked tentatively. Hearing this, the emperor furrowed his brows slightly. "My dear consort, speaking of this matter, it has been so long, and that eldest daughter of the Ji family is still a good for nothing. Now she's missing and her fate is unknown. I even begin to doubt whether Master Kongwen had it right in the first place." Master Kongwen was a renowned and enlightened monk in the Zhongyue kingdom, which was why the emperor had believed his words so firmly. However, Master Kongwen had passed away several years ago, and there was no way to question him now. Upon hearing this, Consort Liang's heart leaped with joy, realizing that the emperor was also beginning to waver. Yet she did not show it, and merely feigned a regretful tone. These two young ladies of the Ji family. One is a cripple who cannot cultivate, the other a genius with remarkable talent. Hearing your Majesty speak thus, even I begin to have my doubts. The emperor mused, could it be that Master Kongwen was mistaken? Was the one destined with the phoenix fate the second young lady rather than the eldest? My consort, what are your thoughts? Your Majesty, this matter is entirely in your hands. Consort Liang deftly deflected the question back to the emperor. The emperor pondered deeply. Perhaps he should consult the Grand Mentor. At this thought, Jun Bufan immediately dismissed the idea. Though he was the emperor, every time he met the Grand Mentor, he dared not even breathe, heavily overwhelmed by a terrifying pressure that made him want to submit. Forget it, he would simply have Jun Lingyu marry that second young lady of the Ji family. As for that eldest young lady, should anything happen to her, he still had several princes in reserve. This emperor was indeed cunning and calculating, but he was in for a disappointment, for Ji Juing would not be so easily manipulated. Moreover, if the Grand Minter ever learned that the Emperor had designs on Ji during his reign, would be over. Consort Liang watched the shifting expressions on the Emperor's face and knew that the matter of the broken engagement was as good as settled. With renewed vigor, her delicate hands wrapped more tightly around the Emperor's neck. A beauty in one's arms, what man could resist? On the streets a stage had been erected. With a resounding clang of a gong, the melodious strains of Beijing opera began mingling with the various cries of street vendors and peddlers. Yet the arrival of a group of people shattered this bustling scene. At the forefront were a man in luxurious attire and a woman in a pink dress. The crowd on the street was drawn to them. Who is that? What's going on? Brother, you wouldn't know? That's the third prince and the second miss of the Ji general's family. Missing for so many days, an unmarried woman at that. If she's not dead, she's probably been defiled by some wild man. The speaker's smile was missing for so many days, an unmarried woman at that. If she's not dead, she's probably been defiled by some wild man. The speaker's smile was laden with meaning, his expression tinged with lewdness. The gossiping crowd buzzed with discussion, and fueled by some instigators, their thoughts began to veer in that strange direction. I think so too. In my opinion, the third prince and the second miss of the Ji family are a perfectly matched couple, far superior to that useless eldest daughter. Upon hearing this, Ji Fengjian's face instantly flushed red. She seemed too shy to lift her head and look at Jun Linyu, but in their occasional fleeting glances the sweetness was almost tangible. A glint of determination flickered deep within Ji Fengjian's eyes. Third prince, thank you for accompanying me to search for my sister. But so many days have passed, and she's still not found. What shall we do? Ji Fengyan nestled beside Jun Linyu, her eyes filled with feigned worry. Jun Linyu furrowed his brows, a flicker of disgust passing through his eyes at the mention of that good for nothing. What a nuisance she was, couldn't she just die somewhere outside? His gaze softened as he looked at Ji Fengyan. You know, we've searched for so long. Perhaps we should just give up. Ji Jiang has not returned all night, disregarding all decency. Such a woman with a tarnished reputation is unworthy of becoming this prince's consort. The crowd, upon hearing Jun Linyu's words, immediately began to stir and jeer. That's right. Why not have the second miss of the Ji family marry the third prince instead? The third prince and the second miss of the Ji family are truly a perfect match. Within the crowd, a veiled woman watched all this with cold eyes, thinking to herself, it's a pity these two weren't born in modern times. They'd surely be shoo-ins for Best Actor and Best Actress. Going to such great lengths to ruin her reputation and falsely accuse her of losing her virtue before marriage. Ji Jiang glanced at the pair a few times, utterly disgusted by their nauseating act, before vanishing into the corner of the street. After inquiring along the way, Ji Jiang finally arrived at the Grand Mentor's residence. A majestic mansion came into view, its glazed red tiles now blanketed in snow appearing strikingly beautiful amidst the silver-white landscape. Beneath the towering gate stood two vermilion doors. Above them hung a plaque bordered in gold engraved with three prominent characters, Grand Mentor's residence. Suddenly Ji Jiang heard the sound of an argument ahead. How dare you? How dare you block my path? Do you know who I am? I am the fourth princess of the Tsunyue kingdom. If you dare stop me again, I'll send you straight to meet the king of hell. The woman's voice was arrogant and audacious. Everyone in the capital knew that the Grand Mentor was not fond of women, not even having a single maidservant in his residence. Yet this woman still harbored delusions of entering the Grand Mentor's estate. Spectators had gradually gathered to watch the scene. Ji Jiang learned from the crowd that this was not the fourth princess' first time causing a scene at the Grand Mentor's residence. Relying on her status as a princess, she was oblivious to the situation and wished to enter the estate, but was always turned away at the door. The guards at the gate, accustomed to this spectacle, it happened 2 or 3 times a month, didn't even spare Jun Luoli a glance. Seeing this, Jun Luoli's anger flared. I don't believe you dare touch me. With that, she attempted to barge in, but before she could even get near the gate, she was blasted away by a surge of spiritual power from within. Ah! A startled cry. Princess! The maidservants hurriedly rushed to catch the flying Jun Luoli. A group of maidservants tumbled to the ground along with Jun Luoli, some at the bottom crushed and spitting blood. Clearly the spiritual technique had formidable force, leaving them in a sorry state. The commoners on both sides of the street witnessed this and struggled to suppress their laughter, whispering among themselves. Jun Luoli was a spiritual cultivator. Naturally, she could hear the commoners' murmurs. In an instant her chest heaved violently, rage churning within her like a balloon about to burst. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, the vermilion gate slowly swung open. Yu's face darkened, his eyes radiating an indescribable sharpness and coldness. His voice, laced with spiritual power, boomed. Who dares to cause a disturbance at the Grand Mentor's residence? A spirit king. Sigh so powerful. Who is this person? I'd guess he's the Grand Mentor's shadow guard. The crowd gasped in awe. If even a shadow guard was a spirit king, one could only imagine how powerful the Grand Mentor himself was. Jun Luoli was momentarily intimidated by Yu's strength, but then she remembered that he was merely a servant, while she was the noble princess of the Tsunyue kingdom. Her anger overshadowed her cowardice. So what if I'm causing a disturbance? You, a mere servant, dare to injure this princess? I command you to take me to the Grand Mentor this instant, or else you'll suffer the consequences. The crowd gasped in unison. Surely not. Even the emperor himself would show deference to the national preceptor's guards. This fourth princess truly had no fear. Hearing this, Ying-yu's expression shifted, a dangerous glint flickering deep within her eyes. Guards, secure the gates. Don't let any stray cats or mangy dogs come bounding in here again. As her words fell, 10 spirit generals of the 8-star rank appeared at the entrance. The crowd was startled once more. Truly the national preceptor's residence was not to be trifled with. Flames of rage seemed to leap from Jun Luoli's eyes. How dare this wretched servant call her a stray cat, or a mangy dog? Yet seeing the line of spirit generals, her fury was tempered by fear, leaving her speechless. She was certain that if she dared provoke that person further, there would be no mercy shown. Ying-yu pursed her lips and scanned the surroundings when suddenly she spotted a familiar figure. Ji Jiang was just looking for a way in when she saw Ying-yu spot her. Ying-yu strode over quickly, about to call out, but saw Ji Jiang place a finger to her lips. Understanding immediately, Ying-yu suppressed her excitement. The commoners near Ji Jiang, seeing Ying-yu approach, directly stumbled back in fright. Ying-yu stopped before the young woman dressed in a plain black silk dress and said respectfully, "Miss, the national preceptor has been awaiting your arrival for some time." Everyone wore looks of utter shock. All eyes were drawn to her. This shadow guard said the national preceptor was waiting for this mysterious girl. Curiosity bloomed. Just who in the world was she? Ji Jiang raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping his intent. The national preceptor, that man revered as a deity. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with him? Countless forces lurked in the shadows, all watching the national preceptor's residence. If anyone with ill intent were to learn that the national preceptor was currently unconscious from his ailment, the capital would surely descend into chaos. Jun Luoli also fixed her gaze upon Ji Jiang, but unlike the other's curiosity, her eyes burned with frenzied jealousy. Sensing the fourth princess stare, Ji Jiang ignored her. She simply smiled in acknowledgement to Ying-yu and followed him into the residence. Upon entering, she was greeted by ornate pavilions and towers grand and lavish. Amidst the pavilions and towers were vibrant green bamboo and strangely shaped rocks. These bizarre stones were piled together, jagged and imposing, exuding an extraordinary aura. In the main hall, pillars of white marble stood at the four corners, and the surrounding walls were carved from white stone bricks. Pale cyan gauze curtains swayed gently. Ji Jiang marveled inwardly. Everywhere she looked, it reeked of wealth. Gong Mingyue. How is he? She asked, her crimson lips parting slightly. Ying-yu let out a sigh. The master remains unconscious. Hearing this, Ji Jiang's brow furrowed slightly. In the past, when the 3 poisons in his body flared, they only caused him agony. But this time he was delirious, savage, bloodthirsty, and cold, as if he wished to slaughter everyone in the world. Ji Jiang noticed that after passing through the pavilions, the path had been steadily ascending. Gazing at the scene before her, she snapped back to the present. So there was a mountain hidden behind the national preceptor's residence. Just then Ying-yu summoned his mount, a massive rock so large that the two of them had plenty of room. In no time they reached the summit, where clouds and mist swirled around them as if they stood in the heavens themselves. Through the haze, a tower could be seen standing not far off. Miss Ji, Inhan, and Wu Xian came forward to greet her. Through Ying-yu, the two had learned much about Ji Jiang and Gong Mingyue. Knowing that their master held her in high regard, they dared not show any negligence. Is Gong Mingyue here? The master is in the heavenly pool behind the moon-gazing tower, Ying-yu replied respectfully. Ji Jiang was taken aback. The heavenly pool. Without dwelling on it, she quickly followed them to the so-called heavenly pool. Ji Jiang gasped in astonishment. Such a massive spirit spring. Spiritual energy swirled around, mingling with the mist to form layers of ethereal fog, adding a veil of mystery to the scene. Gong Mingyue sat bare-skinned at the edge of the spirit pool. His strikingly handsome face was slightly pale, his lips pressed into a thin line. His chiseled features held a sculpted, sharp intensity. Though his eyes were tightly shut, he retained an undeniable allure. Yet he radiated a cold, unapproachable hardness that kept others at a distance. Ji Jiang approached him, lifted his hand, and rested it on the pool's edge, then placed her delicate fingers on his pulse. His pulse was no longer as erratic as before. So why had he still not awakened? Ji Jiang frowned slightly. Ying-yu, Inhan, and Wu Xian held their breath, watching her grave expression with growing unease. Miss Ji, how is the master? Inhan couldn't help but ask. Based on his pulse, there's no immediate danger for now. However, the poison. He forcibly suppressed it with his spiritual energy. If we don't find the frost spirit flower and refine the antidote, soon the next flare-up could very well kill him. It was because she had called out to him. He hadn't wanted to hurt her, so he had forcibly suppressed the poison's eruption. Ji Jiang's nose tinged red, a wave of inexplicable heartache churning deep within her chest. Ji Jiang produced a newly refined pill, gently pried open his mouth, and fed it to him. Wu Xian watched her administer the pill to Gong Mingyue, looking as if he had some reservations, but before he could speak, Ying-yu stopped him. Ji Jiang rose and handed the pill to Wu Xian. If Gong Mingyue awakes without the poison flaring up, there's no need to give him this. But if there are signs of a relapse, administer it to him immediately. After giving her instructions, Ji Jiang had Ying-yu escort her down the mountain. She had given the pill to Wu Xian because she knew he was also an alchemist. Although her back had been to them, she had sensed his subtle agitation. Ji Juing understood his anxiety. When one cares deeply, reason often gives way to panic and the desperate need to save a life. Exiting through the back gate of the national preceptor's residence, Ji Juing followed the route she remembered and arrived once again at the Chiyuan Night Pavilion. Perhaps because no auction was underway, there was no attendant at the door to stop her, and she entered the inner hall without trouble. "Excuse me, I'm looking for Elder Son." The steward looked up and appraised Ji Juing. Just as he was about to speak, she flashed a token before his eyes. His demeanor immediately turned respectful. "Miss, may I ask your surname?" "Phone." A flicker of excitement passed through the steward's eyes. "Please wait a moment. He'll have someone escort you right away." Ji Juing responded with a cold, indifferent hum. Inwardly she was puzzled. Why would the steward look so excited upon learning her surname? She was certain that apart from Elder Son, she knew no one at the Chiyuan Night Pavilion. "You there, come here. Take this young lady to Elder Son," the steward said, pointing at a path. She was certain that apart from Elder Son, she knew no one at the Chiyuan Night Pavilion. "You there, come here. Take this young lady to Elder Son," the steward said, pointing at a passing attendant. "Master, a young lady with the surname Phone came with a token looking for Elder Son. She's in the back hall right now," the steward reported respectfully. "You may go." Yi Qingshun let out a relieved breath, a hint of surprise in his expression. So she had indeed come out. But just how had she managed it? She seemed to be shrouded in countless secrets. The auction house was quite spacious. Last time an auction was just beginning, so she had to leave in a hurry. Ji Juing followed the attendant through a small path from the main hall to another building. "Elder Son, Miss Feng is here to see you." Elder Son was startled, wondering if it could be her. "Come in." A woman in a black dress with a black veil walked. The woman removed her veil. "Elder Son, long time no see. Miss Feng, your return to Chiyue Tower is our great honor. What pills are you here to auction this time?" Elder Son appraised Ji Juing as he spoke. This time she gave him a completely different feeling, profound and inscrutable. Ji Juing produced 50 bottles of pills and 35th level beast cores from her space, saying softly, 10 bottles of marrow cleansing pills, 10 bottles of gale pills, 10 bottles of spirit transformation pills, 10 bottles of visage restoration pills, 10 bottles of body restoration pills, and 35th level spirit beast cores. Elder Son was stunned, thinking he had misheard. He didn't react for a moment. Spirit beasts were ranked from 1 to 10 levels, and even a 4th level one was hard to obtain. Yet this young woman was selling 35th level spirit beast cores. Few would dare provoke a 5th level spirit beast. Elder Son never imagined that such a small slender girl could possess 35th level spirit beast cores. Elder Son carefully inspected the cores. "Miss Feng, Chiyue Tower is willing to offer 300,000 high-grade spirit crystals per core. What do you think?" 300,000 high-grade spirit crystals for one 5th level core. Ji Juing was astonished. She knew they were valuable, but not this valuable. "Deal," Ji Juing said calmly, suppressing her excitement. Elder Son then picked up a pill bottle to inspect it. As he opened the lid, a wave of pure potent Dan fragrance wafted out immediately, making him feel refreshed and invigorated. Startled, he quickly sealed the lid. "Miss Feng, did you refine these pills yourself?" Though a bold guess formed in his mind. Could they be at the heaven grade or above? He still sought confirmation. After all, the last time she came, she was only a mortal grade alchemist. How could she have become a heaven grade alchemist in such a short time? No one would believe it. Who was this prodigy? In the Tsangyue Kingdom, heaven grade alchemists were as rare as phoenix feathers. He would have to remind his subordinates to never offend Miss Feng. It seemed the master was right. She was definitely someone worth befriending. "I did refine them. Please keep it a secret, Elder Son." Ji Juing had no intention of hiding it, as Chiyue Tower was the capital's largest auction house, and she would need their cooperation in the future. Hearing this, Elder Son's hands trembled slightly as he poured out a pill from one bottle. It was indeed a heaven-grade mid-rank pill, and he could clearly see the Dan patterns on its surface. The purity was so exceptional that it could easily pass for a heaven-grade high-rank pill. "Miss Feng, would you accept 50 million high-grade spirit stones for these pills?" Elder Son's tone grew even more respectful than before. 80 million high-grade spirit stones for these pills. A pleasant yet familiar voice interjected before Ji Juing could respond. A man dressed in dark cyan robes appeared out of thin air. Surprise flickered in Ji Juing's eyes. It was him, Yi Qingshun. "Master." Elder Son addressed the man respectfully. "It's you. Miss Xiaojiu, what a coincidence. You're the master of Chiyue Tower." Ji Juing had guessed he was the master of the Ghost Market's treasure pavilion from their encounter in the secret realm, but she hadn't expected him to also be the owner of Chiyue Tower. "Yes. There's a business deal I'd like to discuss with you, Miss Xiaojiu. Are you interested?" Yi Qingshun looked at her with a gentle, humble smile. "All right." Ji Juing agreed without hesitation, as she also had a matter requiring Chiyue Tower's assistance. "Shall we discuss it over a meal on the 4th floor?" Ji Juing hadn't eaten before arriving, so she readily accepted. Elder Son was utterly bewildered. When had the master and Miss Feng become? Why did the master call Miss Feng Miss Xiaojiu? And he was actually inviting her to the 4th floor. Even he had never been to the 4th floor. In all these years, the only woman allowed up there was the saintess. Now he was making an exception for this Miss Xiaojiu. Before he could react, Yi Qingshun swiped Ji Juing's crystal card, transferring 89 million high-grade spirit stones. Ji Juing marveled. Truly a man of immense wealth. extravagant and opulent. Soon Ji Juing followed Yi Qingchen to the 4th floor of Chiyue Tower. As the door opened, the delicate fragrance of red sandalwood greeted them. The room was bathed in clear bright light. Through the paper window, snowflakes drifted down like floating catkins. The bed was dressed with pristine, elegant curtains and bedding imbued with the scent of ink and adorned with 2 jade pillows. By the window stood a long red sandalwood table carved with lingzhi patterns accompanied by 2 ornate armchairs and 2 folding chairs. The table was set with a tea set, spiritual tea, writing brushes, ink sticks, paper and inkstone, and a chessboard. Ji Juing walked to the window and looked out. A dazzling display of lights and fireworks, bustling streets in every direction, filled with the clamor of the crowd. She sighed inwardly. Truly, money made the world go round. With her keen eyesight, she spotted the one mansion of the 3 great families from here. Please, Miss Xiaojiu. Yi Qingchen naturally took a seat across from her. Since we're going to be business partners, I'll call you Qingchen, and you can call me Xiaojiu. Ji Juing said after a moment of thought. Rarely did anyone call him by his given name. Strangely, hearing it from her lips made him feel for the first time that his name sounded rather pleasant. All right. No sooner had they sat down than the dishes were served. It smells wonderful. Ji Juing's delighted voice rang out. Whether it was because she was famished or the food was exceptionally fragrant, it tasted unlike anything she usually ate. Yi Qingchen's heart stirred at her words, a trace of amusement flickering in his eyes. Since you like it, Xiaojiu, eat your fill. You're welcome to come here anytime you crave it. Ji Juing was taken aback and didn't reply. Though she was tempted, it wouldn't be proper to just drop by for free meals when they'd only just met. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. It was spiritual cuisine. Delicious, she had to admit. She happily devoured her bowl of food. Ji Juing let out a small burp, touched her nose, and said with slight embarrassment, I'm afraid I ate a bit too much. Either your food is too good, or I was too hungry. I don't usually eat this much, Ji Juing explained. In truth, she would have loved another bowl, but was too shy to ask. Yi Qingchen watched her, seeing a side so different from the icy demeanor she showed others. Perhaps this was her true self, quite endearing. Being able to eat well is a blessing. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Xiaojiu. Yi Qingchen's voice carried a hint of a smile, clean and gentle, soothing to the ear. When the time was right, Yi Qingchen instructed the attendant to clear the dishes and bring in the spiritual tea. Qingchen, tell me what's the deal, Ji Juing said, getting straight to the point. I'm sure you've guessed, Xiaojiu. My Chiyue Moon Tower provides the spiritual herbs, and you provide the pills. How about a 70-30 split? What do you think? A 70-30 split? That's not bad at all. How about 60-40? But I have one condition, Ji Juing said thoughtfully. Yi Qingchen raised an eyebrow. I'm all ears. I noticed an empty stall in the south corner on the 1st floor. I'd like to rent it out using my 10% share as rent. Would you be willing to part? The Chiyue Moon Tower was located in the most bustling district of the capital, a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Moreover, without any significant backing, doing business in the capital was incredibly difficult. But setting up shop beneath the Chiyue Moon Tower was a different story altogether. Everyone in the capital knew that the person behind the Chiyue Moon Tower wielded immense power. Anyone who dared to cause trouble there would be permanently blacklisted. Yi Qingchen let out a soft chuckle. So this girl had her sights set on this. Well, this was fine too. It would only bring them closer together. Since Xiaojiu has asked, how could I as a friend ever refuse? Yi Qingchen said with a slight smile. Hearing this, Ji Juing beamed with joy. Thank you. Yi Qingchen looked at her, seeing how easily she was satisfied. Her smile seemed so infectious that the corners of his own mouth lifted involuntarily. You're too kind, Xiaojiu. I'm just curious, what do you plan to use it for? Ji Juing produced 2 bottles of enhanced cocktail from her spatial storage and placed them before Yi Qingchen. Qingchen, try some of my fruit wine. Yi Qingchen poured some into a cup and took a sip. It was the first time he had tasted such a fruit brew, and more importantly, he felt spiritual energy surge through his body instantly, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Is this brewed from spirit fruits? Sort of, but it has a name. It's called a cocktail. Cocktail. What an odd name. Xiaojiu, are you planning to open a tavern? That's right. So what do you think? It's good, isn't it? It is. Then let me wish you great success in your business, Xiaojiu. Thank you. Ji Juing hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. After leaving the Chiyue Moon Tower, she headed back towards the Ji residence to the Pear Blossom Court. No, I absolutely refuse to believe that the young lady has died. Nanny, the rumors about the young lattice disappearance are spreading like wildfire outside. All sorts of things are being said. What will happen to the young lattice reputation? Qingling's nose tingled with sadness as she choked back sobs. Qingling, this old servant, doesn't believe it either. But the second miss has already declared that if the young lady hasn't returned after the genius tournament, she'll have us all sold off. Old Nanny Zhang patted Qingling's back in an attempt to comfort her. The young lady will definitely come back. Even if the second miss sells us off, our young lady will surely come and buy us back. Qingling said this to reassure them both, yet the worry in her eyes did not diminish. She was still young and could handle hard labor, but Nanny Zhang was getting on in years. Who would ever hire her? No, it wouldn't come to that. She believed the young lady wouldn't abandon them, that she would definitely return. The two of them fell silent, their faces etched with worry. The sound of faint footsteps reached her ears. Qingling was now a 6-star spirit master, and her hearing had become exceptionally sharp. Upon hearing the footsteps, her eyes instantly blazed with fury. Haven't you people had enough? She turned and glared towards the doorway. What came into view was a figure in a black dress. Even though a veil covered her face, Qingling recognized her in an instant. Why, young lady? It really is you, young lady. Qingling was overjoyed. Hearing this, Nanny Zhang quickly looked towards the entrance. Seeing that familiar figure standing there, tears of joy streamed down her face, and she was too choked up to speak. To her, Ji Juing was like her own child, having watched her grow up. Nanny Zhang, Qingling him home. Ji Juing said with a smile, walking in slowly. She had overheard their entire conversation. In this Ji residence, these were the only two people who truly cared about. Good. It's enough that you're back. Nanny Zhang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Wah, I knew you would come back, young lady. Qingling sobbed. Ever since the young lady had disappeared, Qingling had been unable to sleep or eat properly. During the day, she had to endure the sneers and taunts of the other maids, and she had grown noticeably thinner. Ji Juing felt a pang of guilt and heartache seeing how worried they had been. Nanny Zhang, Qingling, I'm sorry for making you worry. Ji Juing took Qingling's and Nanny Zhang's hands in hers. Qingling then recounted everything that had happened in the Ji residence recently, and Ji Juing answered all the questions they asked. The once somber and quiet courtyard instantly filled with cheerful laughter. Oh, by the way, Qingling, have many people been coming to the Pear Blossom Court lately? Ji Juing recalled Qingling's earlier reaction. Hearing this, Qingling's expression changed instantly. She ground her teeth in anger, her eyes practically blazing with fury. It's those Fairweather friends in the mansion. After hearing those rumors, they keep coming around to kick us while we're down, and they even said the young lady. Qingling couldn't bring herself to repeat the harsh words, but Ji Juing could guess the gist. Ji Juing narrowed her phoenix eyes. If it seemed the lesson with Nanny he last time had been forgotten all too quickly. She wouldn't mind making an example of someone again. They'll deal with those people. The most important thing now is to make sure no one finds out I'm back. Ji Fengyin and Jun Linyu had gone to all this trouble just to get the emperor to annul the engagement. Well then she'd just give them what they wanted. Besides, she had no interest in such a scumbag anyway. Okay. Although Qingling was curious, she didn't ask any further questions. Ji Juing took out a mid-grade magic artifact and an earth-grade cultivation technique she had bought on the way and handed them to Qingling. Qingling, this flute is called the Azure Lotus Dream Flute. It can unleash the power of dreams. Use it in conjunction with your innate talent, the sound of the dreams, see and cultivate diligently. Strive to achieve your goal as soon as possible. Young lady, no. This is too precious. Qingling was startled and quickly refused. Ji Juing placed the flute in Qingling's hands. Silly girl, didn't you say you wanted to get stronger to protect me? How can you get stronger without a weapon? How can you protect me? Besides, in my heart, you and Nanny Zhang have never been my servants. You are my family. So just take it, young lady. By now Qingling was too moved to speak. The young lady was right. Only by becoming stronger could she truly protect her young lady and herself. Qingling gripped the jade flute tightly, a resolute look in her eyes. Seeing this, Ji Juing began to teach her how to cultivate. Before long, Qingling had mastered the techniques, perfectly proving she had not let her down. Before leaving, Ji Juing also gave Qingling a stash of pills and poison powders. From that day on, anyone who came to the Pear Blossom Court to kick them while they were down would break out in a red rash all over their body, accompanied by an unbearable itch. Gradually, rumors began to spread within the mansion that the ghost of the eldest young lady had returned. After that, no one dared to come near the Pear Blossom Court again, and it finally returned to its former. The grand competition was to commence in 3 days, and today marked the final day for registration. Ji Juing arrived at the registration pavilion only to be greeted by a sea of bustling actors. So many had come to register. Standing amidst the queue, her petite frame seemed utterly out of place. A man behind her spoke with kind intent. Little miss, perhaps you should head home. The competition is teeming with formidable masters. It's far too dangerous for you. He noticed her frail stature and sensed no spiritual energy radiating from her, which prompted his good-natured warning. Yet Ji Juing merely cast a sidelong glance at him and offered no reply. Seeing her cold demeanor, the man chose to remain silent thereafter. Soon those ahead had all completed their registration. When it was Ji Juing's turn, the clerk didn't even bother to lift his head, too overwhelmed by the day's relentless rush. Name, age, phone 114. Only then did the clerk look up, scrutinizing Ji Juing from head to toe. Could she be from the Feng family? Members of the Feng clan had never partaken in past competitions. Shaking off his thoughts, he jotted down the name Feng Wan in his ledger. A furious roar echoed through the opulent palace halls. Useless fools. Incompetent buffoons. Your Highness, this lowly one has failed. Please forgive me, Princess. Lan Yu and the guards prostrated themselves, not daring to raise their heads. She recalled the fleeting glimpse 3 years past within her father's imperial court. A man of such striking features, he seemed almost divine, his innate nobility and regal aura rendering him impossible to ignore, stirring a deep yearning within her heart. From her father, she learned he was the formidable and enigmatic grand preceptor of the Zhanyue kingdom. She knew then, he was the only one worthy of her, the 4th princess. The thought of that woman in black ignited a cold fury within Jun Lawley, the flames of jealousy consuming her. For years, she had schemed endlessly yet failed to secure even an audience with the preceptor, let alone gain entry to his residence. That woman with a mere word had effortlessly entered his domain and met him face to face. The feeling was like a boulder pressing upon her chest, suffocating her with each breath. Jealousy gnawed at her heart as she crushed the silk handkerchief in her hand into a wrinkled mess. You can't even track down a single person. What use are you? Jun Lawley delivered a resounding slap across Lanya's face, her eyes red with rage, her visage contorted in fury. Lanyu and the others knelt in utter silence, barely daring to breathe. Get out of my sight. You're only an eyesore here. Thank you, princess. This lowly one takes his leave. Lanyu and his men vanished swiftly from the palace. Having departed the Ji residence, Ji Jing intended to inspect the renovations at the Chiua Tower when she spotted Jun Linyu leading a retinue of attendants bearing a golden imperial edict making their way towards the Ji household. A look of understanding crossed Ji Jing's face, and she quietly trailed behind the procession. Yenner, quick, the third prince has arrived with the imperial decree. Zhou Haiping rushed to Qinglan courtyard to summon Ji Fengyan. Startled, Ji Fengyan clutched her mother's hand, fearing it was all a dream. Mother, are you telling the truth? Have I ever deceived you? Now hurry and change into something proper to receive him. Moments later, Ji Fengyan strutted out with an air of triumph, her heart blooming with elation. Every line of her face radiated smug satisfaction and barely concealed joy. The title of third princess consort was rightfully hers. That useless waste didn't deserve it. She made her way to the main hall of the Ji estate, the customary venue for receiving distinguished guests. Upon seeing her arrival, Ji Xinyuan reminded her with a doting smile. Yenner, why haven't you paid your respects to the third prince? Jun Linyu possessed handsome features and an innate kingly bearing. He was adorned in a resplendent robe embroidered with intricate golden threads and vivid lifelike dragon motifs, complete with a golden crown and jade ornaments. His status and striking appearance made him the object of desire for most young women in the capital. Yenner greets the third prince. Ji Fengyan was draped in a pure white gown with purple gold silk trimmings. Her delicate form, graceful poise, and slightly bashful demeanor with a faint blush upon her cheeks and dreamy eyes evoked a sense of endearing tenderness in onlookers. Yenner, please rise, he said, personally moving to help her up, his gaze filled with deep affection and concern, as if silently vowing to cherish and protect her forever. The narrator interjects with a mocking gag. Ji Fengyan could feel his gentle, yet intense, gaze sweeping over her. She dared not meet his eyes directly, yet couldn't resist stealing furtive glances at him. Since everyone is present, I shall now read the imperial edict. From the shadows, Ji Jing observed the assembly. They didn't even bother to mention her. They must already consider her as good as dead. As Jun Linyu's voice rang out, the dowager Ji Xinyuan, Zhou Haiping, Ji Rufing, and Ji Fengyan all knelt in anticipation to receive the decree. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, as the eldest daughter of General Ji is missing and presumed dead, her betrothal to the third prince is hereby dissolved. The crowd was stunned. That was it. Jun Linyu, reading their thoughts, spoke slowly. Pray do not rise just yet. I have a second decree to read. He produced another scroll, and Ji Fengyan's heart pounded with anticipation. Was it finally happening? By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Ji Fengyan, the second daughter of General Ji, is known for her grace, virtue, and impeccable character. Her beauty and talent bring great joy to my heart. The third prince, Jun Linyu, has come of age, and is of an age to marry. It is fitting to select a worthy maiden to be his consort. He and Ji Fengyan are a match made in heaven. To celebrate this union, I hereby bestow Ji Fengyan upon the third prince as his princess consort. The wedding shall take place upon her coming of age, with all rites to be arranged by the Ministry of Rites and the Imperial Observatory. By my decree. The crowd prostrated themselves repeatedly in gratitude. Ji Xinyuan was overjoyed. His daughter becoming the third princess consort would truly elevate the Ji family to imperial kin. Overwhelmed with emotion, he tearfully expressed his thanks. Zhou Haiping was ecstatic beyond words. Her precious daughter was to be the third princess consort, and perhaps even the future empress. She could already imagine the envy of every noblewoman in the capital. As for Ji Fengyan, her bright phoenix eyes shimmered with ecstatic fervor. It took every ounce of her willpower to suppress the overwhelming joy surging within her. Finally, the day she had been waiting for had arrived. You know what, you accept the decree. Jun Linyu reminded her with a doting smile. Ji Fengyan hastily rose to her feet, her hands trembling as she received the imperial edict. Jun Linyu glanced at the remaining scroll in his hand, pondering for a moment before speaking. General Ji, this decree is for you. Yes, your highness. Father, I believe this decree is addressed to me. I shall accept it myself. A cold and crisp voice cut through the air, drawing everyone's gaze toward its source. Ji Xinyuan's hand, which had been reaching for the imperial decree, froze midway, caught between taking it and withdrawing. A graceful figure in plain white robes stepped forward with serene composure. Her features were as delicate as a painting, her expression cool and clear, her flowing garments lending her an air of quiet authority. She moved like a forest spirit treading upon blossoms, each step as if blooming beneath her feet. The moment his eyes fell upon Ji Juing, Jun Linyu froze in surprise before narrowing his gaze slightly. The aura emanating from her startled him, and there was something else, a faint trace of, and then barely concealed disgust surfaced. Acting. No matter how she pretended, wasn't she still just a worthless cripple incapable of cultivation, a mere ornamental vase? Did she truly believe such a display would earn his respect? He had seen this kind of trick far too many times. Ignoring the crowd entirely, Ji Juing walked straight past Jun Linyu and retrieved the imperial decree meant for her. Her clear eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. There was no denying it. Ji Juing's eyes were extraordinarily beautiful. With a faint, enigmatic smile, her gaze swept over the Ji family, finally settling upon Ji Rufeng and Ji Fengyan. Ji Rufeng and Ji Fengyan, upon seeing Ji Juing appear before them completely unscathed, stared wide-eyed, as though they had witnessed a ghost. Their gazes collided in midair. The icy coldness in Ji Juing's eyes sharpened into a lethal edge, sending an involuntary shiver down the spines of Ji Rufeng and Ji Fengyan. Zhou Haiping was equally baffled. Hadn't Yenner said she had died in the secret realm? How could she possibly be standing here? And as it turned out, neither Ji Rufeng nor Ji Fengyan had any idea what was going on either. After all, they had watched with their own eyes as the secret realm closed right before them. Fortunately, the emperor had already decreed the dissolution of the engagement. Jior, why not pay your respects to His Highness the Third Prince? Ji Qinyuan reminded her sternly, his attitude a stark contrast to Ji Fengyan's. Is there something else? Ji Juing pretended not to understand his words. Jior, your father is asking you to greet the Third Prince. Zhou Haiping chimed in with feigned kindness. Ji Juing, however, merely turned her head and shot her aside. What business is this of yours? Zhou Haiping looked at Ji Qinyuan with a wounded expression. Jior, how dare you speak to your mother that way? Is greeting the Third Prince such a burden that it might cost you your life? How did my general's mansion raise such an ill-mannered daughter? Mother. Her. Worthy of that title. Besides, my real mother is not here, and my father cares nothing for my fate. The fact that I've managed to survive this long is already a blessing worthy of incense and prayers. And you expect me to know anything about manners and decorum? Ji Juing's tone dripped with undisguised mockery. You? Ji Qinyuan trembled with rage, utterly enraged by her words. You what? If you cannot refute me, father, then I suggest you organize your words properly before speaking with me again. In an instant, Ji Qinyuan's face turned an ugly shade of purple. The look he shot at Ji Juing seemed ready to spit fire. Remembering that there were outsiders present, he suppressed his fury and forced out, "You must excuse my daughter's behavior, your highness." "It's no matter," Jun Linyu replied with polite formality, though his gaze at Ji Juing was filled with confusion. How had this useless girl become so sharp-tongued? She used to be too timid to even breathe loudly. "Father, please don't be angry. Sister didn't mean to defy you." Ji Fengyan stepped forward, gently taking hold of Ji Xinyuan's arm. Her words soothed him somewhat. This, he thought, was his true obedient daughter. Ji Fengyan then turned to Ji Juing with a somewhat forced smile, yet she quickly hurried over, putting on a show of great delight. "Sister, you're finally back? As a woman who can't cultivate, you wouldn't even have the means to defend yourself if something happened. Father, mother, and I have been so worried about you all this time. Please never go off on your own like that again." Huh. Ji Fengyan's skill at playing the innocent White Lotus had certainly deepened. Her words sounded flawless, as if she genuinely cared for her sister. Yet it was precisely such a speech that sowed seeds of doubt in the minds of others. "Shut your mouth. Put away that hypocritical mask of yours. It's sickening to look at." At this, Ji Fengyan adopted a hurt and sorrowful expression, her eyes reddening at the rims, as if she might collapse at any moment. Jun Linyu stepped forward and pulled Ji Fengyan into his arms, roaring, "Ji Juing, you venomous woman. Yenner was worried about you, and even went out to search for you, and this is how you repay her kindness." The hatred in Ji Fengyan's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a brimming pool of tears. In a soft, delicate voice, she said, "Sister, I understand. You've been upset because people have been gossiping about your nights away from home. As long as you're no longer angry, you'll accept it, even if you hit me or scold me." With that, Ji Fengyan dissolved into a torrent of tears, weeping like a pear blossom in the rain. The surrounding servants and attendants felt a pang of sympathy for her, and began whispering amongst themselves, criticizing Ji Juing. "Yenner, someone so ungrateful isn't worth you defending her." Ji Rufeng added fuel to the fire. He still couldn't fathom how she had managed to escape. He had used all his strength to throw her into that secret realm. How in the world had she gotten out? Jun Linyu's hand moved soothingly along Ji Fengyan's back, while his gaze toward Ji Juing grew increasingly contemptuous. Thank heavens his father had agreed to annul the engagement. If he had been forced to marry such a useless waste, he would never be able to hold his head up in the capital again. He couldn't understand why this good-for-nothing had returned unscathed after being gone for days. Why couldn't she have simply died out there? Regardless, she must not be allowed to interfere with his and Yenner's grand wedding. Jun Linyu's face darkened as he looked at Ji Juing with disgust. "A woman devoid of virtue and purity is unworthy of being my third prince's consort, let alone deserving of Yenner's concern. But since you're her sister, will be lenient. Kneel down, kowtow to Yenner, admit your wrongs, and then get lost." Although Ji Fengyan still wore a look of grievance, a flicker of smugness and venomous delight gleamed in her eyes, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. The surrounding crowd felt a sense of satisfaction, watching the scene unfold like spectators at a play, with no intention whatsoever of speaking up. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Ji Juing let out a derisive snort of laughter. The sound sent a chill through the hearts of those nearby. "What are you laughing at?" Jun Lingyu demanded with a furrowed brow. Ji Juing's limpid pool-like eyes turned coldly upon him. "I'm laughing at you, you fool. You're not much to look at, but you certainly have some imagination. How dare you, you wicked girl." Jun Lingyu erupted in fury, his face contorting with barely concealed murderous intent. Ji Qinyuan was practically fuming with rage, furious that this wicked daughter of his would dare to speak to the third prince in such a manner. Was she trying to bring ruin upon their entire family? Ji Fengyan, putting on a show of defending Ji Juing, spoke in a voice so sweet it could melt honey. "Sister, please don't anger His Highness any further. Just apologize to him quickly." Ji Fengyan's words rang with feigned sincerity, as if she were truly anxious on Ji Juing's behalf. Yet if Ji Juing were to follow her advice, she would effectively be admitting to the crime of losing her virtue. What a venomous heart. Ji Fengyan dropped the act. "We both know exactly what's going on in that mind of yours." Ji Juing let out a mocking laugh. "Am not. Sister, I'm not pretending." Ji Fengyan protested, her face a mask of grievance. Ji Juing cast a glare at Ji Fengyan, too lazy to waste words with her. Seeing Ji Juing ignore her, Ji Fengyan turned to Jun Lingyu with tearful eyes. "Third prince, please don't be angry with sister. Perhaps she just can't accept us being together for now, so she..." As expected, these words only made Jun Lingyu angrier. "Ji Juing, you jealous shrew. You won't even spare your own sister. You know you are always so kind, still defending her after all this." Ji Juing felt like she would vomit her last night's dinner if she had to listen any longer. "Ji Juing, for the sake of Yenner being your sister, I will forgive you this once. But for Yenner's sake, I must make this clear, I will never ever like you. Let go." A waste dreaming of becoming his princess consort. What a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Tsk tisk. This Jun Lingyu was indeed ordinary, yet so full of himself. Ji Juing was momentarily stunned by Jun Lingyu's narcissism. She couldn't take it anymore. What kind of twisted logic was that? "Jun Lingyu, your head must be filled with shit for you to think I like. To be honest, only Ji Fengyan treasures you. To me, you're not even worth a blade of grass. Third prince, I truly look down on you." "What do you mean?" Jun Lingyu fumed. Was this waste trying to provoke him? "I've made myself very clear. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." With that, Ji Juing ignored everyone else and vanished through the main hall's entrance, leaving the crowd staring at each other in bewilderment. Ji Qinyuan shook his head helplessly. "Third prince. General, say no more. If not for Yenner, she would have lost her head several times over for insulting me. It is this minister's failure to discipline his daughter." Ji Qinyuan understood the implication perfectly. Juing had completely changed. Now she defied everyone, and he could no longer. He had to think of a way out, or else one day she would offend someone she shouldn't, and the entire Ji family would be doomed because of her. Jun Lingyu, who had been in a good mood, was now ruined by that waste, so he had no desire to stay any longer. "I shall take my leave as well. I must report to His Majesty in the palace." Ji Fengyan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she watched Jun Lingyu's retreating figure. "Father, Yenner, don't overthink it." Ji Qinyuan comforted her. "That's right, Yenner. Men understand men best. He'll be fine in a couple of days. He's probably still fuming over that waste." Ji Ruffling patted her head. "Yenner, cheer up. Soon you'll be the third princess consort." Zhou Haiping was overjoyed inside. "Rufing, take your sister for a walk to clear her mind. Madam, come with me to the study." Ji Xinyuan's face bore a hint of worry. "Yes, father." Ji Ruffling noticed his father's troubled expression, and though he nodded in agreement, couldn't help feeling that something was weighing on his father's mind as he watched him and his mother walk away. When Ji Juing came out of the main hall, the sky had already turned gray. She abandoned her plan to visit Chiayu Tower and instead returned directly to Liha Courtyard. Qingling spotted Ji Juing from afar and rushed forward with a worried face. "Miss, are you all right?" Ji Juing patted her shoulder and smiled. "What could happen to me? Today your miss is in high spirits. They'll make you some grilled meat." Qingling had heard about the third prince's annulment of the engagement. Seeing Ji Juing like this, her worries of it seemed the miss had already let go of the third prince. But when did she learn to cook grilled meat? She didn't ask, though. As long as the miss was happy, that was all that mattered. As night fell, candles were lit one by one in the study. "General, stop sighing and tell me. What is it? What's wrong?" Zhou Haiping watched Ji Qinyuan furrow his brows and sigh without saying a word. "Madam, do you know why I never wanted to tell you much about Feng Lan, and why I ignored Juing all? I know you used to think I did it to protect Juing, wasn't it?" Zhou Haiping felt a pang of jealousy at the memory of that woman. "I did like Feng Lan once, but she was never my true wife." Ji Xinyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment and unwillingness. These words struck like a thunderbolt. Zhou Haiping shot up from her seat. "What did you say?" "That wasn't all." Ji Xinyuan's next revelation was even more explosive. "Juing is not my daughter either." Zhou Haiping's mind exploded with a bang, leaving her blank. So she had always been his legitimate wife. The two figures eavesdropping at the door exchanged glances, covering their mouths in shock, afraid of being discovered. Soon Zhou Haiping absorbed the information. Ji Qinyuan seemed to be reminiscing about the past. That year I was just a minor deputy general. Coincidentally, a beast tide suddenly erupted in the Mozhou forest. The emperor sent people to stop the tide from harming the nearby villagers, and I was one of those sent. In the Mozhou forest, I encountered an injured Feng Lan and brought her back to the Ji family. I did intend to marry her at the time. But after returning to the Ji family, she told me she was already 2 months pregnant. She said she was being hunted by enemies and begged me to save her and her child. She claimed to be an alchemist and promised that if I saved them, she would make me the most honored general of Sanyue Kingdom. An alchemist a general? I was tempted. We reached an agreement to enter a sham marriage. And she kept her word. I became the mighty General Weijian of Sanyue Kingdom, commanding the army. However, right after she gave birth to Jiang, a powerful man came to the Ji residence, took Feng Lan away, and found me. He ordered me to announce that Feng Lan had died in childbirth and warned me not to treat that bastard child too well. Just let her live. Otherwise the Ji family would face utter destruction. By then I was already a general with great military power. The emperor was wary of me, but needed me to lead the army. So when he learned that Jiang was a girl, he immediately issued an imperial decree betrothing her to the third prince. That's why I always let Jiang hold the position of legitimate daughter and third princess consort living in Liha courtyard while I paid her no attention. Later, after Yenner was born, I considered having her replace Jiang, but that would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. When she was 5, I learned that Jiang was a waste without spiritual roots. I saw an opportunity. I probed the emperor's attitude, but for some reason, even though he knew she was a waste, he never mentioned annulling the engagement. So the matter of annulment was dropped. Then the identity of third princess consort was always meant for Yenner. Zhou Haiping asked again. In theory, yes. The person outside the door thought so. Everything she had schemed and fought for was actually hers all along. Ji Qinyuan, do you think this is fair to me? Is it fair to Yenner and Fenger? Zhou Haiping asked, her eyes red. From a concubine to a legitimate wife, she had endured so much gossip and ridicule. In the eyes of others, she was still a former concubine. What can I do? Feng Lan and that formidable expert are likely from those hidden clans. Are they people we can afford? Ji Qinyuan pulled Zhou Haiping to sit down and comforted her. From beginning to end, I, Ji Qinyuan, have only ever had you as my wife. As for what others say, why bother caring? Look at how outstanding our Fenger and Yenner are. Others envy you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haiping felt a little better. Her children were of course the best. However, some details Ji Qinyuan still chose to remain silent about. Ji Qinyuan continued. The reason I'm telling you this today is because of you are surely more aware of Jiaoer's recent changes than I am. She talks back to us normally, but today she even dared to defy the royal family. If this continues, our Ji family will be ruined because— So general, do you mean to banish her from the Ji family? Zhou Haiping was overjoyed. That damn Ji Jiang daring to treat her daughter that way and occupying Yenner's position for so long. Once she's out of the Ji family, she'll have her killed. Only then would her hatred be appeased. Indeed, mother and daughter thought alike. Ji Fengyan, listening outside the door, had the same idea. Now that the engagement is dissolved, the best course is to find a way to make her leave the Ji family on her own. That way, even if that expert returns, we'll have an explanation ready. General, I have a plan. My sister-in-law has a biological nephew. Zhou Haiping lowered her voice as she spoke. Alright, I'll follow your plan. Ji Qinyuan said seriously. The deep night was like thick, unyielding ink pressing heavily upon the rooftops. Low-hanging clouds drifted beneath the dim sky, obscuring the curved moon and scattered stars. Ji Jiang sat on the rooftop admiring the moon, when she suddenly noticed 2 dark figures swiftly emerging from the direction of Ji Qinyuan's study. Ji Jiang narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly. The 2 figures looked somewhat familiar. Interesting. Her sudden appearance today must have prompted them to scheme something again. The 2 figures appeared under a tree in the Ji mansion. Brother, so that wench is a bastard. Everything she possesses rightfully belongs to me, Ji Feng. Having enjoyed the fruits of victory today, she now realized that everything she had schemed so hard for was already hers by right. Ji Fengyan didn't know whether to be happy or furious. Yenner, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. Do not spread it around, Ji Rufeng said seriously. He hadn't forgotten what their father said about the hidden clans. They were in existence, not to be trifled with. Moreover, if this got out, it would be a tremendous humiliation for their father. I know, brother. They'll be careful. Although she yearned to proclaim loudly that Ji Jiang was a bastard, reason pulled her back to reality. By the way, did you catch what mother said about her sister-in-law's nephew? No, but I suspect mother intends to marry the eldest sister. No, Ji Jiang to her sister-in-law's nephew. Thinking of her aunt's biological nephew, Ji Fengyan wrinkled her nose in disgust. That nephew of her aunt's was a notorious wastrel outside the capital city. A rake who bullied the common folk, abducted young women, and was even promiscuous with both genders. Once when she was staying briefly at her uncle's house, she happened to meet that nephew Yang Wei. He stared at her with a lecherous look that made her skin crawl. Even worse, he actually dared to dream of marrying her. How dare he? Did he not look at his own reflection? But then, thinking of Ji Jiang having to marry such a piece of trash, she couldn't stop grinning with glee. I'm sure Ji Jiang will be delighted. Ji Fengyan revealed a look of gloating satisfaction. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Ji Jiang had overheard every single word. Ji Juing was stunned for a moment, her face betraying no emotion. After all, these people of the Ji family were of little consequence to her, so her earlier suspicions had been correct. Ji Juing looked towards the study, pondering for a moment. It seemed Ji Ruffing and Ji Fengyan had overheard about her broken engagement with the third prince. And unlike the original owner of this body, she was not so easily manipulated. Her counterattacks made Ji Qinyuan fear she would bring ruin upon the entire Ji family. So he wanted her to sever ties with the Ji family, but couldn't let anyone know she wasn't of Ji blood, for Ji Qinyuan cared greatly about his reputation. How could he bear others gossiping that he had raised another man's child? From what Ji Ruffing and Ji Fengyan said, Zhou Haiping intended to marry her off to her sister-in-law's nephew. That remains to be seen whether she's willing. But wait, Feng Lan was Ji Xinyuan's wife, yet she herself wasn't Ji Xinyuan's child. Then who was her father? Was her mother still alive? Or was the claim that Feng Lan was Ji Xinyuan's wife merely a cover for something else? Was there a hidden truth? It seemed she needed to investigate this matter thoroughly. Who's there? A voice interrupted Ji Juing's thoughts. She raised an eyebrow. Discovered again. Ji Fengyan was also startled by Ji Ruffing's exclamation and followed him to where Ji Juing was standing. Ji Ruffing squinted, scanning the surroundings. He had clearly sent someone here just a moment ago. How could they vanish so quickly? Brother, did you find anything? Ji Fengyan hadn't sensed anyone near. That person ran too fast, leaving not a single trace behind. It's as if they vanished into thin air. Ji Ruffing said with confusion. It felt the same as that time in the magical beast forest. Let's go back. What we heard tonight must be buried deep in our hearts. Ji Ruffing said sternly. Got it. 2 days remained until the genius competition, and Ji Juing spent every spare moment cultivating in her space. Early the next morning, Ji Juing had just put down her chopsticks when a clear, firm voice came from the doorway. Young miss, the general requests your presence. Ji Juing opened the door to see an armored guard standing rigidly outside the gate of Liha Courtyard. He was spirited with a cold, sharp gaze, likely one of Ji Xinyuan's personal guards. Lead the way. Ji Juing stepped forward, her tone indifferent. She was curious to see what new scheme they had cooked up for her. The guard was taken aback by her easy compliance, but quickly recovered and led the way. Soon Ji Juing followed the guard to the entrance of the main hall. Seeing everyone seated in solemn anticipation, she calmly walked and casually found an empty seat and sat down with complete composure. Ji Qinyuan studied Ji Juing, noting her increasingly beautiful features, which involuntarily reminded him of that woman he both loved and hated. Snapping back to reality, he found everyone staring at him, awaiting his words. Ji Qinyuan cleared his throat and said, Jior, now that your engagement with the third prince has been annulled, and you've turned 14, I've called you here today, mainly to discuss your marriage. Oh, my marriage. Ji Juing picked up the teacup from the table and took a light sip. Ji Juing remained utterly nonchalant, as if the matters they discussed had nothing to do with her at all. Jior, news of your disappearance and broken engagement is spreading like wildfire. It will be difficult to find you another husband. Fortunately, your mother's sister-in-law and nephew are also of marrying age. Your mother has already sounded things out, and that Yang Wei is willing to take you as his wife. Puffed. Ji Juing, who was sipping her tea, nearly choked upon hearing that name. Yang Wei. Impotence. His parents really had a knack for naming. Ji Qinyuan furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of anger passing through his eyes at being interrupted, yet he quickly donned a facade of concern, as if he truly had her best interests at heart. Don't worry about their family's financial standing. They run a silk business outside the city. You wouldn't be too disadvantaged marrying into their family. With that, everyone's gaze converged upon Ji Juing. She did not rush to reply, instead finishing the tea in her cup. Then lifting her gaze to meet Ji Xinyuan's eyes, she said coldly, and what if I refuse? Ji Xinyuan's face darkened. Whether you agree or not, I have already consented to. Ji Juing let out a cold laugh, her exquisite face expressionless. Father, if you're so fond of this marriage, perhaps you should consider marrying into their family yourself. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, then widened their eyes in disbelief. Had the eldest miss lost her mind? She was actually telling the general to marry someone. You? Unfilial girl, what did you say? Ji Xinyuan's eyes seemed to blaze with fire as he glared at Ji Juing. He hadn't expected her tongue to become so sharp, so rebellious. He had felt a twinge of regret about her marrying Yang Wei, but now she absolutely had to marry him. Standing nearby, Ji Fengyan wore a look of schadenfreude. This fool. She dared to talk back to father. Didn't she know she was nothing without the Ji family? I said I'm unwilling. If father's ears aren't working well, I can give you a couple of acupuncture needles. Ji Juing said with a mocking smile. I say, Ji Juing, no one knows what happened to you during your disappearance. Now that someone is willing to take you, you should be grateful. A sharp slap. Ji Fengyan, caught completely off guard, was sent sprawling to the ground. Everyone was horrified. How dare you, Ji Juing? Damn, your face is thick. Ji Juing rubbed her slightly reddened hand. You bitch. How dare you hit me? Ji Fengyan clutched her right cheek, murderous intent surging as she whipped out her weapon and attacked Ji Juing. However, Ji Juing swiftly pulled Zhou Haiping in front of her. Ji Fengyan's face turned ashen, but she could no longer retract her spiritual skill. Just as it was about to strike, Zhou Haiping Ji Ruffing summoned his profound ice sword to block the blow. Zhou Haiping was frightened out of her wits, her beauty paling. Fortunately, Ruffing blocked it in time, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Qinyuan was now trembling with rage, hopping mad, wishing he could tear Ji Juing apart. She dared to strike his wife and daughter right in front of him, publicly humiliating him. Ji Juing, kneel. Ji Qinyuan commanded, his voice full of fury. Ji Juing turned her head to look at him, a thick layer of sarcasm curling her lips. You don't deserve it. You. Ji Juing then looked at Ji Fengyan. Ji Fengyan, are you so eager to accuse me because you possess the power of prophecy, or has your talent for slander simply grown sharper? So what if you're still a virgin? Who would dare marry you after being rejected by the third prince? Ji Fengyan clenched her fists tightly within her sleeves, grinding her teeth. So what if you're still a virgin? Who would dare marry you after being rejected by the third prince? Ji Fengyan clenched her fists tightly within her sleeves, grinding her teeth. Washed over the crowd. Then don't bother your head over it, you who specialize in picking up other people's trash. Ji Juing said coldly. Ji Juing, watch your mouth. You keep offending the royal family. Do you think you have enough heads to lose? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Ji Ruffeng said viciously. Oomph, was your mouth so clean when you were calling me a bitch? Ji Juing smiled instead of getting angry. You wretch, you're a disgrace to the Ji family just by being alive. We've fed you and clothed you all these years, and instead of being grateful you repay kindness with enmity. Zhou Haiping spat venomously, her gaze at Ji Juing filled with malice and a blazing fury. She never wanted to see this wretch again. Hearing this, Ji Juing looked at Zhou Haiping with a meaningful glint in her eyes. And who do you think you are? Ji Juing, do you still have any respect for me as your father? Ji Qinyuan's expression was icy, wishing he could strike the girl dead with a single palm. Father. Ji Qinyuan, you truly don't deserve to be called my father. Ji Juing sneered. At these words, everyone present was momentarily stunned, and Ji Qinyuan seemed to turn to stone in his seat. What did this waste mean by? Could she know? Ji Qinyuan now realized the truth. He could no longer control Ji Juing, and forcing the marriage was unrealistic. Regardless of what she knew, she had to leave the Ji family. Ji Juing, you have repeatedly harmed your own kin and act intolerable to heaven and earth. You have repeatedly spoken recklessly, offending the royal family and ignoring all counsel. Since you refuse to marry, then according to family law you are hereby banished from the Ji family. Ji Qinyuan declared sternly. This pronouncement shocked everyone, especially Zhou Haiping. Hadn't they agreed she would marry Yang Wei? Why the sudden change of heart? Ji Fengyan was even more astonished. Ji Juing looked at these people with a calm, detached expression, a faint, unreadable smile playing on her lips. Do you have any objections? General Ji, I do have objections. Ji Qinyuan was taken aback. What objection could you possibly have? I wish to take Qing Ling and old Madame Zhang with me. Also, I request that General Ji write a written statement and remove my name from the Ji family registry. I'm afraid you might regret this later, and I have no one to turn to for justice. Ji Juing said with a faint smile. Everyone was stunned once more. Was Ji Juing dreaming? They would regret this. Fine. Ji Qinyuan agreed without a second thought. How could he ever regret it? After all, she wasn't his biological daughter. Ji Qinyuan ordered a guard to bring out the writing materials. With a few swift strokes of the brush, 2 written agreements were made, and both Ji Qinyuan and Ji Juing signed and pressed their fingerprints on them. Ji Juing's delicate hand reached out, snatching one of the agreements. Not bad, not bad. She nodded with satisfaction. To the others, this series of actions seemed like Ji Juing was merely putting on a brave face. But in truth, on a certain day in the future, he would regret it with every fiber of his being. Ji Qinyuan tried to say something, but was interrupted by Ji Juing. Since there's nothing else, I'll be heading back to Liha courtyard to pack my things. Ignoring the expressions of those behind her, Ji Juing turned and left without looking back. Upon arriving at Liha courtyard, she simply instructed Qing Ling and old Madame Zhang to pack their essentials and follow her out of the Ji estate. Leaving the Ji family, she was now just Ji Juing. Ji Juing from the 21st century, with absolutely no connection to the Ji mansion. No. To be precise, she had never had any connection to the Ji mansion in the first place. On the street, the young lady returned from the front hall, without a word, only instructing them to gather their belongings and follow her. Qing Ling couldn't help but ask, Miss, where are we going? To find a house. Find a house. Qing Ling and Zhang Mama exchanged a glance. Could it be that the general had cast his daughter out? Yet leaving might be for the best, for the Ji family had never treated the young lady well. But, Miss, Qing Ling now fretted over their lodging. Though the young lady had given them a considerable number of spirit stones earlier, it was hardly enough. Qing Ling, Zhang Mama, from now on we are done with the Ji mansion. I know what worries you, but rest assured, your miss is rich. Ji Juing said earnestly. Very well, this servant will follow the young lady wherever she goes. Qing Ling declared firmly. Just then Qing Ling's stomach gave a loud, embarrassing growl. She glanced sheepishly at Ji Juing. In her haste to pack, she had forgotten lunch. Ji Juing chuckled softly, spotting an inn not far away. Come, let's have lunch at that inn before we search for a house. Qing Ling squinted at the sign, Drunken Immortal Pavilion. That was one of the most prestigious inns in the capital, famed for its exorbitant prices. and they didn't even have a place to stay yet. Wait, miss. Let's just grab something from a roadside stall. No need to spend so much. Qing Ling hastily tugged at Ji Juing. Indeed, miss. Look, there's a wonton noodle shop over there, Zhang Mama urged, pointing down the other street. Come on, your miss has money. Hearing this, Qing Ling and Zhang Mama knew they couldn't persuade her. Though they followed, their hearts were heavy with worry that this one meal might deplete their funds for a house. Soon the three arrived at the inn's entrance. Ji Juing looked up at the establishment. It was 3 stories tall with a grand and ornate gate, the entire structure exuding luxury and Brother Yi, what are you staring at? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to that scrawny little girl. In a private room on the 2nd floor of the tea house opposite the drunken immortal pavilion, a man followed Yi Qingshan's gaze downstairs. Qingfeng, that is the young lady Xiao Jiu you wish to meet. Yi Qingshan replied in a cool, detached voice. Huh. Such a small, thin girl. Though she is rather pretty. Can she truly wield the Crimson Fire Divine Phoenix fan? Yi Qingshan watched the figure below savoring his spiritual tea and did not answer the chattering man before him. Before entering the inn, Ji Juing frowned slightly and glanced towards the 2nd floor across the street. From the moment she arrived, she had felt 2 pairs of eyes upon her. Though she sensed no malice, the persistent gaze made her uneasy. However, the gauze curtains on the opposite 2nd floor window obscured the occupants' faces. Ji Juing dismissed the feeling and turned to enter the inn. Whoa, Brother Yi, that little runt is quite alert to have noticed us. Yi Qingshan didn't address the comment, instead casting a faint glance at Gu Qingfeng. She's entering your inn. Aren't you going to do something about it? Right. I almost forgot. Gu Qingfeng let out a foolish chuckle. Waiter, is there a private room available? Oh, sir, what a pity. The last one was just taken by the young lady ahead. Ji Juing followed the waiter's gaze. The woman seemed to sense her stare and turned back to glance at Ji Juing. The man beside her noticed her turning and followed her gaze. Is this someone you know? No. Feng Ling replied, turning to ascend to the 2nd floor private room. It's her. Feng Ling, the eldest daughter of the Feng family, one of the 3 great clans. Miss, eating in the main hall is fine too. Qing Ling gulped, intimidated by the inn's lavish decor. Alright, it seems that's the only option. Then, give this young lady the Tianzi no. 1 room on the 3rd floor. A lazy, somewhat flippant voice interjected, yet it carried a clear, commanding authority. Everyone in the hall turned to see who dared to offer the Tianzi no. 1 room to this young lady. All eyes fell upon the entrance as 2 ethereal, immortal-like men Ji Juing raised an eyebrow. Yi Qingshan. And there was another man beside him. Clearly it was this other man who had spoken. Master Yi. The waiter respectfully bowed to the 2. Yes, arrange for this young lady to be taken to Tianzi no. 1. Gu Qingfeng instructed the waiter. Yes, sir. So he was Master Gu, the owner of the drunken immortal pavilion. The Gu family, the wealthiest in the Zhangyue kingdom, with business holdings spanning the entire kingdom and beyond. Xiao Jiu, what a coincidence. Yi Qingshan's voice carried a hint of a smile, clean and gentle. Qingshan. Yes, what a surprise. Have you eaten yet? Ji Juing asked with a smile. Is Xiao Jiu inviting me to join her? Yi Qingshan replied, smiling. Sure. Ji Juing agreed without a second thought. He had treated her last time, it was only fair she return the favor. Before Yi Qingshan could answer, another voice cut in. Hello, miss, Xiao Jiu and Gu Qingfeng. The man beside them, annoyed at being ignored while they chatted merrily, quickly. Damn it, Yi Qingshan, putting friendship aside for a woman. He had promised an introduction, but the moment they met they were all pleasantries, completely forgetting about him. Hello, just call me Xiao Jiu. Ji Juing replied, politely recognizing him as a friend of Yi Qingshan. Gu Qingfeng was about to say more when Yi Qingshan cut him off. Are you going to make us stand here talking all day? Gu Qingfeng was taken aback, then gave an awkward chuckle. He had been too excited and nearly forgotten. Come, let's head up to Qing Ling and Zhang Mama had been rooted to the spot since the 2 men entered. When had their young lady met these people? That man called Qingshan seemed quite familiar with her. Qing Ling had heard of Gu Qingfeng, though she had never seen him. He was the renowned wealthy merchant of the Zhangyue kingdom. Heavens! They were even inviting their young lady to dine in the Tianzi no. 1 room. Qing Ling, Zhang Mama, what are you 2 standing there for? Come up. Ji Juing called back, noticing they hadn't followed. They hardly dared to go up. Miss? We'll stay down here. Zhang Mama, and I will just eat in the main hall. It's fine, come up. Are you not going to listen to your miss now? Ji Juing's tone turned serious. Very well. Qing Ling and Zhang Mama then timidly followed behind. Pushing open the door, they were greeted by a private room that was elegant, clean, and yet luxurious. It wasn't overly large, but it was arranged with neatness and grace, its walls adorned with paintings and calligraphy. The chairs and tea table exuded a faint scent of rosewood. A row of large bright windows flooded the room with light, and the lively cries of vendors from below created a refresh. Qing Ling and Zhang Mama adamantly refused to sit at the table, bound by these troublesome ancient customs. She would have to correct their habits gradually in the future. In her eyes, they were always family, and as a modern person, she naturally didn't pay much heed to such formalities. In the end, they were seated at a separate, smaller table. Xiao Jiu, order whatever you like, don't worry about the cost, Yi Qingshan said with a smile. Gu Qingfeng shot Yi Qingshan a glare. Brother Yi, that should be my line. You order him, fine with anything. Gu Qingfeng saw his chance and was about to speak, but was interrupted again. Bring out all the signature dishes. Yi Qingxin turned his head to glance at Gu Qingfeng, as if to say what? You have a problem. Damn you, Yi Qingxin. Miss Jiu, you've got quite the luggage there. Where are you off to? I was planning to buy a courtyard in the city. Do you have any recommendations, Master Gu? Ji Juing didn't intend to hide it, and asked casually. After all, the capital was vast, and finding a suitable residence was no easy task. Miss Jiu, you've come to the right person. I may not have much, but I have the most properties, Gu Qingfeng said, beaming with pride. Ji Juing didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned to look at Yi Qingxin, as if seeking his opinion. Yi Qingxin was taken aback, not expecting her to ask for his input first. Could this mean she trusted him more now? Yi Qingxin nodded, giving her a reassuring look. All right, but I prefer a quieter place. No problem, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Gu Qingfeng patted his chest in assurance. Shortly after, the waiter brought out the dishes. The food was indeed quite good, though it fell just a notch short of the fare at Chiyue Tower. After finishing their midday meal, the group followed Gu Qingfeng to view the properties. Passing through the main gate, they encountered a stone screen. Flanking it were winding corridors with the main hall in the center. Beyond the hall, through a circular passage, lay a spacious and airy backyard featuring 5 rooms, with red brick walls and green-tiled roofs. So, isn't this a fine place? Gu Qingfeng said proudly. I'm not bad at all. They'll take it. Ji Juing nodded in satisfaction. How much? It's free. Free. Ji Juing looked at him with suspicion. What's the catch? Miss Jiu is indeed sharp. All I ask for is 1 9-turn soul revival pill. Ji Juing was stunned for a moment, then quickly regained her composure and refused without a second thought. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Legend had it that the 9-turn soul revival pill was a miraculous elixir capable of bringing the dead back to life, provided the deceased's physical body remained intact. In reality, the 9-turn soul revival pill wasn't that miraculous. It could only revive those in a living dead state. Individuals who had lost their soul, or whose soul had been severely damaged, causing them to fall into a deep slumber. Not to mention how difficult the pill was to refine. The spiritual herbs required for it were exceedingly rare, including the essence blood of a divine beast, with some herbs being nothing short of legendary. Refining it demanded not only exceptional alchemy skills and formidable spiritual power, but also a cauldron of saint rank or higher, and a strange fire. Although she possessed all of these, she had only met him once. They weren't familiar enough for her to exhaust her trump cards to refine the 9-turn soul revival pill for him. Most importantly, it required the essence blood of Little Phoenix. She knew all too well how vital a divine beast's essence blood was, and Little Phoenix was still a cub. This would be no different from taking its life. It was absolutely out of the question. Miss Jiu will find the herbs myself. You just need to refine. Gu Qingfeng persisted. Don't worry about the cauldron. I've been searching for a strange fire. Once I find one, I'll let you know, and you can come and tame it. Gu Qingfeng knew how rare the 9-turn soul revival pill was, and he was well aware that a mere house couldn't compare. So he had been diligently seeking a strange fire as a form of payment, hoping to secure the alchemist's cooperation in refining the pill. Who wouldn't be tempted by a strange fire? Ji Juing was no exception. She already had one, so it shouldn't be too difficult to tame another. Once she merged the two, she would possess an even more powerful strange fire. Why me? Ji Juing asked, puzzled. The truth is, I've spent a fortune seeking out many renowned senior alchemists, but none of them could do it. I've seen your pills. Although I'm not an alchemist myself, my understanding of pills is no less than theirs. I know you are different. Gu Qingfeng dropped his casual demeanor and spoke seriously. Come back when you've gathered all the ingredients, Ji Juing said indifferently. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng knew she had agreed, which also confirmed his earlier suspicions. Good. Gu Qingfeng replied, his voice trembling with excitement. Don't get your hopes up. These spiritual herbs are no easier to find than a strange fire. Ji Juing said, not to discourage him, but simply stating a fact. Regardless, since such a pill exists, it can't be mere hearsay, Gu Qingfeng said nonchalantly. Ji Juing merely smiled and said no more. After seeing off Yi Qingxin and Gu Qingfeng, Ji Juing stayed behind with Qingling and Granny Zhang. The two servants stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. Was the world really this surreal? The young lady had somehow come to know that mysterious man who seemed so extraordinary, and also the owner of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Now the tavern owner had even gifted this house to the young lady. Qingling increasingly felt that leaving the Ji residence had been the right decision. Her mistress was truly remarkable. Ji Juing headed out to the slave market. Now that she had a house, she would need people to maintain it. After asking around, she quickly arrived at the largest slave market in the capital. As soon as she entered, a plump woman approached her with an ingratiating smile. Miss, are you looking to buy a slave? Ji Juing replied coldly. The plump woman paid no mind to her icy demeanor, knowing that those who bought slaves were usually wealthy and influential, and a little temper was to be expected. Well, you've come to the right place. My slaves are all obedient and hardworking, the plump woman said with a grin. Obedient? I don't like obedient ones. Do you have any that are disobedient? Ji Juing asked with a sweet smile. The plump woman was taken aback. Who on earth would prefer a disobedient slave? She stared at Ji Juing in confusion. None. The plump woman snapped back to reality. Yes, we have some. Right this way, miss. The plump woman led Ji Juing to one of the courtyards and called out, "Old Lu, come out." A tall, thin, middle-aged man emerged, still holding the tools used for taming slaves. "What's up?" "I'm busy. Those few are stubborn as mules," the man replied, looking exhausted. "Well, isn't this convenient? This young lady here happens to be looking for disobedient slaves. What do you think?" Now it was the tall, thin man's turn to be puzzled, but he quickly regained his composure. "Miss, this way, please." The tall man led Ji Juing into the building, while the plump woman continued soliciting customers at the market entrance. Inside there was a large cage. The people within, hearing the noise, lifted their heads in fury, their scarlet, indifferent eyes gleaming with resoluteness. Ji Juing nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. He'll take these 10. All right." He had been trying to tame these few for days, but they remained stubbornly unyielding. Having someone willing to take them was good, but then he thought of something and quickly added, "Miss, I must warn you, I haven't managed to tame any of them. If they escape halfway, I won't be responsible. Just sell them to me." "Fine." The tall man handed over the slave marks of the 10 to Ji Juing. "How much?" "They are all untamed, so they'll sell them cheaply. 100 spirit stones will do." Upon hearing this, Ji Juing produced 100 spirit stones and handed them to the tall man. She glanced behind her and left the slave market unconcerned whether those people would follow. Back in the courtyard, she leisurely picked up the tea on the table and savored it. Suddenly a faint sound of footsteps reached her ears and the corners of her lips curled. Miss, something terrible has happened. There are so many beggars at the door." Qingling rushed over in a panic. Only heaven knew how terrified she was when she opened the door just now. As a child, she had been bullied by a group of beggars. "They're the slaves I bought. Go open the door," and Ji Juing said calmly. "Oh, slaves." Qingling let out a sigh of relief and followed Ji Juing's instructions to bring the group in. Ji Juing elegantly sipped her tea, looked up, and nodded. "Perfect. Exactly 10 people, no more no less." Ji Juing set down her teacup with a delicate hand, took out the slave marks that bound their spiritual power, conjured a flame before the 10, and burned the marks to ashes. The 10 trembled slightly. The restraints were gone, and they were free. Before they could fully revel in their joy, the young woman before them interrupted their thoughts. Ji Juing's gaze turned cold as she looked at them. Her tone was icy. "Now you have 2 choices. First, take 100 spirit stones each and leave. Second, follow me with unwavering loyalty. You will be my companions, and I will do my utmost to elevate your cultivation to the highest realm. Now make your choice." The courtyard fell into silence. The 10 exchanged glances. After a long moment, one woman moved, knelt down first, and spoke. "Thank you, miss, for saving us. Your maidservant is willing to follow." The man beside her hesitated, then knelt as well. "Thank you, miss, for saving us. Your subordinate is also willing to follow you." "Your subordinate is also willing. Your maidservant is willing to follow you." Ji Juing's lips curled in satisfaction as she looked at the 10 kneeling before her. Her voice, slightly cool, came through. "Rise. Remember, my name is Ji Juing. I despise betrayal above all else. If any of you develop second thoughts, I will not hesitate to kill you. Of course, if you remain loyal, I have promised to do my utmost to elevate your cultivation to the highest level." Upon hearing this, the 10 bit their fingers, traced a few symbols in the air, and raised their hands in oath. "Your maidservants and subordinates swear by the name of the gods before heaven and earth to be loyal unto death, to Miss Ji Juing with no second thoughts. If we violate this oath, may we be struck by lightning and have our souls obliterated." As the words fell, a circle of light appeared beneath their feet, enveloping them. The runes within the circle formed rays of light that slowly sank into their brows, and the oath was established. Ji Juing looked at them with some surprise. It was the first time she had witnessed the oath-taking laws of this world. "As your master, I now give you your first task." The 10 were stunned, exchanging glances. "Please instruct us, master." "Good. Now each of you take 100 spirit stones, clean yourselves up, and then come find me." Hearing this, several of them blushed. They indeed looked no better than the beggars on the street. They grabbed the spirit stones and hurried away. Ji Juing felt it would be a waste to use those 10 as servants. She needed to cultivate her own power. Noticing Qingling still standing there dumbfounded, she looked at her with confusion. "What's wrong, Qingling?" Ji Juing felt it would be a waste to use those 10 as servants. She needed to cultivate her own power. Noticing Qingling still standing there dumbfounded, she looked at her with confusion. "What's wrong, Qingling?" "Miss, do you think my cooking is terrible?" Qingling asked sullenly. "If Miss bought maids, would there be no place for her anymore?" "Silly Qingling, from now on focus on your cultivation. How can my right-hand assistant be a weakling?" Ji Juing tapped her head and said. Qingling touched her head, moved to tears. Miss was too kind to her. Even if she had to go through fire and water for her, she would not hesitate. An hour later, the 10 had cleaned themselves up and returned to the courtyard. They stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and bowed. "Your subordinates and maidservants greet you, master." Ji Juing's eyes lit up. "Not bad. All handsome men and beautiful women with good aptitude. Rise. From now on, you don't need to kneel when you see me." "Yes." The 10 then noticed a crimson bird on their master's shoulder, but didn't ask further. "Do you all have names?" "No, we beg you to bestow names upon us." Ji Juing frowned and thought for a moment. Then with her slender jade hand, she pointed from left to right. Lung shuang shui yue by ji hai tang yun yang yun, yin ze yun xiao yun mo yin shu. How about these? The 10 immediately bowed and thanked her in unison. Thank you, master, for the names. Ji Juing nodded with satisfaction. Tell me what each of you excels at. Without asking, she wouldn't have known. Asking shocked her. What incredible luck she had. These 10 people covered every occupation in this world. Beast tamer, alchemist, artifact, refiner, formation, master, talisman, master, pharmacist, poison master. But why had they been used as slaves? After listening to their stories, Ji Juing's eyes grew deep and silent for a moment. She looked at them and said calmly, take the elixirs inside these bottles. With a wave of her hand, 10 bottles of flowing light flew straight toward the 10. They instinctively reached out and caught them. Lung Shuang, without hesitation, swallowed the elixir the moment she received it. From the moment Ji Juing produced the pills, she knew they were the antidote. The others knew that Lung Shuang was an alchemist. Seeing this, they swallowed the pills without any sign of hesitation. The fiery red eyes of Xiao Finger perched on Ji Juing's shoulder showed a hint of satisfaction. Her mother's first subordinates were not bad. Seeing that they had all swallowed the pills, Ji Juing said calmly, from now on you are immune to all poisons. The 10 people were utterly shocked, but even greater shock. These are spatial rings. Inside there are various pills, poisons, corresponding cultivation techniques, weapons, and so on. As my subordinates, you are still too weak. Ji Juing raised her hand and flicked the 10 rings toward them. The 10 were once again stunned, wondering what kind of master they had followed. Isn't this too generous? However, after they examined the contents of the rings, they truly understood what it meant to be overwhelmed with shock. After they left, Ji Juing stayed in the space, picked up the Tianzhu Pu, and studied the various professions of this world. Since she had an allumate spiritual root, she certainly wouldn't waste such good resources. 2 days passed quickly. Ji Juing exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Today was the first day of the genius competition. She wondered if that man had awakened yet. Would he appear? After breakfast, Ji Juing hurried to the competition grounds. By then, many cultivators had already arrived. Ji Juing found a secluded spot and sat down waiting until everyone had arrived. Many familiar faces. Suddenly, a harsh, grating voice announced, the emperor arrives. A middle-aged man dressed in bright yellow robes walked slowly and took the main seat, followed by the empress and consort Liang. Hearing this, everyone in the square knelt and paid homage. Long live the emperor 10,000 years. Long live the empress 1,000 years. Ji Juing rise. Everyone stood up. The emperor looked at the empty seat to the right of the main seat, puzzled. Hadn't the imperial advisor said he would preside? Where was he? The emperor was not the only one confused. Fourth Princess Jun Loli stared anxiously at the empty seat. Just as everyone was perplexed, a fluctuation of spiritual energy rippled through the air. A black-clad man materialized on the main seat, and an overwhelming pressure descended. His exquisite black robe concealed his slender figure, and a matching black mask covered his face, revealing only a pair of jet-black pupils. He exuded a natural aura of disdain for the world and intangible pressure that inspired awe. Recognizing the man on the seat, everyone except the emperor and empress knelt and bowed devoutly. Ji Juing was startled. Although she had long known that Gong Mingyue was like a deity in the Cangyue kingdom, she hadn't expected his authority to reach such heights. Ji Juing secretly glanced up at the man on the seat, only to find him staring back at her. Startled, she quickly lowered her head. She raised her eyes and met his gaze again. His expression was profound, with a hint of a faint smile in his eyes as he gazed at her. Ji Juing froze. He had seen her. A wave of panic washed over her heart. Little Nine, have you missed me? Gong Mingyue's somewhat teasing voice echoed in her mind. Ji Juing looked at him, and instead of answering, asked back, how are you feeling? Little Nine, are you worrying about me? Ji Juing glared at Gong Mingyue and ignored this frivolous man. Seeing Ji Juing ignore him, the corner of Gong Mingyue's mouth lifted slightly beneath his mask. He answered seriously, after taking Little Nine's pill, I'm much better. Ji Juing nodded with satisfaction. The emperor, seeing that the imperial advisor had been silent, was about to remind him. Today it's better for the emperor to preside over the genius competition. I am feeling a bit weary. Emperor Jun Bufan and the empress were taken aback. Since when did an emperor preside over the genius competition? But since the imperial advisor had spoken, he quickly recovered and cleared his throat. Your Majesty, how about I preside? Duke Ji stepped forward and said. The empress' heart skipped a beat. She knew her father was doing this for her sake. He was gambling. Consort Liang glanced over and snorted. Truly unafraid of death. For the sake of fame, Duke Ji rushes forward to offend the imperial advisor. Emperor Jun Bufan was naturally pleased to have someone to take over, but he turned his head to glance at the imperial advisor, only to find him staring straight ahead, seemingly indifferent to Duke Ji's proposal. In fact, they were overthinking. Gong Mingyue couldn't care less about their affairs. If not for the need to quickly find the person who could smell the faint fragrance from his body, he would never have come to this genius competition. Moreover, now that he had found that person, Gong Mingyue's gaze had been on Ji Juing ever since he appeared. The women around her, however, shyly lowered their heads, each thinking the imperial advisor was looking at them. Then let Duke Ji preside. The empress and Duke Ji both sighed in relief. Upon receiving the order, Duke Ji circulated his spiritual energy to make his voice heard by all and began to announce. Quiet down. Today is the annual genius competition of our Tsongyue Kingdom. Everyone knows the rules. Stop at the point of contact. I won't say more. First, everyone knows that the winner will receive a 10th sandier blood hotdrama and guidance from the Imperial Advisor. Alright, now the genius competition officially begins. Due to the large number of participants, the first round will be a free-for-all. Those knocked off the stage are out. Time limit 1 incense stick. Finally, as Ji Jiang was about to doze off, it ended. As for Jun Luoli, from the moment Gong Mingyue appeared, her heart and eyes were fixed on the Imperial Advisor. She had no idea what Duke Ji had said earlier. Only catching one sentence, winning the top prize, would grant guidance from the Imperial Advisor. Seeing the cultivators around her all rushing to the stage, she snapped back to reality and quickly dashed onto the stage. Glancing at the Imperial Advisor, she resolved to win the top prize. The stage was huge, nearly the size of a football field, capable of holding tens of thousands of people. At the command, tens of thousands of people whooshed, and in no time about half of them were knocked off. The Imperial Advisor sat motionless, his innate coldness making those around him dare not even breathe. Jun Buffon, though the Emperor had witnessed the Imperial Advisor's power and hardly dared to speak, so he chatted idly with the Empress and consort Liang. However, Gong Mingyue's dark gaze remained fixed on that black figure. On the 4th floor window of the Caillou Tower, Yi Qingqian's gaze also fell on that slender figure. Then his probing gaze shifted to the Imperial Advisor, also clad in black, his deep pool-like eyes reflecting a thoughtful expression. As if sensing something, Gong Mingyue turned his head to look at the 4th floor. His deep, sharp gaze like a sword collided with the others in midair. Beneath the mask, there was a cold smile that showed he didn't care at all. Yi Qingqian's heart sank. He had been detected. Who was he? What was his purpose for appearing out of nowhere in the Tsongyue Kingdom a few years ago? On the arena platform, fierce fighting was still underway. Big brother sister at Xiaojiu. When Longting spotted a familiar figure and gasped, hastily pulling Wen Chuyu and Wen Longting behind her. Big brother, watch your back. Wen Chuyu turned to look at the figure in black, momentarily distracted, and was struck by a nearby competitor. Snapping back to focus, he knocked all those in his path off the arena platform. Meanwhile, Ji Jiang noticed the trio approaching, but she didn't pause. She continued battling the surrounding opponents as the arena was packed with competing cultivators, and any lapse in attention could lead to being caught in the crossfire. Xiaojiu, it really is you. Wen Longxiu was the first to reach Ji Jiang's side, followed by Wen Longting and Wen Chuyu. Xiaojiu, I thought we'd never see you again. I'm so glad you're out. As long as you're alright. A strange feeling welled up in Wen Chuyu's heart. A mix of self-reproach, regret, and the relief of something lost being found again. This isn't the time for that. Let's finish this melee first. The group stood back to back, and the surrounding competitors swiftly flew off the arena platform. In the span of half an incense stick's burn, nearly half of those on the platform had been knocked off. Not long after, at Marquis Jia's command, everyone on the platform stopped fighting. Thumbs up. Congratulations to all who passed the first round's melee. Now for the second round, form your own teams of 5. Xiaojiu, let's team up. Wen Longting said, grabbing Ji Jiang's hand. Alright, that's 3 of us plus, Xiaojiu, we need one more. Wen Longting glanced around and saw that most teams were already formed. Not far away, a group of ornately dressed young men and women approached. Wen Longxiu, don't tell me you can't even gather enough people, a girl said, crossing her arms defiantly. Wen Longxiu remained silent, but Wen Longting couldn't hold back. Where's this annoying fly buzzing from? How disgusting. Wen Longting wrinkled her nose, waving her hand in the air as if shooing something away. How dare you call this young lady a fly? You're asking for it, the girl fumed. Qianqian, show some respect. A young man strode over and scolded her. Oomph. Wen Longting shot the man a glance and let out a cold snort. Wen Longxiu's body trembled slightly at the sound of the man's voice. She tugged at Wen Longting's hand and cast a glance at him. Young Master Situ. Show her I apologize for my sister's rudeness. A complex emotion flickered in the man's eyes as he looked at Wen Longxiu. An undeniable tenderness mingled with a hint of regret for what had slipped away. Since you know she's causing trouble for Xiu'er, please take your sister away and keep her out of Xiu'er's sight. Wen Chuyu stepped forward without hesitation, shielding Wen Longxiu. You. The girl ignored Wen Chuyu and turned to the man. Brother, you're not still hung up on her, are you? How can you face sister Songning like this? Wen Longxiu, I'm warning you, don't harbor any illusions about my brother. Even if you beg and plead, he will never marry you. The girl added. Wen Longxiu's long lashes concealed the sadness in her eyes. The memories she had struggled to bury were ripped open again, stirring emotions she thought she had overcome. Qianqian, shut up. The man scolded. Brother, I'm not wrong. The girl retorted angrily. Wen Chuyu and Wen Longting's faces flushed with anger, about to speak when a sharp, crisp sound echoed. A red handprint appeared on the girl's cheek. Ji Jiang, looking displeased, rubbed her hand. If you can fight, don't waste words. Ji Jiang said disdainfully. Everyone stared in disbelief, frozen in place. Wen Longting snapped back first. That was incredibly sad. The girl clutched her cheek, eyes wide. You? How dare you strike this young lady? Are you an idiot? The handprint's on your face, and you're still asking. Ji Jiang sneered. Ha ha ha. When Longting burst out laughing at the scene. You. The girl's eyes burned with rage as she pointed at Ji Juing, unable to form words. You what? Don't want that finger anymore. The girl met Ji Juing's icy gaze, and quickly withdrew her hand in fear. Gong Mingyue watched the scene from afar, a doting smile hidden beneath his mask. His little Jiaoer was certainly fiery. He loved that about her. The man snapped back to reality and finally took a serious look at the black-veiled woman before him. Ji Juing met his gaze with cold indifference. Situ Jiannan paused slightly before withdrawing his assessing stare. Sure, I'm sorry. Qianqian was out of line. I apologize on her behalf. The man said with a hint of remorse. No need. But if she ever speaks so recklessly again, Wen Qiyu will be the first to deal with her. Wen Qiyu stepped in front of Wen Longxiu. Seeing this, the man said nothing more and led the girl away. Xiaojiu, thank you. Wen Longxiu said. No need for thanks. You are my friends and I won't stand by while others bully you. Ji Juing smiled. Hearing this, a warmth spread through Wen Longxiu's heart. Xiaojiu, you're so fierce and awesome. I love it. Wen Longting's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Ji Juing. Big brother sister, you should have seen the look on Situ Qianqian's face. Huh? It was priceless. The group exchanged smiles. By the way, who were those people? Ji Juing asked. They're from the Situ family, one of the 3 great clans. That was the eldest son Situ Jiannan and the eldest daughter Situ Qianqian. Wen Longting replied flatly. Situ Jiannan. Sounds like Jiannan, as in sheep man. These ancients really knew how to pick names. Do you have a grudge with them? Ji Juing raised an eyebrow. Of course we do. It's just. Wen Longting glanced at Wen Longxiu and hesitated. I'm fine. Go on. It's all in the past. I've long since let it go. Wen Longxiu said with a smile. Situ Jiannan was originally Sister's fiancé, but later he broke off the engagement. It sent Sister into a deep depression. She even thought about doing something drastic. But thankfully she eventually came around. Is that so? Well, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why cling to one that got away, right? Ji Juing said with a grin. Xiaojiu couldn't be more right. Let's hurry and find someone, or we'll be out before we even start. With the competition about to begin, they were still only 4. Hey, Xiaoting, a Xiao, Shuyu. A chubby young man ran towards them waving. When Longting squinted. Well, speak of the devil, here comes their 5th. The portly young man soon reached them panting. Phew. This young master is exhausted. Finally found you all. Zhen Fatty, do you have a team yet? When Longting asked. No. I was just about to ask you. We're short 1 person. You're just in time. Great. Xiaojiu, this is Prince Zhen, my sworn brother. Just call him Zhen Fatty. When Longting said. Zhen Fatty, this is Xiaojiu, my good friend, and a benefactor of the Wen family. When Longting added. Any friend of Tinji is a friend of mine. Hello, I'm Zhen Yuan. The fat young man smiled at Ji Juing. Zhen Yuan. Truly round indeed. Ji Juing was speechless. Hello, I'm Xiaojiu. Ji Juing responded. As soon as they finished forming their team, the Duke of Ji on the platform began to announce the rules for the 2nd round. I trust everyone has assembled their teams. The 2nd round will be presided over by His Excellency the Grand Preceptor. A wave of murmurs rippled through the contestants below. All eyes fixed upon that ethereal, immortal-like man as whispers circulated about what trial the Grand Preceptor might devise. Xiaojiu, are you acquainted with the Grand Preceptor? When Longting inquired in a hushed tone, recalling the man who had materialized from thin air when Ji Juing fainted. Her grandfather and father both suspected it was the Grand Preceptor. Though the man seated above wore a mask, his aura and stature were identical to that of the figure who had appeared that day. Despite Wen Longting's whisper, Wen Qiyu and Wen Longxiu also gazed at her, seemingly awaiting the answer. Only the plump one seemed utterly fixated on Gong Mingyue. Ji Juing's clear eyes shimmered with an unreadable glimmer. Sensing a scorching gaze upon her, she knew without a doubt it was that man. I suppose you could say we're acquainted, Ji Juing replied with an indifferent expression. Oh, then do you know what the 2nd competition entails? No, I don't. We're not close, and he hasn't told me. The moment these words left her lips, the face of a certain man darkened instantly, and the air in the entire square plummeted several. His piercing gaze seemed capable of tearing every soul present to shreds. The oppressive pressure radiating from him made all in the square feel as though a mountain were crushing their shoulders, cold sweat beating on their brows. The emperor beside him sensed something amiss and glanced subtly at the Grand Preceptor, utterly baffled by what was unfolding. Emperor Jun Bufan's own expression soured as his eyes swept the surroundings. Which wretched soul had dared to incur the Grand Preceptor's wrath? Did they not realize that provoking the Grand Preceptor would bring calamity upon all the innocent? What is happening? Has a formidable expert appeared? The cultivators in the square scanned about frantically, yet no powerful presence was visible. Where was this pressure coming from? Who else in this square could wield such overwhelming force other than the Grand Preceptor? The Grand Preceptor? Xiaojiu, what's going on? When Longting asked, perplexed. Ji Juing knew that the man above was furious. Ji Juing found herself in a dire predicament. How was she to know that a single careless remark would enrage him to such a degree? After much deliberation, Ji Juing chose to lower her head for now. Otherwise the competition would be over before it even began. Ji Juing looked up at the man above. Gong Mingyue's eyes were as deep and murky as an abyssal pool veiled in shadows, yet seething with blazing fury as he stared at her darkly. His stare made Ji Jiang's skin crawl. Gong. Before she could finish, Gong Mingyue waved his hand lightly, and the very air seemed to freeze in an instant. Ji Jiang realized the surroundings had become eerily silent. Silence so profound it was terrifying. Glancing at those around her, they all stood frozen immobile. Her eyes widened in shock. All of this was the work of that man. How powerful must one be to halt the world itself? Before she could react, Gong Mingyue flashed before her, enveloped in dense malevolence. He seized her chin, roughly forcing her gaze to meet his. Acquainted, you say? Moi. Not close with this sovereign. His tone was calm, yet his demeanor was like the ominous stillness before a devastating storm. Gong Mingyue tore off his mask. Despite being an exquisitely handsome visage, it was shrouded in gloom as if veiled in a layer of frost. A nameless fury surged within Ji Jiang, who had initially planned to lower her head. Who was he to act without her consent? Who was he to assume she would bend to his will? Who did he think he was? Ji Jiang abruptly shoved the man away and sneered. Did I say something wrong? Gong Mingyue stared at her with a chilling intensity, silent. Though she had created some distance, Gong Mingyue suddenly swept his arm out, pulling Ji Jiang back into his embrace, gazing down at her. Ji Jiang felt a surge of vexation at his antics. Could this infuriating man not be so domineering? Gong Mingyue pinched her cheek, forcing her to look at him. Little Jiuer dared to say that again. I. MMPH. Her veil was ruthlessly torn away by him. Ignoring her struggles, words became superfluous as he sealed her lips, silencing any further protest. The sudden action was like a violent tempest, leaving her utterly bewildered. His cool tongue parted, her teeth forceful and domineering greedily, seizing her essence, exploring every corner. Their breaths grew scorching hot. Ji Jiang felt herself suffocating, her face flushed crimson, her mind spinning. Gradually she forgot to resist, and melted limply into his arms. After a long moment, he finally released her slowly. Free from the suffocating sensation, Ji Jiang gasped greedily for fresh air. The thought of what had just happened in front of so many people made Ji Jiang burn with mortification. This wretched Gong Mingyue had punished her in such a way. Gong Mingyue, don't go too far. Ji Jiang glared at the man before her. Too far. This sovereign can go even further. Gong Mingyue's gaze gradually turned fervent, a blazing fire flickering deep within his eyes. The way he looked at her sent a tremor of panic through Ji Jiang. Instinctively she stepped back, but he advanced. Losing her nerve, she stammered, "What do you want?" Gong Mingyue found her current state, like a mouse before a cat, rather amusing. She was utterly devoid of the cold, fierce momentum Shed had when slapping someone's face. What? Is little Jiuer afraid now? His seductive, bewitching voice whispered in her ear. Seeing the malevolence around him dissipate, Ji Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. She knew he was no longer angry. What a mercurial man. Had the word fear doesn't exist in this lattice dictionary. Ji Jiang shot him a displeased glare. Gong Mingyue reached out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear and helped her put the veil back on. Little Jiuer, if you ever dare to claim you're not close to this sovereign again, it'll make you mine completely. Ji Jiang was about to retort when the world around them returned to normal, and that man was back in his seat of honor. Huh, what just happened? The pressure vanished again. Everyone looked utterly bewildered except for Ji Jiang, who felt extremely uncomfortable. Xiaojiu. Huh. Ji Jiang snapped out of her daze. I called you several times with no response. I thought something had happened to you, Wen Longting said with a hint of confusion. Nothing. Ji Jiang replied, a twinge of guilt in her voice. At that moment a man holding a compass appeared beside Gong Mingyue. Ji Jiang recognized him at once. It was Yin Han. Is he still the Grand Preceptor's guard? So formidable, so handsome. If only I could marry him. It was one thing for Gong Mingyue to be so popular, but even his guards were met with such adoration. It made sense though. Those who served beside the Imperial Preceptor were hardly ordinary. At Gong Mingyue's command, Yin Han soared through the air, landing at the center of the arena. He activated his compass, conjuring a ring of light that expanded outward until it enveloped the entire stage, forming a barrier. For the second trial, each team will receive a token. Imbue it with the spiritual energy of all 5 members to bind it to your team. As Yin Han spoke, he waved his hand grandly, and a token materialized before every group of 5. When Chiyu caught the token and was the first to infuse it with his spiritual energy. Is everyone ready? Within the illusion array there are 100 illusory spirit pearls. The more you collect, the higher your score. To pass, each team must secure at least. With that, Yin Han flew off the stage to activate the array. The people on the arena vanished, and a massive screen materialized in the air, revealing everything occurring within. What appeared before the spectators was a chain of floating mountains shrouded in mist, as ethereal as a celestial realm. Suddenly streaks of light zipped into existence, darting like sentient beings toward the depths of the mountain range. The crowd gasped. These were the illusory spirit pearls. They immediately gave chase. Stop gawking and go find the pearls. When Chiyu urged. Ji Jiang and her team followed the trail of pearls into the mountains. She released Little Phoenix to assist in the search. After all, the rules said nothing about forbidding spirit beast aid. They wandered through the dense forest, scanning every corner. Ji Jiang attempted to use her wood origin, but to no avail. Everything within this illusion was devoid. Don't hide, illusory spirit pearl. I see you. Jin Yuan grabbed a stick from the ground and began thrashing at the underbrush while shouting. Fatty, the pearls know how to dodge. Do you really think they're that dumb? When Longting teased, hey, maybe this one's just stupid. He struck at the grass once more, and a flash of light shot out from the foliage. Grab it. The group snapped to attention and lunged after the glowing streak. Where do you think you're going? They surrounded the pearl hovering in midair. Jin Yuan charged first, lunging to embrace it, only to clutch empty air and crash face first into the ground. Ouch! The pearl seized the chance to escape, but Ji Jiang leapt up and snatched it mid-flight. Wen Shuyu approached with the token, and the pearl was instantly drawn into it. Ji Jiang and Wen Shuyu exchanged stunned glances. Since when did that work? Fatty Jin, looks like you found the first pearl after all. Wen Longxiu snickered. Hell, I couldn't have caught it without you all. Jin Yuan scratched his head sheepishly. Ha ha, you're a true brother of mine, Tingy. Wen Longting clapped Jin Yuan on the shoulder. Tinger, mind your manners. Wen Shuyu frowned at his sister's boisterous nature. Oh, fine, big brother. Let's go find more pearls. Other teams were scouring the area as well. Half an instant sticks time had passed. Some teams had yet to find a single pearl, while others barely scraped by with one or two. They had assumed it would be easy, but the pearls were sentient, harder to catch than to find. Ji Jiang's team had already secured 4. They only needed one more to pass, or all 5 of them would be eliminated. Stop right there. A startled cry rang out from ahead. Ji Jiang raised an eyebrow. Ji Fengyan. They looked up to see a single illusory spirit pearl hurtling toward them, chased by 5 pursuers. Well, looks like the pearl just delivered itself to their doorstep. As the pearl closed in, Ji Jiang smirked. She snatched the token from Wen Shuyu's waist, leapt into the air, and the pearl vanished into it in an instant. The swift, flawless maneuver left Wen Longting and the others utterly dumbfounded, along with the 5 people who had been chasing it. Ji Fengyan's eyes widened in horror as she recognized the figure. It's Ji Jiang, that wretch. How dare she show up at the Grand Genius Tournament? Ji Ruffling turned to his sister, sharing the same sentiment. Jun Linyu and Jun Luoli also recognized her. Wasn't she Miss Xiaojiu? Though she wore black, her appearance was identical to that in the secret realm. What a stroke of luck. But wasn't she trapped in that realm? How did she escape? This mysterious Miss Xiaojiu seemed to harbor countless secrets. Jun Linyu's gaze fixed on Ji Jiang with a burning possessive, and Ji Jiang studied the 5 of them. One face seemed vaguely familiar, though she had never met him. Xiaojiu, that was incredible. Jin Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. I hereby declare you the second person I, the young prince, admire most. Ji Jiang chuckled, about to ask who the first was. Ji Fengyan snapped back to reality, nearly fainting from rage. The pearl she had worked so hard to find had been stolen right from under her nose. You shameless woman, that pearl was ours first. Catching herself, Ji Fengyan quickly changed her tone, feigning innocence despite her fury. Ji Fengyan, cut the nonsense. Does that pearl have your name on it? Besides, it flew right to us. When Longting sneered. Exactly. Can't catch it yourself, so you blame others. Jin Yuan huffed. He knew Ji Fengyan's true nature all too well. He despised such pretentious, scheming women. You? I. Ji Fengyan glared at Wen Longting, and Jin Yuan, flames of rage blazing in her eyes. Yinner enough. Since the pearl flew to them and got caught, we can't blame them. We'll just find another. Jun Lin spoke soothingly to Ji Fengyan, yet his gaze kept drifting toward Ji Jiang. Miss Xiaojiu, I'm relieved you're safe. That day I feared you had. He maintained his suave, composed demeanor. Ji Jiang kept her head down, refusing to even glance at him. Third prince. Ji Fengyan cut in sharply, her fists clenched so tightly beneath her sleeves that her nails dug into her palms, without her noticing. Jun Linyu shot an annoyed look at the interruption, but softened at Ji Fengyan's tearful expression. You know what's wrong? I think I saw a flash of light over there. Ji Fengyan pointed in another direction. Jun Linyu and the other's eyes lit up. Brother, let's go after that pearl. The man behind him urged. Jun Linyu glanced at Ji Jiang's group once more, before leading his team off in that direction. Ji Jiang watched them retreat, finally recalling who the man was. The 5th Prince, Jun Linfeng. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. When Longting doubled over with mirth once they were out of earshot. The look on Ji Fengyan's face when she was put in her place was absolutely priceless. Ha ha. Xiaojiu, you know, the last time I saw her so humiliated was at the auction. When Longting launched into a lengthy tale about the events at the Chiyue Pavilion. Ji Jiang listened, the amusement in her eyes growing more pronounced until she let out a sudden chuckle. Xiao Ting, is it possible that person was me? Oh, it was you. When Longting said, not quite processing it at first. Then with a jolt of excitement, she grabbed Ji Jiang's hands. Wait, that person was you. It was me. Ji Jiang confirmed with a smile. What a serendipitous twist of fate. I even told my grandfather back then that I wanted to befriend you, and here we are knowing each other for so long, already, ha. When Longting pulled Ji Jiang into a sudden tight embrace. Xiao Ting, if you don't let go soon, you're going to squeeze the life out of me. Oops. When Longting scratched her head sheepishly, which sent the whole group into a fit of laughter. Ji Juing mused over her past life, where she had devoted herself solely to the study of medicine and had virtually no friends. In this life, however, she was surrounded by amusing companions, a chance to experience the friendship she had missed out on before. Alright, let's focus on finding the illusory spirit pearls. We've passed, but there's no harm in having more. Zhen Fadi is right. The group then vanished into the depths of the forest. A quarter of an hour passed, and the competition continued with fierce intensity. Some resorted to violence to snatch the pearls while others returned dejected without finding a single one. Ji Juing and her friends, however, had already returned to the entrance, watching the chaos unfold in the mountain ranges below, as if it were a spectacle. Shouting, who do you think will get that illusory spirit pearl, the blue team or the black team? Zhen Fadi asked, chewing on a piece of grass with great interest. My bet's on the blue team. Sister Big Brother Xiaojie, what do you all think? When Longting squinted, observing carefully. I agree, it should be the blue team. When Longxiu chimed in, believing her sister's judgment was sound. I think it's the black team. Look at that person holding the token for the black team. He might seem to be running around aimlessly, but he's actually setting a trap for the blue team. When Shiyu remarked, narrowing his eyes. Ji Juing raised an eyebrow, acknowledging his keen observation, but neither team will get it. Her declaration was met with puzzled looks from the others. You'll see in a moment, she said, offering them a mysterious smile. Moments later, just as the black team was about to claim the pearl, several figures burst out from the underbrush and snatched it away. As luck would have it, those figures were none other than Jun Linyu, Ji Fingyan, and their group. When Shiyu and the others all gave Ji Juing a thumbs up. Impressive. Truly impressive. She had predicted it perfectly. The distance was too great to hear what was being said, but soon enough a brawl broke out between the teams. When is this competition going to end? I'm so hungry, my stomach is touching my back. Zhen Fadi lamented with a gloomy tone. I suspect it will end once all 100 illusory spirit pearls have been found, when Longxiu guessed. Zhen Fadi, with a build like yours, I doubt your stomach could touch your back. Though now that you mention it, I'm getting a bit peckish too. I could really go for some of Xiaojie's hot pot. When Longting swallowed hard, her eyes pleading with Ji Juing. When Longxiu and Wen Shiyu also looked at her with hopeful expressions. Ji Juing playfully poked Wen Longting's forehead. After the competition is over. Yay? Love you. What is this hot pot you speak of? Zhen Fadi asked, looking confusedly between the two. You don't know? It's... When Longting launched into an animated description, making Zhen Fadi's eyes sparkle with excitement and his mouth water. Xiaojie, I want to try your hot pot too. Alright, once the competition is over, you can all come to my place. I live at No. 4 Huanan Street. Ji Juing said with a smile. When Shiyu was surprised upon hearing this. Xiaojie, you've moved out. Yes, from now on, just me with no ties to the Ji family. You're all welcome to visit me anytime. Ji Juing said cheerfully. Great, hee hee, don't mind me crashing at your place for a meal, Xiaojie. When Longting was the first to respond. Not at all, I'd love to have you. Another half an hour slipped by without the competition ending. By the time it finished, it would probably be well into the afternoon. A few more participants wandered back to the entrance of the secret realm. Suddenly the world spun, and everyone found themselves back on the original arena stage. Despite the vast amount of time spent within the illusion, only a single hour had passed in the outside world. Inhan waved his hand, and the illusion array on the stage vanished, the tokens flying back to his hand automatically. Those who had failed to pass the test were automatically ejected from the stage, falling like dumplings into a pot. A third of the participants were eliminated. The crowd couldn't help but marvel. If even the Imperial Tutor's subordinates were this formidable, how powerful must he be himself? Alright, congratulations to all who passed. As you all know, the third round will be a onion elimination bracket. To speed things up, we will use 2 arenas simultaneously. Please come and draw lots using your spiritual energy. The number you draw determines your opponent. The referee gestured to the bamboo slips beside him and announced in a loud voice. While they were inside the illusion, the master of ceremonies had changed. It was no longer Duke Ji, but the referee from previous years. Soon almost everyone had drawn their lots and descended from the stage. Ji Juing and her group found a spot and sat down. It was then that she noticed 2 new figures behind the Empress Jun Lintian and a young girl whom she guessed to be the 7th princess. The 7th princess was the daughter of the late consort Ning, who had been adopted by the Empress and raised as her own. Jun Buhui, meaning no regrets. Judging by her name, it was clear that consort Ning must have loved the emperor deeply. First match. Contestant number 1, please come to the left arena. Contestant number 2, please come to the right arena. The referee's loud call snapped Ji Juing out of her thoughts. A burly man stepped onto the left arena as contestant number 1. His opponent was a small, slender girl. I am Zhou Hua, the burly man said, cupping his fist in greeting. I am Xiao Xinyang. The girl responded, returning the gesture. The spectators held their breath. Zhou Hua was nearly 3 times as wide as Xiao Xinyang, making them worry for her safety. Ji Juing watched the pair on the left arena with keen interest. Despite her small stature, a closer look revealed that Xiao Xinyang's aura was far more profound than Zhou Hua's. Moreover, the crowd's lack of favor didn't seem to faze her, while Zhou Hua was clearly overconfident. In contrast, Xiao Xinyang appeared much more composed and steady. The outcome of this match was decided from the very beginning. On the right side of arena, two young men stood ready. The match began. Zhou Hua, wielding his massive hammer, charged forward first. Xiao Xinyang smiled lightly, her form flickering like lightning as she leaped into the air. Seeing this, Zhou Hua swung his hammer, sending forth waves of profound metallic spiritual techniques. Xiao Xinyang's body bloomed with a dazzling radiance, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier. Xiao Xinyang was not idle either. Her brows slightly furrowed, she pressed her palms together. The surrounding air began to condense into ice arrows, each shimmering with a cold gleam, which she shot towards her opponent. In an instant, the two figures clashed in a fierce duel. Meanwhile, on the right side of Arena 2, the battle had already reached its climax. The two contestants chased each other step by step. One as fierce as a fire dragon, the other as cunning as an eagle. Their figures were cast sharply under the blazing sun, intensifying the already palpable tension of the fight. Both combatants swung their weapons simultaneously, colliding with brutal force. Their techniques grew faster and more vicious by the second. The clang of swords and the howl of the wind intertwined into a chaotic symphony. Their silhouettes crossed midair, becoming almost indistinguishable. Suddenly a mournful cry echoed and a blood-stained weapon clattered to the ground. Clearly one side. Arena 2, Gao Hongyu wins. Next, please enter Arena 3, the referee announced loudly. Meanwhile, Zhou Hua's match had yet to reach its conclusion. Xiaojie, who do you think will win in Arena 1? When Longting asked. Xiao Xinyang. Ji Juing replied with a calm, indifferent expression. Why? That Zhou Hua seems much more ferocious, When Longting said, puzzled. Although Zhou Hua is ferocious, he is too impetuous and easily exploited. Besides, Xiao Xinyang has been mostly on the defensive, clearly trying to exhaust Zhou Hua's spiritual energy. Oh, I see, When Longting nodded, half understanding. Soon, however, the two on stage would prove Ji Juing's words correct. Xiao Xinyang narrowed her eyes coldly, seizing the perfect moment. A series of heavy spiritual techniques slammed into Zhou Hua. Clearly overwhelmed, he stumbled backward until his body was sent flying off the arena platform. You've lost, Xiao Xinyang declared, looking down at him from the edge of the stage. Zhou Hua's companions hurried forward to drag him away in disgrace. This guy really thought Zhou Hua would win. Exactly. With all that confidence, who'd have thought he'd be beaten by a young girl? Indeed, it seems no opponent should be underestimated. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Ji Juing glanced at the number plate in her hand and sighed. She was so bored she could fall asleep, and her turn still hadn't come. I'm number 38. What numbers are you all? Jinpengzi asked. I'm 11. I'm 23. I'm number 9. Ji Juing was momentarily stunned, then silently took out her bamboo slip. The group leaned in to look and froze. Jinpengzi When Longting clasped her fists towards the fatty. Jinpengzi, hang in there. When Shiyu could only offer a silent prayer. Jinpengzi, you. He'll prepare some healing pills for you. When Longxiu said with a smile. No way, I actually got matched against Xiaojiu. Heavens, just let me die. Jinpengzi finally reacted. Actually, fighting Xiaojiu isn't so bad. At least she won't make your defeat too humiliating. When Longting said without mercy. Since there were two arenas, it was soon Wen Chuyu's turn. The moment he stepped onto the stage, the crowd below erupted. Isn't that Wen Chuyu from the prestigious Wen family? Wasn't his meridians shattered? Could that have just been a rumor? You wouldn't know this, but his meridians were repaired long ago. My cousin's maternal uncle said he even went when the secret realm in the magical beast forest opened. I wonder which master healer fixed his meridians. I heard that even Star Chin Academy could only shake their heads helplessly when they saw his condition. I heard it was a masked young lady who healed him. The news of Wen Chuyu's shattered meridians had once spread throughout the entire capital city. After that incident, Wen Chuyu vanished from public view, not appearing for 2 whole years. Although some knew of his recovery, the vast majority remained unaware. A masked young lady. Jun Linyu narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting thoughtfully towards Ji Juing. Seeing this, Ji Finjian's face darkened instantly, the hatred in her eyes almost materializing into a blade ready to strike. Bitch, bitch, bitch. A seductive fox spirit. Sensing something, Ji Juing glanced over, a sharp glint flashing briefly in her eyes. Since when Shiyu had stepped onto the stage, Ji Ruffling had been glaring at him with intense malice, even ignoring the 4th princess he adored. Meanwhile, Princess Jun Luoli, after exiting the illusion array, couldn't tear her eyes away from the man seated in the main position. Even though the man on the main seat sat completely still, he captivated the young maidens present, leaving them utterly enchanted. She wondered what kind of face lay beneath that mask. The Imperial Advisor. Such a rare sight, so of course they had to steal a few more glances. Who knows when they'd ever see him again. At this moment on the arena, the battle had begun. Wen Shiyu was up against a peak-level Grand Spiritual Master, the same rank as Ji Juing. His opponent wielded a long spear, while Wen Shiyu held no weapon at all. The opponent had been nervous upon drawing Wen Shiyu, but seeing he was unarmed, a flicker of confidence, a resolute look flashed in his eyes as he gripped his spear and charged. Wen Shiyu condensed his spiritual energy into a sword. The sword light was like a rainbow, its intent vast as the ocean, overwhelming his opponent's consciousness and rendering him unable to defend. Wen Shiyu actually comprehended sword intent. Truly a rare genius. It seems Wen Shiyu is about to return to his former glory. The crowd showered Wen Shiyu with endless praise, words that grated harshly on Ji Ruffing's ears. Return to glory. Heh. That would depend on whether he approved. The opponent was indeed sent flying, but he refused to admit defeat. Gritting his teeth, he persisted. Blood streamed from his wounds, yet he neither retreated nor yielded. He attacked again, each move carrying a steadfast and even when Chiyu had to admire his tenacity. Finally, a few more moves sent him to the ground, unable to rise. You're quite impressive. Well fought. Number 9, when Chiyu wins. The referee's voice rang out once more. Big brother is amazing. When Longting exclaimed. Chiyu has gotten even stronger, Jinpengzi said enviously. Number 11, when Longting was matched against Situ Qianqian. It was truly a narrow path for enemies. When Longting hadn't forgotten how she had insulted her elder sister, she put all her strength into every move. The Situ family members watched, grinding their teeth in frustration, but couldn't interfere with the match. On the stage before, Situ Qianqian could even get up when Longting sent another punch flying her way. Making you bully my sister. Making you bully my sister. A sharp scream rang out as Situ Qianqian was sent flying once more by Wen Longting. Yet Wen Longting's hands never stopped landing blow after blow upon Situ Qian. Help! Before she could finish, Wen Longting's fist slammed into her mouth, leaving Situ Qianqian's head spinning in a daze. This damned Wen Longting. Acting like a shrew. It seemed the only option now was to concede. I admit. But when Longting, still seething with fury, had no intention of letting her off, she immediately dislocated Situ Qianqian's jaw, rendering her speechless. Situ Qianqian now regretted provoking Wen Longxiu and Wen Longting. The crowd let out a collective hiss. This second miss of the Wen family is notoriously ruthless. What do you know? That's what you call fiery spirit. Watching her fierce punches, the onlookers' first thought was to keep their distance, lest they be the next target. A middle-aged man, his face twisted with anger, spat coldly. So vicious at such a young age. No wonder no one has dared to propose marriage to her. If you ask me, Jian Nan's decision to break off the engagement with the Wen family was the right call. Another middle-aged man chimed in with a sneer, his gaze darting venomously toward Wen Yin. The two families weren't far apart, and the one side being no pushovers caught every word. Our Tinger's marriage is none of the concern of certain oath-breakers. Those people should worry about their own daughter instead. Oh father, look at that frail little frame. She wouldn't last 3 moves against Tinger. TSK. Indeed, how pitiful. Oh dear, I wonder if Tinger's hand hurts from hitting her. Wen Xiao feigned a look of utter disdain. The Situ family members, upon hearing this, were so enraged their faces turned red, and their nostrils flared as if about to emit smoke. Brother Tinger. Wen Longxiu understood that Tinger was standing up for her, but she didn't want her sister to invite criticism because of her. Show her, don't worry. Tinger knows her limits, Wen Xiu said. Yeah, look how much fun she's having beating her up. Jinpengzi added, recalling the time he too had been on the receiving end of Wen Longting's fists. Not quite as brutal, but not far off either. Wen Longxiu nodded. Ji Jiuying watched the girl fighting enthusiastically on the stage, and couldn't help but shake her head. Despite Wen Longting's usual boisterous and carefree demeanor, she was utterly devoted to her family, and fiercely protective of them. Deciding Shed had enough, Wen Longting kicked Situ Qianqian off the stage, then wiped the blood from her hands with a look of disgust. The Situ family members rushed to catch their fallen young lady. Number 11, when Longting wins, the referee announced loudly. That was satisfying. Absolutely thrilling. When Longting strode over, sweat beading on her forehead, her clothes slightly disheveled and stained with blood. Tinger, are you alright? When Longxiu asked, worried, eyeing her bloodstained dress. Sis, I'm fine. It's all someone else's blood. Truly worthy of the name, Tinji. Ji Jiuying's back ached from sitting so long. The next moment, it was her and Jinpengzi's turn. On the stage, Jinpengzi recalled Wen Longting's words and felt a surge of nervousness. Ji Jiuying could see his tense state and smiled. Don't be nervous. Just treat it like a sparring session with me. How could this young lord be nervous? I'm just afraid I might hurt you, and then Tinji would beat me to death. Even he didn't believe his own words. Come on. Seeing that Ji Jiuying carried no weapon, Jinpengzi decided to go empty-handed as well, and the two engaged in combat. Surprisingly, Jinpengzi was quite agile, lasting 7 or 8 exchanges without losing his breath. However, he still lacked a certain tenacity. Ji Jiuying began coaching him while they sparred, and the two fought for the span of an incense stick without a clear winner. Moreover, Jinpengzi's face grew more joyful and excited, a clear sign that Ji Jiuying's guidance was proving immensely beneficial. What are those two on Arena 2 doing? It looks more like a practice session than an actual match, doesn't it? I was thinking the same thing. That chubby one looks like Prince Zhan. Yinner, isn't that black-clad woman on the stage phone? Ji Jiuying. Wen Xiao asked. When Shiyu and the others, upon returning from the secret realm, had confessed that Phone 1 was Ji Jiuying's alias, along with everything that had happened in the Beast Forest and the secret realm. Though initially taken aback, after all, Ji Jiuying's reputation in the capital was quite notorious, making the contrast rather baffling. They had come. Wen Yin coughed lightly and said, Father, I was so caught up watching Tinger fight earlier that I forgot to mention this. Actually, she is Ji Jiuying. Wen Xiao had only arrived at the arena during Wen Chuyu's match, so he was unaware of the events within the illusion array. Didn't Yuer and the others say she was pushed into the secret realm by villains? How did she? Wen Yin was equally curious. Normally, a secret realm wouldn't reopen for at least a decade after closing, and that one was on the verge of collapse. Its collapse meant the entire realm, including everything within it, would cease to exist. Before they could ponder further, the battle on the stage concluded. I surrender. A voice from Arena 2 announced the forfeit, sounding oddly excited. Arena 2 Phone 1 wins. The referee proclaimed loudly. Next round contestant for Titwo, please enter. The surname Phone. Hadn't the Phone family never participated in the Genius Tournament? Why were they appearing now? A torrent of speculation flooded the crowd's minds. Hearing this, Ji Jiuying was taken aback. Had she and Zhen Pengzi really been fighting for that long? The adjacent arena had already moved on to contestant 42. The crowd thought, what did you expect? If Zhen Pengzi hadn't surrendered, you two would have been sparring until the competition ended. Phone 1. So Miss Zhou's name is Phone 1. Could she be from the Phone family? That's impossible. There were Phone family members in the secret realm last time, but they had virtually no interaction. Could the surname Phone just be a coincidence? Jun Linyu secretly ordered Finji to investigate. Seeing Ji Jiuying with her veil and alias Ji Fengyan, and Ji Rufing's first reaction was that detached from the Ji family, she was nothing. And now the title of third princess consort had fallen into her lap. Even if she revealed her identity now, so what? Even if she could cultivate now, what difference did it make? A bastard child dreaming of marrying into the royal family was nothing but a pipe dream. The competition continued until nearly dusk before concluding. Tomorrow would follow the same unknown format to determine the victors. The man in the main seat had vanished at some point. She had intended to visit the national diviner's residence to check on his condition. But with these tagalongs following her, it seemed she'd have to go at night. Xiaozhou, why not today? How about we go to your place for hot pot now? When Longting tugged at Ji Jiuying's hand, looking at her, yeah, this young lord has been starving all day, and am dying to try this so-called hot pot. You've all followed me all the way to my doorstep. How could I possibly turn you away? Ji Jiuying said with an amused smile. The group arrived at Ji Jiuying's courtyard in a grand procession. When they looked up, they were astonished. So this was where Xiaozhou lived? Xiaozhou, you're truly wealthy. As far as I know, houses on Huanan Street are worth their weight in gold. Zhen Pengzi sighed as he walked. Although he was a prince, purchasing a house on Nanhua Street was still difficult. It required not only money but also connections, and even then Ji Jiuying was slightly surprised. Were the houses here really that expensive? She had no idea. Gu Qingfeng had certainly spared no expense to get her to agree to refine the 9 Revolutions soul resurrection pill. Before long, they arrived at the backyard. Ji Jiuying instructed several servants to go to the market and buy fresh beef, pork, belly chicken, fish, and shrimp. Master. A group of people, seeing Ji Jiuying return, eagerly came before her to show off their day's cultivation progress. They were still in shock from the moment they opened their spatial rings. They had struck it lucky stumbling upon such a benevolent master. Not bad, not bad. She hadn't misjudged these people. After giving some instructions, she dismissed them. Xiaozhou, are they your subordinates? When Shuyu inquired. Although their aptitudes were decent, their cultivation levels were far too low. They are my companions. Though they are not formidable now, I believe in the near future they will carve out their own territory in this Zhongyue kingdom. Ji Jiuying said, gazing toward the doorway with unwavering confidence. The group, who had just walked a short distance, paused at her words. They exchanged glances, their resolve deepening. They would never let their master down. When Shuyu was about to offer that if she needed shadow guards, he had some ready, but hearing her words, he swallowed the offer. Miss, you're back. Qingling heard the commotion and came running over. This is my maid Qingling, also my family. These are Prince Zhen, Wen Shuyu, Wen Longxiu, and Wen Longting. Qingling was momentarily stunned. Wow. The people her mistress now associated with were all so illustrious. First the national master, then the second prince, Lady Qi Yue of the pavilion, and the richest man, Gu Qingfeng. And now a prince and the Wen family, one of the 3 great clans. It was truly astonishing. Even more astonishing was that her mistress introduced her as family. What had she done to deserve such honor? This servant greets Prince Zhen. Snapping back to reality, Qingling bowed to Prince Zhen, then turned to greet Wen Shuyu and the others. From now on there's no need to bow to me. I'm not fond of such formalities. Zhen Pengzi said with a smile. Qingling was startled. No need to bow. She looked at Ji Jiuying, who gave her a reassuring glance, and only then did Qingling feel at ease. Xiaoji's family is my family too. Qingling, there's no need to be so formal. Wen Longting said, even casually placing a hand on Qingling's shoulder. This series of gestures startled Qingling. She had never experienced such warmth. She was truly happy that her mistress had friends like this. By the way, Qingling, we're having barbecue today. Bring out that stone. Ji Jiuying said. At the mention of barbecue, Qingling's eyes lit up. Her earlier unease vanished instantly. Barbecue. Xiaozhou, weren't we going to have hot pot? What's so good about barbecue? Prince Zhen asked in confusion. He was really looking forward to trying the hot pot they had mentioned earlier. Wen Longting and the others also looked at Ji Jiuying with curiosity. My barbecue is nothing like the ordinary kind. You'll find out soon enough. Ji Jiuying said with a mysterious smile. At that moment, Qingling brought over a flat stone. The barbecue my mistress makes is delicious. Hearing this, they began to feel a sense of anticipation. About a quarter of an hour later the servants returned with the meat and vegetables which they prepared and placed on the stone table. Ji Jiang took seasonings from her space and marinated the meat for 10 minutes. She brushed oil onto the large stone, then used spiritual fire to ignite the wood beneath. Everyone gathered around the stone and watched. Xingling brought out everything Ji Jiang had previously given her: light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, cooking wine, white sesame seeds, cumin powder, black pepper powder, honey sesame, oiled chili powder, and sesame paste. Everyone was given their own dipping sauces. The stone slab began to sizzle. Watch closely. Ji Jiang instructed Xingling to sit opposite her and grill the pork belly, while Ji Jiang placed the sliced meat onto the stone, flipping it constantly. Within moments the entire yard was filled with an irresistible aroma. Wow! So fragrant. Xiaozhou, can we eat now? Zhenpengzi licked his lips and swallowed. Zhenpengzi, what's your hurry? When Longting scolded, though her eyes never left the meat on the stone. This aroma is simply too tempting. The more I smell it, the hungrier I get. I seriously doubt this amount of meat will be enough for me alone. You're not afraid of bursting? When Longting laughed. It's ready. The meat had turned a caramelized color. Ji Jiang transferred it to a clean plate. Zhenpengzi eagerly picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of meat. Wait, that's not how you eat it. First dip the meat into the sauce in front of you, then wrap it in a lettuce leaf, and pop the whole thing into your mouth. You'll taste an entirely different flavor. Hearing this, they all followed her instructions. This barbecue is absolutely amazing. When Longting exclaimed, her mouth stuffed. Delicious, delicious, so delicious. Even better than the palace fare. I'd willingly die for. Zhenpengzi praised while devouring. What a unique way to eat barbecue. When Longxiu remarked, truly admiring how Ji Jiang could come up with such an array of novel culinary delights. Barbecue itself isn't rare in Sanyue Kingdom. What's rare is the dipping sauce and the way of eating. When Shiyu had never encountered such a style before. Ji Jiang smiled. Shiyu is right. But you'll have to grill your own now. Xingling and I can't keep up with the pace you all are setting. They laughed, awkwardly unable to stop because the barbecue was just too irresistible. Zhenpengzi, not like that. Look, the meat's burning. Xingling was shocked that her mistress dared to address Prince Shen so casually, but seeing that he didn't mind at all, she relaxed. Later she realized everyone called him that. Watch again. After placing the meat on the stone, use tongs or chopsticks to flip it constantly. When it turns caramelized, it's ready to eat. Ji Jiang explained while grilling. Everyone finally understood and feasted happily. What's that wonderful smell? A voice came from the entrance. Everyone turned to look toward the door. A man clad in immaculate white robes appeared at the threshold, his countenance exquisite. A faint smile curved at the corners of his lips, as gentle as the March sun. An aura of untarnished purity radiated from his entire being, as if he were born to be the revered noble son. Master Gu. Gu Qingfeng cast a glance at the assembled individuals. Prince Shen, sure. He raised an eyebrow at the blue-eyed youth. Young master of the Wen family. The two young ladies beside him must be his sisters. When his gaze fell upon Wen Longting, his body halted for a moment. He recognized Qingling as Ziogea's maidservant. Miss Xiaozhou, Gu Qingfeng has arrived unannounced. Have I disturbed your leisure? Gu Qingfeng addressed Ji Jiang with a smile. Not at all, but what brings Master Gu here at this hour? Ji Jiang inquired coolly. I will be leaving the capital for a while tomorrow, so I thought I would bring you the deed. He handed a wooden box to Ji Jiang. So it's you, Gu Qingfeng, the elusive richest man of Sanyue Kingdom. The group was stunned. Xiaozhou is truly formidable. Not only does she know the state preceptor, but even Gu Qingfeng treats her with such deference. Good. Ji Jiang accepted the box. Though he did not reveal his reason for leaving the capital, she could guess. Master Gu, have you dined? If not, would you care to join us for some? Gu Qingfeng glanced at the stone slab surrounded by the group, noting the appetizing aroma. I would be honored. Thank you for the invitation, Miss Xiao. Gu Qingfeng took a seat, nodding slightly to the others as a greeting. Ji Jiang placed grilled meat onto his plate and demonstrated how to eat it. What an interesting way to eat. Let me try. Gu Qingfeng picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in sauce, wrapped it in a lettuce leaf, and popped it into his mouth. How is it? Delicious. This grilled meat is far better than any I've had before. It's numbing and spicy with a unique flavor. Gu Qingfeng nodded as he ate. It goes even better with my homemade cocktails. Ji Jiang produced several bottles of cocktails in different colors from her spatial ring. When Longting, quick to act, grabbed a bottle and took a swig. Refreshing. So refreshing. The group burst into laughter. Gu Qingfeng observed the lively atmosphere. Eating with many people truly made the food more enjoyable. He glanced at Wen Longting again. Her personality and appearance reminded him of someone else. Carefree, boisterous, with a smile that seemed infectious, always able to dispel a gloomy mood. Hey Gu Qingfeng, what are you spacing out for? The meat in front of you is about to burn. Ha! Wen Longting patted the daydreaming Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng snapped back to reality, finding the meat already charred. He gave an awkward smile. At that moment, Wen Longting, flushed from the cocktail, had two rosy patches on her cheeks, looking utterly adorable. Tinger, don't be rude. Wen Shiyu promptly admonished. Brother, the meat really was burning. Wen Longting feigned innocence. It's fine. Gu Qingfeng chuckled softly. After finishing the barbecue, the group lingered savoring tea while feeling unsatisfied. When Longting had already fallen asleep on the table. Seeing this, Ji Juing remarked helplessly, I guess I'll have to limit her drinking next time. No. I need more. I want. When Longting smacked her lips. Ha! The group burst into laughter again. Since the deed has been handed to Xiaojiu, and I've enjoyed the barbecue, I shall take my leave. Gu Qingfeng glanced at when Longting cupped his hands and bid farewell to the group. Farewell. The group returned the gesture. Shortly after Gu Qifeng departed, the remaining guests also went home. The hazy moonlight flickered faintly in the pitch-black night sky. The streets, now devoid of the day's bustling clamor, were enveloped in a serene, chilling silence. A figure in black robes darted across the rooftops, soon arriving at the back gate of the state preceptor's mansion. Gazing at the pitch-dark gate, she wondered how to enter. Knocking might alert others since it was the dead of night. Perhaps climbing the wall. Without hesitation, she melted into the darkness, leaping nimbly. She landed inside the mansion. Wait, she distinctly remembered sensing a barrier when she left last time. Why had she slipped through so easily? Before she could ponder further, a strong arm encircled her waist, pulling her into an embrace suffused with the scent of amber. You arrived earlier than I anticipated. What's the matter, Zaijier? So eager to see me. Gong Mingyue spoke from behind his warm breath, deliberately brushing against her ear. Ji Juing struggled a few times, then realizing she was no match for him, ceased her efforts. Instead, she reached for the hand on her waist and began to probe his pulse. Gong Mingyue noticed her change, and the slight upward curl of his lips betrayed his mood. Though there's still some fluctuation, the medicine is effective enough to suppress it for a while. Ji Juing said flatly. The minor fluctuation must be linked to the incident of frozen time during the day. Recalling that event made her deeply uncomfortable, but more than that, furious. Gong Mingyue, can you stop recklessly using your spiritual power? Do you have any idea how severe the consequences of a poison outbreak can be? Are you afraid of seeing me in that state, Zaijier? Gong Mingyue said faintly. During that outbreak, he had completely lost consciousness, his mind consumed by the urge to destroy everything. His eyes saw only slaughter, until he heard a voice. Amidst the vast blood mist, he searched for the figure calling his name. When he finally made out her face, it was like a beam of light piercing his vision. A voice within kept reminding him he must not harm her. At the memory of the poison outbreak, Ji Juing's heart clenched, her eyes filled with guilt and tenderness. She turned to face him and said, I just blame myself for not being able to ease your suffering. Zaijier, you've already helped me a great deal. Even if I die, you need not blame yourself. Mingyue had told him everything about the outbreak and his subsequent coma. Ji Juing looked at him, stripped of his usual imposing demeanor, and felt even more heartbroken. At that moment, she vowed to free him from this torment. You won't die. If the king of hell dares to claim you, I will snatch you from his grasp. Trust me, I will find a way to cure your poison. Her clear eyes met his, her voice resolute. Truly worthy of being my future wife. Of course I trust you. Gong Mingyue gazed at her with deep affection and chuckled softly. Hearing the words future wife, Ji Juing frowned slightly, but said nothing. She dared not provoke this unpredictable man lightly. Since there's nothing else, I'll be going now. She turned toward the door, but after a few steps, she was blocked by an invisible wall. A barrier. So he had noticed her before she even entered. That was why he had removed it in advance. Since you've entered my domain, do you think you can just waltz out so easily? With a grand wave of his hand, Gong Mingyue lifted Ji Juing off her feet, drawing her before him. Run? Who said anything about running? I just thought it would be rude to disturb the imperial advisor's sleep in the dead of night. Ji Juing feigned ignorance. I, however, find this moment of spring night to be worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Gong Mingyue's voice was seductive as his hand played with Ji Juing shot him a glare of annoyance. Wasn't he supposed to be averse to women? Who wanted to share this spring night with him? You rogue. You won't even spare a young lady like me. The moment she finished speaking, Ji Juing found herself in a bedchamber that resembled a palace. Before she could react, Gong Mingyue scooped her up and lay down with her in his arms. Many in the Tsangyue kingdom are already married at your age. Gong Mingyue's gaze was intense as he looked at her, unable to resist teasing her. Hey Gong Mingyue, I'm warning you, don't you dare. Ji Juing's eyes widened in fright, her body writhing in discomfort as she tried to break free from the man's restraint. She was truly afraid this damn man might do something. Unfortunately, she had no power to resist him. Little Joer, be still, or I can't guarantee what I might do next. Gong Mingyue's voice was low and hoarse, carrying an obvious allure. Ji Juing instantly dared not move. His chin rested gently on top of her head, his warm breath, and the steady thumping of his heart, causing her own to flutter with anxiety. After what seemed like a long time, the sound of even breathing filled the air. Ji Juing slowly lifted her head to look at the man before her, meeting his face so close to hers. His straight brows were slightly furrowed, as if something troubled. She reached out a hand to gently smooth the crease between his brows. Then she carefully tried to pry the hands from her waist, attempting to slip away. But the harder she tried to loosen his grip, the tighter he held. Ji Juing even began to doubt whether he was truly asleep. Finally, in defeat, Ji Juing gave up struggling. Before long, her own eyelids began to grow heavy. As a soft breathing sound came from below, Gong Mingyue opened his eyes. His gaze drifted across her eyelashes, which rested like a butterfly at rest. That night, Ji Jiuying and Gong Mingyue slept in each other's arms until dawn. The next morning, a faint light began to glow on the eastern horizon. Ji Jiuying was roused by the light. She opened her eyes to an unfamiliar room and shot up into a sitting position. She looked around the room, it was empty. Recalling how she had slept in his arms here the night before, two rosy blushes immediately spread across her cheeks. Seeing the door open, Mingyue quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Miss Ji, the master has been waiting for you in the main hall." When he had received his master's order earlier, he thought he must have misheard. Was his master that 10th of sandy-year-old ironwood tree finally about to blossom? Miss Ji was the only one who had ever entered his master's chambers and spent the night. It seemed the matter of the mistress was settled. Ji Jiuying was stunned the moment she stepped out, noticing that Yingyu's gaze towards her had changed. Thinking about spending the night alone with him, even if nothing had happened, others would surely get the wrong idea. Damn, that Gong Mingyue, was he doing this on purpose? With a face full of anger, Ji Jiuying stormed into the main hall and glared at the man leisurely seated by the table. "Gong Mingyue, are you doing this on purpose? Why didn't you wake me up? And why did you have to call?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt something was off. She glanced at Mingyue and the others standing nearby. Seeing Ji Jiuying look their way, Mingyue and the others quickly turned aside, pretending they had seen and heard nothing. But their trembling shoulders betrayed their suppressed laughter. "Little Jiuer, why so fiery, so early in the morning? Could it be because I didn't agree to your request last night?" "Gong Mingyue, you shut up." Ji Jiuying glared at him furiously, then turned and pointed at Mingyue and the others. "All of you get out." Mingyue and the others scurried away in an instant, only they knew how hard it was to hold in their laughter. "Gong Mingyue, if you dare spout nonsense again, ill." Ji Jiuying was so angry she couldn't speak, and she couldn't beat him either. Seeing her anger, Gong Mingyue stopped teasing. "Come have breakfast. You still have a competition later." Ji Jiuying thought he had a point. She wouldn't have the strength to compete on an empty stomach. So without further ado, she sat down and began to eat. Ji Jiuying arrived at the arena, which was already packed with people. The Emperor, Empress, and Consort Liang had already arrived at the main seats. Beside Consort Liang was a noble lady who bore a striking resemblance to the fourth princess. Presumably, that was Consort Qing. However, the seat belonging to that man remained empty. Just as she was fretting over how to find them, she heard, Xiaojio, Xiaojio. "Shinfatty, you just got here too. I've been here for a while." Shouting was afraid you wouldn't be able to find them, so she sent me to wait for you. "They're over there." Ji Jiuying followed the direction the fatty pointed, and indeed saw Wen Chuyu and the others. "Aren't you coming over?" "No, we'll be watching from the spectator stands with my father and mother." "Good luck." The fatty pointed towards the stands. "Alright, I'll head over then." "Okay." It felt like there were even more people today than yesterday. Ji Jiuying struggled through the crowd, barely making it halfway. Just then the referee on the stage began to announce, "Congratulations to the contestants who passed the unknown third round. Today is the final of the genius ranking. Who will be this year's dark horse? Let's all wait in anticipation. Now contestants, please come up to the stage to draw lots." Ji Jiuying decided to go up and draw her lot first, then cross the arena to find them. Chuyu Axi is shouting, "Xiaojio, you're finally here. Did you draw your lot?" When Longting asked, "Yes, I got number 18. Ji Jiuying said indifferently, "Good thing you and my big brother didn't get matched. He's number 17 right before you." When Chuyu and Ji Jiuying exchanged a glance and smiled, he had a feeling they would eventually meet, and he found himself looking forward to it. They had barely sat down when the referee announced the start of the competition. Just like yesterday, the arena was split into left and right stages with matches running simultaneously. On stage 2 was actually Ji Fengyan. According to Wen Longting, her opponent was Nan Lingma, the young marquis of the Nanyang Marquis Manor. As luck would have it, this Nan Lingma was one of Ji Fengyan's admirers. While the match on stage 1 had already begun, Ji Fengyan's side hadn't started moving yet. Seems like Ji Fengyan is pretty lucky getting an admirer right off the bat. She probably doesn't even need to lift a finger to win this one. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ji Fengyan and her opponent clashed. "Oh my, not surrendering directly," Wen Longting exclaimed in surprise. "From their moves, it's clear Nan Lingma is holding back." Ji Jiuying remarked indifferently. Nan Lingma had indeed intended to surrender outright, but with countless nobles watching in the arena, Ji Fengyan didn't want to give them any ammunition for gossip. So under the guise of acting in his best interest, she initiated the fight. Thus, to curry favor, Ji Fengyan pretended to act for his benefit, yet inwardly, she was certain Nan Lingma would hold back. "Consort Liang, is that on Arena 2 the Crown Prince's con—" "Your Majesty, it appears so. Her talent and looks are quite good. She seems a fitting match for you," the Emperor said with a smile. "Your Majesty speaks truly. This concubine shares the same sentiment," Consort Liang replied. Compared to that waste Ji Jiuying, she was quite satisfied with Ji. The Empress cast a faint indifferent glance at her, but remained silent. On the arena, as she had expected, after 7 or 8 exchanges, Nan Lingma deliberately revealed a flaw, allowing Ji Fengyan to win the match. "Arena 2 victory goes to Ji Fengyan," the referee announced loudly. Pretending to be delicate and understanding was always Ji Fengyan's specialty. The competition had already progressed past contestant number 10. Ji Jiuying looked puzzled at the empty seat in the main viewing area. That man still hadn't shown up. Could it be he didn't plan to come today? In truth, Gong Mingyue had arrived long ago, just not yet revealed himself. He had no desire to be stared at by those nauseating gazes again. Your Highness, did you find out anything? Finji appeared behind Jun Linyu and whispered softly into his ear. This subordinate followed those young ladies last night. No. 8. Huanan Street. So Miss Xiaojiu actually lived on Huanan Street. Jun Linyu's eyes turned sinister. His gaze filled with a predatory determination settled upon the figure in black, not far away, his possessiveness intense, as if he were fixating on his prey. This subordinate also discovered that the courtyard is registered under Gu Qingfeng's name. Gu Qingfeng, the renowned wealthiest man of Sanyue Kingdom, Gu Qingfeng. What relationship does he have with Miss Xiaojiu? Ji Jiuying sensed Jun Linyu's stare, glanced over, and saw his guard reporting something to him. Ambitious men like Jun Linyu naturally had many forces they secretly courted. Since she had revealed a bit of her strength in front of him, he would certainly try to win her over. If her guess was right, Jun Linyu must have investigated her. Ji Jiuying ignored him, taking several bottles of pills from her spatial ring and distributing them. Hold on to these just in case. What? When Longting fumbled to catch the bottles. Looking down, she saw spirit transformation pills, body restoration pills, and spirit restoration pills. When Longxiu opened one bottle for a second, then startled, quickly capped it again. When Shiyu looked at Wen Longxiu's reaction, then at the pill bottle in his hand, pondering for a moment. Heaven-grade pills. Sis, say, Xiaojiu, are these all for us? When Longxiu ignoring, Wen Longting asked Ji Jiuying in disbelief. Although she had witnessed Ji Jiuying refining heaven-grade pills before, she knew it wasn't an easy task. 3 bottles contained a total of 30 heaven-grade pills. For the 3 siblings, that was 90 heaven-grade pills in total. Moreover, although these pills were of lower grade, their purity was not much inferior to mid-grade ones. A single one would fetch an astronomical price if sold. And she just gave them away like that. Ji Jiuying said with a smile, what? Look down on the pills I refined. But these are too precious, and... No buts. Just keep them. Let me tell you, secretly refining heaven-grade pills now is a piece of cake for me. Don't feel burdened. Ji Jiuying knew what she wanted to say, and cut her off. What Ji Jiuying said was true. With the 9 heavens mystic fire, and her continuous efforts to improve her alchemy level, refining heaven-grade pills was indeed a trivial matter for her now. Only then did Wen Longting react. What, these are heaven? When Shiyu immediately reached out, and covered her mouth. Wen Longting hastily stuffed the pills into her spatial ring. Today's matches were far more exciting than yesterday's, but having slept too late last night, Ji Jiuying was already fighting off drowsiness. Seeing this from the shadows, Gong Mingyue's handsome face broke into a doting smile. Yingyue and Yin Han exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other. Xiaojiu, wake up. It's eldest brother's turn, and you're next. Wen Longting quickly roused her. Ji Jiuying opened her hazy eyes and yawned. How is it Shiyu's turn already? By now, when Shiyu was already on the arena. As for who his opponent was, she truly had no idea. Eldest brother's luck is really good. He always ends up with opponents who aren't that strong. Wen Longting chuckled. Don't celebrate too soon. This genius convention isn't over yet. Don't let your guard down until the very last moment. As she spoke, Ji Jiuying looked towards the arena. Sure enough, Wen Shiyu won. Arena 1 victory goes to Wen Shiyu. Now contestant number 18, please take the stage. 4th Princess, Jun Luoli, flew gracefully onto the arena. Unexpectedly, her opponent was actually Jun Luoli. Xiaojiu, good luck. Okay. With that, she walked leisurely onto the arena, yawning as she went. From a distance, 4th Princess Jun Luoli looked at Ji Jiuying's figure, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if she had seen her somewhere before. Seeing Ji Jiuying strolling over looking half asleep, anger welled up inside her. Hey, what do you mean by this? For some reason, everything about Ji Jiuying... What do I mean? Are we fighting or not? Why are you yapping on and on? Ji Jiuying punctuated her words with a huge yawn. Enraged by the perceived insult, Jun Luoli roared, Ice shackles, go. 2 chains extended from Jun Luoli's hands, shooting straight towards Ji Jiuying. Was this Jun Luoli's new weapon? A low-grade holy artifact. She remembered Jun Luoli used a bow in the secret realm. She must have obtained this there. Ji Jiuying drew the dagger gifted by Gong Mingyue. She had named it Nightfall. It was also a holy artifact. She wondered which one was superior. The crowd below, seeing Ji Jiuying produce a pitch-black dagger, collectively held their breath for her. Why is that girl in black using a dagger against chains? Hey, looks like 4th Princess is guaranteed to win this one. I'm not so sure. That dagger in the black-clothed girl's hand seems to be a holy artifact too. You're right. But even if it is a holy artifact, it'll be hard to get close with it. Hearing this, Jun Linyu didn't believe Luoli could defeat Miss Xiaojiu. He watched the two on the arena intently. Ji Jiuying gripped Nightfall tightly, dodging the attack with a flash of movement. However, she hadn't expected Jun Luoli's chains to be able to turn and follow her. Ji Jiuying let out a cold laugh. It seemed she had underestimated Jun Luoli. Let's see how you dodge this. Ice shackles chase the wind. Jun Luoli could already see victory within her grasp. Yet despite the fierce appearance of their battle, Jun Luoli had long since shifted from the aggressor to the defender. Jun Luoli could clearly sense that her opponent could have easily knocked her off the arena at any moment, Yet she deliberately held back, putting on a show of a fierce struggle. Is that a holy artifact in Liar's hand? Emperor Jun Bufon asked. Your Majesty, it is indeed a holy artifact. She said she obtained it from a secret realm. Consort Qing replied with a smile, her gaze subtly drifting towards the Empress. Empress Jiyuero was well aware of her intentions, nothing more than a feeble attempt to flaunt her daughter's achievement. As Consort Qing turned her gaze back to the arena, the Empress cast a sidelong glance at her, as if looking at a clown. A cold sneer played on her lips. Enjoy this fleeting moment of pride, for your tears are yet to come. Empress Jiyuero knew her position was secured by more than just her father Duke Ji. Back at the arena. Sensing the time was right, Ji Juing tightened her grip on high. As the chain lashed towards her, she leaped into the air. With a resounding clang, the chain was severed in two by High. Indeed, the crowd below shot to their feet in astonishment. No way. A holy artifact just cut like that. But she wasn't finished. Ji Juing appeared beside Jun Luoli in a flash. Jun Luoli froze on the spot, realizing her intent, but utterly unable to dodge. The dagger slashed twice across Jun Luoli's hands. With a cry of pain and a clatter, the chain slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. You seek death. Before she could even launch an attack, Ji Juing sent her flying off the arena with a swift kick. Liar. Consort Qing shot to her feet. Intao, quickly take me to see Liar. Fortunately, Ji Rufeng rushed forward and caught Jun Luoli feeding her some hemostatic pills. Arena 1 victory goes to Feng Wan. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. They couldn't believe this Feng Wan had defeated the fourth princess. Everyone was wondering who this Feng Wan really was. Not only was she formidable, but she also dared to be so ruthless to the fourth princess, surely earning the undying enmity of Consort Qing. The Empress couldn't help but take a closer look at Ji Juing below the stage. In a corner of the square, a scruffy old man, nursing a jar of fine wine, watched the arena intently. Huh, what a mischievous one. Truly worthy of being old man, yes, disciple. Consort Qing, seeing Ji Juing leisurely descend the stage, pointed at her furiously. How has my daughter offended you, girl, that you would treat her with such cruelty? Ji Juing stopped and smiled. Consort Qing, please do get your facts straight. Do you know where you are? If you're so worried about her getting hurt, you should have kept her at home, where she belongs. You. With that, Ji Juing cast a cold, clear glance at Ji Rufeng, who was holding the fourth princess, let out a soft, mocking laugh, and walked away. Ji Rufeng watched her retreating figure, his sharp eyes locked onto her, a fierce, murderous intent blazing within them, filled with overwhelming fury and hatred that gradually gave way to an unmistakable killing intent. Xiaojiu, that was amazing. What a win. When Longting cheered eagerly before Ji Juing even got close. Keep it down, keep it down. There's still a long way to go in this competition, Ji Juing said, tapping her on the head. When Shiyu watched her, her clear, deep eyes curving into crescents like the new moon, and a smile unconsciously tugged at the corners of his own lips. He had a feeling that this year, she would be the dark horse of the genius competition. Later, when Longting stepped down from the arena, patting her chest still shaken. Xiaojiu, thank goodness for your warning. If I had been careless this time, I wouldn't have known what hit me. Her opponent was a cultivator from a minor clan, but her strength was not to be underestimated. Her moves were vicious, and her combat ability was exceptional, not at all inferior to those of the... Most importantly, her weapons were all coated in poison. Fortunately, Ji Juing had noticed the moment she stepped onto the arena and had warned Wen Longting. Consider this a lesson learned. Never underestimate any opponent, Ji Juing said, looking like a little adult. Alright. Wen Longting couldn't help but laugh at her expression. Half a day passed, and the competition was drawing to a close. Only 18 contestants remained. Unfortunately, Wen Longxiu faced Xianjing and was defeated. Xianjing was a name known throughout Songyue Nation, except perhaps to Ji Juing. Xianjing was an eccentric genius obsessed with cultivation and a known battle fanatic. He had disappeared for 2 years, rumored to have gone abroad to challenge masters from other nations. He was an odd character, anyone who came into contact with him would mysteriously fall ill from poison. Thus no one dared to befriend him, and even more so feared being targeted by him. As a battle maniac, he wouldn't rest until he had a decisive victory. And if you won, he would challenge you again and again. It was unknown what cultivation level he had reached by now. Only 10 spots remained on the genius list. Congratulations to the remaining contestants. There will now be a quarter-hour intermission, after which we will draw lots for the next round of matches. This quarter-hour was essentially for everyone to have their lunch. Xiaojiu, let's go to the restaurant for lunch. Ji Juing looked at the sea of people in the square, and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Are you sure we'll even get a seat if we go now? Miss Ji, my master has prepared a feast at the Cloud Water Pavilion. You are welcome to bring your friends along. Ingyu said respectfully. The Cloud Water Pavilion. The one that required a reservation just to get in. When Longting's mind was filled with only one thought, another free meal. When Shiyu lowered his ice blue eyes, concealing the emotions within them, Ji Juing frowned in confusion, but decided to follow Ingyu to the Cloud Water Pavilion. Let's go. Just as Ji Juing left, a figure appeared where she had been standing. It was the Chiyue Tower. Master, we were still a step too slow. I know. You may leave now. Yi Qingshun looked towards the direction of the Cloud Water Pavilion, his expression unreadable, his eyes concealing his true feelings. The first thing that came to Ji Jiuying's mind upon entering the Cloudwater Pavilion was luxurious. Although the main hall downstairs was full, unlike the noisy, crowded restaurants elsewhere, the Cloudwater Pavilion was a haven of quiet comfort. But unfortunately, they ran into some familiar faces. Seeing Wen Longxiu and the others, Situ Qianqian was immediately filled with rage. She hadn't forgotten the slap Ji Jiuying had given her, nor the humiliation she suffered at Wen Longting's hands on the arena. Situ Jiannan also noticed the group at the entrance, his gaze landing on Wen Longxiu. Beside him stood a beautiful woman in white. Following his gaze, she looked over, and her eyes settled on Wen Longxiu. I'm surprised you all managed to get into the Cloudwater Pavilion. But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. It's completely full, Situ Qianqian sneered. Ji Jiuying and the others hadn't expected Situ Qianqian's injuries to heal so quickly. They had all witnessed how brutally Tinger had beaten her. Looks like I didn't hit you hard enough yesterday, or else we wouldn't have to hear a dog barking here, Wen Longting said, mercilessly hitting her sore spot. Situ Qianqian turned pale as she heard Wen Longting speak so bluntly about her pain. Who are you calling a dog? She glared at Wen Longting with a face full of anger. Whoever should be whoever. Wen Longting replied with a smile. You. Situ Qianqian was so enraged that her nostrils flared. Jian, who are they? The woman softly inquired, retracting her gaze. Before Situ Jian could respond, Situ Qian jumped in, pointing at Wen Longxiu's sister, saying, Ning, that one is my brother's former fiancé, Wen Longxiu. Oh, a gasp echoed. Do you not want your hand anymore? Situ Qian quickly withdrew her hand, looking at Ji Jiuying with lingering fear. No one had expected her to strike. Wen Longxiu glanced at Ji Jiuying, and warmth spread in her heart. I apologize, everyone, and my younger sister did not mean to offend. Situ Jian stood up and said. Whether it was intentional or not, everyone knows there's no need to act all innocent. The more Wen Longting looked at Situ Jian, the more she found him hypocritical. How had she not noticed it before? Today is indeed crowded. Why don't we all sit down and eat together? Sang Ning said generously. Situ Qian's eyes widened. How could Sister Sang Ning, how could she invite them? No need, let's go. Ingyu. She turned and headed to the third floor, while Wen Longting looked back and made a face at them, causing Situ Qian to angrily pace in place. Half of the people in the hall were watching them. Who are those people? They're actually able to access the VIP room on the third floor. I don't know, but that blue-eyed young man seems to be Wen's young master, Wen Chuyu. Oh, I see now. Just now those people seemed to mock them, yet who would have thought they would directly go up to the VIP room? Indeed. Sang Ning awkwardly forced a smile, realizing that they seemed to be the real clowns here. Situ Qian was even more stunned, staring at the few people going upstairs. How could this be? After this incident, none of them had much while this VIP room is truly luxurious. Wen Longting exclaimed. Ji Jiuying entered and looked around, guessing that the man would not make an appearance casually. Ingyu noticed what she was looking for and said, Miss Ji, the master is in the adjacent room. The dishes are ready. I shall take my leave now. All right. Ji Jiuying replied lightly. Wow, the food is really exquisite. Xiao Jiu, your friend, has quite the connections. This is the first time I've been to Yunshui Pavilion, all thanks to you. Wen Longting sat down without hesitation. Ji Jiuying smiled lightly. It's my first time here too. Let's all sit down and eat. Ji Jiuying took a seat by the window and discovered that she could see the arena perfectly from here. Now she finally understood why she hadn't seen Gong Mingyue earlier. Wen Longting unapologetically grabbed a chicken leg and stuffed it into her mouth. It's so delicious. Seeing Wen Longting start eating, the others also relaxed. Ji Jiuying picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. The savory flavor filled her mouth, and only then did she feel her empty stomach beginning to be satisfied. Before long they finished the meal, just enough, not too much. Ji Jiuying contentedly burped. Are you all full? Yes, I'm full. Wen Longting also burped. By the way, Xiao Jiu, do you want to go over and thank your friend? Wen Longting thought for a moment, and then asked. Wen Chuyu looked at her, but did not speak. Ji Jiuying was about to refuse when she thought that she actually had something to ask him for help. Originally, she wanted to call Wen Chuyu, but after thinking it over, it was better for fewer people to know about this matter. Alright, you all wait for me here a moment. After Ji Jiuying finished speaking, she stood up and walked out. Upon reaching the adjacent room, she hadn't even knocked before she was pulled into the room by a sudden force, landing in a familiar embrace. Xiao Jiu finally decided to come find me. Gong Mingyue looked down at her, his tone lazy and teasing. Tis Gong Mingyue, stop messing around, I have something serious to discuss with you. Ji Jiuying broke free from his embrace and said earnestly, Oh, I want you to help me investigate my mother phone lands matter. I can help, but how does Xiao Jiu plan to repay me? Gong Mingyue's deep gaze locked onto her. Ji Jiuying hesitated for a moment before saying, as long as you help me investigate, I can agree to one of your conditions. It must be something that doesn't force me. Sure. Gong Mingyue smiled, his sculpted face becoming even more enchanting. Ji Jiuying came back to her senses. How did he agree so easily? No, it felt like she was at a disadvantage. She immediately said, which of your 3 guards is the strong? Ingyu. Then I want to add a condition. I want to borrow Ingyu for 2 months. Gong Mingyue raised an eyebrow. He had long known about her moving out of the Ji residence and buying 10 slaves. Realizing her intention, he agreed without a second thought. All right. I already investigated your mother's matter long ago. Gong Mingyue said slowly. Ji Jiang. Then why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask, did you? Gong Mingyue remarked, looking at her flustered expression. Fenglan, your mother, was saved by Ji Qinyuan in the Beast Forest shortly after she married Ji Qinyuan and gave birth to you, in less than a month. I suspect you are not his biological child. Furthermore, Fenglan might come from those hidden families. As for whether she is from a hermit family, I am already investigating that. Suddenly appearing, and then suddenly disappearing, the traces have been deliberately erased. You should be clear about the rest, right? Gong Mingyue spoke with a calm expression. In fact, he had noticed something was off when he started investigating you from the seals on her. He could tell that Fenglan, coming from a hermit family, was merely a... Fenglan likely comes from a higher realm. But these are things she cannot know right now. She had long suspected she was not Ji Qinyuan's biological child, so her expression did not change much. Perhaps my mother is still alive. Ji Jiang furrowed her brows slightly. This was merely her speculation. If she were alive, why hadn't she returned to find her? So there are only two possibilities: either she guessed wrong, and her mother is actually dead, or her current situation does not allow her to come find her. Gong Mingyue reached out to smooth her furrowed brows. Right now your priority is to increase your strength. Leave your mother's matter to me. Ji Jiang nodded, thinking it made sense. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. The referee had already arrived at the arena, and saw that the time was about right. Alright, we are about to enter the most intense segment. Now may I invite the contestants to come up and draw lots. Ji Jiang, Wen Longting, and Wen Shuyu each took a bamboo stick. Wen Longting immediately checked the numbers on their bamboo sticks. Seeking free gifts, seeking good reviews. She let out a sigh of relief, thankful that she hadn't been matched against him. Ji Jiang drew number 3 this time. She hadn't expected to be pitted against Jun Linyu, but that was fine. She was also curious to see how she at the peak of Grand Spirit Master would fare against his 5-star Spirit General strength. On the arena stage, Jun Linyu studied the black-clad woman before him. Though her face was veiled, her phoenix eyes were undeniably alluring. Unlike the look he had given the Wen siblings, his gaze was utterly cold, yet his presence alone was enough to captivate and bewitch the soul. Jun Linyu looked her over, finding he couldn't see through her cultivation level. She must be concealing it somehow. Still, he remained supremely confident, certain she was weak. Seeing this from below the stage, Ji Fengyan muttered under her breath, "What a seductive fox spirit." As she watched Jun Linyu face Ji Jiang, Ji Fengyan couldn't describe her feelings. Jun Linyu had once despised Ji Jiang, yet now he was repeatedly drawn to her current appearance. If he ever discovered that Fengwan was Ji Jiang. "Miss Fengwan, this prince has no wish to harm you. If you are willing to serve me, I could go easier on you, perhaps even concede this year's genius ranking to you." As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with confidence. He was the most likely candidate for crown prince in the Tsungyuan nation. He wasn't bad-looking either. He refused to believe any woman could resist such an offer. Ji Jiang smiled, just a faint smile, yet to onlookers it was incredibly charming. But Jun Linyu failed to see the cold glint lurking beneath her eyes. A smirk tugged at Jun Linyu's lips, thinking Ji Jiang had agreed to his terms. "Third prince, even if your palace lacks a mirror, surely it has a chamber pot. Take a look at your own ugly mug." Ji Jiang said this with an airy nonchalance. Jun Linyu's temper flared instantly. "You don't know what's good for you." Furious, Jun Linyu leapt and attacked Ji Jiang directly, his spiritual energy erupting. 5-star Spirit General. Ji Jiang's expression turned icy. She raised the crimson fire phoenix fan before her, blocking the blow with all her might, yet she stumbled back several steps before regaining her footing. Xiaojiu, Wen Longting, and the others gasped, worry gripping their hearts. Ji Fengyan, though unaware of the exchange on stage, saw Jun Linyu's full-powered strike, and couldn't help the smile curling her lips. Jun Linyu was momentarily stunned that Ji Jiang had blocked his attack, but his confidence remained unshaken. After several exchanges, Ji Jiang didn't use any of her spiritual techniques. Instead, she chose to meet Jun Linyu heat-in, absorbing every blow with her own raw. That woman Fengwan is probably done for against the third prince. Exactly. She's been fighting for so long without using a single spiritual technique, just defending. What's the point of... I thought she'd be this year's dark horse. The discouraging murmurs reached the Wen siblings' ears. Wen Longting, with her fiery temper, couldn't stand it, and was about to retort angrily, but Wen Shiyu held her back. "Brother, why are you stopping me? Don't make a scene. Let them say what they want. We just need to believe she won't lose. Right, Tinger?" When Xiaojiu wins, it'll be a slap right in their faces. On the stage, Jun Linyu grew more excited as Ji Jiang managed to withstand his many attacks. Flame arrows. Flames blazed around Jun Linyu, forming fiery projectiles that shot towards Ji Jiang. Ji Jiang let out a light laugh. "Playing with fire against your grandma, are you?" Everyone expected Ji Jiang to continue defending, given she hadn't unleashed a single spiritual technique this whole time. Ji Jiang began to circulate the imperial spirit art. Phoenix flame feathers go. It was only then that Ji Jiang truly opened the crimson fire phoenix fan and swung it fiercely. A beam of golden light shot forth, and a golden fire phoenix met Jun Linyu's arrows, instantly devouring them and overwhelming them completely. Jun Linyu hadn't expected her to counterattack and was forced back a few steps. However, he wasn't angry, he was thrilled instead. The woman he had his eye on was certainly strong. His desire to possess her grew even stronger as he launched another attack. Yet every move he made Ji Jiang managed to neutralize. Gradually the excitement and confidence in Jun Linya's eyes turned to anxiety. Find she was forcing him to use his trump card. Rift Heaven Ape come forth. A massive spiritual beast materialized before her. A 6th level spiritual beast. Ji Jiang looked at it. The Rift Heaven Ape's bell-like eyes were bloodshot, its lips pulled back to reveal gleaming sinister. Mother let me out to burn that ugly thing. Little Phoenix cried out angrily from the spirit space, watching everything on the stage. Be good, Little Phoenix. It's not your time to come out yet. Hearing this, Little Phoenix immediately turned to the little boy beside her and commanded, you go out and help Mother. Before the little boy could speak, Ji Jiang said, not yet. The little boy hadn't been out since leaving the secret realm, and he was eager to see the world. The Rift Heaven Ape suddenly let out a vicious roar at Ji Jiang and charged straight at her, the ground trembling violently with each thundering step. Ji Jiang's eyes turned cold. She used a teleportation step to evade the attack. Meanwhile, Jun Linyu wasn't idle, launching an attack from the other side. The audience below held their breath for Ji Jiang. Gradually she did begin to struggle against the onslaught. She quickly produced a body recovery pill and a spirit recovery pill, shoving them into her mouth. The crowd below froze in shock. What had they just witnessed? Miss Phone One had just stuffed a handful of heaven-grade pills into her mouth. What a waste of heavenly treasures. Factions from all around began investigating just who this Phone One was. Anyone who could casually produce a handful of heaven-grade pills was someone everyone wanted to recruit. The possessiveness in Jun Linya's eyes became even more blatant. Why doesn't Miss Phone One summon her spiritual beast? Facing 2 opponents alone, she certainly has gut. Hearing this, Ji Finjian's jealousy was practically spilling over. She snorted, that's assuming she even has a spiritual beast. Without one, even heaven-grade pills wouldn't last her long. She was doomed. No sooner had she spoken than Ji Jiang summoned the Flood Dragon. A silver-white flood dragon appeared in everyone's sight, its scales crackling with lightning energy. Ji Fengyan hadn't expected to be proven wrong so quickly. What shocked her even more was that Ji Jiang had actually contracted that dragon from the secret realm. The moment the flood dragon appeared, everyone present was stunned, leaping to their feet in astonishment. Even the emperor on his throne. Heaven blesses our Sanyua nation. Heaven blesses our Sanyua nation. Emperor Jun Bufan exclaimed, raising his hands high, his voice trembling with excitement. A dragon. It's a dragon. By the heavens, to see a dragon in my lifetime, I can die without regret. Little Nine, this is beyond amazing. Your contracted beast is actually a dragon. When Longting, overcome with excitement, gave Wen Chuyu's hand a tight squeeze. Wen Chuyu fell silent for a moment, then turned his gaze to the young woman on the arena stage. A flicker of surprise crossed his ice blue eyes. He had always known she was special, different from the rest. Oh, that's the dragon from the secret realm. The voice of second Prince Jun Lintian came from behind the Empress. Tiana, are you saying you encountered this dragon in the secret? The Empress and the Emperor both turned in shock to question Jun Lintian. Consort Liang and Consort Qing pricked up their ears, wondering why their sons Jun Linyu and Jun Loli had never mentioned this. This was hardly Jun Linyu and Jun Luoli's fault, of course. The dragon had been imprisoned within the secret realm. No one could have foreseen that Ji Jiang would contract it. Exactly. At that time, Jun Lintian recounted the whole affair to the Emperor, Empress, and the others. So you're saying this young lady saved your lives back then? The Empress inquired. Yes. After hearing the story, the Emperor's mind was consumed with one question: how exactly had this girl, named Xiao Jiu, managed to escape the secret realm? Was it connected to this dragon? His eyes sparkled as he looked at the dark figure on the stage. After all, the little one was a flood dragon, not a true dragon. But Ji Jiang knew that dragons were practically mythical in this world, which was why their appearance caused such an uproar. She herself had held the same belief before she contracted Little Phoenix. It wasn't until the day she contracted Little Phoenix that she became certain true dragons existed. It couldn't be helped. She simply had no spirit beasts of her own. It seemed she needed to contract a few more, or else this dragon was just too conspicuous. On the stage, Jun Linyu stood utterly frozen. The 6th-rank spirit beast beside him had lost all its earlier ferocity, cowering on the ground in trembling fear. A crazed possessiveness flickered in Jun Linyu's eyes, his gaze filled with the excitement of a hunter eyeing its prey. He absolutely had to have this woman. Ji Jiang frowned slightly. Jun Linyu's stare made her feel disgusted. Suddenly, he let out a low laugh. This prince concedes defeat. The little flood dragon was speechless. Arena 1 Phone 1 wins. A wave of commotion rose from the crowd below the stage. Ji Fengyan watched the figure on the stage with bloodshot eyes. Jealousy gnawed at her heart like a ravenous beast, especially seeing the person she admired smiling. Why? She was nothing but a worthless bastard, an unwanted mongrel. Why did everyone's eyes have to be on her? Her nails dug deep into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Her gaze grew cold, and her heart turned utterly venomous. Ji Rufing, meanwhile, was tormented by guilt. He believed his own actions, knocking her into the secret realm, had backfired, giving her the chance to contract that dragon and escape. The various powers in the audience along with the factions within the palace all dispatched their most capable aides to investigate this young woman named Feng Wan, each hoping to forge a connection with her. At the Chiyue Pavilion, Yi Qingxun watched the events on the stage unfold. She never failed to surprise him. But well, Yi Zhu dispatched 10 spirit kings to protect Ji Juing. Yi Qingxun's melodious voice spoke into the empty air. A shadowy figure appeared behind him, then vanished just as silently as if it had never been there. Ji Juing returned the little flood dragon to its space and stepped down from the stage. The crowd instinctively parted to make way for her. Ji Juing was taken aback. Xiao Jiu, you've stunned the entire arena. That was incredibly cool. When Longting teased. But when Chuyu was more concerned. It's just, you've drawn the attention of every major power. I'm afraid. Exactly. I doubt the capital will be peaceful for some time. When Longxiu also wore a worried expression. The matter of the flood dragon will likely attract the notice of the other two nations as well. Songyue already has a mysterious and unfathomable state preceptor. Now with a spiritual cultivator who commands a dragon, neighboring countries won't simply allow one nation to dominate. Chuyu is right. That's why I plan to go to the Star Chen Academy after the tournament. The academy isn't governed by the three great nations, so their influence shouldn't reach that far. Ji Juing smiled at their worried expressions. The crowd in the square looked on with envy as they saw Feng Wan on friendly terms with the Wen siblings. Wen Xiao and Wen Yin had finally snapped back to reality. Their family's benefactor was this astonishing. Wen Xiao couldn't help but glance over at Ji Qinyuan only to see the old man, a cold sneer crossed Wen Chaos' face. If Ji Qinyuan ever found out that Feng Wan was the very daughter he had cast out, he wondered what expression the old man would have. He then turned his gaze to the Situ family. Coincidentally, they were looking back at him. Stroking his beard, Wen Xiao shot them a smug look as if to say, go ahead and envy me. The Situ family head and the elders, seeing Wen Chaos' smug expression, were so furious that steam practically billowed from their nostrils. Yuan, or aren't you on good terms with the Wen siblings? Do you know who this Feng Wan is? Prince Mingyue asked Jin Yuan, who was busy gnawing on a chicken leg. Sure I do. Her name is Xiaojiu. Prince Mingyue was speechless. Looking at his son, who was only ever thinking about food, he knew he wouldn't get any useful information out of him. He simply instructed Jin Yuan to do his best to befriend Ji Juing, which Jin Yuan agreed to without a second thought. For the sake of Xiaojiu's barbecue and that hot pot, he absolutely had to befriend her. If Prince Mingyue ever learned of his son's true motives, he'd probably blow his top. After 3 rounds of the semifinals, both Ji Rufeng and Ji Fengyin remained in the competition. The emperor smiled and said, as expected of the Jingui general, both of the Ji siblings have made it to the finals. General Ji, you have certainly taught them well. Ji Qinyuan waved his hand modestly. Your Majesty flatters me. It's all thanks to the children's own efforts. I can hardly take credit. Ji Xinyuan's words were humble, but inwardly he was absolutely delighted. Beside him, Zhou Haiping's smile was so wide her mouth couldn't close. Her children, of course, would never disappoint. On the stage, the referee's voice rang out, and Ji Juing and Wen Qiyu both went up to draw their lots. As luck would have it, Qiyu drew Ji Rufeng for the first match, while she herself would face Ji Fengyin in the fourth. The one who drew a bye was a man named Xianjin. On the stage, Ji Rufeng and Wen Qiyu's gazes met in the air, neither speaking a word. Although Qiyu had comprehended the sword intent, Wen Xiao and Wen Yin still worried that Ji Rufeng might resort to foul play. Ji Rufeng spoke first. Wen Qiyu, I never thought you'd manage to mend your severed meridians. But I'll say it again, I broke you once and I can break you a second time. In the past, Ji Rufeng had always been overshadowed by Wen Qiyu. When he finally got the chance to destroy him, he never expected the man to be healed. Is this how all sneaky backstabbing cowards talk? You, Ji Rufeng hated being called that more than anything, and his anger flared instantly.